couple of saves, but they are unreliable, right? The Sun Ray is not enough for the burst damage that they have. Maybe if the Willow is like in perfect position, gets an OT off, you might cancel the Fiend's Grip, but the damage comes really quickly on the side of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, it's like by the time you get the Terrorize off, he's probably going to be dead. You know, if he's going to die, by the time she channels the Terrorize, throws Jax, whatever it's called, his voice gone.
But Jax, I honestly, I don't know.
Alright, so mid lane, Erase versus Melojule. Erase looked really impressive yesterday in both of the games that we saw. So I will say I favor him a little bit, but of course, it could go either way. Bottom lane, both Rue and Malady just trading hits. And Malady, he's already used his Fire Spirits. But Phoenix, pretty solid, like, I was going to say stats, but not really when you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good hero at trading. I actually expected the Bane to be a 4 just because of that, the fact that he can usually trade with most heroes. But so far, I think the Snapfire is doing a good job. This top lane, though, I do actually think it is a bit stronger for Na'Vi. Morphling notoriously very weak, and the new build nowadays is you get only 2 points of attribute shift, so you could even kill this Morphling.
I feel the same way. That I think that if there's an advantage top, it's going to go for Na'Vi. But bottom lane, I did think it was Snapfire bottom instead of the Bane, just because you can cook into Hoof Stomp, and that's just so much damage. So
I mean, before they picked the center, like when I saw the Snapfire, I just when I saw the Bane, I thought they were gonna just try and have that going. But
yeah, because Nightmare was also pretty good setup.
Yeah.
Well, so far, mid lane 11-1 to the 9-2, so slightly in favor of Melojule, and we're equalized there, so never mind. But which I kind of expected. I don't think either one really comes out ahead in the laning phase between these two.
By the way, did you notice? Okay, so it is not Exort level 1 Invoker. I've seen that a little bit with the Bottle Invoker, but he is going for Quaswax. Very strong against Lina. If you can drain her mana, the lane becomes much easier.
I think in general, people rarely seem to take Exort unless they have some. I mean, he's got Chronosphere, so he does have set up as even the Beastmaster, but probably you want that longer range Tornado and EMP, which tends to just win fights straight out. You know, a person goes
actually, in tournament, I see a couple. I think I cast 2 games where Invoker started with level 1 Exort. Oh. Okay.
It's kind of weird because we've been casting the same turret, but a lot of the games have been solo casted, so we all get very different ideas of what the meta looks like. I'm like, hey, did you see that Tusk support? I'm like, Tusk support is garbage. And someone else goes, no, it's amazing. I'm like, we watched very different games, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Lorenov actually playing the Exort Invoker, and he played really well. Like we were actually, I was casting with Rob. It was probably one of the first games that we cast as a duo in this tournament, and he had like a 60% Sunstrike accuracy rate. Oh, it was crazy.
Shigetsu. Oh, I was like, his life would drop down to nothing, but he does time walk away to safety. Okay. But in terms of CS, Shigetsu is starting to fall behind, and that is what we were saying, right? Like this burst damage, you're always going to be afraid. Phoenix as a bodyguard, not very useful. Yeah. You know, it's like a lot of the damage is magical, so Fire Spirits just does nothing. You can't Icarus dive. Sunray heal is pretty garbage. I think Sunray in general, level 1 is a garbage spell. It's like level 2, it becomes actually worth using.
Yeah, especially when you're this low HP, like a lot of it is percentage based. At the beginning of the game, Sunray really doesn't like give you that much. But yeah, what you can do is just try and tank as much spells. Like if they're using the combo on the Phoenix, then you're probably happy. Like that's the easiest way to help the Void. But as you said, not the best hero. You're actually using HP to use your spell, so you gotta be careful with how much you can tank.
Yeah, that's always the fun thing about Phoenix. It's like until you get Tranquil Boots, you really can't afford to take hits, which is something that you want supports generally to do. It's like, oh, hit the support, don't hit the core. But Phoenix, you're usually walking around with like 60-70% of your health, which puts you in that kill zone.
Exactly.
Not right now.
Does have a couple of tangles there. Can share those with the Void. So, I mean, in general, pretty quiet laning stage. I expected, especially bottom, to at least have a kill. But, I mean, I think this is a win for the Na'Vi bottom lane. Obviously, the Void is struggling in terms of CS, but I think not feeding is already decent enough.
Actually, overall, it seems like Yellow Submarine slightly ahead in the lane. I say very slightly because they were like all three were red at the top, but You can look at the denies. The king has got 10. We can see Centaur's also got like 7. Like they're getting decent denies. Shigitsu's only got 25 and 1. So this experience might start to kind of hurt Navi.
Yeah, I mean, I just meant that we kind of agree that Lina and the Yellow Submarine bottom lane is stronger, right? So if the CS is relatively even and there's no kills for Yellow Submarine, like this is probably decent enough for Navi. It's not like they're losing by a big margin or anything.
Exactly. Yeah, sometimes it's like if we can just come out of the lane relatively even in the matchup, it's pretty good. You know, it's like if you're anti-mage versus Viper and you have nearly the same CS, you're like, this is really good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in the meantime, though, overall, like just a very quiet game. 6 minutes, no kills so far. And by the way, in this tournament, we have yet to have a best of 3 that goes to 3 games in the playoffs.
True.
We had a couple in the group stage, but it's all been 2-0 so far.
I do feel like this is one that's gonna go all the way, especially considering the last match was a 2-1. I would be surprised if either team takes a 2-0, though, as we said, maybe slight advantage here for Yellow Submarine based on the recent results they're having. We'll see if it's going to be true, though, since so far, pretty even game here. And I mean, we didn't talk about late game. I do feel like the late game of Navi is much better. Like, it's so easy to execute. Like, you just need Ags on Invoker, Chronosphere. You've seen the clips. It's so easy.
I have, although a lot of it does rely on Shigitsu getting a good Chronosphere, which is not the easiest thing in this game. That's the thing I've always think about. Is like, if you have amazing combos inside the Chrono, just getting them there is going to be a little bit tough here. And Navi now taking the net with advantage, although it's very minor, it's less than 1,000. It was only Yellow Submarine, but you know, every bit helps, I suppose.
You cannot eggs Centaur eggs from Chronosphere anymore, right?
You mean like you can't like if someone's in, you can't
cannot
put them
drag
in your
them
cart.
away from the Chrono.
I believe you can't. I'm fairly sure
they
you
changed
can.
that, but they get immune. Okay, wait a second here. Satanic taking some damage, which should be fine.
I mean, they have another save, which is
that you're immune inside a card, though, right? So you can actually. There's a lot of saves inside the Chronosphere. You have the eggs on Centaur, you have Snapfire eggs, and Nightmare to possibly save someone.
And even Bane, usually with the Aether Lens, you know you can Fiend Script Festival even if he's on one edge of the Chrono, you're on the other. You know what I mean? So yeah, they have ways to play it. And Navi feel like he could play aggressive. That's one thing. Oh,
Laguna?
Malajul. He's taking the hits, and he will be able to make it out. Oh, sidesteps a little bit. Goes to the right. We could have just gone straight up to the left. No detection. Oh,
okay.
God, they get him.
That was a Blood Grenade DOT,
Yes.
I think. God damn.
Did you see that, by the way? He went to the right for just like half a second, then he decided to go to the left. I think because the bodies dropped from the tornado or something. And then that was like, oh, cost him his life. And Yellow Submarine, they get first blood.
Okay. Pretty big commitment, though. They use 3 heroes there. We'll see if the side lanes are at least gonna kind of breathe a little bit from that as rotation from Erase, and he will get the Phoenix.
Zayak might be losing his life as well. Good tornado. Cancels in half, but in the end, Zayak also falls down. It's going to be Yellow Submarine. After a relatively quiet 8 minutes, they get 3 kills in just 1. And now they're up to 2,000 gold advantage. Yellow Submarine. That's kind of the big deal is that they were able to kill Invoker because he wants to get the Spirit Vessel. The faster he gets that, the more dangerous life becomes for the Morphling. So delaying him is a pretty big deal. He's lowest on the net worth by some margin as well.
Yeah, that kill definitely. He was already a little bit behind from the laning stage, but the kill definitely kind of accentuates that difference, especially Belina getting a kill. In terms of the laning stage here, just because of the denies, Satanic's pretty decently ahead of Nefrit. So not even Roar. So Invoker cannot rotate to that lane and get a kill with the Roar. Kind of a weird position here for Meliju. He has nowhere to go and play. I guess there is Chronosphere available, but he did TP mid, so his rotations are going to be kind of obvious now.
Well, Erase. Looks like he's going to be generally okay thanks to that good cookie. Centaur uses the ultimate, although it doesn't look like they're really trying to go next to anyone get a kill. Bane, he's going to be fine. Nice use of the Nightmare.
Okay. I think he actually drained more, like he lost more mana than the EMP would have drained, but it is pretty nice to see that.
Right, because I was like, because when he came out of the nightmare, I was like, he's got no mana anyway.
Because like it's 165 mana, like I think it's super high mana cost spell.
Well, he doesn't take damage. I suppose that's all. But Navi, they're going back this top tower. They would really like it, and they are putting Shigitsu there as well. They want to get him involved. I like what Absolute Massive is thinking of going for. He wants to go for the early Blink Dagger, not Blade, Mail, Heart, which are good items, but not in this particular game. Ike might lose his life. I think he will.
Ooh, Erase. Very close on the LSA there. I don't think he has Aether Lens yet, so a bit harder to land those spells.
So, good kill for Navi. And yeah, as I was saying, Absolute Massive going for the early Blink means that you can just jump and everyone else can follow you up, because you do need that. Like, Stampy's not enough just to catch the Face of Void unaware.
Yeah, I mean, there's Tornado. There's a lot of stuff to kind of prevent the Hoof Stomp to being cast, so definitely the right way to go. Nefrit just going standard Helm of the Dominator stuff, I believe. Helm of the Overlord. As Rue gets found, will be cold snapped. A lot of brambles there, but not enough damage. Melojo actually kind of ran away. Shigetsu, solo Chronosphere on the support. Kind of a... I don't know about that, as they will find Bane. Tornado lands on the Lina as well. Erase with the Roar in the center stun. This is a big move from Navi. And they're going to get 3 kills and possibly a tower.
I like it. I like it a lot what Navi is doing. I was talking with this with Rob yesterday, is that if you have your abilities, it's 12 minutes, a solo Chronosphere is perfectly fine, especially because the rest of the team could then focus on their efforts on getting Ike. So he's like, yeah, no problem. So I like it, even though
I think it was a bait as well, right? You see the Chrono on the support, and you're like, okay, we might be able to fight. And then the Lina gets caught off. Really good Tornado from Melojo there.
It was very good. It was very good. And Navi, that's kind of the team fight, right? That you were saying about ease of execution. It's so much easier. Everyone just sort of presses R, and it's like Eggs, Chronosphere, Roar, and for Yell Submarine, they have nothing that really compares in any way to that.
Yeah, very true. We'll see if they're going to be able to find ways here to take those fights. So far, Ike looking for a ward in his triangle, but there was none there. Maybe just a little bit paranoid. As now we actually don't have kisses. Pretty low level Snapfire there. Oh, the Nightmare doesn't really do anything. The vessel damage. Trying to heal with the Brain Sap, but now will die to Zayat. We didn't really talk about the Wisdom Runes. I'm assuming they didn't get theirs because it's 13 minutes in. The Snapfire should have her OT.
Oh, no, I checked. It was actually 1-for-1 when it came out, because I was like looking for it. Just he's been roaming, like moving the lane, leaving the lane. Absolute Massive has gotten everything, so he's just been moving around. Whereas Navi's supports have been more like, yeah, we'll be in the lane, we'll get the experience that we need. Which I believe is kind of the better move, honestly. Like right now we have Snapfire. She only hits level 6 at 13 minutes. We could have had Kisses used twice if she had been a little bit more greedy. Yeah,
we kind of talked about Fiend's Grip being used to prevent Chronosphere from being useful. The Kisses are pretty much the same, right? If you just use Kisses on top of it, the Void cannot focus the target. A little bit. Okay, they're going to smoke onto Nefrit here. Kisses finally available. The move speed from the Roar. Oh, nice Nightmare. It will secure Nefrit's death, although very slowly. Dies Shirue here, but no response from Navi.
The aim of those Kisses wasn't 100%, but it gets the job done. And Wisdom Runes again 1-for-1, but look at it. Shigitsu and Absolute Massive take it. They do feel like both teams are putting their eggs in that basket. For Navi, they say we want Face of Void to be as strong as possible, highest level as we can get him. For Yell Submarine, they want the same thing for the faces for the Centaur. You want those max hoof stomp. Oh, as well as max double edge. Meanwhile, Rue, he's gonna be sent maximally speed to the grave. That was a really bad sentence.
They're gonna find the Phoenix here, but Melody... Oh, nice. Blink Dagger of the Hoof Stomp. There is the egg available here. Melody will be forced onto it, dodging the LSA, but I think they have the attack speed.
They got it.
There you go, Erase. Only 1 point in the passive, but more than enough.
Yeah, if that egg was gonna live, someone was gonna have to teleport and help him out. People are like, nah, that's kind of on you. He has actually got the most farm in the game so far on this Phoenix, which is pretty important. While I don't really care too much about gold, as long as you get the shard, you do want levels on the Phoenix, and high gold generally implies that you're doing pretty well in the level department as well.
Do you think this is a Midas game for the Phoenix, or you go like Vise or some of those, some item here?
Alright, firstly, when you ask me that, I'm always going to say every game is a Midas game for the Phoenix. Same thing with the Dark Willow, actually.
Yeah.
Well, Nefrit. I don't think
Alright.
he's making out of this one alive. Yep, he's dead.
Oh, it's
And
kind
so
of
is-
unfortunate here. This Beastmaster dying twice in the top lane. His creeps are going to be farmed. I mean, besides that one roar kill that they got in the beginning of the end of the laning stage, not really seeing a lot of impact from the Beastmaster so far.
No. Yeah, Submarine, they're not scared of any of Navi's individual heroes. They're scared of the team fight. So when they see one person pushing by himself, they're really happy to go for it. Meloju, he's got the shield ruin, but
Yeah, time for us
Maldi,
there. Lots of yellow submarine heroes on the top side, but they don't find the morphling that they wanted.
Oh.
They were so close to Satanic, and now this Phoenix gets Nightmare, probably dead via LSA. Oh my god.
the burst damage is very impressive from Yellow Submarine. And Navi, that was kind of a waste of smoke. They were smoked up, trying to find someone.
They're going for the
they
twin
might
gaze,
get
they're
him on the
gonna
way back.
see it. Oh, Chronosphere?
The transfer comes out. Looks like it's not gonna be enough though. And they turn it around. Shigitsu actually loses his life. They do get absolute massive, but doesn't matter. And Zaya comes in and throws and loses his life as well. Yellow Submarine. I mean, the target was absolute massive. That doesn't matter. That's the tankiest hero on your side, and you get 2 in return. Chronosphere is also used, which means that for the next 2 minutes, Yellow Submarine doesn't care.
Yeah, Navi, they were definitely trying to force that a bit too much. They smoked all the way top. They used the entire smoke. They don't find a target, and then Shigetsu, he had Meloju there, so thought it was enough of an incentive to fight, but really good positioning for Mike, canceling that Chronosphere pretty much, and I think Meloju had used his cold snap combo on someone else, so couldn't really stop the Fiend's grip. Really unfortunate here for Navi, but the gold lead is surprisingly even.
It is actually. Oh, by the way, Phoenix, he's gone for the Veil of Discord. All right, pretty cool. It's when you look at it, you do have a good amount of magic damage from basically everyone, except maybe the Beastmaster for now. So yeah, I like it. I always think that it's a really good item on the Phoenix just because all your damage is magic. It's the only way to really increase it apart from getting like a Kaya as well.
It's definitely an item that feels a little bit forgotten. Not because it's bad, but just because people are not used to building it. Oh, good stun. That's a dead Willow. Or is it?
Aha, they got you. They got you. It looks like he's going to jump in. Will they be able to get it? They do have the egg if they want to use it. They do, but I'm not sure if you really
Satanic.
wanted to use it. Little Shro takes care of it very quickly. In the end, it's going to be the Willow lives, but Maldi's like, I got to give you something for your trouble.
Wow, that is... I mean, the last fights have been all Yellow Submarine. They are always together. It feels like when they want to fight, they're always together and they play around each other really well, whereas Navi, despite their team fight being good, they're not really sending, I guess, the right number of heroes, right? It was just the Void and Invoker that time. Every time they're being picked off, they're not as 5, and I think they're not really coordinating their heroes around the map properly, as now Yellow Submarine smoking again.
Well, they do. IQ goes for the Watcher, reveals himself. Might be losing his life because of a decent Nightmare to dodge a good amount of damage from the Bedlam, but it's not going to be enough. They trade 1 for 1 for now. Can they go for more? Meljul dodging those kisses from Grandma.
His load.
Looks like a Stampede comes out. The Roar just to stay alive. They won't be able to get something here. They do get the Granite Golem in the end. Yellow Submarine, another victory. Train 2 for 1, just losing his support.
Yeah, and once again, that's a fight where there's a couple of Navi heroes, but not enough heroes to really respawn. The Chronosphere was like 10 seconds on cooldown, I think, when the engagement started. Just really good awareness from Yellow Submarine. They, like, the team fighting from Navi, we're yet to see that really playing out the way they want to. And I think that's mostly on them.
The thing about having very, very strong team fight is that you are then forced to sort of hold hands.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you're not getting all of gold. You know, all of you are smoking, no one's farming. All of you are in one lane. There's 2 lanes are being left in line. Whereas you look at Submarine, I'm seeing a person like, well, there are 3 people at the bottom lane, but they're kind of spread out. One of them is in the lane, 2 of them are in the jungle. Morphlings farming, like they're very spread out overall.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, one thing that I really like from Satanic this game is he ended up going Manta first item. And he's going BKB. A lot of the times when you see these like pub stars, they are super greedy and super like, yeah, I'm just gonna build these damage items and you guys are gonna save me or whatever. Like, it's very rare to see a player this young going for, like, let's say a quote unquote safe build that for sure makes sense in this game. I think it's the best build he could have gone for.
Yeah, it's because they play pub so much. The idea that they'll be caught out is kind of alien to them. They're like, I'm so good. But it's like, no, you also play against people who are really good. Maldi.
Ooh, absolute massive.
Doesn't get stunned. Absolute massive. He uses Stampede, actually. And now they immediately smoke up. They feel like this is a fight they can take. They have all their ultimates ready. And Yellow Submarine does not have Stampede. So this is 9-man smoke here. Only Maldi's revealed himself. Looks like the smoke on Yellow Submarine is expired. Can we see that for a second? There we go. Sorry, it gets broken, not expired, but only Race keeps
they're going to bait that illusion. Can they bait it? I don't think it's going to work out. But if they were closer there, maybe they would have chronoed that illusion. It would be a disaster. They're just going to force Roche. They know Stampede got used. This is not a bad move.
No, it's not. I like it a lot, right? Especially, and I do think that Na'Vi is way better playing around objectives.
They're scared.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, they finally go for it.
Na'Vi is better at playing around objectives, right? Because when you come to like, if you go for Roshan or towers, you have so much more to deal, like you have to deal with for Yellow Submarine. Whereas when you fight randomly around the map, they can easily run away. It's like you want them to be forced to stay.
Yeah. They've been struggling with that, but now the Aegis could be the difference maker they need, as Void going straight up Mjolnir here, no BKB. I mean, it's a tough game for him, because even if he has BKB, we talked about the instant initiation of the Void, the Fiend's Grip. So he's just going straight up damage. We'll see if that's going to pan out well for him, or his both lives are just going to be wasted. A really good positioning, though. From Yellow Submarine, they have the high ground. Oh, no, this is a dead Invoker from the get-go. When she gets to that Chronosphere, might not suffice as they lose the Bane. Really good heals coming from Melody, but it's not going to get Satanic. His BKB allowing the disengage, as now Na'Vi, they lose 2. And it feels like that's going to be the end of the fight. Absolute Massive will probably blink away. And considering there was Aegis on AV, still another underwhelming fight for them.
Yeah, the combination. We didn't get the egg and Chrono at the same time, right? Like the Chrono was about to expire, the egg came out. And Lina and Root, they just been like, yeah, let's just go straight up. They've been handling this egg very nicely. And no War was also thrown out. Na'Vi, when you lose Melojul, you lose basically a lot of your control, not all of it, sorry, but a lot of your control that you need to stop to protect the egg. And you're going to have to find some way to sort of like egg inside the Chrono, egg first, Chrono around it, but that's very difficult to do.
For sure. And I mean, they got caught off guard again. It feels like in terms of map movements, when Na'Vi is smoking, Yellow Submarine, like it felt like a wasted Stampede, but they just disengaged from Na'Vi. They didn't really give them an inch. I guess they had to forgive Roshan. But even that doesn't seem to be enough for Na'Vi to convincingly take a fight. They, map control-wise, they are struggling a lot against Yellow Submarine.
By the way, there's one thing we talked about Valve Discord yesterday, just now, sorry. And you're saying it's a forgotten item. That, to be fair, Ice Frog did buff it in a way that I've never seen any item buffed. It's almost the most useless buff I've ever seen. It does 200 damage to shields.
True. I was like, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and because it's so irrelevant, you know. Have you ever been like, guys, he's got a shield? Somebody. I mean,
if there is a pipe, you can take away, like, it's 1,000 free damage, right? If you hit everyone. So technically, it's actually more because the shield counts magic resistance.
True. True.
Yeah, but there is no pipe this game, so I don't know if there's the like how much of an argument you have for that. Maybe against Tinker is good, right? Because you can take away his armor thingy, what's it called? The third spell?
No one knows because everyone hates Tinker, but I know what you mean. Defensive Matrix.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Thank you. But despite Na'Vi losing that fight, they actually are starting to cut that net worth deficit by a bit. One thing they could do now is Shigetsu can play sort of aggressively wherever he wants. If he gets cut out, he has the Aegis. He has time for his friends to show up. So Na'Vi still has to get this team fight kind of going together. They might really need Cataclysm on Voker. Because these Chronos are coming out and we haven't seen any damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Usually when you go for this Quaswex Invoker, you expect that early impact, maybe at the cost of not having Sunstrike, but they're not really getting those early rotations. I think in general, all cores, I think, are struggling impact-wise on Na'Vi. It's mostly the supports that have been, getting some kills off and kind of tanking some ganks. Kind of a weird game here for Na'Vi, as they still hold the Aegis for 2 minutes, so maybe we can see them go for another smoke. I'm not really sure which timing they're waiting for, but they still have 2 minutes.
Now I know why the deficit was cut so much. It's because they were able to get the Aghanim's shard. So there's an instant 1,400. I was like, because they were like 6,000 goes down to 4, and I'm like, that's quite a drop. Meanwhile, yeah, Na'Vi, it's very tough when you drop like this. Malady,
initiation here on the Phoenix.
Initiated on and demolished.
Yeah, that's a fried egg right there. How do you like your eggs? Do you prefer it with... Oh, okay,
Hey.
whoa! They get the satanic kill.
Well, that is a big one, and a huge amount of gold as well. 1,300 for the entire team on Na'Vi. I believe it did cost him a Chronosphere, but he has an Arcane Ruin, so it's not the longest cooldown. He should be able to... Nah, by the time the next Chrono is up, Aegis will expire. It will be roughly the same time, within 1 second, so a bit risky for them to try and force another fight.
Yeah, we'll see if they're gonna... At least, it buys some time. We were talking about the Cataclysm. Only 2 points in Exhort for the Invoker, so... They need a lot of time here for Na'Vi to really get that combo to the level they need. But finally, they get Satanic Kill. I think that's definitely good. Top lane TP. Are they trying to force something here? They do see Lina.
Lina, what's she going? She's going for the magic build. I don't know. I kind of... Is it too early to say that I miss Lina the way she was in the Lima Major? Is
Don't say
early?
that. Do not.
No?
You're live right now. What are you doing, man?
Well,
What? It's too early.
It's too early. Absolute Massive gets a kill on Zayak. Well, Zayak falls to a few members of Yellow Submarine. They're trying to find someone here for Na'Vi. They'd really like to... this Invoker Spirit Vessel, you said it, it's not really generated a whole lot for the team so far.
Yeah, definitely. I can see the value against Morphling, right? It feels like the build you wanted to go, but Maliju just not really having the most impactful performance so far. But he might be able to redeem himself here, as they are at least maintaining the 7k gold lead. And, if they can maintain it as time develops, it's going to mean less and less. They do have that better team fighting we're talking about. They just need to execute it.
Yeah, percentage-wise, if you're staying the same amount of net worth, it's actually good for the losing team, or the team that's behind. Yeah. Well, looks like we'll have to wait about 2.5 to 5.5 minutes for Roshan. Beastmaster, he's got the BKB. Although, again, the problem with the Elsewhere is I feel like those stuns are going to come from very far away. It's like Aether Lens on Lina, jump from the center with the blink. So it's like a lot of times you're going to have to really BKB, you've got to really be on the button for it.
There is a gem on Melody, and he's going for a Set of Eyes. So I really like that. The initiation, the control that they lack a little bit will be provided by Melody, but he still needs like 4,000 gold as Yellow Submarine. They do smoke.
He's got
no vision on their side of the map, though. It is actually Na'Vi that holds the control of that high ground.
This would be pretty risky for Yellow Submarine to actually take a fight here. If it happens, this is an area that big wide open space, easy for them to get clumped up. Na'Vi, they start walking back, so they don't know the Yellow Submarine is in this area smoked up. They might catch... no, King, I think he walks next to someone and he gets re-smoked, so they might know that he's there. I think now Navi's aware that something's showing up. And
they get vision of the Beastmaster. Oh no.
The big jump here, the egg comes out along with the crosshair. Good egg, by the way. But the Phoenix Grip's also on. She gets to the entire time. The tornado comes out at the very end. Nice egg on the end. But is it going to be enough? Absolute Mass. So far, only offlaners have been traded. He's going to be losing his life as well. So Na'Vi taking a pretty solid fight here. King is going to try to walk away. Should be all right. And he is. It's a lot of fireworks. But in the end, only 3 people fall. But Na'Vi can walk away pretty happy. They can also go for the tower if they want.
I'm still not sure how Erase knew the Beastmaster were there, because there was no vision from Yellow Submarine. But because he got that LSA off, the Beastmaster that has a BKB doesn't get to play the fight. I think that's the only reason it's like a 2-for-1. Because I believe Na'Vi should have probably won that fight handily. She gets it though.
Will they go for it? Rue? It walks out. Okay. If she gets to had the shot, he might have gone for it. King transforms into Faceless Void. Is he really going to go in for this fight? He's going for Melger. That's a lot of damage. And they are going to bring him down. Meanwhile, they want to try to kill Zayak as well. He is stunned up. He is going to lose his life. And Yellow Submarine, basically no effort, gets 3 kills.
This is insane, man. Like, they held the high ground. They had that BKB on the Beast. And they tried to force this fight now. I think that was very awkward. They're diving tier 3s here, and this puts them in a very awkward position. They have no Chrono, they have no Beastmaster. He was still like, he was in the mid lane as they tried to force that fight. So I think Na'Vi not really playing their cards right. Like, your team fight didn't really work out. Just reset your cooldowns. The fact that they chased to the tier 3, it's their fault. The Beastmaster was not there. Like, you cannot expect to win that fight. Oh, erase. Jumping here on Shigetsu, gets bashed up, a TP. Yeah, oh man. This is so... I don't know, it's so sad, because Na'Vi, they felt like they had all the pieces, but they never really got to play this game.
Yeah, the thing is, it's super easy for your Submarine to get kills, right? Because like everyone in your team has some form of control. Whereas Na'Vi, a lot of it comes down to, can we get a good Chrono followed by a good egg? And when you only have one card to play, that's very difficult. For your Submarine, it's like, you mentioned the LSA, right? Like, Axel Massive can also jump in with a stun. You have these kisses, not the kisses, sorry, the cookie from a mile away. Like, you have so many ways to start fights. Na'Vi just does not have that option.
I mean, you are right, but like, I think we only saw one roar this entire game.
Yes.
And it was 20 minutes ago. Like, I did not see this Beastmaster play Dota.
Don't roar shame the man. You know, he's doing what he can.
And it's not enough. It's not enough to win this game. Well, I mean, it's still there's still a lot of tier 2s. Jump from Massive.
They just get with they bring him down with the kisses, and they're gonna go for Shigetsu. He's got the Chronos he wants to. Egg is already popped up, but now he
cooldown for the Void.
They have no combo here. They're probably gonna bring down Ike, which is nice for them. But oh no, he doesn't. The Glimmer Cape comes out. Will the tornado be enough to bring it down? They do, but Chronosphere on 3 is a good one. But is it going to be enough here? They don't really have a whole lot of follow-up inside the Chrono. They do bring down the Lina, but she's fairly easy to bring down. King, he is going one-on-one with Shigetsu. Is he going to be able to make it out? Oh, the waveform. He's got it. And a time walk right after. 2-for-2 trade. The combination. Oh, it's not over. It's not over. Rui, he's being slowed down because he does have that Phoenix.
Has a cookie.
I like cookies. And is it going to be enough? The cookie, it was delicious, but Grandma's still going to lose her life. For the first time, Na'Vi wins a fight convincingly.
Yes, they did. A lot of patience from the Void as well. His BKB was on cooldown, so he didn't really force the Chrono. And because he waited, he got that 4-man Chronosphere. We said 3. I said 3, but it was 4, actually. They actually lacked a lot of damage, so it was just him hitting, and still they won the fight. So kudos to Na'Vi. It's now Yellow Submarine kind of diving, kind of out of position. And really good position there from Shigetsu.
Yeah,
just playing the fight.
The only issue, of course, was the fact they couldn't pair it up with the Phoenix, right? Because he egged super early and didn't really wait for Shigetsu's Chronosphere. Because if he had egged with that 4-man Chrono, he would have, like, that fight would have gone so much better for Na'Vi. In the end, though, it's still a victory for them, you know? But 9,000 gold lead for Yellow Submarine, substantial, but not sort of game winning by itself.
Yes, I think at the end of the day, they're holding here, but the gold advantage is increasing ever so slightly, as they are diving here, knowing there's no Chrono. They find the Beastmaster, good Tornado EMP. I think you have to get out here, Satanic, and they will forgive this fight. Although they did force a BKB on the Beastmaster, 2-man stun with the Roar, not really doing anything. Yellow Submarine gets the LSA. Egg is doing nothing here, as they will focus it. Not only doing that, but killing the Invoker at the same time. And look at the LSA. Nefrit's gonna be next with no Chronosphere. Na'Vi is useless. Shigetsu trying to hold his ground here, but the King, he is hungry for Faceless Void Blood. And I think, oh, the BKB being forced. So he's gonna live, but the cost is extremely high.
We've just not been seeing the eggs, man. Like, Shigetsu is actually getting the Chronos. Like, he pretty well. Nice use of Nefert of the Golem to try to sort of pull the creeps away, but it's not going to be enough. We'll see if the Yellow Submarine wants to go high ground there. Roshan is up. It is on the Radiant side, so they could go for it if they want to. And Absolute Massive, I'm loving what this guy is doing. He just jumps in every time. He's like, oh, there's someone there. Very much a Spirit Breaker in Centaur form.
Yeah, he's being fearless. And I think even the Lina, right? When you look at the amount of you don't expect the Lina to initiate fights in the mid game just because you have Chrono, you have Roar. There's a lot of stuff you have to be worrying about, but both the Centaur and the Lina just going in, no fear, and it's working out for them. Yellow Submarine, I don't know if it's like the vision that they have in the map is better, or, you know, if they're just actually fearless. but it's been a delight to watch them.
Yes, the way they've sort of dismantled this giant team fight, making sure that it doesn't sort of like they don't get overwhelmed by it. So Zayak, what's he going for? He's not going for the Hand of Midas build that I like. Instead, he's going for more disable. Malady on the way to this Hex. He's very close to the Wisdom Staff. Oh my god, slow down, one by one. Lina has all the magic damage she could use.
That's a lot of magic damage for sure.
That is a lot of magic damage, right? Ethereal Blade, Psychic Headband. Okay, we went straight into the gullet.
I don't think we're talking about the same thing there, but the Snapfire, that's... I actually... Do you prefer the Snail as the best cosmetic, or you have a favorite for you?
You mean for what she rides on?
Yeah.
It's gotta be Mortimer. He's so cute.
I mean, this alligator is really nice as well. I like the alligator.
Who cares? Was he in a cutscene? I actually feel it's kind of disrespectful to the cut. You know, it's like Mortimer was in the cutscene. He's like half the hero. It's like he should be there. Imagine if Alchemist, the guy on top of him, became a baboon. You're like, that's not right.
Yeah, like Abaddon has a donkey instead of the horse he rides, right? It's what about the glance value? Where is that now, Valve? I mean, I do like, though, that we're being a little bit more,
out there?
Let's say, lenient with the skins. I think, like, we shouldn't go, full league with the skins, but there's definitely a little bit of, I guess, creativity we can explore. Kind of like the Marcy ones, right? The weebs need a little bit of love sometimes. And
I suppose so.
Side of Eyes on Morphling, by the way. This is huge.
Yeah, if I see a hero with a lot of color and it's kind of female-ish, I'm like, that's Marcy. Oh, well, they do kill Zayak, but Na'Vi might be okay with this. They have the Phoenix Egg, they have the Chronosphere. Can they get out instantly? And he dies to the illusions, and they're going to bring down the Phoenix before he can egg. So Shigitsu, will they be able to get him down? He does BKB in time. They do kill down Ike, because Ike immediately buys back, and so does Malady. So Na'Vi, they're kind of okay with this fight. They have the Chronosphere. Can they get out in time? No. And this is really unfortunate for them. Nice stun coming out here from Nefret, and looks like they might kill Malady again. Oh, the stun! Erased is insane. He actually knew it. He high fives on the way, knowing that he actually landed it. Very impressive.
Dude, that they were so patient as well with the way they wrapped around. They made sure to get the high ground vision on the Twin Gates first. They lost Roshan because of it, but they were so confident it didn't matter. Like, instant Side of Eyes, they didn't know about it. The Observer, he was on point. He's like, oh, there's a Side of Eyes here. This could be important in the future. And then 10 seconds later, Satanic gets a kill on the Void because of it, and like it totally ruined the fight here for Na'Vi. There was no buyback on the Willow, so they got lucky killing the only hero for Na'Vi that couldn't really TP into the outpost. Just pure dismantling here. I actually expected this to be a 3-game series, but after watching this game, I'm not sure. Yellow Submarine, they're really on a roll.
Right, and I really like that, like the way Ike played in that fight as the Bane. He kind of walked away from the rest of the team. And if your face is void, you either have to chrono the Bane or you try to BKB and kill him. And if you don't chrono him, like, you killed him, yes, but he just bought back, and you're like, crap, now, by the time I killed him, everyone else was getting up on me. So even though he died, his positioning really kind of forced Shigitsu's hand.
Yeah, for sure. Because, like, if you don't chrono him, you're going to get Fiend's Grip, you're going to get Nightmared. It's a disaster situation.
It's like, is it really that good if you chrono him? Then he buys back anyway, even though you killed him. So he's like, I still can't chrono, even though he wasn't right there. And I mean to be mean, but I really have not felt Malady's impact much in this game. Like we say, the Phoenix faces Void combination, it's just not manifested itself at all.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, as a team, Na'Vi, probably Shigetsu is the only hero I've seen having impact. I think this Invoker got a pretty decent laning stage. Barely connected early rotations. The Beastmaster was pretty farmed. He just died a lot. Not sure about the build he ended up going for. I think just an early blink could have been very good for them to try and set up fights.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there was no Sunstrike early on, but that's probably also to the Invoker's fault a little bit, right? He had a decent laning stage, but never really got the levels and got the net worth to really propel his team.
And, wait, does Melgil have his Aghanim Scepter? I don't think I've seen a Cataclysm so far.
I don't think so.
And by the way, another hex coming out from Erase. Yellow Submarine, they feel like, okay, we have the damage. We don't need more damage items. We just need to hold them down, which I like. You know, it's like, why you go for like Daedalus and another and Divine, all that. It's like, dude, just stun the guy. You know, if we let one stun, he's dead. So I really like how Yellow Submarine. This team feels a lot more mature than it is on paper. You know, you were saying like Satanic's playing these defensive items. When as a 15-year-old, you're kind of cocky and you're like, no, I'll just get this early Divine and show them. It's like, nah, he's really good. You know, like he's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is like rank 5 or something in Europe.
6.
6. Okay. Then let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Come on, give him time. He'll be there. He'll get there. Just jumps in. What?
Huh. Okay. He forces 4 TPs and they get nothing out of it. This is insane.
Dude, the disrespect, you know, like, absolutely, he just jumps in, he doesn't care. And by the way, he's got the Agam Scepter as on.
By the way, I'm checking the leaderboard. He's rank 3 right now.
What? I thought he was. Last time I checked, he was rank 6. So, and someone in chat was saying that he's been grinding like crazy. And I was like, oh, I'm sure he's like, you know, got like 300-400 more. I didn't know that would put you up in a few spots.
Only Watson and BZM are ahead of him right now, rank wise. Yeah, that's pretty impressive, and it shows. It definitely shows.
And by the way, look at him. Look at that shield he's got. I see so many lines on. I think he took it when he was maximum strength, and it's dispelled.
Okay, feels bad. that would actually be a difference maker in that fight, but Tornado, very good spell. Just takes it away.
Why is Tornado this spell? Anyway, but let's see. Absolute Massive, he's got Heart, think of Overwhelming Blink, he's got the Agam Scepter. The range is, I think you were casting the other day where you were wondering what is the range of the card. It's like 300, the cast range. So it's not the easiest to grab people inside the chrono. Like if they're pretty deep in, you're not catching them.
True. But he has a Netherland, so it's 500. Oh, he has 600!
Oh, baby. Wait, no. It's 625 because you get 225. Dang! Okay, that's like global.
I want to see that save so bad now. I want to see the card. Because there is Eggs on Invoker, by the way. We were talking about it. He did finish it. I think he is Max Zord as well. So one card inside the Chrono could literally change a fight. Does Rue have Vaderlands and Eggs as well? Because that is our second layer of saves. Although I think Kisses cast range is not Kisses. The Gobble Up cast range is lower than the card. I think it's very low. Range.
It's very low. Yeah. Every time I've seen this, like you have to like sort of. I've never seen someone not blink. You know, if you like Snapfire. Nah, I think you're gonna have to rely mostly on the card. All right. Yeah, there's Submarine. 30,000 gold net worth, basically, and they're one start a fight. I like to start a fight here, but who can they find? Look at the net worth, though. Jeez. King is sitting there at 31. You have Erase.
They find Invoker?
And he's probably gone. Stampede is used, but can they actually find anyone here? Navi, there's no buyback. I don't think they know that there's no buyback because he hasn't used it. And he just keeps jumping in. He does not give a damn. But he might have jumped into a bad spot. Yeah, he's going to be losing his life. He's tanky, but not that much. He's down for a minute and a half. Are they going for more chrono? Comes out, but he can't egg! He can't egg. It doesn't matter, though. They still get the kill. And fortunately, though, Maldi loses his life before anything can happen. Ike is going to die as well. Yellow Submarine forced to use the buyback. Shigitsu, crazy performance. But again, they couldn't get the egg out. Oh, dude, did you see it? On the way back.
Yeah, and the Chronosphere dodge from Satanic as well. Now they might be able to go high ground despite she gets this triple kill. Because you don't have a refresher on this Faceless Void right now. Look at him. He's just going up the high ground. They break the seconds. This could be a kill. Nice Glimmer Cape though from Rue. And that Shadow Realm. King wants his revenge. Dispels the Curse Crown. Going for Shigetsu with the slow. It's not enough damage. Oh, yes, it is. He's tanking fountain hits. This is the Satanic show right here. As the buyback doesn't really do that much so far. There is no chrono, as we talked about. Nefrit also doesn't have his roar. He just got it, as it does very little.
Is it even going to be enough? It turns out no. Nefret gets roared and almost roared back. It seems like he loses his life. And King, he's got his own triple kill. He's like, hey, come on, Shigetsu. You're not the only one who can get those. And yeah, Yellow Submarine, they get the bottom racks. They walk out. They force 2 buybacks. It was, again, Shigetsu, moment of glory with that chrono. Gets 3 people down. But again, he's been playing this game, I'll say, solo. I haven't seen a Cataclysm with the Chrono. I haven't seen a Phoenix Egg with the Chrono. I haven't seen nothing work with him. It's just Shigitsu versus 5.
I have to agree. Like the way they've been picked by Yellow Submarine is, I think Meloju got picked off like 5-6 times just by the Lina, by the Centaur, by the Bane. I think that was a Fiend's Grip on the Invoker. That's how they got that kill. And they're gonna try and smoke. I mean, they have all the tools. They just need to click their buttons together, and that's really where they've been struggling.
I mean, it's crazy though, because even though they're 33,000 gold behind Nanavi, I feel like they can actually get kills.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, we've seen worse 33,000 gold leads, if that makes sense.
For sure. Like, they're only one lane of barracks behind. Oh, good dire scan. They're actually on point with what they wanted to do, but Roche still 40 seconds away. They have no vision here as Na'Vi as well, so it's... Oh, Melojo TP? Okay, they're abandoning this. They cannot stay here. They have no vision.
That's clever of them. I think you'd rather risk that... the thing is, if they get Aegis, they're also going to get that like Aghanim Scepter. It could be a Refresher Shard at this point, though. It's only about... By the time he comes up, it might just be moving on the other side. Oh! And they get... Again! Melojo, man.
They actually expect the Yellow Submarine to go Roche, but instead they just chase down. And look at the side of Vice, man. Satanic. He's 15-1-5 in this. Like, we were like, is this Morphling game gonna be good? Like, there's Chronosphere, there's so much stuff, and he's really playing out of his mind today.
He's like, I'm going to get my agent kills today. I'm like, all right. 96% for Yellow Submarines. He's just staying there right in the front line, daring anyone to go for him. He just... Malady, can he get that egg of... No! Malady did... without being able to get anything off, Shigitsu... He's there. Invoker buys back, but you don't have anyone else, and Shigitsu's down. GG's called. It feels like... it was kind of over 30 minutes ago, honestly. But Yellow Submarine, they played this very carefully, and they just made Na'Vi... They dismantled their team fight completely. They
totally did. I'm very impressed. Watching their last series, it was way closer than this one was. After a game one like this, it's going to be a test for Na'Vi if they can actually mentally reset, because I think this game has been demoralizing for them in a level. Like, I have not seen a stomp this hard in every game I cast this tournament. Like, this was insane from Yellow Submarine.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel as... I mean, in terms of net worth and stuff, yes, it's very stompy, but there were moments, right? We did see Na'Vi a few times. Like, we saw that triple kill from Shigitsu. There was the one at the bottom where he was able to also get a Chrono. The 4-man Chrono, they killed, they won that fight. Like, there were moments for them, but
they barely, like... I don't think they got a tier 2 tower, right? It didn't... Like, all of the kills they got, it never seemed to matter, I guess.
Yes.
Is where I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, it's like every time they take a fight and they win, it's on their side of the map, so it even doesn't matter because they have to go all the way in. And when we say they win a fight, it means they got one more kill than Emi got, you know? It's like 3-4-2 trade. But I do think that Shigitsu, he needs better backup. Imagine if instead of the Phoenix they had an AA. Maybe that's something like the positioning was all... It was not there for Malady, so hopefully the next game, I think the Phase Lord is going to be banned, but maybe they can combo something with him. With Shigitsu, because he was the only one playing. I gotta say, like, he was the only one Na'Vi who played really good this game.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that moving forward, maybe, you know, that type of this type of draft just doesn't work against Yellow Submarine or for Na'Vi. Just swap things out completely. Go for something more pick-off oriented. Don't rely that much on having to fight as 5, because I really didn't feel the teamwork or the synergy there working for them at all. So yeah, maybe just reset, and they might be able to get game 2 here going for them, because if they lose, they're out of the tournament, and Yellow Submarine are going to be top 6, which is very, very exciting if you're a Satanic fan. And I think there's a lot of those. He's such a new name. He has all this aura around him. We didn't really get to see him play any lands, but he might be on his way alongside Yellow Submarine if they get this win. I'm Bowie. This is Otomo, and we're going to be back in about 7 minutes, so stay tuned, guys. There's still a lot of Dota today.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome back to the 25th Pinnacle Cup, 25-year Pinnacle Cup anniversary. One better way to celebrate them with a Dota 2 tournament for 100,000 USD. I'm Atomo, joining me is Bowie, and we just saw Yellow Submarine. Did they spank Navi? Can we say they spanked Navi? I think
Yes.
they kind of did. Yeah, all right, okay, cool. I'm glad you agree with me. So it's Yellow Submarine versus Navi. Winner advances, makes it to top 6, takes 3,000 minimum 3,000 gold, 3,000 USD in their pocket. Loser leaves the top 8, 2,000, but tournament life gone. Not what you want, you know. You want to go deeper, don't you, Bowie?
For sure.
In the tournament, I mean.
For you to go deeper in the tournament, you need to be the one doing the spanking. And yeah, we'll see if Navi can get there. What is the, I guess, preferred method of spanking here? Maybe your flip-flops. Maybe a flip-flops is good enough here for Navi, as they are definitely not in a good position after that game number 1. Do you think they can reset? Like they've been around the block for a while, this particular roster. What do you think?
I think they have to go with something very different than whatever it was. Like, I don't mind what Shigetsu was playing. I feel like Faceplay is going to be banned just because Shigetsu played so well. But the rest of the team, maybe they just weren't comfortable because none of them looked good. No, we were seeing so many good Chronospheres, and then one guy dies, and you're like, well, you caught 3, you caught 4. Where's the egg? Where's the Cataclysm? Nothing. So we really need to see them do a big reset. Can they reset? I don't know. We will see what their mentality is like, but. Something I hope they reset by playing something very different, because you don't want to lose the same to the same team back to back with the same hero. You know, it's like, I didn't like Phoenix. And you're picking Phoenix again. It's like, but guys, I wasn't comfortable.
You know, the interesting part about how that game played out is like Navi having, only Shigetsu kind of looking good. It's kind of how you would expect this team that has this pub stomp with 4 other players that maybe you don't know about. Like, you would expect maybe Yellow Submarine to be the team looking like that.
Yes.
But instead, it was everyone in that team playing really well. Erase with amazing initiations, absolute massive. Like, everyone was pulling their weight. Despite Satanic's, 15-1 performance, I really felt everyone as a team kind of contributing. Whereas for Na'Vi, as you said, the team that is, let's say, playing for a while longer, that is a little bit more used to each other, just not really getting to the standard we expect from them.
Right, I mean, Erase and Rue, they handled the Phoenix egg so well, right? Anytime an egg comes out, immediately Little Shredder on it, and Erase as well. Like he it was very impressive to see him play. Absolute massive. How many times do we see Centaur just jump in? We're like, does the guy have any vision? He's like, nope, he just jumps in, does not care. Ike on the Bane, there were a couple of times where one of them was in that Roche fight where he goes away from the team to sort of lure the Shigetsu away, and I thought that was really clever. And of course, he was also able to get a couple of saves, a couple of feed script off. Like, everyone you can point to had a very impressive moment on Yellow Submarine. On the other side, though, it was just like Shigetsu, and that's it. But it's a new game.
Speaking of the center, first phase ban here. Na'Vi will give the respect he deserves, but that will allow some other heroes to slip through. We're going to see which ones.
Sorry, I couldn't get any water in the break. But yeah, Yellow Submarine.
That's okay.
They led the same. They have the same best. They did no adjustments, but Na'Vi, they did feel like absolute massive catches, which is too much. So was Erase's Lina. Honestly, like Erase has been low key, maybe MVP of all the games I've been watching. We give a lot of props to Satanic, and he does deserve it. But it's almost like he's expected to do well, you know. Whereas Erase comes and has the exact same level of performance, and you're like, wait. Why are we not talking about this guy as much?
True. I think he's definitely playing really well. And that was a third pick Lina with Invoker as a response. And despite the fact that they actually drafted Lina quite early, it did not get punished. It did not get... it didn't really feel like that Lina was in the back foot at any time in the game.
Yeah.
Na'Vi still figuring out here what the last ban is going to be like. I honestly don't want to see the Phoenix again. It was obvious that Yellow Submarine has the responses for that hero. I would love to see Melody playing something else.
Same, and I'll say that I don't think the Phoenix even looked comfortable. But if you are Yellow Submarine, they play a good amount of Phoenix themselves. But Na'Vi, they start off with a Treant Protector. Okay.
It's a fine hero.
A solid hero. I just rarely feel like his first pick material. You know what I mean? Like he's like decent, but I'm like, wow, is this really the first guy you want to open up with? But at the same time, it doesn't showcase anything in your draft. It's just like, oh, good hero, decent team fight, global heal, tower, deep push, stuff like that. All good stuff.
Yeah, it's a hero that's gonna give Shigetsu a good game. And they go for the Phoenix. And they only have one ban on Yellow Submarine. So do you think they take away the Lina or the Snap here, if or do you don't even touch those heroes and you kind of force Na'Vi into them?
I think you don't need to ban either of them. You know what I mean? Like, if they take one of them, they're gonna be fine. Na'Vi, they immediately get rid of Shigetsu's Faceless Void. They would like to take it, but they can't because the Phoenix on the other side, you want to give it away. For Yellow Submarine, I wouldn't imagine you really want to ban out either of them. If you play Phoenix a lot, you eventually realize that any hero can break the egg. It's like, some of them do it a lot faster than the others, of course, but you just generally egg in situations where no one can get to you. So it doesn't really matter if you ban out the Snapfire or not most of the time.
Okay. We'll see what they're going to go for. They actually take away the puck. Grimstroke is available, so I wonder if that's something Yellow Submarine wants here, or if they're going to go for the Tusk. Okay.
I think Na'Vi would like Grimstroke a lot more, actually, if they can get their hands on it. It would work pretty damn well with the Pugna, with the Treant Protector, my bad. The Soulbind would be really good just to keep people from running away. Great against the Phoenix. You could take Silencer, he's pretty damn good in the lane against Phoenix as well, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Grimstroke, especially because you can Soulbind anyone, and if Phoenix tries to dive in, you get caught. You're like Icarus dive, and you're like, oh shit, I'm linked to him. But they go for the Snapfire. All right, Na'Vi going for sort of the obvious counterplay here. It's a good pick against the Phoenix, but it doesn't really solve the problem. You can play around it if you are good enough with the Phoenix.
Yeah. We'll see if they're at least going to get a good combo here. We saw that Snap and Center playing really well in the offlane for Yellow Submarine. So if we're going to look at combos here,
Tides.
What is, I guess, Tides, Lardar... Those Lardar not really picked that much yet. I think it's kind of slowly becoming more popular, but...
Yeah. I expect that it's going to explode in ESL Kuala Lumpur. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see like ADF pick it and things like that, because the hero is very strong. Like Slar is very powerful right now, and we'll see if the pros pick it up eventually. But if you're playing like off lane, you should put Slaughter in your rotation of heroes that you play. He's really worth it.
He does have 100% win rate in this tournament, although it was only picked 3 times. So it's definitely that type of hero that you need to see your carry matchup before you go for it. As Weaver gets picked up, probably going to be core, since they... I guess you can swap the Snapfire to offlane, but I'm assuming it's going to be a core.
Yeah. And not bad. Decent amount. It's really good against the Phoenix. While I do think Phoenix can play around Snapfire, I think it's much harder to do so against the Weaver. Because Weaver's generally just harder to lock down, can go in and out in the range of the Phoenix Eggs, bring it down. So, alright. And Yellow Submarine, they stick to Satanic's Morphling, but they add Tidehunter to the... I'm imagining, is it Tide Tusk or Tide Phoenix? Both feel like meh-ish combinations.
I think Phoenix should be better against Treant, right, than the Tusk, because you're melee as Tusk. So I'm assuming Tusk 5. We'll see, though, as Na'Vi. And the Morphling, you don't really want to go starter into that guy, because he is mobile, he goes Manta, he goes Satanic, so many dispels for the Corrosive Haze. You do have a lot of minus armor already, but you might be forced into something else. And you also mentioned Tide, but he did get picked by Yellow, so... The offlane hero pool a bit limited here.
Let's see. There's Brewmaster actually. I was gonna say Brew and Beastmaster. If you get a chance to the Beastmaster, but now they go for the Beastmaster. So they have basically 3 heroes who do really well against the Phoenix Egg, right? Like you have the Beastmaster with Aura, makes everyone a lot better. Weaver can walk in, Snapfire. So that's a lot of counters. Phoenix, I think you can play against 1 or 2 counts, but 3 is a bit tough. Na'Vi though, Overgrowth feels kind of meh. Morphling. You should get Samantha BKB, Titan can Kraken. I think you can still Phoenix Egg if you're Overgrowth, because it's not a stun, it's just a root. So it's whatever. Your lockdown or like the cookies, kind of not the easiest to land. Roar. Not loving the Na'Vi draft a whole lot, I gotta say.
We're going to see a lot of mids being removed now, because both sides need it, and we already saw a lot of them removed. We might see some pretty unorthodox mid heroes. I'm all down for that. Maybe a Void Spirit, something that you're going to have to take the dust off just because it's not played that much.
All right. If you're Na'Vi, you want Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit would be pretty good for Na'Vi if they can get their hands on it. You can jump, you get the Orchid, you can jump on the Morphling from far away. Another really solid egg hitter can go in and out on the Tidehunter. I would like to see that. Templar Assassin is banned. Zeus is in the pool.
Zeus is decent for Na'Vi, for sure, against Morphling.
Zeus has been also kind of being picked up a little bit. He's getting some love, which I like to see.
Every Zeus game that I've seen was a stomp for the Zeus. It's actually 50% win rate this tournament, but I've seen, I cast 2 games, and one, the Zeus was 26-1. The other one, he was 22-4. So definitely in the right game, it can be amazing.
Yeah, although both teams have ways to get on the Zeus, right? Like Weaver can show Fukuchi there. For Yellow, I think Yellow Submarine is more scary though. Like Phoenix can dive more. If you're Yellow Submarine, you want the Zeus more than Na'Vi, I'd say. Although
for the Weaver, it's nice to have the detection.
Yeah, it is very good. It is very good. It's also got a mini stun, so you can also stop the Snapfire Kisses. You have pretty decent cast range on Lightning Bolt. I think it's 850 at max level, starts at 700. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah, and it goes to 1,000 because it kind of finds the 150 range target around the place you choose.
Oh, so that's true.
Yeah,
that's true, right? You don't have to that. I really liked it when they changed Lightning Bolt to be able to be ground targeted, because before this test, this was a very nice change for them. Yeah, Submarine taking a long time with this ban. Invoker, we talked about Zeus.
There's Spango, there's Necro, there's Zeus, there's Quap, there's Dazzle. But they actually take away the Shaker instead. Interesting.
Well, a hero
maybe they want a melee hero probably then.
Yeah. Let's see. If you're Yellow Submarine, I'll be honest. If you're Yellow Submarine, I think you could go for the Necro. The thing is, you may want a hero that can keep people around. Like Ravage is good, but not long enough for the Phoenix Egg to hatch usually. Although if you go for objectives, it doesn't matter. They'll come to you no matter what you do.
So who has the first pick of the third phase here? It's yellow, right? So it's probably harder for them to go for Necro just because of the counters.
I thought it was Navi. They ban and then they pick. Isn't that how it works?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So they need to take the Dazzle.
All right, Pang goes there. All right, if you're Yellow Submarine, let's see. Queen of Pain. We've seen that come out as a matchup. He amazing. Erase is amazing on the Queen of Pain. I think he absolutely destroyed yesterday in that matchup. So we might go co-op.
I'm kind of down for the Necro, you said, because it's only the cases you're afraid of. Everything else is kind of physical damage.
I feel the same. I would love to see a Necro, co-op Necro, and co-op also that push from the Sonic Wave. You can sort of push people back, and there you go. I mean, come on. That had to be co-op.
Yeah. That's definitely the more stable pick. I do like it a lot. Also beats Penguin Lane, does a lot of burst damage onto that Weaver. I don't know, man. I think I prefer Yellow Submarine's draft. And in game number 1, we kind of like Navi's a bit more. And even still, Yellow looked amazing. I'm hoping we get to see a game 3 just because, this is an elimination match. You want to have that hype. But I'm going Yellow here. I really feel like they have an amazing draft.
I feel the same way. Erase, by the way, yesterday I was checking because I was casting the game. I want to make sure I know he went 16-0 and 11 on Queen of Pain. So I'm not gonna go bet against the guy. We just saw Satanic's Morphling looks really good. The Phoenix, I know Yellow Submarine likes the hero, and I remember casting a few games where they're like, oh, they look really good with the Phoenix. And he's got a lot of counters, but it's not really too relevant. You know what I mean? If they spend a lot of resources bring down your position 4, position 5, you're fairly happy with that. Absolute Massive on Tidehunter. Don't think I've seen this, but he's looking good. Navi, they're the ones who have to impress us this game. I mean, they're probably playing just to win, but we go in kind of like Yellow Submarine fanboys, believing that they're going to take it.
Yeah, I definitely kind of have the same idea. I would love to be proved wrong, though. I think Shigetsu looked very solid with the Void. He's now playing something else. Let's see if he's going to be able to play at the same level. But honestly, it's not up to him. I think if everyone just played 10% better on the side of Navi, it's already going to be a huge improvement just because it definitely felt like cohesion-wise, they were not on the same page. And, hopefully they were able to reset and now talk to their coach, and they're going to be looking sharp.
Have you gone to a bunch of LANs when you see how some of the coaches handle it? Because sometimes you see a coach and he talks to them one by one. He's like, "Yeah, man, it's all right, dude." And they go back, and I've seen sometimes a coach would go in, bring them all 5 players, and give them a seminar on what, that looks terrible. And
I mean, I've seen it a bit. I went to a fair amount of LANs, but I didn't really see the interactions in between games that much. But it's probably really interesting to just watch because isn't it a little bit weird that you could just get one player to talk to? Okay, is he being scolded right now, or is he saying no, don't worry, everyone else is trash, but we can win this. just stay chill, okay? We're gonna win this.
Then you go to one by one, you can tell them, you're the only good one. Then the other guy, you're the only good one. And they're like, all right, guys.
Favorite, all right, but don't tell anyone else.
I don't want to tell you this, but the rest are all getting kicked. You're the only one who stays. So just keep playing the way you're playing. All right, so
I did hear some interesting conversations in the restaurants, though, right? After the game, you see the coach just having lunch with one of the players, and you hear a couple of phrases here and there. I definitely heard more than maybe I should have. But it doesn't really matter for this game, as Yellow Submarine, they will trade. Did they deny one of the bounties?
No, they're just going to take it now, 2 for 2.
Okay.
It's because Navi didn't have anyone on their ramp ruin. They had 3 people go for the river one, and that's it. All right. So, Melajewel versus Erase. This is a matchup that tends to go pretty well for the Queen of Pain. Although it's not that. I feel like it used to be more one side, but now a lot of times the Pango does pretty well in the lane. But in general, Erase should come out ahead. A couple points of Shadow Strike, and he's going to be almost unharassable.
Probably a 60-40 lane for the club. But Pango, even after 75 nerfs, doesn't really care that much if he loses lane. You just need a couple of good rotations, 1 rune, and the hero looks so solid. The cooldown's much lower than Quap, so you can still definitely recover if you lose the lane.
Can you imagine if Pango was brought down to how he was 5 patches ago? Just all the nerfs that he got in the last 5 patches removed. People will be like, this guy's insane. Just
it's crazy, right? Because I think people just got like the hero was the same for a lot of time, and I think people just got really good at Pango, and most of the nerfs were not that like the hero didn't felt that strong a year and a half ago, but people got so good that the nerfs kind of had to come. It's kind of weird how that works.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
With enough time, people get really good at a hero.
It's kind of like with Earth Spirits with Jerax, right?
Yeah.
Everyone was like, no one's picking the Jerax shows, and they're like, wait, he's got a 2-second stun and a 4-second cooldown that moves him around, and Jerax was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, here's 15 nerfs. And then the hero just never saw the light of day again.
Yeah, speaking of that hero, he's definitely been like he was such a popular pick at TI, but kind of disappeared for a bit.
Yeah. All right, so in terms of laning so far, it's only been Nefrit suffering a little bit on the Beastmaster. Everyone else kind of okay. However, bottom lane, they do have to be very careful. That cookie into axe combos could do a whole lot of damage. Although Zayek's still level 1, so I think he only has Scatter Blast for now.
Yeah, it's definitely a lane where the Morphling might need that attribute ship level 2 when he's 3, because it is a lot of burst damage. The X's, they definitely stack up.
Top lane, it feels like you could kill the Phoenix, but he has to sort of use his dive badly, which is a little unlikely. So overall, I think top lane is going to go okay. Ike doesn't actually get the block on Zayak. He's going to give him a few punches here, but Ike needs to be a bit careful. I always look at Tuscan and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. This guy has like something like 3.9 strength gain, which is absolutely what? Massive Malady, slowed down a lot. Is he going to be losing his life? I think so. Anchor Smash. There you go. Smash him to the ground, and he loses his life just as the Lotus Pool is being refilled.
All right. Yep, that Treant Protector. Not really a hero like seen as First Blood. This hero is supposed to be very strong in lane. Did get a couple of nerfs, obviously, but not ideal here for Na'Vi.
All right, I want to ask you a question. What do you think of the Lotus Pool as a concept? The whole thing. Do you like it?
I don't like the way they are picked up, but I do like it as a concept because it's trying to feel what the shrines used to do, but I think in a more, let's say, balanced way, right? Because it's not AoE, it's just one, and it's like 100. How much does it heal? Is 150? 25, yeah. So I feel like the Lotus itself is balanced. I would just like that it was a different way. I don't like it being a clicking battle. That's pretty much my only pet peeve of it.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel exactly about. I'll be honest. I don't like Lotus Pool. Like at the 3-minute mark, everyone pings Lotus Pool. Like Lotus Pool. Everyone's like Lotus Pool. And then at the 6-minute mark, nobody cares about it. It's like the only value of the Lotus Pool is the first one, and then people walk around. They're like, oh, there's 6 Lotuses. I guess I'll get a greater healing and be happy. But it's crazy to me how valuable the first one is, and the rest are just like, it's okay.
It's definitely a weird power spike, right? Because like the 6 and 9 are kind of bad, but then like if you have a greater healing Lotus at mina 15, it can kind of change a fight.
True.
It's kind of weird how it works because the power curve is not linear for sure. It starts really good, then it gets kind of bad, then it gets good again. And Block of Cheese did get some huge nerfs, buffs that no one's talking about. Not sure if you noticed.
Because the change wasn't the change log, that's the problem. And,
yeah.
Right,
so they are relatively better in late game now because Block of Cheese got so good. But I don't think we saw it in any competitive matches just yet. But it is supposed to be very good.
I didn't see it in this tournament. I did see it in the closed qualifier for ESL Kuala Lumpur. There was a couple of Block of Cheeses then. Because for people who are wondering what's changed, Block of Cheese used to be gives you a 500 shield, 100 regeneration, and it gets disabled when you get hit by heroes. Now it's 120. Regeneration does not get disabled, so it's a lot better.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Rue is taking a few hits. Malady, though, it looks like his friends are here, and Ike is going to help bring him down. Rue gets the kill in the end. Shigitsu, I mean, this trade's doing what he needs to, which is protecting him, and he's getting great CS, but it's coming at a cost.
He's having a pretty good game, but I wonder how much value he's going to be able to extract from that lane at this stage. How's the skill build for the Treant? Like, is he going to try and go full living armor, or he's actually trying to go for the battle build?
I've seen people kind of skip living armor, max out Leech Seed, or at least go like 2-4, and then start putting points in living armor, because you get a lot of value of that early leech seed. The heal's pretty good. Malady though, he's and it's gonna take a while for him to get that max leech seed because he's just gonna die again.
So yeah, that's the point. If you go for this build and you die 3 times at 6 minutes, I don't think it's good. Like,
No.
what? You're not going to be able to use that spell very well past them, like minute 10 if you're 0 and 3.
Oh, Melajul, I think he wants to go for the Phoenix kill. Can he guess it? He does spot him out. He's gonna get it. Rue, oh, get a little greedy. I don't know if he had the TP available or not, but either way, showing his face like that was a bit risky. And Melajul gets Navi on the board.
Definitely an important kill here. Trying to create some space, as we do see the Morphling top of the net worth here. Not really struggling against that combo at all.
No, quite ahead of Nefrit as well. You know, I thought that just because the Beastmaster by himself that he'd be able to get a decent amount of farm, but nope. And looks like, yeah, Morphling is doing really good. Absolute Massive as well. Looks like they are. Shigitsu does get the Wisdom Ruin. Weaver can do this, but Weaver might lose his life because of it. The laser comes out. They spot him. I don't think he's making it out of this one. Oh, can they guess him? They do get him.
All right, no Sonic Wave level 6, but still, didn't matter there. Does get the kill anyways.
For a second, I thought I saw Satanic's health go down to 0, and then I was like, all right, it's Morphling.
Yeah, just getting that healing done. Did they trade even in the Wisdom Rune, or did she get to
Even.
pick that one up?
It was even just because Shigetsu got it. Well, actually, I think Yellow Submarine stole one. Okay? Oh, it's just a courier. For a second, I thought he actually lost his life. But that is annoying because he did lose that sword. What's it called? Elven sword?
The tunic?
No. There's the one that gives you 10 agility. I forgot its name. There's like Ogre Axe, there's Gauntlet. I forgot the one.
Alacrity something, right?
Blade of Alacrity.
Yeah.
There you go, thank you. Absolute Massive, just removing those. Oh, and you know what's another thing I don't like very much? The Watchers. I feel like half the time they're bugged. You know, you ever walk to it, it's like, is it lit? Like, what the hell's up with this?
I actually like the concept a lot, but I think the execution is just... it's a weird thing. I definitely don't really feel the value, I guess I want to say. Like, they're definitely bugged, and I think maybe you need less of them in the map, but make them better. I don't know. It's just a weird thing. This is definitely one of the things that they added that I hate the most.
That's such a forced objective. You know, you ever walk next to one and you're like, well, I suppose I have to take it. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you don't feel like you want to half the time. You can't like multi-channel. Only one person can do it because it doesn't get any shorter. And meanwhile, though, Malady, Shigetsu, they might be in trouble, but they're going to be fine. Yeah, it's such a forced objective. I don't like the Watchers at all. So...
Yeah, and it's a forced objective. Like, you're getting 150 AoE vision, right? It's... I don't know. Not that big of a fan of them, as Melaju did rotate here. Has vision.
Did you see the bound? Did they see the ruin? No. Wow, straight up. Will they have the damage? They do. She gets to lose his life. But Melju, he's going to be going in for this one. Will he be able to get the Phoenix? Rue does not have the Icarus dive. Nice sidestep by Rue, but it's not enough to actually keep him alive. Melajul, though, may have bit off a bit more than he can chew, and Melajul is probably going to be losing his life. And the scary thing is, they do keep the Observer Ward for Navi. I think Ike may have spotted it, though. We'll see if he's going to bring it down. So that's going to be 2 kills and the Observer Ward falling.
All right. Not the ideal scenario. That Pangolier did get a couple of kills, but it definitely feels like the offlane here for Navi is just struggling, despite the fact that he's been alone for a while. Struggling XP, struggling network for the Beastmaster.
Yep.
We'll see if he's going to be able to perform a bit better. I was not a fan of his performance game 1, I'll be honest.
Same thing. And I mean, it's kind of crazy because we just saw Shigitsu and Melajul die, and Nefrit is behind them in net worth. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like the other two are actually having pressure on them, and it's not the same. Absolute Massive. I've said before, I'm a really big fan of the Meteor Hammer build on the Tidehunter. Feels like it gives them a lot of utility, and it's just going to go for the tower. Level 2 living armor is up, so Navi already kind of forced to play that defensive style with Malady.
All right, I have a question, since neither of us are necessarily analysts in this cast.
Okay.
What happens if Shard Tide anchors the Weaver? Does she still keeps the 500 move speed, or it doesn't work?
You know, you should be able to max move. I think you still move at max movement speed because
Okay.
Weaver cannot be slowed. It's the same thing as Surge. I'm fairly confident about that one.
True, yeah. Like even Side of Vice, yeah. Should definitely work. So
Unless then the water breaks the game. You know, like Dota's full of rules that sometimes choose not to apply themselves. You know, like
it is not the most consistent game for sure. It's absolute massive. Just being poked away. I mean, experience-wise, once again, the supports on the side of Na'Vi just struggling here. No overgrowth, so they have kisses, but don't have the overgrowth to combo. We're yet to see a primal roar. The game's feeling very passive by them, and it's not like they're benefiting from the passiveness.
I mean, Shigitsu's farm is not bad compared to Absolute Massive. It's just that, as we see against Satanic, he's having a really good time. Maladies taking a bit of damage, but he does get living armor as well as leech seed, so just going to walk away to safety. Different build from Erased in this game. I believe yesterday he went for Witchblade first item. This time he's going for Kaya instead. Okay. I don't think that's one of those. It's like a bad thing in any way. I think it just goes. It's like okay, interesting adjustment by him.
I guess both Pango and Weaver, they have this like mobility spell, so you don't benefit from the slow to get kills, and he just feels like he needs more damage. If they can stun Shigetsu, just getting that amp on the spells might be enough to kill him. Does he have 2 bracers? This might be a game where the Weaver needs like Falcon Blade bracer, or some tanky build to try and survive the burst.
I see a lot of them go Falcon Blade Dragonlance, but I really like your points, right? It's like Witchblade does give you good damage, but it's over 4 seconds. You know, and it's like I want the damage now against Weaver. I do not want it over 4 seconds. I want this second. So yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
You do see Massive here going for Vlads. You don't see that item very often. Interesting, especially on Tide.
Yeah, it feels very old school actually. I'm not sure what the value of it is, so we'll
Maybe
see.
he changes his mind. I don't know if we're going to see that Vlad, especially now that there's no... what was the name of the broken TI-11
Wraith
item?
Pact.
Yes, there's no Wraith Pact anymore.
The other day I was also like, what was it? I remember every Ravage comes out, it does land. The cookie isn't going to be enough. He almost dodges it with the Illusion Ruin, but it's not, and he does lose his life. It does cost them quite a bit, a Ravage and a Sonic Wave from Yellow Submarine. We'll see if Na'Vi wants to go for a punish here, but Windmill Jewel's up, of course.
Okay, I think I get it. Maybe he wants to go Helm of the Overlord so he can still Beastmaster's creep. Is like, would you go this far? You become Beastmaster yourself?
Hey! Erased! He's out! And Ike, solid shards. Rue, he does have the egg if he wants to use it, but I don't really feel like you want to against the Weaver. He's just going to lose his life instead. And Ike snowballing to his death. And Na'Vi takes a very convincing fight for themselves right now. Good punish. They knew Ravage was down. They knew Sonic Wave was down, so this is well done by them.
There's also a tower here. Nefrit finally joining in on the fray. That roar being put to use. And Shigetsu gets the tower kill. Not too shabby, although... Our boy Satanic, he's been free farming for a while now, looking very farmed.
Yeah, and if Na'Vi, apart from like Roar, and maybe if Pango's catches him in like a staircase, I don't think you can actually control this Morphling at all.
Yeah, this is a really good Linken's game, by the way. The only like long-range targeted spell on him is the Roar. I think you probably go...
Well, speaking of him, and then there he goes. Does he have enough health? Yes, he does. They don't even try to go for the kill, realizing it's not worth their time. Bit of a waste of the Rolling Thunder, unfortunately, by Na'Vi.
Super force move, right?
It's like it's Morphling, right?
Yeah,
we have
like,
Cookie,
this is no, I don't know, Terror Blade. You're not gonna get that roll and kill him.
Alright, Phoenix wants to go for the Hand of Midas, like that. Decent farm on the Snap fight. I'm interested to see what Snap goes for Ivy here. He is... I miss the old days when we see like Snapfire just go straight up Guardian Greaves and Aura items, just because the hero can farm really well.
By the way, Tide is going for the Vlads. He actually bought the entire thing, and he's not going the Overlord. He's going Shard and Blink. I mean, it gives you some armor. I guess the lifesteal isn't bad, but I'm not sold on this Vlad's just yet.
I'm not either. But we'll see at some point, right? He'll take a granite golem and we'll be like, ooh, how creative, good sir.
Okay. We'll see if it's gonna get to that point. I mean, I think if you buy the Vlad's, you kind of go Helm of the Overlord, right? Are you just gonna keep that as a... I don't know. Feels weird.
Right, like who keeps a Vlad's is just a Vlad's. The damage, the aura for the damage and the lifesteal is really good for the Morphling, by the way. You usually have huge amount of attack speed, attack damage, and it's all from it's like your base damage because you go full agi, so it's pretty nice for them. It looks like he senses that they're coming, leaves the lane. Beastmaster already has his Helm of the Overlord, and he's got that, what's it called? Dino. Thunderhide, thank you. I was trying to think of the dinosaur that resembled the Triceratops,
I think it is Triceratops, yeah. I was not sure of the English name, so I just said Thunderhide, but I think you're right. At least that's how I say in Portuguese.
My son watches a lot of cartoons about dinosaurs, so I'm like, so I know them all. Oh,
okay, there we
Egg.
go. Ravage with Egg, and Defrid is just gonna explode here to the damage. No time to cast Roar Kisses. Pretty much being wasted here by Zayat as Roche half HP. This is not a fight Na'Vi really wants to take, but they are going forward here despite their cooldowns. Rolling Thunder used to zone Absolute Massive, but not really doing all that much. As Satanic goes to the low ground. Na'Vi, you gotta get the hell out of here, boys. You used all of your spells.
They still have Overgrowth, they want to go for it here, and it looks like they are kind of still in the area here. The bugs come out, they hit everybody. Overgrowth is gonna be able to hit. Maldi loses his life before he can.
Just
very unfortunate.
Walked into 5 heroes here. That his hands were trying to cast the spell, but he will die as Meloju. Also being chased down. Good cookie away, even with the neutral here. I don't think it's enough. Raze gets a double kill, and Na'Vi just trying to pressure and not really having the means for it.
No, yeah, I was like, this guy is pretty brave. I did see they got the buff on all. Maybe they didn't expect him to walk in. To be fair, who does that? But Maldi's like, I do it, and then we were like, oh yeah, that's why you don't do that. Hanamai is now finished up on Phoenix, which means he's gonna start farming up a little bit faster. There is one problem when you pick Snapfire versus Phoenix, is that when the egg comes out, you have to always, and you're kissing, you have to think, do I cancel the kisses? Or do I, like, what do I keep doing? It's a very tough situation to be in.
For sure. We'll see how Zayat's gonna approach that as Klopp going for the casual eggs. No surprises there. She gets to just poking with the Dasso. We gotta be careful. There's vision. There's damage. The dagger with the reveal. I think Shigetsu might just be dead. Just playing with fire, the Weaver.
In game, well, they might be losing Ike. We do lose Ike on the other side. Maldi brings him down. Doesn't have to use his Overgrowth, but still a very comfortable trade for Yellow Submarine. Bring down Shigetsu. The thing that's this 1,000 gold lead feels a lot more than 1,000 somehow.
Yes.
You know, the previous game where they were like 20,000 gold ahead for Yellow Submarine, we're like, they could still, Navi can come back. This one, they're only 1,000, they're less than 1,000 gold, but somehow it still feels like Navi can't really take a fight.
Yeah, the thing with Beastmaster is that he farms a lot, right? But utilizing the farm is very tricky. This hero is like, it has a lot more complexity than meets the eye, like, right? Yeah. It seems like such a simple hero, but it can be super farm and just die, and then like the game kind of feels awful. Getting
the right roar targets never easy. Shigetsu, half his life just gone there. It was scary for them. He is farming pretty well for himself. Melajul is the one who's a bit behind. Oh, they're going for it. Get a punch comes out. Looks like the Maldi just being like, I'm brave. Did you guys see that? I punch him in the face.
He's very brave. We'll be able to live for now as the tower falls. Very slowly thanks to the living armor. But Morphling is one of those heroes that even when living armor is up, he can still take those towers. That hero's nuts.
2 deaths back to back on Ike. I think both of them in roughly the same spot. Pretty unfortunate. That's not... It may seem like a very small deal, but if a hero like dies 3 or 4 times, your aggression, you know, is kind of subdued for a little while, because you're we can't fight 4 versus 5, we can't do all sort of stuff. So that is a decent minute for Navi that they took out Ike twice. They lose the mid tier 1, but that's gonna fall eventually. It's not as valuable as it used to be anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it's gonna matter that much. Another thing that they do have here against Satanic's Morph is the Diffusal on Pangolier. The mana drain is such an important thing against Morphling. Oh, as I might died the third time, but there is a little bit of backup, or is it? Tide Hunter is like, oh no, bro, you're dying the third time. I'm not going to help you, and probably for the better.
Yeah, that is very odd to see. Like, look at his net worth, by the way, on Tusk. He is almost 2,000 gold behind Malady. So these 3 deaths now have hurt him. They've hurt him a lot, actually.
Yeah, they have these ages, and they barely got to use it because of those deaths.
Getting the mid-tier ones, like, all right, so what? Roshan's way on the edges of the map, and there's an outpost for each of them, so we don't really care. Navi, good move by them, honestly, getting it, though.
They will get another tower here, but that's pretty much the full extent of things Yellow Submarine will get, unless a fight happens top with this TP, but apparently nothing's really going to come out of it.
Looks like a Wisdom Ruin, I don't know. Okay, I guess his. I don't know who took it on the dire side, but anyway, it looks like it's going to be 1-for-1 in terms of Wisdom Ruins. What do we have in Tide Hunter?
Melaju, good shard into the Rolling Thunder.
Alright, cool. Tusk going for the Blink Dagger, about 100 gold away. He's got the Philly Stone, so it should come up fairly soon. Meanwhile, what's Strange Protector going for? Probably at this point you want the Blink Dagger, just so you can land your ultimate.
Yeah. Definitely, you want that weight, the Morphling Manta, into that Overgrowth. Hopefully. They do have a smoke here, so apparently Na'Vi willing to go for a move as the Aegis is going to expire here on the side of the Yellow Submarine.
Getsu on the way to the BKB, already has a Deso and a Shard. BKB is good, but it doesn't help you too much against the Walrus Punch or the Sonic Wave. You still get pushed away, but it's still good, you know, like it's still got a lot of value and you want it. And the Phoenix Egg Explosion, but I feel like, you know, that's not really a stun, if you know what I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty much... Oh, Shigetsu taking some Sonic Wave damage here. Uses time lapse. Being chased down though. They have the dust with the snowball. Where is the Ravage? They're actually holding on to because they have the anchor. This is... Yeah, this is another death on Shigetsu. Playing a hero that should be very hard to kill, but maybe just forcing the limits a bit too much.
He also played very nicely where they were kind of separated so that when he time lapse, he goes back to an area where they're all there. Because when you saw the Sonic Wave, you're like, that's a bit hopeful, but then you're like, no, you got it just right. Satanic, he just walks away. Aegis has expired about 20 seconds ago, so they're not looking to force this too much on the Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, but Aviv will smoke, knowing that the Waver's gonna spawn. Can they actually kill? They have kisses. They have no kisses. I don't think this is an easy kill actually for most of the heroes on Yellow Submarine.
By the way, Zayak has itemized only for the egg. Blink Dagger, Force Staff. You might want to get Glimmer Cape. That way, your Blink Dagger doesn't get cancelled by the egg. Actual, you know, that burn supernova. Oh, someone's dying. Erased is.
Yeah, that's the point that I mentioned. Like they couldn't really get a kill if they don't have the kisses there, and they're gonna lose Trian because of it. Just an odd smoke from Na'Vi.
I hear a roar. And it's on Ike. Ike is dead again. All right, so it's position 5. It's okay.
That's 1-for-1, but it was Na'Vi that he used the smoke, so it is a bit more costly for them. But at the end of the day, I mean, it matters, but let's pretend it doesn't matter that much.
Yes, the status code doesn't change, right? It's like, you know, you lose one, I lose one. The state of the game remains. What is the win percentage? Because this game, I don't think we've seen more than like a 2,000 gold advance for either side, and 65 for Yellow Submarine.
I was gonna say 75, but I do like. It definitely felt like, despite the gold being even, Yellow Submarine has the upper hand.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of team fights. Shigetsu very close to that BKB. Now we might be more willing to take a fight then, because suddenly the snowball, the ravage, you just don't care as much anymore.
There is a Philosopher's Stone here on Ike, so he's slowly recovering. His deaths definitely made his net worth look a bit lower than it had to be. As Erase finds the creeps and Erase on the other side, they get the Trim Protector. Satanic just pretty much gets that as a solo kill. And yeah, both fives just struggling this game. It's not easy to be either Melody or Ike.
I feel like Melody struggled a bit more, but his team is doing fine, so it's like he can afford to. You know, being position 5 when your team is owning and dying it's fine. You're like, I don't really care. I'm having fun. On the other side, every time you die, you're like, crap, sorry guys. Shigetsu.
I mean, not sure how fun it is. I starting to steal the Tormentor there. Does have time lapse. Should be okay. Who's gonna get it?
Nefret.
Oh, that's a decent one.
Trying to remember, what was it again?
It's the second Hawk, right?
Ah, okay, thank you. Because I was like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember. Okay, second Hawk. Alright, seems fine. Meanwhile, Yellow Submarine just farming away here. Not a whole lot of kills this game. Only 23 kills in 26 minutes. Both for Yellow Submarine, this is the match point. You take this, you win. Top 6 guaranteed. Navi elimination match. You can't. You all see the team that's on the back foot being like a little bit more conservative. They're like, we don't want to get eliminated. No one wants to make that mistake that costs you the game.
Oh, as you say that, they are smoking and they have no vision, and it is nighttime. So hold your horses here, as they might be on the way to maybe not the brightest move. Yellow Submarine, they do have 2 wards, one on their triangle and one in the mid lane. So that's why they're chilling there. So no one's actually going to meet, but there is Roche available. Navi could potentially sneak this one.
The bugs come out. Okay. I'm seeing it. They're going for. They're doing pretty quick damage. Like the damage coming out pretty quick.
No
Roshan,
scan for Yellow.
I think they get it. Yeah, they're gonna get it in time. They're gonna get it in time here. And who gets it? Shigetsu. That's 3 lives on the Weaver. Does Yellow Submarine still want to take the fight? Maybe they do. Oh, Ike jumps.
They
in.
jump there.
Pretty risky jump. He snowballs to the pig. Will be able to blink out. Nope. Ike loses his life. It's just not been his game so far. Rolling Thunder has been used though. Somebody might say that, all right, a Rolling Thunder for our Tusk is worth it, but probably not.
They're still trying to camp a location here to get a good fight, but yeah, I mean, I think it's the right move. Like, your Tusk goes in, you don't really get anything, just chill. Although now they might take a fair amount of real estate from Yellow Submarine. That Beastmaster, when you have the Aegis advantage, is really good at doing that.
The Wisdom Ruin being stolen also adds a lot. That is 2,240 80 experience on your side. Looks like Navi, they're feeling like they can go for it. You put Shigetsu in the front.
Smoke. Oh, this is a good wraparound. They're going to find the backlines there. This could be really good. Roar onto the Phoenix. Ravage finds everyone with a Sonic Wave. That is just insanity here. Yellow Submarine. They get 3D Egg canceling the BKB TP. And all of the hopes of Navi get shattered with one team fight once again. And Shigetsu, he might also be struggling here. The shard is off the mark though.
I think it was max range, right? Like, it's not like he could have even got any further, but this was the sort of fight Navi wanted all of game 1. You know what I mean? Like, look at the Ravage! Sonic Wave, Egg on top, and then Nefer was like, okay, I think he ate the cheese, so he was like, alright, maybe I'm going to be able to survive, but the egg actually hatches in time. Yellow Submarine making it look so easy. Just jump, Ravage, Sonic, Egg, that's it.
I mean, super patient as well, right? They spoke for Roche. They knew that they couldn't take the fight, and then they chilled, and they smoked all the way around. Like, it was really beautiful from them. I gotta say, this team, I don't know who's their coach. I don't know who's, like, really kind of helping them kind of bridge this gap of understanding competitive Dota. But it is definitely someone that's skilled at their job, or they're just very good if they don't have a coach, because considering how new this team is, they are really making a name for themselves here.
Agreed. You see sometimes a team comes in, they look good, then they go up against like the tier 1, they're like, oh, suffering. But Yellow Submarine, they've just looked very impressive. And you were saying like when they went up against, I think, was it Team Tickles or Virtus.pro, they also look pretty good in the upper bracket. Maybe not quite there yet, but the improvements they're happening.
Yeah, like I would be very surprised if they can get top 4. But I like when you look at the top 4, it is tier 1 teams. Like, Tickles maybe not prove themselves as much, especially because they changed rosters. But Falcons, VP,
Dudley.
Like, you cannot say these guys aren't really strong. So we'll see if Yellow Submarine can go that far. This game is not even over, but I don't know. It feels hard to believe in Navi right now, considering how the game's going.
Whoa, who did they catch? They're going for the Tide Hunter here. They can bring down absolute massive. The heal is there, but nice snowball save. But you might bring him to an area he does not want to go. It's a long snowball, absolute massive. Though the bugs on him prevent him from actually blinking away. And they're going to get Ike as well. Phoenix is being brought down. And Na'Vi, they heard what we were saying, and they're like, come on, guys. The game is not over at all. And they bring down 4.
Never mind. That's okay. That was a really
see
good segue to this
why Yellow
team
Submarine is still new to the scene. And yeah, they got a lot of kinks to work out.
All right. Yep. There's still wages. There is 3 buybacks on Yellow Submarine. If they spend those, it is going to be a massive net worth exchange here between the teams. Only Satanic alive.
Was Phoenix Egg used? I don't think it was on screen for me, but I think I heard it, so I'm not quite sure.
It was probably like instantly killed by Zayat, because I didn't see it.
I feel like I heard it for half a second. Can we see the Phoenix? He's got Ravage. That's Overgrowth. This is not. Yeah, Phoenix Egg was used. It was used.
So they defend barracks. I'm surprised. I actually thought that maybe Na'Vi would have enough siege, but they will keep their barracks here. Only a 3k gold lead, but that was a scary fight. I think Yellow Submarine.
Wow.
Yeah, that one. Dip. Like, and that's the scary thing about Beastmaster. Sometimes being proactive here is hard, but if you win a fight, like your buildings are gonna fall, and as well as that win probability.
It's a lot like Luna, right? The moment moment Luna wins a fight, holy moly! All right, the scan comes out. They know that this is happening, so good scan by Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, they decide to smoke. They have to be careful. There is a Ravage, Sonic Wave. No egg though. So they might say, like, we can take it without an egg.
Yeah, they will be disengaging here as Yellow Submarine. Even though the fight is on their side of the map, those buybacks, especially arrays, I think, was lacking. So have to be careful. As the Tide will break the smoke on the side of Na'Vi. Very good position.
You'd like to take out Tide Hunter first, just because he's... But not an easy thing. And meanwhile, the King, he's like, I'm just going to go for Raxes. Takes the range Rax. Na'Vi, no defense there, but they might put something up for the melee racks, of course.
I mean, really good move from Yellow Submarine. They know that they're smoked, and they're like, okay, you either engage on us or you're gonna lose barracks, and they do lose range barracks for free there. Satanic's Manta cooldown, it's not gonna be abused. Time for Titan's Liver on the Morphling. That's really good this game against Treant, against Roar.
I guess it's all. A bit of magic resistance as well adds up. He's got Silver Edge on the Morphling, so...
He has 500 damage because of this Liver and the Vlads.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at Silver Edge, I'm like, I guess you can break... Geminate? I don't know, when I see Silver Edge, I rarely think of it breaking the offensive passives, you know what I mean? It's usually like, oh yeah, it breaks Kraken, or Reactive Armor, but then you go... It also breaks Juggernaut's crit, and you're like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, even the Beastmaster Aura, not too shabby to take away. So much DPS that I guess mostly the Weaver uses, but it's still like the creeps are doing a lot of damage.
Ooh, Nefrit's got a Hex and a BKB. Pretty good for him. You get that on the Morphling, especially now that he doesn't have buyback. They don't know this, but if they can get it on the Morphling, this could be a very big reveal of the well, I think maybe bought earlier, but still a big Hex for them.
True. Do they have MKB on Shigetsu? Because he does have that butterfly. We did talk a lot about the physical damage. Okay, yeah, he does have
it. Of course, Na'Vi still has to get the engagement that they want. Yellow Submarine, we've seen their team fight a few times. Very powerful. They do have to make sure that Zyke does not get near the egg, though. Like, Phoenix eggs have to be pretty close to where the Ravage is.
No one's in the base here with no glyph. They're going to be forced back. They were trying to force Roshan's on Submarine. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure.
Oh.
Okay. Until Satanic shows up.
Ike he's 0713. He wants to go for the Aghanim Scepter. He's very close to it. Pretty good against the Beastmaster. Usually this guy is going to be relatively in front for the siege, so getting him out of the fight early would be very helpful for them. Meanwhile, Rue, he has been trying to build this Hex for 20 minutes, I want to say. It feels like he got the minus very early. He has a shard, that's about it.
Yeah, definitely cooking for a while here, as Roche will spawn in a minute. It's going to be on the dire side.
Is anyone going to walk in just to trigger that scan? They don't. But they do have vision here. They want to take this fight. Can they go for it?
Smoke breaks. Oh, they find the treant?
Bring down instantly. He buys back. Absolute Massive still does not reveal himself, by the way. Melajul, he's trying to get someone here. Ike, nice. Snowball. And he's actually kind of caught in the shards. Will be able to blink out to safety. Doesn't look like it, but it's fine. So 1-for-1 trade. They use the buyback on Melody. Ike still has his if he wants to use it. He does. Yep, they do. Both teams feeling like this is sort of the game-winning Roshan fight.
Yeah, they did use Rolling Thunder though. There's still Sonic Wave, Egg, and Ravage for Yellow Submarine. This could be a really big fight. Oh, but the Hex is there. Ravage protecting Satanic. He will be able to survive, probably. Will get that Manta off. And with the lifesteal, he's gonna be just fine. Becomes the Pango, goes forward, Melaju. They're gonna pay a hefty price here. They were trying to mess with the King and Shigetsu gets the time-lapse off, but for nothing so far, as he will disengage using his BKB. Buyback on the Pango, and holy moly, that was close, but it feels like neither side really wants to give up.
No, although for Na'Vi it's a bit tougher for them. Maldi, that's a dieback. He's not coming up for a whole minute here. And Roshan is up if Yellow Submarine actually goes to check it. King's got nothing though.
He has a greater healing Lotus, I think.
Oh,
look at that egg.
Gets
taken down immediately, but not enough.
He's really focused on it. So even though I think the Zayak actually has a BKB, so he just didn't care. It looks like it is going to be Yellow Submarine getting it. Big investment from both sides. You know, two buybacks each, but in the end, Yellow Submarine walks away pretty happy.
So it was a Phoenix and... Okay.
You want to take a fight if you're Na'Vi. Even though they got the agency, you don't have the big spells here.
Satanic goes forward. What the...
He dies. Shigetsu, can he get anything here? This is an awkward spot for Melajul to be in. He can't really roll on anyone. The stairs can be a bit of a trap for the Pango leader. He loses his life. Nefrit, he's down. Bit awkward. Yeah, did you see that? He was like sort of between shards and not the best rolling thunder ever.
Yeah, it was. I'm surprised that the Beastmaster got. Like, they knew he was there because there's no vision in the high ground, at least. So, the fact that they just killed this Beastmaster, having BKB and having that Hex is crazy to me. It feels like a lot of the jumps from Yellow Submarine this game, this series, they've been blind. They're like, maybe there's someone here. And they're often very right about that. It's surprising that they have the intel and they're courageous enough to go for it.
Yeah, right? It's like this is a team that... You think, do you guys have a Beastmaster Hawk that we don't see? You know?
Yeah. What are you playing? Like, I don't know. I think they're just very good, especially Absolute Massive. He's not afraid to go for those jumps.
Wait, can someone click on Absolute Massive? I want to say he took what I consider to be one of the kind of worst talents in the game, which is the
Kraken.
Yeah, I mean he got 11. What does he got? 11 stacks on it.
That's pretty good. That's 44.
Really? But it says like when you get Kraken shell, I mean, he only has 3 kills. How the hell does he have? Oh,
I mean, it's like Slark, right? You don't need to get the kill. But
I think it's the debuff, right? If you're affected by the debuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's actually a lot better than I thought, because it said, if you look at the description, it says when you get Anchor Smash kills. And I was like, that sucks. But now I was like, oh, that makes sense.
So, like, do they need to have the debuff on as they die? Because that still seems pretty hard to get, but...
Yeah, but a lot better than landing the killing blow, right? Like, that was...
Yes, yeah. Just go Rapier, just get the talent, you never die.
Plus, imagine, it lasts for like, what, 6 seconds? You jump in, you ravage like 2 or 3, you Anchor Smash them, these guys die, you get like it's not bad. I still don't like it, but it's a lot better than I thought before.
They're gonna buff it and it's gonna be OP. Like TI, next TI, that's gonna be the talent everyone gets, and Tide's gonna be a carry. Don't worry. We're gonna let Ice Frog cook.
Hey man, do you remember, if you remember the old Anchor Smash, you used to do that spin. If you played Dota 1, you'd spin around. That was so much fun.
Yes.
Tide
and when you got the Quelling Blade, your normal attack also had that animation. It was
and Battle Fury. And Battle Fury as well.
I would build Battle Fury on Tide just because I like the animation.
Same. The same. But to be honest, it wasn't. Someone was like, it procs every time. It's like, no, it doesn't proc every time. It just looks like it procs every time.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, Yellow Submarine, they're looking to proc the victory right now. They have 1,000 gold advantage. They have all their ultimates. They have a refresher shot on the Tide Hunter. Morphling's got the Aegis. He's got for about 90 seconds more. So this is Navi's harsh defenses.
Oh my god.
They just melt on the ranged rags. Hex on the Morphling. Looks like they should be able to bring this first life down without much trouble, but this cost them 2 ultimates. Can you bring him down a second time?
Sunray was a bit late there, but still, I don't think they're gonna get that second kill.
Oh, big Ravage comes in. And looks like he just uses it straight up. Shigetsu is dead, no buyback. Navi losing pretty much all their damage now.
Is this over? No buyback on the Weaver.
Kinda? Wait, he only needs 30 gold. He'll have it in a few seconds.
Oh, okay, alright.
Now he's looking for bounty runes. He's like, please let there be a rune somewhere. Oh, Courier, that could have solved your problem.
No. I mean, I guess he would have probably died, and I don't think he has a buyback, but still. The buyback should be coming soon for the Weaver. There's only melee barracks, only barracks in the bottom side. Okay, there is buyback.
There you go. But it looks like he'll probably be forced to use it. Because if you have somebody you're thinking there's no reason not to. Oh, okay, to get the X off. Buyback comes out, but it might not be in time. Can they kill the Phoenix? The Phoenix egg comes out. Massive egg. And that's how Shigetsu, so he's going for it as well as Zai. So they do get the egg off. It's not enough. And Ike dies as well. So Navi, they hold their base. And it does cost them a Weaver buyback, but still, it is what you want.
Dude, the reaction time on Satanic is insane. Like, that was a blind jump from the Pangolier, and he got... it was a blind jump with Side of Vice, and he got the attribute sheet off in time. I don't even know how he managed to do that. He does have the shard, but still, with the Side of Vice, you would expect that maybe he wouldn't be fast enough.
This is a big opening for Navi. If they know that the enemy team, they probably do know because these were buybacks were used during that Roche fight. So if they've been keeping track, this is a 5 versus 3 fight. No Ravage. And no shots.
You give it away, right? You probably give one away as Yellow Submarine and you wait for your supports.
It's a long wait. 40 seconds. 40 seconds is a lot for the Phoenix. And even when he comes back, will he have egg?
Yeah. They have Glyph though, so they might be able to... They might have to give away both of them. But they're not going to lose melee barracks for sure. The top melee barracks.
Navi, they're showing they're baring their teeth at them right now, saying we can take some stuff. I like what they're doing here. Oh,
BKB, Pop no Shigetsu.
What? It looks like absolute massive. He might be. Is he gonna be okay? He's pretty low. No, he loses his life. He does have the BK. Sorry, the buyback if he wants to use it. Here, King. He has buyback too, but they're not gonna force him down. So that's going to be the Melirex. Navi getting a huge victory, and I think we're down to a 50% win rate at this point.
I mean, at least in terms of barracks, we are very close. Still 61 for Yellow Submarine. But yeah, Navi definitely not letting this one go. They don't want to lose 2-0 here. And yeah, we're starting to see the power of the Beastmaster, right? Like, it's one mistake from Yellow Submarine, suddenly you lose 2 lanes of barracks. Like, very few heroes as an off-lane hero can actually give your draft something like that.
He's also going for a Refresher Orb on the Beastmaster. Not too far away from him, about 1,600 gold. Once he has that, that's double Roar, double Hex, double BKB. It's a lot of control you bring for the team. Yellow Submarine backs not against the wall, but near it, you could say.
Yeah, they're definitely close to ending this in a clean 2-0, but in the last couple of minutes, couple of hiccups here and there. We do see this smoke very interesting here from Navi. If they can just... There's no glyph on the side of Yellow Submarine. They could maybe just overpower. They blink forward. Find his tusk, but there is Sunray available here, buying some time. The snowball is not going to be there in time. Roar just lasting way too long. I think that's a secret relic on Nefrit.
They have to be very careful, by the way. Phoenix, he gets the buyback just from the Observer Ward. Very lucky, because he was about 100 gold away. And if Navi... I gotta say, of the two supports, the Phoenix is way more important. Especially with that level 20 talent with the Sunray percentage.
Alright, so looks like the Tide is going for a Side of Vice. Snapfire does have a BKB, so definitely a lot of emphasis in trying to deal with the egg. I don't think we saw an egg pop for a while now. Yep. That's definitely thanks to Zayat.
He's got Aeon Disc as well, which I think you still damage the egg even if your Aeon thing procs. Yeah, because you're still like doing damage. Okay, so which makes sense.
Because it's not damage, right? It's like it's an attack.
Yeah.
It's not really HP, I guess. I don't know how that works code-wise, but I do know that Roche is being taken right now, and Yellow Submarine might not be able to stop this. They could potentially force the bottom lane of Barracks, but they don't know that Roche is being taken. They are trying to do that. Okay, I like this play.
Okay, Shigitsu's got 2 lives, so everyone's got buyback in some form or another, you know? Shigitsu may not have it yet, but he has the Aegis, which is kind of the same thing here. Okay, Yellow Submarine. Who took the refresher shard on Na'Vi? Because that is a Dire Roche. Is it... Who's got it?
Probably Pango, because Beastmaster I think finishes refresher, so he can have both. I would guess either Pango or the Treant.
Probably Pango's better, right? Treant's got pipe, that's nice. And finally, dude, he finished the Agam Scepter on Tusk. Remember, I feel like we talked about this 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, he struggled so much. I think he bought back in that Roche fight, and he was like struggling to finish. He still has the Philosopher's Stone just because he's struggling with gold so much.
So Metal does have the fresher shot. He's going to be hitting that level 25 very soon. Same thing with Shigitsu. Erase as well. Satank's already level 25. Zayek's about to hit 20 with, you know, a little bit more Mortimer Kiss damage. Same thing. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the 2025 talents come out very soon. This is way better than game 1, I gotta say.
Yeah, we're definitely closer. We saw Na'Vi slowly kind of getting more comfortable with this game, and I would say they are in the driver's seat here. Their draft is so much better at taking wrecks that one fight that they win, even if there's buybacks on Salad of Yellow Submarine, depending on how the cooldowns get used, you might just lose the game with one fight.
To be fair, both teams also have Glyph, so that will be enough to give your buybacks the value they need to get there.
They don't on Yellow Submarine.
It is, but it's about to be there. Like you can see, it's almost the green's almost gonna fill in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Fight's gonna brew here. They're gonna drop that ward. Vice onto the Snapfire. Aeon just gonna proc. No nullifiers. The Cop struggling here. Gets the Sonic Wave away. Roar will be used with the egg at the same time. So we're on the Tusk. So not doing that much, but they disengage very beautifully here. Na'Vi, they're gonna go back to Overgrowth 1-4. The Manta is there with the Ravage buying some time, but the Cop is not gonna survive. Buyback's gonna be used, but to what avail? Melody gets a triple kill out of nowhere, and only Na'Vi buying back a hero. So they are slowly getting there, man.
Yeah, like these fights, they may not, no one's like getting buildings out of it, but the buybacks are the resources that they're expanding here. And this was not the best egg, unfortunately. Like, you would have liked the egg to be sort of in this area, but he was very far when he used it. He tried to sort of save Erase, then he tried to save Ike with the Sunray. It's like, when you egg, no one really walks into the egg, you know what I mean? So they didn't really get the combination with the Ravage that they were hoping for. It was a good Ravage, by the way. Like, fairly solid here, just to keep everyone away.
But Overgrowth later, right? That was an insane Overgrowth from Melody there.
It cost him his life, but well worth it in the end.
Yeah, yeah. 2 buybacks out of it. But I gotta say, the thing that impressed me the most is they actually got the fight they wanted for Yellow Submarine. It is Satanic kind of pushing the Snapfire away so that she cannot kill the egg. But as you said, the egg was a bit too awkward, and Na'Vi was very smart to just kind of run away from it.
And they, by the way, they're going to probably get both Wisdom Runes here on Na'Vi. Level 20 on the train, so you have 8 extra armor. 18 armor total for living armor. That's almost double the value of the spell.
Yeah.
And it does add up when you're going up against this massive physical damage from the Morphlink here. Man, I gotta say, the Leech Seed damage here looks pretty sad compared to 8 armor.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in a game like this one. I don't know, but Leech Seed gets to shine at the beginning of the game, so give Living Armor the, I guess the space it deserves. As it also gets that 25. Yeah, that 25, man. That's insane. We're actually pretty far away from it, though. The train's still level 20.
Yeah, but then again, they still have that Wisdom Rune they can take bomb. It's good to get there. This might be our first hour game of the playoffs, by the way. I don't think any other game has gone this long. So, hey, we're doing we're getting the fun stuff today. Beastmaster, he's like, all right, guys, hey, see, the game is going too long. He's not having issues with his mouse, and everyone's going to be like, all right, let me fix whatever it is. It is down to the 50-50. It's very close. Navi's got the advantage. They have buyback advantage as well. There's cheese on the Weaver. So they've got a few things going for them. But Yellow Submarine, their cooldowns are coming up. and the team fight is better on their side.
Yeah, it is. But we did see Na'Vi maneuver around it quite well, although they did have Aegis in that fight. They don't have it anymore. Couple of, okay, unpause. But I guess we should be getting back into it. I mean, I would love to go to the third game here, especially if this goes past the 60-minute mark. You know, we're talking about all of the games being 2-0s. It would be nice to get a BO3, a true BO3 for a change.
I have just a second to open the door, sorry.
Oh. It's okay, guys. I'm here with you. As this game is actually going the distance here. Finally, Pinnacle reconnect. So we are back in business. Beastmaster very close to his refresher as well. I guess starting to save buyback and buy that item, which does require a lot of gold. And that's a smoke here from Yellow Submarine. This could be very problematic for Na'Vi if they land their spells. They talk about that team fight on Yellow Submarine being a bit superior, as they do know the trend is there. Smoke's gonna break here thanks to Shigetsu. Warrior's Punch is gonna be used. They're gonna jump forward. Shigetsu, he gets the time lapse off somehow. BKB was used, but this is a huge fight as the Rolling Thunder zoning Ike away, but they're not gonna get any kills. Both sides leaving with their lives for now, as Ike forced to TP back to the base. That double damage though on Shigetsu, so scary.
Right, but he used time lapse on the other side. The Phoenix egg was used out, so they're
gonna force high ground though. They have that Beastmaster aura. This is problematic. They don't have a second Ravage here. Even the glyph being used.
Why they still have? Oh yeah, they still got Ravage. That is something though. But
wait, does the side have a refresher then?
Nope, he's got Shivas.
Okay.
The refresher is coming out in 600 gold. He might have to sell like something if he wants it.
I might have had a stroke then, because in my head the Ravage was used, but we are fine. The game's just too long and I'm old. That's what happens when you get old.
Yeah, you're not old.
Anything
Bowie.
is a challenge. How old are you?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's something an old person would say. You know, just saying.
But here's the thing: if you're old, I'm older, which means that I'm basically on my last legs. You know, so you're very young. All right.
I was gonna say shut up, but you didn't go the way I thought. I thought I was gonna say I'm the older, so you have to listen to me.
Oh,
but,
no, not at all.
You just said something kind, so I am. I am going to give
comes
you the
roll.
benefit of the doubt. Big jump with the Ravage though. Finds two because the other ones were immune as they lose this Phoenix with no buy. The Tide Hunter is very low and Na'Vi might be getting away with murder here. Satanic gets trampled, has buyback but holds on to it. As Na'Vi, they have the 5 years alive.
And they're just going to go for it. Yeah, Satanic, either you buy back or the game is over going to game 3 here. And he does buy back. Feels like it's when the kick comes out. They do catch Shigetsu, but he goes invis. I don't think they had vision of him. So Shigetsu, he does lose his life. He does have buyback, but he can't time lapse into the fight. So it looks like they're not going to be getting mega just yet on Yellow Submarine here. They want to go for more. They know there's no Weaver. Another good kick. Who did they catch? I think they catch Nesfrit on the other side. We'll see if they can bring him down. Zayak, he loses his life. So it's a pretty good cleanup by Yellow Submarine. Will they get buybacks on the way out? But holy moly.
Dude, Satanic was so patient with his buyback. He waits for like the melee barracks to fall so that he buys back. He wanted to make sure Na'Vi was going to commit for it. And we'll see how much they're going to extract out of Na'Vi because they still have Glyph.
By the way, Shigetsu can buy back, use time lapse, and straight away take the mega creeps if he
right.
chooses to do so.
You're actually right. Okay, but if he does that, can Yellow Submarine just Throne? This is the question. Because they do push very fast as well. Range barracks falling here. They're holding on to that Weaver buyback.
He has buyback.
Pinnacle will die. Also has one. And he's not time-lapsing. So he will try and fight TP to that barracks as they will disengage here. Yellow Submarine, they even out the barracks. They even out the net worth. And they lose a Tusk with no buys. Probably a worthwhile trade.
No one's got buyback. And it's all time-based. So no... if you're Na'Vi, you are going to have about a few seconds where there's no Ike. Roshan is up, by the way. It's, if I'm not mistaken, 5th Rosh of the game. So we'll see if either team wants to go for it here. Phoenix, he's got the egg, but I would really love it if he has a refresher up. Tide Tide went for a 4-step. Did he finish his refresh orb or not?
I don't think he did, and I also think this is Navi's Roche, because way too long for this touch to respawn, despite the fact that it's on the Radiant side. So, at the end of the day, I'm not even sure. I mean, obviously, Yellow Submarine is happy to force the buybacks and force the glyph, but it still feels like Navi has the upper hand here with this Roche.
By the way, now you can give... Who's going to take the Aghaves? It's going to be... Yeah, Nefert can take it. It's pretty scary, you know. That's and he's got the refresh orb finish. Nefrit might be... the main target in these fights. You don't want the double hexes, double roars, and him banging his drums the whole time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of heal. And they're struggling to kill Shigetsu. Somehow, despite the fact he has no boots, despite the fact that there's a lot of burst damage on Yellow Submarine, he's getting a lot of those time lapses off in the fight. But now Smoke from Yellow Submarine will find Shigetsu, but he is in base. They get the control, they get a hex. Can they kill the first life? They will, but everyone is here. Oh, Navi. Ravage finds the Weaver again. This is perfect. Pitch perfect. No buy, and the game crashed? What? Okay, we're back.
What a timing. Looks like Melojo is going to be losing his life as well. Both of them don't have buyback, and you're in overhead. Is that it? What is the buyback from? Yeah, 6 minutes, and this might be it. There was a bit of a hiccup.
It feels like King gave that call. They're like, oh man, you were right. Just go in, kill the Weaver, and they executed so well. The side for the first kill, the Ravage for the second one, and they knew Weaver had no buy. Just perfect execution here from Yellow Submarine.
Great Phoenix Egg as well, right on top of him. So when he comes back, like they have that as well. Maldi's gonna be losing his life. Navi, it's very over. Even such a game of highs and lows. You know what I mean? Like they looked like they could have made it back. Maldi actually buys back, but maybe it's not happening, buddy. I could be losing his life. That's pretty good for them. Are they gonna go for the base race? No.
Yeah, they're taking this. There's no way. This Morphling pushes so fast. Glyph is on cooldown here for Navi, and wow, it was so close from it being a BO3, a 3-game series, but Yellow Submarine, they say no, we are moving to top 6, and deservingly so. I think this definitely showed, maybe a couple of flaws and things they have to work on, but they did end up winning the game at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there was some Phoenix Eggs that weren't quite there, when they played defensively. I feel like they weren't quite as good when they're playing defensively as they were offensive, but overall, Yellow Submarine, they held in those big fights. That kill at the end with Shigetsu went really well for them. The way they sort of got the Ravage Tentacle was on him as he respawned, and you're like, damn. So that was very impressive to see. Navi, great performance in Game 2. The reset that we wanted, they got it. It's just, they're still just not quite Yellow Submarine level.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to get there, as we can also see the bracket, just so you guys understand where we are right now. Yellow Submarine taking this, they get the top 6 we were talking about, and they will be playing against the loser of Team Tickles versus Virtus.pro. Following this series, we will be casting Level Up versus Klee, but that is in about 30 minutes, since surprisingly, despite the game being very long, we're still ahead of schedule because Game 1 was quite fast, and this was a 2-game series. Any final comments here? What do you want to say to the fans here, maybe expecting Yellow Submarine to go the distance?
First, I want to just say, kudos on Navi for putting up a good match. Sometimes we always congratulate the winners, but the people who lost, they also gave us a great show. So I'm really glad to see them on that game. It was so close. Like, this is one of those games that was by inches they could have won it. So thanks to Navi for being a part of this tournament. Really enjoyed having you, and hopefully good luck for Yellow Submarine. I feel like their next match is gonna be sort of the decider where we know how good they really are. Because right now it's like you've gone up against a lot of teams that we feel like they're good, but they're not quite your level. But next, it's Team Tickles or Virtus.pro. I'd love to see what the Yellow Submarine can do against them.
But before we get there, we still have a full day of Dota, with Level Up and Klee being the next series we're going to be covering. Yellow Submarine, unfortunately, we're not going to see them anymore today. Speaking of this series, before I actually say farewell for a bit, who do you have as favorites? Because, this Level Up, they have the Vailama now playing offlane, but Klee taking that 2-0 against a bait that won a BO5 against Tickle. So I don't really know what to expect.
Yesterday I was thinking Level Up was looking a lot better, but with Klee winning, I guess I might go with Klee because they removed bait. So Yes, I think Klee comes in as a bit strong, but both of the teams, they look pretty good in terms of like the rank. There's no one that's outside of theirs. There's just all the MMR is very similar. We'll see what they can do. Level Up, they've had a bad streak before this tournament, but they seem to be shaping up. So I go not sure. I'll be honest. I feel like this one I was like Galio Submarine. The next one, question mark for me.
Yeah, that might be the 3-game series we were expecting, and I do hope that we get to cast that Game 3 series. But for now, we're going to go on a short little break of 20-ish minutes. So stay tuned, get yourself a cup of coffee, because there's still a lot of Dota to be played. I have the beautiful Otomo here with me. I'm Bowie, and we're going to be back.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, we are back with the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show on Bowie. I have the illustrious Otomo here with me, and we're going to be casting the second series of the day, which is nothing more than Klee versus Level Up. So, yeah, I mean, now that we're here, tell me a little bit about the two teams, how you feel, because I guess we talked about it a bit in the last series, but if the viewers were not there, we kind of feel like Klee might have the edge after the bait win, but what else is there?
Well, Klee looked pretty solid in the group stage. I think they took a game off Virtus.pro, which is no easy feat. So they looked decently. They beat Yellow Submarine, which we just saw looked really good as well. So I'm sorry, not Yellow Submarine. My bad. They took a game off just. I don't know why I saw Yellow Submarine. Yeah, they just took a game off Virtus.pro. They look pretty decent. They started off in the upper bracket, and they dropped. Who dropped them again? It was the Dudley boys, which makes sense. But it was no easy feat. It took them like 2 almost 1 hour games each to do so. So pretty good. Like Klee comes in with decent resume. For Level Up, they also were second in their group, but not quite in the same performance. They had the same score as Bait. They come from a long string of losses. I think they had something like 7 best-of-3 losses before the tournament began. So they're not looking too hot. And clearly, like you mentioned, they beat Bait, who beat Team Tickles. So by that sort of law, they should look a lot better. They should be able to take the series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Level Up, they changed rosters so much. I was unaware that I knew that Davai Lama joined, but they also lost Lorenov. They have Stoichkov playing mid, which I think was not playing for them before, because I remember that he played for D2 Hustlers for a while in between TI and now. I do believe Lupsion and Desire already playing for Level Up, though I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, and there you go. With some of the teams, do they not send us pictures of themselves? They're like, here, we'll send you ideas. They're like, no. Which, either way, I'm not a fan of. There you go. There's Team Klee. Look at see.
That is a team.
Now look at it. They have the shirt, which has the 4-leaved clover. I guess that it symbolizes luck. How would I know Kami has amazing hair if I don't see a picture of him? How am I supposed to get jealous without that?
That hair is Goku level. He's just waiting to become Super Kami right here. Lies also, that's a pretty long hair right there. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited about this match. I do want to say that even though Klee had results recently, something in me still wants to believe that we could see an upset, let's say, in Level Up taking it. I feel like they really have the players for it, but whether they're actually executing to the level they want is the thing, because I think their group stage was quite rough. At the end of the day, they ended up 2-2, but I don't think, besides Team Tickles, I don't think they should be losing. I guess until Bait won the tournament, I actually thought that they could have probably 3-1 their group stage, but that didn't happen.
Same. I also came in kind of expecting more from Level Up, but they've been hitting a rough patch, so I'm not too surprised. The team is kind of in a slump. And Klee looks pretty good. So I didn't think I was going to say this yesterday. You know what I mean? Like yesterday, I was like, Bait's going to win. They're going to make it all the way to top 6. But I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, yeah, probably Klee will take it. Might not even be as close as the previous match. Bold words to say, but...
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, I think so. I think Klee will be able to take this from level up. Now, people who put their money on stuff, don't do it just yet, because anything can happen. But yeah, I think I'm going to be...
This is not financial advice.
No, I can imagine someone's like, all right, I'm going to put 1,000. Like, hey, listen, we're doing our best here, but we don't know what's going to happen. So be responsible with everything that you do.
Very true, very true. But yeah, I want to say that, the formation of Klee is pretty interesting. Like you have a Kyrgyzstan player, you have 2 Ukrainian players with 2 Belarus players. Not really... it's a pretty diverse team, and I'm not even sure which language they speak in comms. Like, is this full Russian? I'm not sure. Like, if you're from Kyrgyzstan, do you speak Russian? I don't know.
I have no idea. I mean, we saw... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe... See, now you're getting me into language, and we're going to look like idiots. They speak Kyrgyz.
Okay.
Yeah, and I totally knew
production,
that. And Russian as well. See, I did not have production tell me this. I just knew this because right here. So, yeah, see, now, listen, when we start talking about things outside Dota, we look like real idiots. So let's just stick to what we know.
I mean, I'm an idiot even when talking about Dota stuff. So don't sell myself more than I'm worth. But yeah, I'm looking at Google here. It's actually close to Kazakhstan, and I guess it doesn't really have... it has a frontier with China, actually. So... pretty, yeah, yeah, they all speak Russian. Very, very cool that we get to learn a little bit of geography as we are casting Dota as well. But yeah, man, looking back,
another one, geography and language. It was like, oh god, no. Were you good at geography at school? Geography and history. Oh yeah, there you go.
History was fine, but like actually like. Remembering all the rock formations and like I just hated maps. Like I find them pretty, but I don't want to necessarily like memorize everything. I just want to look at them.
Yeah, I mean I like them now, but somehow geography growing up was the worst thing. Like here's the map, and you gotta learn this and that. I'm like, why? Why does it even matter? And history is also another one that I found very boring because you think it's like a story of what happened, but it was just super dry. In this battle, we had this guy fighting this guy with this many people. And it's like, it's the worst thing anyway. But back to Dota, the draft is not yet started, so we are going to talk about some of the most contested heroes in the tournament so far. Kunkka has been the most contested so far, which makes sense. Flexible hero. The waterfall build is really good. No matter the nerfs, it still feels very impactful. Nature's Prophet after that. Grimstroke, Pugnan, Spiritbreaker. Anything in the top 5 that you're surprised by, or is it like, nah, that's what I thought?
I guess I'm actually surprised that the nerfs to Kunkka were, I guess, let's say not enough. Like obviously the nerf's not supposed to destroy the hero, it's supposed to make him viable.
Sure.
But I would expect maybe the hero to be discontinued a bit more. But he still feels so powerful. Like he's banned first phase maybe half the time.
I feel like Tidal Wave, the shard is really good because any forced movement in Dota is amazing.
Yeah,
like
it's a 12-second cooldown, right? It's crazy.
Yeah. It's like
I honestly
you just bring people back.
expected the cooldown to be nerfed more than the damage, actually.
Yeah, and like the ghost ship damage mitigation is also very good. Sure, 35% is not as good as 45 because 35 is like a third, 45 is like half, so it feels a lot less, but it's still really good. It still reduces a lot of the damage that you take. So I don't know. I do feel like Kunkka is kind of like Pango, where people are like, yeah, we think he's kind of unnerfable with what he has going on right now. It's just too good.
Yeah. True. Yeah. We do have a draft ready, so we should be jumping right into it and see if that Kunkka is gonna show his face, because we saw a lot of bans, but no picks just yet.
I wanted to say that. I wanted to say we'll see if Kunkka's in the draft or not. Man, and you gotta take it away. All right, let's see. First ban from level up, they do get rid of the Treant Protector, a hero that Again, I just don't really feel like he deserves the attention and the love they all give him. But clearly the pros, they know what they're doing. So, we'll see.
I mean, out of the heroes that are being picked a lot, he's 48%. So definitely not amazing. Probably not first phase worth it. But I think it's just that kind of adaptation period, right? You've been playing this so much, you hadn't really had the time to practice new heroes in scrims. So it's kind of like what's left in the pool for you, and you just kind of have to kind of believe that the enemies are also going through the same phase, and they don't have like a new 5 that you have to ban.
True. And also, when you pick him, you reveal nothing of your draft. But, alright, so Kunkka, unbanned. Spirit Breaker, not banned. And Level Up only has 1 ban left, so they can decide what they do not want to play against. That's new, right? We're just saying, like, we were surprised that Kunkka and Spirit Breaker have been so heavily contested despite the nerfs all day. And now, one of them is going to go through again, at least.
Yeah, the Breaker totally ignored in that series. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see it being ignored again. I think, you're talking about Treant being overrated. I think Spirit Breaker might be even more overrated. But we'll see. Maybe one of these teams love it.
You watch it. That's my boy right there. No one. Gyro? What?
Yeah, Gyro 5, man. Gyro 5 is the new technology in pubs. It's broken.
I believe Gyro 5 is really good. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think Gyro 5 is incredible because you do something like, 240 damage with level 1 Rocket Barrage on 7-second cooldown, 75 mana cost. In terms of harass, I don't think there's anything that gives you that value. And Klee does play it. Yesterday they picked it against, was it at Bait, game 2, and they won. It's just like, that deserves a ban over Kunkka Spirit Breaker?
But this seems to be like a 5-position sort of focus bans, right? Maybe they feel like their hero pool is not big enough, they're 5 and they're just targeting it. You don't see very often, and they will grab a Grimstroke anyway, so maybe they're going to regret going for all of those support bans. But you can make an argument for Grimstroke being maybe, let's say, half a tier below the other 3 heroes.
I won't say that, really. Like, the Inkswell shot is so good with that Dispel, Soulbind. We don't really see Soulbind as a combination anymore. Have you ever noticed that when you see Grimstroke, you never see, like, before people were like, double Tool, double Doom, double Reaper.
It's just the shard. The shard itself is, like, hard to spell, 14-second cooldown. It's like, this hero is a new hero after shard, basically.
And then no one picks him anymore for that. But we'll see if they can go for it. All right, Klee. Again, another round where Kunkka, Spirit Breaker, nobody cares. Spectre's also in the pool. Klee might want it. Although TA... We're actually pretty good at removing those refraction shards as Grimstroke. Both Inkswell and Phantom's Embrace do instances of damage, so not too bad.
True. We'll see if they can get... I guess Phoenix is notoriously decent against TA. Support that wasn't really banned. And with so many support bans, maybe we actually see it on either side. Maybe if level 1 wants to cover for themselves, or if Klee wants to reveal their full support duo.
If you're Klee, you can actually. I think you might want to ban supports. You're like, guys, you took out so many of the good ones. We'll take a few more. We have next pick. We'll pick, like you said, the Phoenix if we want to, or whatever they feel like. And then if you're level up, you're like, oh crap, the S tier is all gone. Now we gotta go to the bottom of the barrel and pick something else. How do you guys feel about, Omni or something like that?
Ugh. Yeah, I don't know about that one. As they do ban this puck in the last ban phase has been quite popular. I've seen it a lot in the last series and in the other games that I cast, as they will grab a Centaur. Okay. A hero notoriously not great against TA if it is carry TA. So, interesting pick.
It does save anyone who gets caught by a trap. You can just use it. Phoenix becomes a lot less appetizing for level up because you can just walk away from the egg. So I'm okay with the Centaur pick. It's again a hero that just it's never like, oh, it's bad. It's pretty good with the Grimstroke in the lane as well. We do have the double edge, which is one of the easier combos. It's a 4-second cooldown, good amount of damage. So it's like,
do you take twice the damage for Centaur, or
I believe you do. It's like you double edge each. So
okay.
And all right, this is some new stuff, man. Tiny coming out. No bans on meta heroes? Well, not all of them.
So it could be Tiny mid, right? Because TA could be carry, but still would be weird to pick Tiny blind. I think Tiny might be a decent solution to Grimstroke just because his hero pool is low. He doesn't like going for your Glimmers and 4-steps. He wants to go Aetherland's Shard.
Yeah.
So maybe Tiny can get rid of the Grim at the start of the fight. But yeah, definitely not something we see very often. And also here that can be punished in lane depending on what Klee can get for their mid position.
Yeah, I'm iffy about this Tiny, but we'll see. We'll see what they can work with here. If you're Klee, I wouldn't mind a Necro Fossil. It's a bit early. There's still 2 more picks from level up that can do pretty well against it. But you do have that Shard from Grimstroke, which remind it does also offer a heal. So if you're in Ghost Shroud, it's a pretty big heal that you can get out of it, along with the Dispel. You're up against heroes that the Ghost Shroud should do a good amount with. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Necrophos for Klee.
I think you just have to be careful, right? Because Tiny could be 4 and the TA... Oh, okay. Yeah, but TA could be mid. And I wonder how that matchup goes. Because Necrophos is sustainable, but she can deal with the Death Pulse damage.
All right, now Spirit Breaker. Give us Spirit Breaker. Come on. Although Spirit Breaker against Dark Willow not great, but he's still super good. You have your mid and you're off, so you're definitely going to pick another support. Is it, you don't want I don't know, do you want Phoenix? Is it Phoenix? Is Spirit Breaker? Morta?
It could be Centaur support as well, so they could even go for the breaker you're talking about if they really want to.
I want to see Centaur support being played competitively because I always feel like I want to play this hero support, but I never do, and because I don't know how to, and then I'm like, oh, that's how the pros are doing. But then they play super sacrificial like Tranquil Blink, and I'm like, that's not my style, and they go for mama.
Okay, more heals. It is a... Okay, so is this a 5 breaker then? Because...
Or 4.
It could even be that offlane Dawn breaker, actually.
I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing this. I feel like it's Dawn support and Centaur's going to be off. But it's possible, but I'm not putting too much eggs in that basket. All right, level up.
All right.
Who do you want? Do you want Faceless Void? It's pretty good with the Tiny, but you're up against Dawnbreaker, so it's not. It comes with a risk. You might have the TA Faceless Void. That's too much farm that you have to sort of distribute between these two. Or would you prefer something else here? Morta's in the pool? Yeah, Morta's in the pool. Okay, that could be it.
But then, yeah, I like the Morta. Wait, no, I mean, are you sure they're going to pick carry? Because it could be TA carry, right?
Oh, yeah, this is. I mean, that's what we're saying, right? Like when we said Faceless Void, we feel like, there you go. There you go.
Okay. All right, so they will go for a support for Tiny. TA is going to be mid against possibly the Necro. And now they have to ban for a carry for left level. Wants to take away carries. Klee wants to take away offlaners, right?
Probably. But to be fair, we've seen Necrophos sometimes being picked and put in the carry role. And I don't think it's bad at all. So we'll see if they want to go for it. It's not the most usual thing. All right, if I was Klee, which thank God I'm not, because because I'm nowhere near good enough. But if I was Klee, what would you want? Is Slark an option? No, there's Slark. Spectre gives you so much global presence. You have Dawnbreaker, Centaur. So I think Centaur could be Spectre could be an option for Klee.
Take away Timber, so maybe they want to go the melee strength route here.
Probably, right? Something like, or even just any melee hero doesn't like. Could be something like a Slark, really good against the Faceless Void if you can get your ulti off. Great at removing refraction charges. So I'm feeling Slark, Spectre.
Yeah, Slark with the shard with a Necrophos. There's so much healing going on. Super powerful combination. I do like this Slark. Not that popular of a hero, but wouldn't mind seeing the ban here from level up as they do take away Brew. So offlane wise here for level up, they are, besides Slaughter and Magnus, all of the other meta heroes have been removed. Unless you want to play Wraith King, but...
So if you take Wraith King Faces Void TA, I'm like, come on guys, this ain't a pump.
Yeah.
Give us something else here. Beastmaster's in the pool. We saw it twice today.
That's true.
We didn't win either game if I'm not right.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong. Oh, and Kunkka's in the pool and Spirit Breaker's in the pool. We talked about these in the opening, but Kunkka, Spirit Breaker for level up, potentially the Beastmaster. So I think one of these three would be pretty good.
Yeah, it's really hard to pick the offlaner here for level up because Necro could be off, Dawn could be off, Center could be off. Like most of the heroes you're gonna pick, like you're gonna need something that is very, I guess, sustainable slash, like that doesn't really get punishing lane. But most of the really good offlaners are already out, as we said. I kind of like the Magnus for level up just because it can kind of hold its own. It team fights really well. Doesn't need that much farm besides a blink. You can empower the Void, empower the TA.
Rob yesterday was also. I could tell you guys cast together because he was also talking about Magus. I'm like, I can see it now. Your partner must have been influencing you. I don't know. I don't think Magnus is coming up. I would be very surprised if the level up taking forever. All right, they banned Luna. Okay, who's it gonna be? Please, and not all right, not Magus. I'm feeling like.
So, Axe, maybe? Axe, Beastmaster, and what? Spirit Breaker. Those are
Spirit Breaker or Kunkka, possibly. Who else would you want? I feel like you still want Spirit Breaker if you can get it. I mean, come on. Unless it's Tiny off and we're going to get a 4 right now, which is not fair. Oh. Wow.
Okay.
That's different. Off-lane Dazzle, huh? Good against the Reaper.
Yeah, I want to keep that distance. Also, the toss with Poison Touch works really well. You get a lot of time to hit people and proc that Poison Touch off. It is interesting, and it's very good versus Necro, having the Grave against Reaper Sight.
Right. I think Slark or Spectre. I feel like Slark is even better now because that Grave gives you more time so you can just hack at a person. We'll see if Klee wants to go for it, or is it going to be like the Monkey King? Where they want to go, all right, it's Spectre. It was one of those two. Slark or Spectre is classic. If you wanted Slark, really good against the TA and the Faceless Void. Pretty damn solid with that Shard as well, so you can save allies. Like there's a lot of value with the Slark. Spectre, you don't get caught by the Chrono very easily. You have global presence with the Dawnbreaker and the Centaur, like massive global presence that you can work with. So both of these felt like valid options. In the end, Klee went for, I think, the safer route. You know, it's a bit easier to play Spectre in this sort of situation. So I kind of like it.
Yeah, I'm okay with both drafts. I do want to say I think I prefer Klee a bit better though. Their lanes, like this Necrophos hero, is deceivingly strong. We don't see that much, but I do think the hero is slightly underrated. It's just like you need the right players and the right lanes to make it work. But I definitely like it. I'll probably give it a 65-35 for their draft.
I think the problem is that Level Up has Faceless Void. And that's always been sort of the great equalizer, right? It's like but you are up against pretty solid counters. Like Solar Guardian is very easy to use against the Faceless Voids. Just like, someone got caught, you press R. Spectre, if you want, you can throw in Haunt Illusion. If you have Radiance, that's it's 20% of your damage gone. It does add up. So I'm all right. I'm gonna go with Klee as well. I'm gonna go more. I'm gonna go like I'm 80% with Klee on. For this game.
Okay. All right. I mean, you're going against all of the things, and then you decide to divide the Klee boys. Okay. I get it, I guess. But yeah, we should be getting ready here for game number 1. This is a very exciting match. Potentially the first BO3 here of our playoff stage. I would love to see a BO3 between these teams. But yeah, just very excited to see.
Yeah, we've had 9 games so far, and none of them has gone to actually 3. Like we just Yellow Submarine versus Navi was the 9th game, and then we didn't have that. But let's go into this one. We'll see if we can get to game 3. Let's just go through game 1 and see how that's going to go. You don't want to say one of them gets completely stumped, and you're like, oh boy, that's not the one. That's not the one, Bowie.
Yeah. So this is going to be a. So who's playing the center again? It's Lais, right?
Or Lace?
Yeah,
Lace is their offlaner. So yeah, it is going to be the offlane. And it's going to be, I think, Young G. It's going to maybe mid Crow and Kami on that carry Spectre. So as much as I would have loved it, I think, and you were rooting for it as well, I would have loved to see support Centaur, but it's not happening for us.
It's okay.
And it's going to be the 4, it's going to be the 4 Grim and the 5 Dawnbreaker. I'm okay with that. I feel like both of these heroes can function either lane pretty well.
Double melee against Dazzle, though. Definitely kind of I think this is a lane level up can win. Like toss into poison touch, so much damage. They're both going to be in the creep wave as well, taking shadow wave damage. I do feel like that lane is one level up can win a lot. Like mid, I am not sure how it's going to pan out. I think it's highly skill based how the Necrophos and the TA go against each other, and top pretty much the same thing. Although I'd probably give a slight edge to Klee there.
Yeah, it is. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know. The thing is, since you pick Dawnbreaker and you pick 2 melee cores, no matter what you're gonna get a double melee lane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's no way you were gonna dodge that. And I guess I feel like Dawnbreaker should be okay. I mean, you do get that Celestial Hammer, so it's not too bad. And it might be Celestial Hammered very soon. Oh,
Kami is just being chased down here.
Jeez. Guys.
Okay.
And he's gonna have to like TP or something if he wants to get there. Not the most fun you can have, but and I'm seeing more and more teams do this. They're like, no, you don't go lane. You don't get candle.
He lost 3 melee creeps there. He only got the experience of the range creep, and that was shared. So definitely a rough start here for Kami. We'll see how much more pressure you're gonna be able to pull out, but level up just going super ham, exploring this low, I guess, weak laning stage of the Spectre.
Yeah, and it's not something. I mean, Dawnbreaker, she does get a lot stronger, but she's also a support. Holy moly,
Kami's
does he take a
taking
lot?
so much.
Yeah. Divine Llama does take a few hits though, and maybe possibly more than that. And now they had threw a blood grenade. It's not gonna be enough till the end. Looks like he should be okay. So love blows being traded again. Kami slowed down. Now he's not making out of this one. And it's gonna be first blood coming out for level up. This the double melee, very painful.
Yeah, we talked about it. They even push it harder by pressuring the Spectre away. They got level 2. Because they actually pressured the lane and pushed the wave so hard, that's how he got level 2 first and got Poison Touch to finish the kill on Spectre. Big moves by level up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I do believe that Necrophos' Heartstopper does not pierce refraction. I mean, like, it pierces, like, doesn't take refraction charges. Because the damage is too low per tick. But I'm not sure if later on it's the same. And, Divine Llama, he's fast. One more hit from Kami should do the trick. And he does get it. All right. Klee, they get something back on the board.
I think he also pierces barriers. So, like, it doesn't matter. It's not because of the damage of the tick. It's just that it ignores everything.
Yes.
Yeah, so it should take TA's HP, but it shouldn't break the refraction.
How often do you see TA die with refraction charges available? I guess
yeah,
that is rare. In the meantime, though, look at Spectre's CS, only 4 in nearly 3 minutes. So a very tough lane for her. But at the same time, Young G is having a good time in the mid lane and going 17-4 to the 4. Not the best, not like super overwhelming, but he is ahead.
Definitely, Inspector just struggling immensely here. 4-0 against the 10-4 of Divine Llama. Yeah, this is not a lane I think the Dawnbreaker is gonna be able to help that much.
Yep.
Can just tank some damage, but that's about it.
A lot of times I hear that Dawnbreaker is a strong laner. I think she is, but she feels like she's only a strong core laner. You know what I mean? Like as a support, not so much. You know, you don't get like these these massive stuff. He's dead.
Yep. I mean, it's a really rough bottom lane. I was surprised that they picked the Spectre. You know, kind of a weak laner into... Obviously, the Dazzle was a really nice pick from level up. And the fact that they paired with the double melee, sure, you're going to have double melee in one side or the other, but I feel like top would probably struggle less if you have double melee. Because, you know, it's a void. He doesn't win lanes. He lanes fine, but he doesn't, like, get kills unless you misplay.
Another thing is that if you go back to the draft, Klee telegraphed that they were going to go for a melee with that ban on the Timber Saw. You know, it's like it's very obvious that you're going to go for something melee. And Dazzle, he does really well against melee heroes who can't get near him. You know, that poison touch, auto right click. Look at till the end. He just takes so much damage, and ouch is all we can say.
Definitely. Level up really stomping this lane, but you know the Necrophos doing really well against the TA. In terms, I mean, it's not like the TA is not farming, but Young G definitely holding his own there.
He's having fun. I mean, same thing top lane. You know, we're seeing Zentar also do fairly well for himself. You know, they're probably not going to be killing Focus, but that's, you don't have to. You know, as long as you're both farming, that's okay condition for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's 9 CS on the Spectre, though. That is kind of giving me anxiety, not gonna lie.
I feel the same. And you always look at it, you're like, and the thing is, it kind of gets worse. You know, Divide Llama is level 4, and as the levels come in, it gets just harder and harder. Desire doesn't have a whole lot of mana, so that's kind of nice, but they see coming, they're like, yeah, let's just go for it. You know, let's just harass them. The stun lands, they have the vision, they do. Refreshes the poison touch, but Divide Llama, he's standing into the fire. It does take a full Starbreaker to the face. He's out of mana until the end, though. And now they're like, all right, let's just kill the Dawnbreaker, the Sun Mommy. She is taking a few hits. She should be fine. In the end, well, I say fine, that she's alive, you know.
Okay. Yeah, really patient from the Spectre, waiting for her to get close to the cliff to use the Spectral Dagger. I think if he used it too early, wouldn't have the terrain pathing to go through. That's why he was able to stop taking the poison touch. Very nicely done by Kami, but doesn't change the fact that his laning stage is still garbage. Not because he's a bad player, but because he's against an impossible lane.
Yeah, and how often though do you say that? You say one lane is being tripled in CS? You know, it's like, yeah, he's not bad. He's not dying and feeding his life away. 1J, all right, they're gonna go for it. This could be something. Thanks will proc in time. It does. Can they get the kill on Divide Llama? I think he did not take Grave level at level 4, so he should lose his life. Oh, great heal on the last second. Divide Llama, what a god. Sure, he lies in the end, but he still forces that kill on Kami. Well played by Level Up.
Yeah, at least the Spectre got the kill before dying, so benefits from the experience likely. But it doesn't change the fact that he's not farming during all of this. And that was also rotation of the supports, and you lose your carry, right? It doesn't feel that good. Sure, you kill the Dazzle, but you would like to get the kill and allow Kami to farm, not the other way around.
And Spectre's a hero that, in general, she reminds me a lot of Slaughter, where you expect to get a lot of your gold from the laning phase, and then sort of snowball and like use that to accelerate, because you can't just go to the jungle and farm very fast as a Spectre. You know, she is going to go for the Blade Mail. It does help, but I don't know if it's enough in that case.
But that's the thing, right? If you get the Blade Mail from the lane itself, then like when you leave the lane, you're farming instantly. I don't think that's going to be the case. He will be jungling the Blade Mail rather than jungling with the Blade Mail.
Rather than the Blade Mail jungling him.
Yeah. Something like that, as he doesn't even have the Chainmail. Oh, that's rough to watch.
Oh dear.
Even the Void is twice his CS, bro.
It's more than twice. It is. It's very tough. However, Necro, like Young G and Lays, they're having a great time. They're like, this is absolutely fantastic. I say that. Can they get this? The Inkswell is there. They're going for Stukov. They need the shard to... not enough damage actually, but...
Oh no.
Don't they bring him down? No, they don't. A huge loss. They could have actually used a Stampede earlier for the damage instance to bring down the Templar. What a, misguided attempt. And nope, not till the end. He did not have that full Celestial Hammer. That level 2, only 900 cast range. Pretty much a joke, which means that till the end should probably be losing his life here. Has a Chronosphere if he wants to use it for focus, but not even worth it.
That was so close. I think he just got slightly too confident with the Reaper side there. The cooldown on Refraction wasn't back, but he jumped the gun a little bit. If he was half a second more patient, they would probably killed the TA there. Very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, and the Stampede would have been another nice bit of damage to kill Stukov there, but it did not happen. Lace is going for it. Okay.
Oh, the silence.
His X-What's pop. There you go.
All right.
Well done.
That's big. They definitely needed some breathing room there. They're going to apply some pressure. Centaur just going for the standard build here, and it feels like Kami is slowly recovering. Despite his CS looking bad, he's not that far behind the Void. I guess he did die now, so it did help a little bit, equalizing things. Stoshkov?
No Reaper, but they do. The refraction comes out. That's not...
the toss into the tower.
Not really. That's not what he wanted. Not the toss that he wanted, unfortunately, with the Inkswell right there. He probably is going to be losing. No, the Stampede comes out. Young G is fast. And he doesn't have a TP, but they don't know. I mean, like 10 seconds still TP, but they are going to get the dazzle as well. They do 2 cores down for level up. Chrono's here, but not a whole lot of damage. The Inkswell comes out as a stun. He's like, all right, let me just leave that one. Go for 1J. He does get the kill on him. However, it's not really great. You Chrono just to get a support here. They want to get more for that. Decided with the toss. Kami might be losing his life. Young G's here. He doesn't have the mana for the Reaper, but he does have it if he can get it. Killing spree on Lace here. So decent comeback overall from level up, and they're gonna get more from this, and they do. 4 kills for level up in the end.
This is crazy. Like they actually get the TA kill, and it looked amazing. But then Klee goes and feeds 4 heroes. They could have just disengaged. They knew Chrono was up, but I guess just overstaying their welcome. There's a ward there on the big jungle of Dire. So level up, they're fighting with full vision, and Klee was a nighttime fight for them.
But the net worth is also very scary. Look at Kami's net worth. He's barely ahead of the supports.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, like what, 600 gold ahead of the... And his supports are very poor. Like, you really want something from the Dawnbreaker, who, by the way, might be losing her life. Nope, the stun comes out. The Inkswell is there. They are going to get focused instead. Nice turnaround there by Klee.
Yeah, that combo is insane for the Void. It's really tough for him to itemize against that. He needs Manta, but BKB is not bad either. It's going to be an interesting game to see how he's going to itemize, because once the center has Blink, the Inkswell plus center stump double edge probably kills him every time if the silence connects. Like,
yeah,
you don't have enough attack speed to break the bug.
That's a decent amount of damage there. Dawnbreaker going to be hitting that level 6, so we are going to get that global presence coming online. Reaper is available. And all right, Blade Mail is finished on Kami, and with thanks to that kill that they were able to get on the Faceless Void, he doesn't feel as far behind it as he did just a second ago.
Definitely kudos to Klee, just finding those kills and offsetting the pressure that Kami suffered. He's now at it's definitely not where you want to be, but it's comparatively it's not a bad place.
Oh, by the way, we might see double Reaper Scythe this game. I mean, they do have
True.
We were saying we don't see those big combos like we used to, but Young G is there. He's got Necro. We could get it. I hope we do. There's like double Spectral Dagger, double edge.
You only have one Chrono because one Grave, but if it's 2 Reapers, you're not gonna save everyone.
It's like yes, you have one Shallow Grave. What about second Shallow Grave? No.
We need eggs for Grimstroke to allow your allies to cast to defensive spells on your allies. That would be cool, right? The Soul Bind defensively.
You mean that? Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like you let's say,
I get the idea.
Double
You put this
Omni heal someone. I don't know.
I'm surprised we don't have something quite like that. Oh, well, it looks like we are going to have a big engagement here. We might be losing this into a very early Desire. Yep, he gets the kill. And Stukov, he loses a bit of health, but he's going to be fine. Do we have Chrono? It's a bit far, though. Remember, they do have this Solar Guardian. If they want to use it, we'll focus throughout the Chronosphere. He might choose it up. Solar Guardian comes down. Actually, they do get a Soul Bind onto. We get the double Reaper. We do, but it doesn't kill either of them. However, well, not the Reaper itself, but they do get the kill in the end on focus here. They do lose the Dawnbreaker. In the meantime, Kami wants to TP away. Pretty close one, actually. There are a couple of misses coming out here. They do have a ward there on level up side, and looks like Young G is going to be dead G very soon, and there he goes, loses his life. Overall, I think you're pretty happy for that for level up. You start that fight by killing Centaur, so it's a 3-for-1 trade, and Chrono wasn't even used.
Yeah, the end there, Young G getting baited by the Inkswell. He moved forward to try and stun a couple of heroes, but he got hit by a Bramble he didn't expect. Just a very unfortunate move by him, but it didn't matter. Like, that fight was already won by level up anyways. At least the Spectre TP's away. But as you said, 3-for-1. Very good moves from level up. That TA is looking super scary.
Yeah, it is. It's very worrisome. Kami's going for Radiance, and it'll help, but it's going to take some time to get there, and then it's like... It's useful, but you have a lot to chew through. Refraction, Faceless Void healing himself, Shallow Grave, and like Dazzle himself has got heals. It doesn't feel like it's one of those games where the Radiance comes out and you're like, oh, it's going to do a lot of damage. It feels like there's a lot of the heals will be available for level up or sustain. They're just not going to mind too much about it.
I wonder what the path for Necrophil is, since you have a Spectre
Heart.
doing Radiance. Do you just go hard into Eggs?
Yep, just straight up heart. He actually, I mean, I don't say that like I know it. He actually queued it up, so he just wants to go get as tanky as possible. Wants to make sure he can survive through those chronospheres. Maybe, I don't know if I want to say Aeon Disc, but that might be something to consider just so you don't get chroned and died. Even with a heart, you could still be bursted down. Necro's strength gain is, what, 2.2? It's really on the low side.
Yeah, definitely not the highest. Tiny, trying to get the Blink Dagger, still needs 700 gold. The Willow did go for a Glimmer Cape, so no Midas just yet, but I'm sure Lupcione will queue that one up as soon as he can.
I hope he does, but we don't see that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they're going back to the old boring build of Yule Scepter. Rob Wisda, he was like, this is the way it should be. We don't want Hand of Midas and 2 seconds out of shell. I'm like, no, it's not fun. The old way was way better.
I mean, you're a support player. Don't you want the gold and the glory and
Of course. I look at cores as meat shields that allow me to do my job of dishing damage.
Exactly. So fight for your rights, man. Fight for what you believe.
It's like, do you guys think I'm going to sacrifice my life for a freaking Sven? No way.
Well, speaking of sacrificing here, so far it is Klee sacrificing this early mid game for to enable the Spectre. Do you think, like, what do you feel about Dress that you have a Spectre but you are unable to really like pretty much use that OT 24/7? Like, don't you feel like it feels like Spectre is now built to farm heroes rather than creeps?
Yeah, I know what you mean, right? It's like if you're not using the ultimate every time it's off cooldown, why would you even pick the hero? A lot of cases, right?
Yeah.
I agree. It's at the same time you also have to recognize when the game is behind. You're behind. You can't fight. The big difference is actually not the cores. It's the supports. Like there is, the supports on level up 4,000, 4.3. The supports on Klee 2.3, 2.8. Not exactly something that builds a whole lot of confidence for you. And you look at Glimmer Cape on someone's taking hits. Glimmer Cape on the Dark Willow gives you a lot of survivability from that magic damage. Tiny's got Blink. Like they can do a lot. Soulbind is the only thing that the Klee supports have, and Starbreaker to counter Faceless Void, and those sound like good abilities, but nothing in terms of items. And those abilities will fall off later on.
The Blink is definitely a good timing here for level up. Natalie's Desire's about to finish it, so once they have it, we'll love to see level up either eyeing Roche or eyeing a smoke rotation. They do have weird smoke formation for level up though, because like you have the Tiny Initiation, but what's the follow up? Like you don't want to go with the Void. I guess TA needs a Blink as well for them to like truly burst someone.
To be fair, if you're tiny, you probably just jump and toss someone back to your side, right? So
True.
You don't need people to jump with you because you're like, don't worry, guys, they'll jump to us. How? I'll make them, and that'll be how it works out for them. And overall, fairly passive farming game. Level up, continuing to win that. I think they've been at 5,000 for a couple of minutes, but that's still a decent amount at this stage of the game. That's a whole Radiance.
Huh. Yeah, it is. It is a big difference here. They will finally smoke with that Blink Dagger on the Tiny.
Till the end, probably going to lose his life, but that's fine. He was standing right on top of the trap, and it's okay. It's a position 5, losing his life. I think he just about got the point. Could they get someone here? They do bring down Divine Llama. The face of here. Good buyback just to keep them alive. Can we get a Reaper Scythe? We do. It's on the Faceless Void, but they still lose 3 people for their trouble. So despite the buyback, it actually turns out to be a dieback, and the Reaper Scythe lands. It's still a 1 fight for level up. That's 4 kills for them.
Dude, Center lost so much HP with that double edge. He lost almost half his HP when he went for it. They do find another one healing the Tiny, and it feels like no one's going to really pay the price. One JTP's out, and Necrophos is out of their grasp, as Necro is getting pretty close to that Hardy we're talking about.
Yeah, he's about 200 gold away from it. Will help them out quite a bit. And even though, like we saw Dawnbreaker, she buybacks just to save them. It's like, okay, that's nice, but doesn't really seem to help them a whole lot. Dazzle, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, so the damage really shoots up. No one wants Midas first like they used to. They're like, we want the Aghanims so we can actually join fights and be useful. speaking of joining fights and being useful, someone's going to be joining the grave really soon, and it's going to be Stukov.
Huh. Okay. Very out of position there. Gets punished. Just maybe relying on that trap vision a bit too much and didn't really expect everyone from Klee being there. And he is by far the most farming hero. I actually expected that smoke gank into a decent fight, being an opening for them to roach since they have Desolator. But instead, they just feed the TA, and now they might just lose a tier 1 tower here for free. This is a good move from Klee, I think.
It is, especially when you know the Faceless Void Chronosphere is down. That's a big factor, though. Once Chrono is down, it does feel like Level Up loses a lot there. But but they seem like I want to go for more here. And Desire takes a bit of damage, but he looks like he's going to be fine. The hit comes out on the Dawnbreaker from the Shadow Realm, but it's not enough to bring her down. And overall, it's going to be just a tower for Klee. That was a bit of a clencher, though.
Mm-hmm. A lot of heal coming on the side of Klee, right? You mentioned the Grimstroke Shard, you have Necro, you have Solar Guardian. I wonder if they're going to go Shivas. It's just that every hero on the side of Level Up doesn't really want to build it.
Yeah. It's like, can Tiny make it? That would be kind of nice, but... Yeah, it's like good luck.
So long, yeah. And even Skadi, I guess Void will eventually get a Skadi, but it's going to take a while. You need BKB, you need the Mjolnir, possibly even a Manta just because of that Grimstroke. You don't want a BKB for his bug. Even
Spirit Vessel would have been good, but all same problem, right? It's like it's not cheap. Who's going to make it? You have a Lotus Orb now finished on Centaur, so you can just remove it. So overall, Klee, this high heal strategy, Level Up doesn't have an answer for it in this game, at least.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Roche is up here. We do see most of Level Up being around with Chronosphere up. They could potentially try and force Roshan, or at least win a fight first, as they're looking for 1J. The Inkswell to try and disengage Brambles. Not going to be used, and they do reset here.
I think it was used a bit like a couple of seconds earlier, so there's no, you can't get it. Kami, he's starting to accelerate in that farm a little bit. Still lowest of the cores, but not a huge gap between him and like the Faceless Void or the Necrophos. Like 1,000 gold at 21 minutes. It's one fight basically.
Scan will connect bottom there, so they know that Level Up is roaching. The smoke is super good all the way around. Very nice. It's
Big
good
jump.
smoke. Inkswell with the Solar Guardian as well. They're going to find Dazzle. Davai Lama unable to do anything. Ishtokov dying to Level Up. Just forcing this Roche way too much, being punished heavily here by Klee.
What? And that was super well done. They didn't have anyone outside sort of break the smoke, which you see I don't know if Level Up thought they can't lose a fight or they thought there was going to be a fight either way, but Faceless Void also wasn't there. So that was just a whole lot of
way too cocky, right? There's no way you go Roche like this. Like, you know, they're super global. You have Stampede, you have the Spectre, Shadow Step as well. Just they pay a 5k gold price as well as the Aegis now being given to Kami, and he went for like totally destroying lane to now starting to become a menace.
He's a raid boss material at this point. I like what you're saying, right? Remember the laning phase? The poor guy walks up, takes hits from poison
90
touch.
yes.
He's like,
jungling
please.
Alpha Wolf, like dying to Alpha Wolves.
He's like, please, just stop hitting me. But now he's very scary. The Radiance, that mischance, really good. There's no MKBs on this. By the way, they killed Focus at some point, I think, during the replay.
Okay, yeah. That's really problematic. Somehow the gold advantage is actually increasing slightly, but it's just a testament to TA being really good at farming, the supports, as you said.
Or a shard.
Farmed.
Wait, did they take a Tormentor?
Oh, probably.
Might
Yeah.
be. That's
I even see a courier close to the Tormentor there, so it's probably Navai Lama doing it.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, when they go, they find Desire. Wow, he is. That was a little slow, but no, they're actually going.
The Void again. Time walk away. Oh my God, he almost solo killed Focus there.
Desire jumps in, but doesn't have the stuns. Was on cooldown. I thought for a second, I was like, oh, Desire's not blinking away. Then they realized they were going for a whole different target. And what is that cosmetic on the Tiny? Do you see it?
Let me see it again. I think I've seen it in the past, but maybe. Yeah, well, we can check it eventually. Oh, yeah. That the forehead with fire. I don't remember this one.
This is pretty good. It's like he's like half rock, half some sort of arcade energy inside him. And I've not seen that one for. I don't know if I've ever seen it or just making notice of it now, but it's pretty cool.
I do like it.
Only $3,000 on Steam.
Yeah, we can check the name later, see if it's really that good. As Tiny did get a 4 staff, very decent, but doesn't work against that soul bind. That's really the problem of the 4 staff here.
Dawnbreaker is also 1,000 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. With that, you can just start. You can just throw your ultimate on 6 seconds. You get that evasion as well, which is very nice for your team. The healing also increases. Might be losing his life now, but it's not the biggest deal. He can just at least buy that one. Is he gonna buy the one piece? Buy the one piece. Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about these eggs. Do you think it's that good, this game? Because at the end of the day,
yes.
I mean, it is very good. Don't get me wrong. I just wonder if there wasn't anything else that I could buy. But he's going to be pretty much a save bot, right? Just try to OT when Chrono goes up or when the Avatos combo happens.
Nah, there's... here's the thing. Looks like almost lands the stun here. No, the Inkswell pops at just an awkward time.
Stampede away.
I do see the Stampede. I hear the Stampede coming out here, and he's just going to make it fine. The only problem, here's the thing. There's nothing else that you can get as Dawnbreaker when you're playing position 5. Like, maybe he's going to go like Holy Locket and Greaves or Pipe after. It's just going to be, heal items, and Aghanim Scepter is your best. 6 seconds in the air with evasion, with more heal. It's pretty damn strong. So yeah, there's no other. It has to be like that. Oh, they're smoking up.
We're gonna smoke here. They find a Vailama, a nice 4-step away, but Inkswell doesn't connect. Really good double 4-step from the supports here as the Vailama is gonna be surviving for now. Necrophos still looking, has that Reaper side, but the Grave preemptively cast, allowing the Vailama to survive on the backlines, though Dawnbreaker did die, and Klee trying to reset the fight. This is a crazy one as Young G gets that Reaper, finds the Dazzle, looking now for the Tiny in the backlines. OT gets on the Necrophos, but they don't have damage. Finally, Focus shows up doing so damage. Chrono on 2, but finds the Dark Willow as well. Damage from Stalkov gets that 1 kill, as they will get the 4th one maybe. Yeah, Lies will eventually perish here. 2 kills for Focus, and despite that Aegis, they ignore the Spectre, and Level Up takes an amazing fight.
I gotta say, the way the fight started for Klee, very odd. We see, why is Dawnbreaker showing up that... You look at Dawnbreaker, he just charges in bro? That is not what you want. Look, he just throws the axes when he shows up. He's like, come on, everybody, I'm here. Yeah. And you're like, dude, do you know what hero you're playing? So he gets murdered very early in the fight. He needs to stay behind and save his ultimate as a counter to, Faceless Void, Chrono or something. The fight went
but the target prioritization was great from Level Up, right? Ignoring the Spectre, I think, was definitely the recipe to winning this fight.
And they saw the Ghost Shroud was off on Necrophos, and they just let's just kill these 2 supports. So really well played. Level Up took that fight amazingly, but Klee also made some pretty obvious blunders. Yeah,
they were trying to bait that Dazzle, and the double 4-step was nice, but they just kept chasing, and there was really no response from Klee to stop that, as the Vailama with the Ogre Suit open really good Avalanche there with the 4-staff, so they should be okay.
He's just making it out just fine. And how Hand of Midas finished on
there we go.
My heart, it's, sometimes you feel like you get a little bit of nice loving water on your heart that just calms you down. And that's how I feel. And I was getting antsy seeing this Dark Willow. Now I'm happy again.
Everything in its right place as the Midas will pay off. I mean, they have a 10k gold lead on Level Up. It felt like Klee was doing really well, but the gold advantage just keeps on piling. That TA is just really hard to keep up with, and even the Void still pretty much tied with the Spectre.
The thing is, it's just the supports, man. There's just no gold on them. They're getting double. Oh, well, that's Lace losing his life as well. That's not what you want, but the Level Up supports, they are farming. Desire, he's got a Philosopher's Stone, sure, but he's also just been involved in kills, not losing his life. We're seeing
Yeah,
Dark
it's
Willow.
rare to see a Tiny this farm. This hero doesn't really farm that fast when you don't have the shard, and he is way ahead of everyone, all of the supports on Klee.
It is insane. And he's bringing value with it. Force tap, Blink Dagger. Like, that's pretty good. There we go. All right, we got Iden Scepter. But he needs to not jump into the fights. You know, I can imagine you get items on Dawn when you're first in the fight. You're like, no.
Oh, good wrap around here. They find that Grimstroke, the Inkswell's not going to help him here at all. As level up really pressuring Klee now back to the side of the map, and only the Spectre kind of away from this madness.
This is getting quite problematic. Level up, they almost always have someone killed on Klee's side, so they're always taking these numerical advantages in these fights. And it's not ideal for Klee in any way. Sure, you have Spectre farming the other side of the map, so you always are going to get decent, like 2 lanes farmed, but level up, you're getting kills and they're pushing objectives. 13,000 gold, it feels like a lot, but you know, again, not insurmountable.
As the Spectre gets a little bit frisky with the Dark Willow, but they're going to disengage. Rosh is up, by the way, so level up, because they're all here on this bottom side, they could pressure it, but hopefully they're not going to make the same mistake we saw with that first Aegis. I think that's the only reason Klee was able to kind of bounce back from that point they were in the game.
Yep. I'm just thinking of Spectre being frisky with Dark Willow. I'm like, oh, well, okay.
Well,
thank you, Bowie.
That's your mind. That's you thinking things. Okay, Dark Willow is just a Dota hero and has never been anything else on the minds of any other Dota player.
Of course not. You know, it would be an oversight to think of her as anything else. You know what I mean?
I mean, of course, she's a lady. She's a. I actually forget the meme, like what the word he uses. She is.
Is she
I'll
a fairy?
Google the meme later. Yeah, no, she's a fairy, but like the way he types the meme is like she would never do that because she's pure, you know. She's all this. I don't know. Maybe we have too many Zoomers watching, but if you're a boomer, you know the meme. You know what we're talking about.
Satanic.
I miss those old memes, the copy pastas. I feel like we kind of stopped like making them. I think we were very good at copy pastas, but at some point it kind of fell out of favor.
Remember when we used to get those Mercedes-Benz ones? Those were classic, you know. You just drop it, you know, the S-Class sedan. You're like, those are the good days. But now, no one has time for these anymore. All right. By the way, he took the extra double-edged damage at level 15. So you mentioned that Soulbind when he did it one time, it like took away half his health. So, I mean, and more strength also does increase double-edged damage, but not by the same amount, of course.
No. Wait a second. I have not seen this. If you use the Necro Shard, I forget the name of the spell.
Death Seeker. On
a Soulbind, do you like use it twice and move twice? Like, do you go to one and then the other?
I believe you go to this. It's I don't know. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know.
I have not seen this interaction actually.
Same, but I believe that you'd go to the second one, very similar to Spirit Breaker's Nether Strike, where you don't Nether Strike 2, you Nether Strike the target that you don't pick. You pick one, you Nether Strike the other one, which is so stupid, but that is how it works.
Okay. We'll see how that. Maybe we can actually spot it through the madness. What happens as we do see Dawnbreaker yet to use that eggs. It feels like level up. They've been just chilling, you know, doing just enough pressure to bully Klee away, but not enough to really commit a full fight. As finally Klee smokes, expecting Roche being taken probably.
By the way, I gotta say the traps coming out from level up side, fantastic vision. A lot of times they've been they look like the smoke is thrown up on the other side. They do catch the Dark Willow, but she's in the Shadow Realm, so they can't touch her, but may be able to bring her down. There's a jump. This is a very heavy commitment for Dark Willow in the end. They use the Spectre Haunt, and look at that focus. He thinks he wants to Chronosphere here. Can he go for it? Dawnbreaker, she's all the way on the other side of the fight, so she's ready to use her ultimate if she can get it off. Looks like whoa. So Grimstroke just gone here. Young G. They're going to go for next Stampede as used. They just want to get out of this. Klee feel like this is not their fight. And they just make it out, losing only the Grimstroke. But Roshan is going to be up in about 3 seconds.
Yeah, no Grim. I guess they could potentially buy back. But as you said, the traps, it's so hard for Klee. Because Level Up was sitting in that lane for so long, setting up all that vision. Despite the Klee smoke, it's just too awkward for them to engage on anyone. They don't have vision. and there's traps all around. You can really deal with it. And the Chronosphere was not even used, so just a free Roche, I think, for level up.
That's very scary. The free Roche. Oh, okay. Focus. He sees. He wants to kill till the end if he can get him, because that. Oh, I didn't want to kill him, but I didn't think he wanted to kill him that badly.
We'll get the mummy, and this probably secures Roshan. If maybe she had buyback, Klee could try and make a move for this, but there's no buyback there. Eggs was purchased a while ago, but Dawn's not farming. Like, all those supports just unable to get any farm.
That's been the big difference maker, if you ask me. I don't think that the Klee cores are playing badly. I think that the supports have just suffered so much. 0-7 on 1J. I think, what's Dawnbreaker? What's his score right now? Like, look, Tiny's 9-1. 9-1 on the team. No wonder he's gotten crazy farm. The guy's got 9 kills to his name.
I mean, maybe this actually goes back to the 3 supports that level up and that start, right? It does feel like the supports inside of Klee might be a bit uncomfortable with the heroes they're playing, and this is why they're struggling. Those early support bans, pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it is paying off a lot. Like this Dawnbreaker, we've seen a couple times. First in the fight, and not through using Solar Guardian, you know. And Tiny's got a gem, by the way, so he's going to be able. What's he bought? He's got Aether Lens on the Tiny.
Okay, interesting.
Well,
So just getting that extra range on the Force and the Glimmer, but not common at all.
I think you can also Avalanche further away.
Yeah,
right?
you can.
Yeah.
I don't think it works with Toss, though. I think the search range is the same. But maybe you can throw someone further, right?
Yeah, I think that would be how it works.
Yeah.
I don't play a whole lot of Tiny, but I think you'd be right that you can just toss someone further away. You're like, guys, go far, go long, as they say, and I'll get him there. Don't worry.
All right, Stoshkov with his Butterfly of this MKB. So the Ag's already not feeling as powerful against the TA. T1's falling. I mean, this is really level up's game to lose. They did made a couple of mistakes overextending, but right now I really feel like they have all it takes to take this game. They are patient. Oh, well, never mind, I just jinxed this TA.
Well, there's no Chronosphere, so this could be a solid fight for them. And if they want to, where the Solar Guardian is available, do they want to throw it? They kind of want to wait to counter the Chronosphere. Chronosphere is back up now, but you might need the Solar Guardian. No, oh my lord. What?
This is painful.
That is just worst case scenario happening right now. They do lose Kami anyway. They're probably going to be losing probably a lot more than that. They lose till the end. Lace, he is a target. They want to get everything. Level up, they're like, we want everyone dead. Reaper Scythe has not been used, and I don't think it's going to be used, but oh my, that Solar Guardian. Ouch.
Yep, it definitely is painful. It kind of looks so good, right? They killed TA instantly, but they got baited by that at the end of the day. I think the Chronosphere solo killed the Spectre as well, so Focus now feeling very strong. Did just get that kill by himself.
By the way, this is
unfortunate fight.
This is the second time I feel like Klee is just not on the same page when it comes to their global spells. The first time was when they tried to kill the TA, and they didn't use Stampede to give them the extra bit of damage. So the TA lived, and then they lost 3 people. This is, again, it's like, I want to save it for the Chronosphere. I'm like, yeah, that's good, but your carry's dying, and you might just need to use it right this second. And he uses it just as he dies, when the hail is nowhere going to be enough to sustain it. So the global presence is not working. And no, Haunt's back. Okay, he's fine.
All right, 27k gold lead here for level up. Really, I mean, they only got the tier 2 tower top. Aegis is down, so it's not like level up is gonna close this game anytime soon. At least it looks like it. But is there a way back here for Klee? Their heroes, I'm not sure they have better late game, honestly.
Debatable, right? Like, you can say both sides. When you do have Necro, Spectre, and Centaur, it's pretty good. If you can get pickoffs, that would be really good for you, especially with like Submarine, double Reaper Scythe. They have good spells, and I don't think that's. I think it is comebackable, but it's gonna be very hard for. Oh, Stukov, that could be a nice way for them to come back. Oh,
Force step though. Is it enough? No, they get it. The Reaper gets it. All right, they're going to keep on going here. Good Solar Guardian as it heals. I mean, they're all full HP for now as they're looking for someone here. There is Chrono available. The Void, actually Time walks away and they are done with this fight. They lost the TA, they lost the damage, and this is probably for the better here. If Level Up can get out without losing anyone, they even get the Dawnbreaker, but they will kill Luxion as a trade. 3-4-1. I mean, definitely a clean win, right?
Huge. I mean, a great way for them. Like that Dawnbreaker or Solar Guardian was really good because it was kind of meant just to save him, by the way. If you look at it, they're going to kill till the end. He just throws the ultimate off, and it forces them to sort of stay in the fight a little bit longer than they would really like to. And in the end, he still loses his life, but they still trade 1-for-1. And reminder that the supports on Level Up are just twice as farm as the supports on Klee, basically. So when you trade support for support, you always come out ahead for Klee. And nice use of the Inkswell instance. That's such a good change. The Inkswell can be manually used like that. Gets them the kill.
Mm-hmm.
So they cut the net worth. Oh.
Change the hero.
So they cut the net worth by 9,000. Pretty good. Sorry, net worth deficit by 9,000.
Oh, Timeless Relic on the Necrophos. That feels pretty good, although I don't think it works on the Aura. Just works on the other spells.
Probably. And he's got Blink Dagger on the Necro as well. So he just feels like he wants to be able to sort of maybe jump on the Faceless Void, throw out the Reaper, get the kill on. They have decent burst damage, but I don't know if it's enough to kill Faceless Void. Does he have a BKB? Like even if we get the stun off on the Centaur,
he does. He does have BKB, the Void.
Yeah, then the Grimstroke Silence is just not going to be enough, and yeah, I don't know if you can kill a Faceless Void with one stun from the Centaur.
Yeah, definitely needs a bit more than that. As Roche still 2 minutes away from spawning. Davai Lama pretty farmed here, either working on Blink or Hurricane Pike. Which one you think should be done first here for the Dazzle?
You said Hurricane Pike. I didn't hear the first one, to be honest with you.
Blink or Hurricane Pike?
Oh,
he already has the 4-step, so just needs the Dragon.
Probably Hurricane Pike, actually. Yeah, once the Spectre joins the fight, you're really not going to be seeing anyone. So you might as well just get the Hurricane Pike so you can stay alive. Like the Blink, the Radiance will stop the Blink Dagger, but the Hurricane Pike is a lot more reliable.
Mm-hmm. True. As they're looking for someone here, and they get a good toss on the Dawnbreaker. Some right clicks until the end. We'll be dead till minute 40.
As buyback if he needs to use it, and there is no Roshan to go for it. Level up. Ironically, like them going for high ground right now is a bit riskier than it was a couple of minutes ago, right? When they had a much bigger lead. We'll see. Maybe they feel like, okay, guys, they can actually like come back. Let's get any objective that we can.
Yeah, no, the glyph is available here, but it looks like they want to buy time for this Dawnbreaker to spawn. They will need to buy back if they want to defend the melee barracks, unless Level Up is satisfied with this glyph. Ashtokov keeps on going. So miss hits there, gets the melee barracks, but the stun's gonna connect.
Ooh,
Stampede though. Yep. Oh, double Shadow Step as the 4-step buys some time. The leash holding that TA in place. Grave being cast on the Tiny. I guess
very
just
early.
to... Yeah, they will disengage, and Roche is gonna spawn with a double damage on the bottom side, but there's actually vision from Klee about the double damage. We'll see if they're gonna be able to at least deny that from Level Up. Although maybe the center can do it. He's nearby.
Pisvo's got the attack speed during Chronos. So he hits very fast. I think anyone he catches should be a kill for them. Meanwhile, smoke from
They
Level Up.
deny the double, but smoke from Level Up.
Spectre goes in. Blade Mail is active, so they don't really want to hit him too far. It's Spectre versus 4, by the way, but he does get the Shadow Step on Stukov. Wow, these Graves are very early, I must say. And Stampede is used. The BKB has been forced out of the Faceless Void, so if he does he work Chrono on 1J? The Soul Binds have been used. Oh, okay. Looks like we are using the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Can they get? No, they cannot get the Reaper because he was actually hexed up at the time. So unfortunately for them, it's going to be a huge victory for Level Up. The Reaper could not come out because Davai Lama with the AoE Hex, and they team wipe them off the face of the earth.
All right, yep. That was rough. The Grimstroke dying, I think, is fine. He did deny or pick up the double damage for himself, but it was a really good wraparound from Level Up, and they got baited. They actually found the Spectre by themselves. They were so scared as Level Up that they didn't go for the kill. But the Spectre was actually killable there, and even then, Level Up takes the fight. They held a high ground, and Klee just forced the fight. They couldn't win.
Then looks like it's just gonna be mega creeps. They don't have buyback on Necrophos, who Centaur buys back, but irrelevant at the end. It's just mega creeps have been taken. Have they been taken? Looks like the fight is going to go now. Kami wants to get something for his team. Stampede has used solid jump here on Stukov, but remember there's a shallow grave. If they need it, it comes out in time. Stukov is going to be fine. Maybe not the same thing for the time. 1J loses his life focus in the back line, brings him down. And can they go for more here? Lace, he is... It's a very spread out fight, but in the end, Kami is going to be losing his life. And I feel like it's going to be the double G's come out by Young G, of all people, of course. And Level Up takes a very convincing performance in Game 1. Did not look close at all, I must say.
Yeah, I think despite... If it was not for that first Roshan that they lost, this game could have been a 30-minute game. But
Yes.
they definitely gave Level Up a little bit of a time to recover the Spectre. I'm sorry, Klee to recover the Spectre. And it's kind of commendable that despite the awful laning stage the Spectre had, they were able to take this to a game this long.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it didn't feel like they were ever really in control, Klee. Even when they kind of came back, let's say, they kind of equalized the net worth a little bit. So kudos to Level Up. I didn't expect this to be this one-sided. I thought it was going to be much closer.
Same, right? I thought this was going to be the most one-sided, most even match of the day. But it's kind of crazy. A lot of the Solar Guardians just did not land. We did see that first attempt in the mid lane. I feel like that's a weak inflection point, or whatever you want to call it, where the game could have gone really one way or another. But because you lose so many, you don't get the kill on TA, it really cost them. The global presence was not on point. And I feel like a lot of it comes out of the support staff on Klee. You look at the other side, Tiny's got 9 kills. He's sitting there with double the net worth. Same thing for the Dark Willow, and then you have nothing coming out from the Dawnbreaker. So a couple of decent soul binds, but it wasn't enough. So I hope Klee is a lot more comfortable with their support staff in Game 2, because this was not it.
It's kind of crazy to say that you have to be worried about the tiny Dazzle lane if you're playing against Level Up, but it felt so strong. Obviously, they had the double melee, so you kind of amplify how good it actually looks. But you gotta be careful with your carry pick here. I think that Spectre was just not the right pick for them. They were not expecting it, or if they were, they didn't really fully understood how that lane was gonna look like. So this is the first game of the series, guys. We're gonna go on a break for about 7 minutes with game number 2. Hopefully, a more exciting one. But still, it was a fine game number 1, and we're waiting for 3 games. Hopefully, we're praying for it. We didn't really get it. I'm Bowie, Ultimo here. I'm going to be right back.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome back to the 25th anniversary of Pinnacle. And what better way to celebrate than by having a Dota 2 tournament with a $100,000 prize pool. We're going to go straight into the draft on this one because we are a little bit late. We do apologize for that. We did have to fix up our technical issues. There were some of comments about how you guys really enjoyed having only our voices and no in-game, but we decided that that's not, you know, we gotta give you some in-game voice as well. Sorry, in-game sounds as well. So we did have to fix that, or I mean, is it really a fix, Bowie? If our voices are enough to carry the stream, is it a fix?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I told Otomo, all right, our voices are not enough, okay? You have to fix the sound. He didn't want to fix it because he thought our voices were good enough. But I convinced him, and now we do have in-game sound, I believe.
Yes, I pressed the...
But jokes.
Sorry. I was going to say, I pressed the fix noise button on my keyboard. There's a one button that says fix noise. I pressed it, and everything's fine now.
Then do you have the make draft show up as well?
No, that one's on production side. I thought so. That they did that one. They interrupted us while we were talking. Right. Just went straight to the draft. We couldn't even wink at the camera like we usually do.
Yeah, man. It's okay though. It's okay. They know we are both pretty and handsome. As the Kunkai we're talking about finally pops up here. Klee backs against the wall. They resort to the handsome bearded Kunkai.
I mean, if you can have a beard like that, you should get one. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
That's why Tsunami has his, right? He's pretty much Kanka incarnated.
He
has
is.
That beautiful face, that full beard.
All right. But we might need to talk about something else after this game is over. All right. I'll send you a couple of PMs about it. But level up.
Okay.
They get rid of the Spectre. They do feel like Kami, despite the atrocious laning phase that he had to go through, not that he performed badly, it was just insanely hard for him. He recovered very well. He felt like he was still a factor no matter how bad the game went. So Level Up was like, yeah, we don't like that. So they do ban out 4 supports as well from Level Up side. Something very similar to what they did in the previous game. The Pugna, the Grimstroke, the Twin Protector, and the Gyrocopter. Although Grimstroke was not banned, but they banned another support. I forgot which one it was.
They had 3 bans. They banned 3 supports, and then I think that's literally the same 3 that they banned, but they added Grimstroke into the mix. So this is going to be an interesting game because weird supports are going to pop up. Which ones, I'm still not sure, but Phoenix is in the pool. We did not see it in game number 1. Snapfire still available. We saw a couple of games with that here too.
I wouldn't mind seeing an AA. I feel like where's my Ancient Apparition? You know, I mean... Was the nerf that bad? 6 damage on Ice Vortex? Yeah,
I think mostly it's about the carries in the pool not having stuns. I think like you really like to play that with like a Wraith King or Sven, right? Just to have that
CK.
oomph. Yes, and all of those heroes, they did get substantially nerfed.
That's true. That's true. All right, Klee, they go back. They go for the Dark Willow. Level up pick the previous game, and they're like, that Dark Willow with the Hand of Midas was farming pretty nicely. Let's hope we can try replicate that here for maybe for 1J here. All right, level up. Centaur's not amazing against Kunkka, I gotta say. They picked it second, but it's not ideal. You can't stampede away if you're X-marked. Tidal Wave is also very annoying because you kind of like stunned, so it wastes some time with the stampede. But they go for the Lina here for level up. Interesting matchup against the Kunkka, I gotta say. I feel like it is pretty Kunkka favored.
Yeah, could be offlane Kunkka, but still, I guess they're like, okay, if they cannot flex this Kunkka anymore, because if they do go for it, Lina probably should stomp it. So I do like the confidence here. We saw two Linas very early, this one and I think in the first series as well, and both performances were very convincing for the Lina. Even checking the win rate here, Lina has a 63% win rate, 65 with 20 games. It's quite impressive stats for the hero.
It is. It is, actually. We'll see what Stukov can do. They did take away his Templar Assassin, so it's like, as well as the Necrophos, so it's like, I gotta adjust to something else. Level up, they take the Vengeful Spirit, who also is not amazing against the Kunkka, because you have to wait until like the X mark lands, then you swap, and usually that's not the most ideal. Oftentimes, though, when you get X mark, the damage of the Ghost Ship and the turret is instantly there, you know? Like, these players
You do
know
get the damage reduction at least, right? So
True.
it does help a little bit.
True, that is fair, but yeah, I guess you could just swap after, just not as ideal as it usually is. And what about Team Klee? You have Dark Willow and Kunkka. I am shocked that Spirit Breaker has not gotten even a tiny bit of love today. I know the hero is nerfed, but come on.
I mean, it's the polar opposite, because in the games I was casting, it was literally every game first phase ban, first phase picked. Oh, we get it. Fish Chad shows up. Okay.
That's
Actually, blind pick, though. You do not know your carry matchup, and you also lose the flex of the Kunkka. You're pretty much guaranteed to play mid. I'm not sure. That's the reason why I don't like this Larder. You now have to play him against that Lina.
You mean the Kunkka? Against the Lina?
Yeah, I mean, if you lose the flex of the Kunkka, and now you're picking Larder blind into a carry you don't know.
I don't think that Slar is a hero that kind of cares too much about which carry he's going to be facing against. And
I mean, Drow. I think there's some matchups that are pretty tough for the guy.
Yeah, Drow. I think she did get picked at all this Pinnacle.
I mean, you have Alina, you have Venge. I think this is not a bad Drow game. You have Center as well to kind of aid you.
What about Luna?
Luna, yeah, I think similar. Chando, very strong hero. I think he's the highest win rate hero in Dispatch.
He's fantastic. He's absolutely fantastic. Like the jungle creeps getting those upgrades. The hero in general can do so much. I do think that you put him, and you will see what carry they want to add for that for Klee. But for level up, Luna might not be so bad, although your single target damage is going to be somewhat limited. Slaughter loves that sort of spread out damage. It's not too heavy. But Luna against some of those creeps from the Chen could help remove the army. No, actually I don't think I want Luna. There's just too much damage mitigation from Klee and heal. You need something better. Maybe.
Oh.
I was going to say Slark because I'm going to go fish on fish, but Naga comes out.
They're waste trash on Klee. They actually don't have ways to deal with the illusions.
I guess that's pretty good. I don't know.
Like in a fight, they might have enough damage, but just like to clear waves, they're all very bad at clearing waves.
True.
Like the Kunkka is the best one, but even like you don't get that much Tidebringer damage anymore. The build is very focused on the eggs and the shards. So
True.
I can see this. You also have the Dispel against Corrosive. What you have to be worried about though is that early like grouping with the Chen. If they can get those early towers, Naga can easily get choked.
I feel like that's, but I agree with you, right? It feels like it's unlikely that Naga will be choked. Dark Willow and Chen are just there. Maybe Chen with an army is not so bad against the Naga illusions early on, but Dark Willow is pretty terrible. All right, Klee, you need a carry. Level up needs a mid, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
the support.
Yeah, but they did ban 2 offlaners on Klee, so maybe we might see the first center support of the tournament. I don't know.
I hope so. I hope so. All right, so it's
Yeah.
gonna be Level Up's pick next. We're thinking either a support or it's going to be some sort of offlane. I'm gonna go back and say it. Wouldn't mind seeing an AA in this game. You are up against heals, very durable, damage mitigation, blah blah blah. Preventing them from healing feels really good in a game like this.
Yeah, I do like the AA actually. They do take away this van. Really nice ban against the Naga. Straightforward one.
Who do you want to go?
AA. What else?
The ban of Bloodseeker always makes me think of Pango, but I don't know if Level Up can fit it in their draft unless like they move Lina to support. Then they pick Pango mid. Meh.
I see.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I think Kunkka just does way too well against Pango for you to like sacrifice this Lina. I feel like you're fine with the matchup that they already have.
Would they go with the Brewmaster? Okay, so it's the dream. It's here. It's all right. Everyone, close whatever tabs you have. We have Centaur support, very likely, possibly not, but probably. And they go with Lifestealer here for Klee as their carry at the end. Oh boy, it is going to be position 4 Centaur. Woohoo!
All right, very excited about this one. I guess they were expecting the Lifestealer, so maybe just baiting the Lifestealer pick a little bit. I do like the LS pick, the classic Lifestealer bomb with Slaughter, very powerful. But is it that good against Naga plus Brew? I'm not sure. There's going to be Radiance. Not that many ways to prevent the split from being cast, honestly. Only the Willow OT is like very long duration. You have the save from the Centaur. Especially after game 1, I know it's boring. I know we might just agree, but I kind of want to go with Level Up again.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what? I am going to disagree. I'm going to go with Klee. I like this. I've been tooting the horn of this Slardar for a while. You have Lifestealer with it. It's very durable with the Kunkka. I don't know if they have enough damage. Plus, we have Chen. How do you go up against Chen? So I'm all in on Klee. 100%. 98, 75% Klee.
You're not helping here. You're losing my trust. All right, you're making a case for yourself, and now you lost me here. But yeah, I mean, Lifestealer is nice. You're gonna go for that Radiance against the Naga Illusions, and it's hard to go against the 75% win rate Chin has in this tournament. Actually, 19 games, 15 games, 73% win rate. This is the best win rate by far of the heroes that got picked a lot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you have Slaughter, you got Chen, you got Kunkka. I mean, Lifestealer and Darkwill are kind of meh to me, whatever. But you got these three. You got the boys. They're ready. You know. On the side, what do you have? Support Centaur. What is support? Can we see what support Centaur has? I want to see his items actually. What's he starting with?
It's Ring of Protection. I'll guess it's Blood Grenade, Ring of Protection, Tangos, Stick, and probably not Stick actually. Yeah.
No, I don't want this guy. I want Desire. I want the Centaur. Show me Centaur. That's not. Oh, he's good. We're gonna go hero by hero. All right, next one has to be Centaur. There we go.
Okay, yeah. Double Mango. That one I didn't see that much, but makes sense.
Hoofstop's kind of expensive in the mana department, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, so it makes sense. However, it's Lifestealer and Chen versus Centaur and Brew. I think the Lifestealer is going to be relatively fine, right? Even the stun from the Centaur has a wind-up time, so 1 point in Rage should be more than enough.
Yeah, but the first level, I think, like, you don't really want to get the Rage until level 4, ideally. But you might be forced into it level 2 or 3 just because there's a lot of spam there as they do fight till the end, and he's going to die first blood for the Lina. Oh, this is disaster.
Hey, we have in-game sound back, baby. Nice. All right. Yeah, that is not the start you want, but my boys will make a comeback. You know what we should do this? You should be the coach of Level Up, and I'll be the coach of Klee on this one, all right? That's how we'll cast it. So everything my guys do is correct. Everything your guys do is also correct, but to you.
Yeah, I mean, are you really their coach? Because you only believe in them 97%. Like, trust their boys. Doesn't matter what.
You got offered to coach a couple of semi-pro teams, and I was like, no, I'm not good enough. I don't want to do it. So
Was it because of that or because you didn't trust them 100%?
And I trust myself, even 10% on that one.
Oh man. Now, looking at these lanes here, how do you fare this top lane's gonna go? Do you think this is even? Who has the advantage?
If there's an advantage, which I'm not so sure, I do think I favor Cleave. On the other hand, though, they're very durable on the other side. It most likely will devolve into just a farm fest, you know? Like, Desire, every time he goes up, he'll take a few hits, but Kami shouldn't be killable. Desire should be killable. It's just farming.
By the way, they block both camps on the Chen there. You can see that the Radiant has a ward in the small camp and a sentry in that other camp. So, not a lot of creeps for this Chen to work with right now.
They sometimes do this when you're playing up against like a Mirana position 4. You also block the camp, so she has to go very far to get them. He didn't take Holy Persuasion level 1. He did take the I'm not sure what the name of the ability is, but the one that slows you and you take extra damage. Penitence, penitence. So, but Chen he is starting that D-ward process and he's working on it.
Yeah, but still, against that center, really hard. Like, he's always going to be able to block the camp, right? Because the Chen doesn't have enough harass to really, like, push him out. So, unless there's multiple camps unblocked, Desire should be able to prevent those creeps. And Kami taking a beating here from this Panda center combination.
Oh, we don't want to see that. It's too violent. Kami, he'll make it out. He'll make it out, but holy moly.
Yeah, not safe for work right there.
This is what I guess the support centaur can give you a huge amount of burst damage at level 2. The Swift Stomp with the double edge. And it's such a tanky body. Although, that tanky body is not that tanky at the laning stage.
Yeah, the HP regen is good though. It's 9 HP regen with no items. It's crazy.
Are you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is 9.
Wait, can you see it? It's that means anything.
It's like 8.7, I think, level 2.
Jeez! No way, that is insane. I actually did not know that.
He has no armor to compensate, but they don't really... The Chen is not doing that much physical damage, let's be honest. Oh, Lupsion gets one.
He's got 8.7! I mean, he's got Mango, but holy moly.
Yeah, the hero's good.
I did not know. I know that this is like, maybe not the time to what's it called, fangirl over it, but wow! Nice! Like, that's, I think it probably starts around, like, I think 7.7, because he had a bit of stats, and a Mango. So, very impressive though. In the meantime, it is going to be leveled up with a bit of an advantage here, but my team is doing it on purpose so that they can recoup that gold later on.
Okay. The classic saving strats here, as Desire does deal with the Ghost Blade, blocking the camp. They still have the other wards. This is a tough spot for this Chen, because he kind of wants to be in lane to help Kami, but he also helps more if he unblocks the camps. It's such a tough position.
Yeah, he has to go really far to get a creep. Then he comes back. Plus, you don't always find creeps that are good. You might go in and be like, oh, this is a shit camp. It's got nothing. And then you have to go to another camp, and it's
he comes back empty-handed here. No creeps.
Do you remember at some point taking lane creeps was a legitimate strategy?
Yeah.
That was like, okay, why are we taking away a source of golden experience? So
maybe they could do that, right? Like, what if the creeps had, like, even if it was a really shitty passive, just so that Chen, like, that would be cool. I wouldn't mind seeing some, I don't know, every 10 hits you bash, or some, I don't know, some aura of some sorts, because we do have the aura creep, right? But I'm not sure you can dominate that one, actually.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to buff Chen. You know what's crazy is look at the mid lane, 30 and 10 to the 20 and 4. The Stukov is destroying this lane. Like a little while ago, it was even further. Like, the gap was even bigger, but he's recovering. Lace is having the good time overall for Klee. It's not too bad, but still 3 kills for level up and 1,000 gold advantage for them.
The first blow definitely helps, and it's already like an advantageous matchup for the Lina, right? So he definitely making use of that. We'll see how good the performance is going to be later, because there is a fair amount of catch here. This Lina can be bursted down by the Slugger once there's a blink. Oh, speaking of burst damage, that Chen taking a lot here.
they throw the Golem throws the rock on Desire, but it doesn't matter. It's 4-0 right now for level up, as the Chen pick has been obliterated. This is usually when you expect the hero to do a lot. Oh, Stukov might lose his life. The stun comes out. It's not too bad. 1-for-1 trade. They're also probably gonna get the Kunkka here. The supports get it, and Klee gets something for their trouble, but trading 2-for-1 not ideal.
Yeah, you lose the rune. You do get wiped afterwards. Definitely not the ideal scenario. I mean, looking at the lanes, man, like this Naga against Slardar is amazing because Slardar cannot deal with the illusions. The Lina is doing really well against Kunkka. And the Chen, kind of what's supposed to give them this early game advantage, totally dismantled. I wonder, well, maybe Focus dies here. Could be enough.
This double Wraith Band from the Naga sign, by the way, he's got 12 armor. Because is this going to be enough? Super close. Double Wraith Band on the Bruce Master as well. But Desire, he really wants this, and I don't think there's anything...
Wisdom runes too as well.
1G can't do anything about it. There you go, double Wisdom runes going on for them. He can TP away if he wants to, but he's not sure if there's a Cursed Crown on. Actually, you can probably just TP it anyway. Okay, Desire.
Right. Do you have a speech for your team already? Because it's not looking good right now. I'll say that.
1J, you stay on his ass. You make sure. There you go. That's what I like to see, Mr. J. See?
Okay.
All right.
That's a good speech. They got a kill out of that.
To be fair, I'm not sure why Desire didn't TP straight away. I think Curse Crown takes what, 4 seconds to activate? So you had enough time to get out.
Maybe he just wants to have the TP. But yeah, I mean, you're right. They forced so many rotations there that it was probably decent play. I guess he saw this larger leaving lane. He didn't know exactly where he was.
Yeah.
He got afraid that he could have got stunned.
It's like he's like, any second now he's going to show up. And he's like, okay. And he's like, then you're like, oh crap, I could have TP'd 5 seconds ago. Brewmaster, he's going straight up Radiance. Wonder if that's something that Kami's going to be thinking about. But he is going for Armlet. Usually if it's Radiance, you see randomized Radiance, infest the Golem, push hard. And that's sort of the way I thought they might be playing this one.
Yeah, you can go Radiance with Armlet, but it's definitely like it takes a while. You don't farm that fast, as you said. But you know, there's a lot of pressure coming from level up, and the Armlet does allow him to fight earlier.
True.
Which I think he's going to be forced into.
Yeah, but Divide Llama is only level 5, so does not have the stun. However, it's a lot of life to chew through, and in the end, Team Klee is forced to back up. Yeah, you're not really killing the Brewmaster very easily.
Yeah, he had the status resistance farm as well. That Curse Crown lasts for nothing, and it's only level 1 on his passive.
So my boys, that's how I'm going to apparently refer to them, they're bringing it back. You know, tough start to the laning phase. We had a bit of a couple of hiccups, but now we're back to farming. We're getting decent CS. We're not far behind. Although Slaughter, I tell him not to do this, but he doesn't listen. He plays, and that's why, because he knows exactly what he's doing.
You told him not to live? Is that what you said?
Lays makes it down just fine.
Okay, they are going here for Luxion. Good stun, getting some damage reduction with that swap. Oh, good hoof stomp, but no follow-up here, as they will agree to disagree, and everyone will go their own ways.
Top lane with Kami just munching away. He has gold to buy pieces of the Armlet, so he might be thinking of the Radiance, which I know that we've discussed this a few times. I do think Radiance would be the play here if he can get it. No, he's going back for the Armlet. Also, fantastic choice.
Brew just rushing that Radiance as well. Might even get it faster than Kami if the game continues this path, as Desire 25 for a rune, just taking so much damage from those creeps. Holy. The medallion on the Chen there. Good stun. Do they have any follow-up? The Vailama's gonna get there with the clappy clap, and I believe till the end is going to die.
Yep, he does. A little bit unfortunate for him there. He couldn't get the creeps on top of the Centaur to get the kills. XP per minute, not usually a stat that we show, but we like to do things a bit differently. Ah, there we go. Just when I say it.
Gotta say, you were talking about the double Wraith Band on the Naga, but Brew also has his, so it allows him to be super tanky, as the Willow is not. Just dies in the tier 1 tower here, just being given to level up.
And I think... Oh yeah, as Slaughter's going to go for Echo Saber, that's going to help if you can right-click on people. We'll see if that's actually happening or not. Kami is going Armament into Radiant, so no Hand of Midas to speed up the farm. Okay. That's a bit of a risk to go that he does feel like, you said, probably if there are fights happening, he wants to be involved. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Wraithband gives you the most armor per gold. It's really good.
It does, especially after 25. It is... It's a really good item, and I wonder, like, even the supports might get one. I wonder if the center is gonna get one eventually as Vailama. Popping his ult in an awkward way, maybe he gets the tornado, actually dispelling the sprint. I'm not sure that's possible. As Stampede gets used, that's a deep dive. Yeah, this is not gonna work out, guys. Let's get the hell out. The Vailama should be fine as well, and even focus tipping away.
And I don't know if Garner Spit can be dispelled as well. I might not. I kind of thought it can't actually. Well, we'll see if we can hover the mouse over
here.
it.
Yeah. So is this dispellable? It is. It doesn't.
We're all waiting.
Say.
Come on, coach.
Undispellable.
I knew it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, buddy. Good swap there. I'm not sure what's happening as the stun will meet the target and Stokov with a killing spree. 9 and 2 gold advantage. Still pretty minor, but it is a Naga. And what do you think of this no blink build here from Lice? Just going straight up bag. Well, he is fighting here. Gets the bash on the Venge. Good bolt being used. Torrent with the bolt should suffice, and Vailama dies. Didn't even have his ulti, so I guess it doesn't matter as they're trying to disengage here because Lucian will die. And they're going to lose the center as well. They're going to get overwhelmed by the aggression of Klee.
Finally, Klee takes a good fight. And yeah, Lace, I like it. We see this Echo Saber build into the Aghanim Scepter. You become super tanky. I think that's Klee's strategy, is that we want Slaughter all the way in the front. Very hard to kill, making those puddles. You have to remember, though, you're up against a Vengeful Spirit, so she can swap you out of the puddle, but it's still something, you know. Oh, 1J taking a few hits, but I think he'll shatter him just fine.
Yeah, that's a little bit over-eager from him. I don't know what he was expecting to happen there, but does force a couple of spells, and he has this double damage, so pushing him away allows the Lina to hit the tower. We'll see if they can get this one.
I like how he starts with Laguna Blade. He's that confident. He's like, I'll start with the high cooldown spells, boys. You know, I'm gonna get it. Kami, not too far from the Sacred Relic, only about 1,000 gold, so very nice recovery by my boys at Klee.
Yeah, your boys doing a good job managing the aggression. Lifestealer, I mean, it is obviously very good against Brewmaster. You just get the sustain. You don't really need to leave the lane. Focus though, getting to that Manta, getting to that Orc. I think the Orc is really gonna be the timing because no Manta on the Lifestealer, no BKB. He's gonna be food every time, you know, if he gets picked off.
Yeah, most likely though, he'll probably be infesting a Granite Golem, so it's not gonna matter if he gets silenced. Like, he should be okay. Plus, you have decent heals and saves, and like with the X mark, maybe you can X mark him. He goes forward. I'm not too worried about the Orchids, you know. Slardar already has the Echo. Probably will disassemble for the Aghanims later on.
Yeah, going for the Shard. No surprises there.
The Vailama taking his Kami. He already used his Rage. The Desire's there, so he needs to be careful. I don't know what Desire has, but he's got very little gold overall. I think it's like I saw Magic Wand and Boots. I don't know if he has anything else.
Yeah, definitely. He had a really good start, right? But the fights subsequently weren't that good, and that's the problem with this hero. Like, you kind of need to snowball towards your blink, or else you feel quite useless in the mid game.
Yeah, I've seen some posts about him as a support being like, "You're such a body, you're so tanky later on." I'm like, are you that tanky? I mean, you're still a support. You know, you're usually when we say heroes tanky is because they got, you know, Assault, Cuirass, and Blade Mail and Heart. Good luck getting that on for Desire.
Yeah, the Vailama though gets scanned. We'll get to see everyone. Pops the Primal Split. Not a lot of lockdown to instantly stop that, as we said in the draft. So the Vailama should disengage, and this big smoke rotation from Klee so far not working out, but they actually want to chase till the end.
They
Stampede onto those Brewlings, and he's still alive.
Oh.
They get a kill on the Slaughter at the same time on the other side. Ooh, not great for Klee.
Kami, they do take the stack though, so they're not. They get something for their effort, but definitely they've been great. It would have been great for them if we could have killed the Brewmaster. However, his ulti is forced out very defensively, so we know that
Yeah.
for a couple of minutes, level up is not going to be too aggressive. Overall, we're pretty happy on that on Klee.
Vailama though preventing this tower from being taken, but he puts himself really good whirlwind from the
Wild Wing Ripper.
Wild Wing Reaper, and Kami's gonna be fine. Nicely done. They lose the Chen creeps, but they do get the Vailama.
That was very good, by the way. Using that, I always remember that you have it, but sometimes you think, oh, it's the tornado, the old one. That was fun. They're going for more. I think that Ibstor's gonna be losing his life here.
On a swap, damage reduction by some time. LSA onto 3, but there is no follow-up. The Naga is still farming, unfortunately, and this gives Klee the confidence here moving forward, and they could Roche. It's on the dire side, and they have that Slaughter.
Focus, by the way, basically has the Radiance right now, about 50 gold away from it. And reminder, Radiance does bonus damage to illusions, so it is very helpful at playing out those Naga once Naga starts split pushing with them. Kunkka, Blade Mail, going for Axe Scepter, and like you said, they have Slaughter, and they're going for Roshan. Klee playing
Slaughter Chen.
pretty damn
That's
good.
Insane. They take that tier 1 tower, and Naga just not ready to really fight, doesn't have that Orchid yet. So nicely done here. I think they're gonna buy a lot of time for Kami. Now, what is the timing here for them? Like when are you actually sieging and trying to take it to level up? Are you waiting for the eggs on Kunkka? Are you waiting for the eggs on Slaughter?
Both, as well as I don't know. Wait, what does Chen have? But I think that the double Ags will be a big deal. You already have the Radiance on the Lifestealer. I don't know if this is enough to go for like tier 2s. It's not enough to actually try and end the game. Oh, okay. Kami gets the rage off.
Really fast with the rage there. Focus didn't. Oh, nice LSA though. They will probably get the first life as the Lifestealer falls. This is not great.
No, it's not. And they didn't even weren't forced to use Song or none of their ultimates. So no big commitment there. He was walking around with low health on the Lifestealer and gets punished for it very heavily. So Kami, I mean, they weren't gonna go high ground, but you still can't play as aggressively without it.
Yeah, they're gonna TP Stokov here. They have the Laguna Blade. That's Slaughter as fast as he is. This fish is going nowhere. They even commit the Stampede just to make sure the Slaughter falls, and just as quickly as it felt like they were coming back, they get put back into the ground again. You need a speech here. What's your speech?
Can I use Blitz's speech on our Ninja Way? Oh, that was super good.
You can.
Well, you should hear it. He does it so much better. In the meantime, though, Vengeful Spirit's going to go for Vlad, so a lot of extra damage there. I think a swap came out. And looks like this Chen, oh, not bad with the Terrorize. And Chen, he is still alive.
The Brewlings are dead.
There you go. Well done by Klee here. This is very back and forth. Each team is like, is it my turn to get 2 kills? And they just go for it.
Those Brewlings felt like they were made of paper. Like the Bowden 1 Tidebringer took like 75% of their health.
Alright, Desire's got his blink dagger. Wait, we don't like that though, because we're on the other side. 1J going for an early Hex on Dark Willow. First item Hex. Very bold. Very, very bold.
Alright, so time for the runes here. We do have a fair amount of level up heroes nearby. Looks like Mant is going to become his item. You really need that against the Orchid of the Naga, against the... even dodging the Magic Missile. Speaking of that, Luciano here being chased down, gets the swap. Blink out from the center, beautifully done. So they will survive and hold the tower for now.
I like how Kami was walking through the brambles as if they were the enemies. Then he realized, wait, that's mine. I always do that when I see bramble. Like, wait.
Yeah.
You get so used to being locked by it, so it becomes a muscle memory. Like, oh, no, bramble.
It's such an annoying spell, right? Like, you just want to make sure you never step on them.
Well, in the meantime, Lina Agadem's Lace.
Lina is ready. Ooh, okay. Maybe if there was no ward there, 1J maybe dies.
Lots of Ags being finished because Slaughter has his. I want to see Chen because Chen. This is very different script compared to game 1 where the supports on level up were farmed. This time it's like the Klee supports are right up there, particularly the Chen.
I wonder if he's going for the eggs on Chen, right? Because you do have that global dispel. Not sure how good it is this game, but you can take away that the Orchid globally, Scythe of Ice. It's global hard dispel is insane.
Oh, Desire, great break of the smoke. He was right under the ward. And Chen does get the shard, but like you said, it's not the Axe Scepter. The global dispel would be very nice. You can also remove the Wave of Terror. That's also pretty decent.
True. I mean, it is a hard global dispel, right? Or is it a normal dispel?
I think it's a normal one. Can we hover over the Chen Aghanims? I think it's like a soft dispel. And I don't think like it removes stuns. I think that a global ability that removes stuns. Imagine that against like RP.
I think it is though. I'll double check, but I think it is.
I'm fairly
so
sure.
eggs. The initial damage. Blah blah blah.
Observer.
It's taking longer than I wanted to.
Chen Aghanims. Observer. Just Chen. No, Chen. No, not that. There he is. On the Ags.
Oh no, it's the 25. It's the 25 actually.
Oh.
Hand of God applies a strong dispel. So it is that, but it is 25. So obviously, I think more balanced than the eggs giving that.
I agree. It's like you get that too early. I like how we're both kind of wrong in our own way. Divide Llama just decides to use his ultimate. Kami wants to find someone. Remember, he already used the Aegis. Decides this is not worth his life, and he's in trouble.
Oh,
he gets stunned. It's the heal comes out. He's still alive. Actually, don't count my boys out. They always know how to fight. The ghost ship is there. Kami walks out, and this is what we teach them how to run. As this is the second time we see a pretty good escape. Divide Llama gets stunned. 1J barely dodges the LSA, but then you can't dodge the magic missile. Sentry just for vision of that tiny area. Very nicely done by Ipsen. In the meantime, though, Desire and Naga. Naga dies. I think the Radius Bird gets her, and we are hungry for blood here. We are going for more. The swap comes out, but you just swap where you're gonna be buried. That's all.
Okay, this was a roller coaster of emotions here. It felt like the livestream was gonna die, and then Naga dies in return. Kami, he had the rage on. That's how he killed the Naga through Song. Ooh, very unfortunate there. It's still very, very even in gold, right? We're getting a lot of back and forth, and the gold advantage doesn't seem to get higher than 2K on either side.
Yeah, which for my Klee boys, I do think that we are waiting for our second Aegis. Once we have that, we really start thinking about a heavy push because, you know, Chen, you're gonna have that Vlad, Helm of the Overlord. You're gonna have some decent creeps coming out for you. Like, I don't know if I want to go ultra late against level up. You know, it's like 35 minutes is fine, 40 minutes is okay, but you get 50, 60, I kind of worry.
Yeah, it gets super scared because you're going to get that pure damage on Lina. The Lina can solo kill the Lifestealer with double Laguna Blade at 25, so it definitely gets scary. But they're going to smoke here. Blink on Slaughter. This is super scary if they find someone and they will meet someone. Willow ulti, they find Avenge, instant kill. Laguna Blade gets used somewhere but doesn't do that much damage. As now it is Focus being chased down, has no song, will fall. Double kill for Comet. They lose the Chen, but not nearly enough of a trade.
I think they might get Desire as well. Hey, the Torrents do head in the end. It's a 3-for-1 trade. You lose the Chen, but I don't really care. Yes, he's very valuable, but in terms of his actual pecking order, he is the position, I suppose, 4 in this one. Klee, another big victory.
Yeah, definitely. This Larder is gigantic. He was farming for so long that I was scared for him, but this eggs really seems to make him impossible to kill right now. This Lina needs more items, needs more levels to be able to do it. And besides her, like, Naga is not known for burst damage, right?
Nope.
Same thing for the Brew.
And you get something like, what, 30 health regen in the puddle 12
Yeah.
armor or something. So
40 status resistance. It's insane.
it's very strong. It's very strong. There's level up is gonna have a huge amount of problems dealing with the Slardar, who isn't even that farmed. Like he's actually behind both the Lina and the Naga by a fair amount. So this tells you a lot about the state of the game, the strength of the Slardar, which is why we picked it.
Okay, we picked it. Okay,
We picked it. Hey, when it came out, I was very excited.
they have 3 melee cores on the side of Klee as well, so all of their cores just very good against the style that they want to play, as they're gonna smoke again.
Long Roche, by the way. So it's gonna take some time for Klee for it to come up for Klee, but you want to start like positioning yourself to take barracks very soon.
The Vailama going for Shivas, very good against all the physical, very good against Lifestealer as well for the reduced region, even against Shen.
And Slardar, right? We just talked about the massive heal you get from it. Clays, he's looking for someone. Oh, smoke breaks, but he decided. But I guess he thought it was to the right.
Don't want to dive tier 2 like that. Don't know who is there during nighttime. So the Vailama also doesn't die. He was unaware of the danger he was facing. But this tier 2 tower, the Vailama.
He's playing with fire. And yeah, there's just gonna be Tormentor. Young G gets it free tidal wave. Very nice shot for you, especially when once you start pushing. You know that means anyone who stands in the front, you just tidal wave the back. You're like, oh, perfect. We don't have to like worry too much. You sort of force the defenders to be further back than they'd like to be.
Focus is forcing this tier 2 tower. Even forces a glyph, but not enough to effectively take it, as he even gonna cosplay here as an illusion just to do more damage.
Oh, Naga. Her spread damage is so good. Her like building single target damage is so bad.
Yeah. Another infest here. They do know that Naga is nearby. There's no vision though for Klee. Let's see if they're gonna be successful going for a move like this during nighttime. Desire trying to break the smoke, but in fact, it's not a smoke. It's just a normal move with the song. Yeah, Focus should be fine.
Very well done, by the way. Up for every the ward spots them out, throws out the early song. They level up. They're doing a really good job of delaying the game right now, and the hearts.
They read like perfectly the move, right? They knew exactly what's gonna happen.
It's very well, all very well done. And Roshan is on the dire side for now. And I imagine both teams know, because it was a long respawn timer, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So both teams were like, yeah, it's up. And I believe they're actually they're going for it right now.
Yeah, and level up kinda. They're going through the big jungle. I'm not sure if this is a wrap around or if they thought they were gonna find someone, but because they took such a long way to do this, the rush will fall.
By the way,
maybe they want to find someone out of position here.
Sorry to interrupt you, but did you see that? Did you see the damage Lifestealer? Lifestealer was doing plus 250 damage due to the Vlads and the Wolf aura coming out.
Damn.
Like
There's corrosive haze. Oh, here an infest, and that's gonna be a dead Brewmaster despite the stampede.
Yeah, Klee, we want to end this. We want to end this right now. We're seeing the damage we can dish out to the heroes. We have the cheese, we have the Aegis. Good luck killing Slardar or Lifestealer twice. So this is the hardest point of the game for level up, I'd say.
You have to hold your barracks here, not really lose too much. There's still tier 2 towers, mid and bottom, and going high ground against Lina is always very scary. But we'll see how things are gonna pan out. They don't really go high ground. They just deal with the waves for now.
Alright, interesting. Like again, level up is doing just an amazing job of keeping the lanes pushed, because you look at like top's got some creeps past the river, but the other 2 lanes not at all. Creeps almost all the way up to the enemy towers. That's the
Naga effect right there.
It is, and even Desire is doing a decent job of pushing. And they just push, split, and TP away. Laze is hungry for a kill, but he can't get his hands on anyone.
Even Young G, right? Kanka, known for being able to find these heroes by themselves and kind of abuse split push, but not really. I guess they were playing as 5 for the most part, but it does feel like level up might be able to buy a lot of time. Already, only 3 minutes left for these Aegis.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this could be something, but Hand of God BKB used, and if you are Stukov, you need to TP now before he's worried. He's like, will someone catch me? There you go, goes to the safe place.
It's on cooldown though, 7 seconds.
He'll still TP out, he'll be fine.
Should be good. Okay, that was close. Expecting Lina to go through the twin gates, but nope, she is just fine in her jungle.
Another minute wasted, almost of the Aegis. So this is just really looking very strong for level up. They cut the net worth disadvantage from I think 5,000 to 2. This is the Aegis time being wasted. I gotta say, I feel like Klee, they're being baited. I'll talk to them about this after the game, but they should just go straight for buildings. Like, let them split push. Where's their tower damage? It's not incredible.
Oh, there's a fight going on. The scan finds them, and there is a life stealer that did pop rage, but they're not gonna go for them. Okay, they find the Chen with that Blowthorn. Silence with the snare. This should be a dead Chen. Buyback is... Oh, they lost the life stealer. Oh no, there is buyback for the Chen. Could go for a Hand of God play, but they will lose just the Luxion Venge. And this is... Oh no, they're still fighting. Brewmaster finally pops his ulti. They're gonna buy back the Venge. Chen still holding on to his, as it feels like Klee wants to disengage for now. Or do they? Slaughter wanting to get the Lina. Oh no, that tidal wave instantly kills Purstokov. And it feels like they're gonna lose more. This Brood's stuck inside some brambles. They're gonna lose 2, and they only lose Aegis plus Chen. It is, let's say, a waste of the Aegis, but obviously a good fight for level up. I'm sorry, for Klee.
Oh, you were saying waste? No, it's
Song,
not!
Song.
They're going for it. Focus, he's got the ulti, but doesn't use it in time. I mean, and remember, there's a buyback coming out from the Venge, so that is huge for victory for Klee. And I was gonna say, like, the stats couldn't change too much, just a bit more gold for Klee, but killing the Naga at the end, big win for us.
Yeah, and in a way, it was Naga's fault. Could have just used the song, but maybe didn't read the situation perfectly. That Slaughter is so fast, he gets on top of you. It's Slaughter plus the move speed of the fast, so he is just zooming through the map.
It was one of those things where if you don't play a lot against Slaughter, which you are unlikely to, you go like, wait, I thought he was over there. You know, it's like when you play against Disruptor for the first time after 3 months, you're like, all right, Glimpse, can't TP in front of him. Sorry.
Can't play normal Dota. As, they're gonna lose this 2 tower here. They even used the glyph though, so Radiant not willing to give away any map control if Klee has no Aegis. So he will be forced out, but Stukov being slowed down here will be saved by his own torrent. But look at that, they want to get back in. LSA finds the Slaughter. Is that a blind? Oh no, there is a sentry on the left side. Lina jumps forward. Okay, to the other side. She was turning towards the Slaughter, I thought. Initiation.
Slaughter jumps in. Good swap to keep her alive, but they might be getting Desire here. The Stampede is over. The Lightning Prox comes out. Looks like, wait, did we have an X-Mark? We have an X-Mark on the Lina, but she's still alive. The Tidal Wave brings her back, and she's going to lose her life. They're going to go for Ibsen as well. And Focus? Yeah, is dead. The damage is not there. The damage is not there from level up. They cannot deal with our Tri-Core melee with a lot of damage mitigation, and it's going to be 4-0. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the double Gs come out very soon.
There's tier 2 towers mid and bottom. Respect our level up boys here. They're gonna level up their game. They got caught off guard twice, but there's still a lot of hope here. Barely even close to our final form. So we should probably be more respectful, okay?
Hey, it's not about that. It's just about like the situation. Can we look at the win percentage? Because I'm looking at Clay, I'm thinking you got like 90%. Yeah, I told you, man. 93.
7% is more than
0.
More than 0, yes. It is infinite times more than 0. So
you know what's more than 7%? 93.
What? That is very true. Well, they're gonna lose the tier 3 tower on bottom side. Glyph's gonna be used. No buyback on anyone. And that Lina. Oh, that Lina just was having a really good game. But I think Klee, they've been doing a really good job at finding the Lina at the start. And that's the problem as well. They don't have a hero that Lina is forced to initiate because the Centaur really doesn't want to because he's a Stampede bot and the Venge doesn't have the cast range to do so. This Lina is just force that position where she's always open for these initiations. A lot of damage on the Kunkka, and they will lose Youngji.
All right, okay. I'm glad to see your guys putting up a bit of a fight. Does extend their suffering a tiny bit longer, which we enjoy that on Klee for sure. But that is a pretty long death on Kunkka here.
100 seconds. Focus. We'll get some farming time, even going for a butterfly. Yeah, just finished it. I mean, it's still pretty bad though, right? Because Roche is not up. They need to buy time here for level up.
At the same time, again, even 40,000 net worth, not the end of the world. As long as it's not extending, level up has a chance to come back. And we just now that kill on Kunkka does reveal a lot, you know, because I was like, there's no damage on level up, and they kill Kunkka, and you're like, okay, there's damage. There's decent amount of damage.
Mm-hmm. I think that was Hand of God on cooldown, so if that is not available, definitely it gets a bit easier for the level up crew as they get a tier 2 tower top. Also pressuring mid. They're actually getting a lot of the map here. Look at level up. Expecting a TP to farm. So far though, no one actually took the bait.
Yeah, I think the smoke is did it run out or is he invis? But either way, refresher orb from Young G. Pretty good, pretty good. Although a sleep would mitigate a lot of what the Torrent Storm can do. Long Roche again. This does not favor Klee. We want to go, you know. And Desire loses life, but not a biggest deal, honestly. It's just the
jam on the ground there. That's a big one.
That is annoying. Oh wait, that's annoying for you. We're happy.
Okay. Looks like Brew did finish Shiva's, but they need more buffs. It's just that both of the supports side of level up, they don't want to go for these aura items. Like, you don't want to get actually Vlads or Greaves or... You know.
Veg has Vlads. Can we click on Veg? I'm pretty sure she has Vlads. I saw it a while back. Vengeful Spirit. Orange. Next to the Brewmaster. There she is. Right there. Right. Okay, no, she's... There you go.
I don't... Yeah, okay. You're right. Oh, but look at that. Smoke. The Slaughter is the only one smoked, actually, as they are walking towards the Vailama. Will be stunned. E-Blade doesn't do that much, but they will get the swap, allowing the Vailama to pop their Shivas. A lot of damage onto Lice. Can they go in? Still holding onto the Primal Spirit after the Curse Crown. He gets it, but this is not going to work. Those Brewlings are being munched down as the Naga in the backlines does not find a single target and level up. They're going to be overpowered again. Stokov looking for one target, doesn't get it. BKB even be used. He is now out of position. His blink on cooldown should fall as they actually get the chin of the Slaughter there. Will get the first kill for level up in this fight as Lice trying to run away. They get the double edge Lotus Orb, reflecting a bit. They get the song. Are they still fighting this? Can they get the stun? With the hoof stomp, they will not get it. Blink out from the Slaughter. They find the supports as Focus being bashed up. And those illusions, you need to be able to stop the advances here. 4 step away. Focus, another bash and another stun. This Naga, triple hoof stomp here as Focus still running away, but not from the tidal wave. Kami on a beyond godlike streak, and one of the better lifesteal performances I've seen, and I mean this is pretty much a team wipe.
Dude, I gotta say, I did not get that Shiva's guard while they were sleeping. You know, your boys, they're feeling the nerves. You know, that was a very odd move coming out with the Shiva, because it would have made a difference. Maybe they could have killed the Slaughter or turned that fight around. Buybacks are not being foised. The Vailama uses his Focus. May have to
someone's
use...
out of their ADHD medication probably, just pressing all the buttons there. As I'll check with Dior to see if we can get some medication here. As Kami will be stunned through the rage. A lot of damage flying out to the Vailama, but look at the sustain there. They're gonna buy back the Naga as they go for this Brew. Does not have a buyback. They have the Blowthorn.
What a tidal wave.
Really good use of the tidal wave, but is it gonna be enough as the Manta on Kami allowing to live, and he's going to infest. He doesn't even need to infest. He actually out of mana as now the Centaur gets stunned mid-animation of his own hoof stomp, and the Focus is just swimming on the haters. And there's the Torrent, and there's another stun. Eventually gets the mirror image off, kills the Slaughter.
Okay.
Somehow. So that's 3 buybacks I want to say for level
4.
up, and the Brew dying.
Yeah, that's 4 buybacks on your guys, man. That was a very expensive defense. You don't lose any buildings, which is nice, but for we're very happy on Klee's side here. We only had to use Slaughter for that. Roshan is up. It's on the Radiant side. We might... This could be a comeback for level up. I'm trying to think of which Agam Scepter would be amazing for you guys, but I don't think you have a certain...
Maybe the center one, right? I guess the card is not bad this game. Just saving someone.
Blink, put Lina in it, run away. Maybe. And I was like, Venge double life, so I don't know.
They are smoking though here. There is no Divine Llama. They're gonna buy back the Slaughter. Song of Disarm being used. This Lina will be Curse Crown, and the Rage is lasting. Oh, look at the position of Lina. Cannot access that Lifestealer. Cannot get on top of her. So call with the BKB. They get the LSA, but this Lifestealer is so tanky. Pipe and all of that bolt mitigation. They have to disengage, but they lose 2 already. Level up. You are going down here. Well, the Naga's going up, but she will go down eventually.
Yep.
As a beyond godlike streak is never ending, and the GG flies out there, done losing. Wow, what a stomp from Klee. I did not expect such a comeback this game.
I'm a little surprised as well, but you don't bet against Chen Slardar. It's just too strong, you know. And they had this great, very bulky build, lineup. So I said a bunch of times: Lifestealer, Slardar, Kunkka, huge amount of health and damage mitigation and sustain to chew through. Chen backing them up. On the other side, you got Lina, Naga, Siren, and Brewmaster. It's Lina's single target damage is good, but it's like one wave, and if you survive, you're good. You know, she's not gonna follow it up with too much. Naga is very spread out. Brewmaster generally the same. The supports aren't giving you any damage as well. If you had an AA and a Phoenix, and then we can talk a little bit then, but not. What did they have? They had Centaur and Venge.
Yeah.
Come on, Bowie. Talk to your team here. Give us something. Give us a real game.
I'll try. But you're right. Like, if you're betting 4 supports and Chen is going through against a team that can play Chen, definitely something to think about. Maybe they'll get back into the drawing board here as Chen continues his run with now a 77% win rate in this tournament. We are going to go back in about 7 minutes since we need to refresh, rehydrate. But finally, we get a game number 3 here in the Pinnacle Cup 25 anniversary playoffs. I'm very happy, and I'm sure Autumn is as well. Farewell. We're going to be right back.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back with Pinnacle Cup 25 years anniversary show. I'm Bowie. I have the illustrious Otomo here with me, and we're going to be casting the first actual BO3 of the playoffs here at the tournament. This is going to be awesome. And yeah, I mean, talk to me. How do you feel this is going to come out? Because we kind of didn't trust your boys that much with the draft in game number 2. But well, I mean, up until the end, we were not that confident, and then suddenly, things started changing.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I said I'm taking Team Klee. I'm with them, and that's what happened. They won. The kudos. Like, I don't know where you're bringing this fan fiction of yours that we were not with Team Klee. I mean, sorry, I wasn't with Team Klee. I was, but yeah, in terms of game 3. I did think Level Up actually played the game 2 pretty well. Sometimes if you look at it just that, they lose, yes, they lost, but the split push was pretty good. They did a lot to sort of come back. It wasn't enough. It's just a huge drafting issue. They couldn't go through the Chen or the Slayer. So if Level Up can draft equal, or then I think they'll win game 3. Honestly, I do think they're the better team of the 2.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if they're gonna be able to, as we can see. The Klee boys right there. Kami with his pretty much unstoppable lifestealer. Ever since he got that Radiance, he was looking like a different hero. Killing the Naga through the Song of the Siren many times. Just very, honestly, a super convincing performance. And I think you kind of have to ban that hero. I don't know. He looked really good. I know that the hero is okay, but he played it to a level I was not expecting. Maybe, the Chen has something to do with that. You also have the Kanka kind of backing him up. But it still a pretty damn convincing argument for Lifestealer being a good hero.
And he did good in game 1 as well on the Spectre. So I think Kami in general was just pretty good. But more of it falls less on gameplay, I would say. It's still just more on the draft. You have this Chen with the 3 tanky boys, and you can just push as much as you can. On the other side, support Centaur and Vengeful Spirit, it just did not convince me in any way. And your cores barely have that damage to chew through one of the enemy cores, let alone all 3. So it's a draft issue. When I saw them, when we were in the 4th pick and they picked Naga, I was thinking they were going to go Slark. Because then you get those long fights. Slark looks amazing. But when they picked Naga, you go, oh, no.
Yeah, the Naga looked good in the lane, right? Got to a decent start, but never really clicked. It definitely felt like all the 3 cores didn't really. I think we're talking a lot about the synergy on the side of Klee, but the synergy on Level Up was kind of lacking as well. Because you have 3 cores that kind of want to play the same game. Like Brewmaster wants to isolate someone, Lina wants to isolate someone, Naga, same thing. And they were also tanky that there's no target they could actually isolate and kill.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. We thought maybe that they could swap someone, like swap the Slaughter out of the Slithering Crow, the Puddle, sorry. But it didn't make any difference. I don't think that even happened. Or if it happened, just didn't seem to make a difference. Alright, but that's game 2 done and dusted. Now let's see what my Klee boys can cook up in game 3. Actually, they're only my Klee boys if I pick them at the end of the draft. So we're gonna wait.
So Chen ban first phase, is that what we're gonna do, or is level up, let's say, confident that they know how to counter it and they're gonna leave the Chen open and bait Klee into it?
I would rather I feel like you want to ban it. You know, when a hero comes up with 75% win rate across 20 matches, I'm sure a lot of them thought they could counter it. You know what I mean? Like everyone's like, yeah, don't worry, guys. I'll show you. I'll pick Arc Warden. And they're like, okay. And then the Arc Warden falls flat on his face against Chen. And you think maybe we shouldn't have done that. So
you're playing against Klee. You don't ban Chen because you can counter it.
You lose game 2, or your second game in a row. We'll see. We'll see.
Heard the story. Yeah, they do ban pretty much the same heroes, Klee. I think not a single one changed from game 2 to this one. And I'll level up. You do have to make a choice here, and they will actually ban the Kunkka.
Okay.
Pick the Tusk. Interesting.
Good Kunkka ban. I mean, a huge part of their reason that they won. The damage mitigation coming out from the Kunkka was a big deal. Big front line. And we saw him a couple of times also use the tidal wave to bring targets to him. So overall, solid ban from level up. Let's see what Klee wants to do here. Again, Kunkka's still popular, but Spirit Breaker, nobody cares about him. Like, I think he deserves love.
Does he really?
Yes, he does.
I mean, I'll say it, dude. I'm fine that the hero doesn't like one-shot waves with like level 5 or something. But at the same time, I need more time. All right, I think he deserves love, but I also deserve love, and I've been hurt by this hero many, many times, and I don't want to see it. So, out of respect here, I know your Klee boys are not gonna pick it and offend my very fragile ego. They're gonna go for a Centaur. They actually snatch it.
Oh god, Centaur again. It's like, it's not that the hero is very strong. Like, he's not overpowered. It's just that he's boring in some ways. Like, we've seen him for so long. It's been months of Centaur. Alright. Probably gonna be an offlane Centaur, that's it.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised they picked Centaur into Tusk. I really feel like the shards is quite annoying for him despite the Stampede. Yeah, we'll see how things are gonna pan out. I'm not that big of a fan of Centaur into Tusk. I'll just say that.
I agree with you. We'll see if if Level Up decides to pick up a Morta to pair it up with a Tusk. That has generally been the combo. Will Klee ban it out or will not? And Level Up continues with their support bans. 4 support bans. They've been really focused on the supports on Klee. They don't like them, I suppose.
And the Chen actually going through the second phase as well, right? That's kind of the interesting part for me. Because Centaur can pretty much be that same tanky boy that Slaughter was in game 1. Maybe not to the same degree of solo killing heroes and whatnot in the big game. But I could still see a similar draft that they played before with the Centaur and that Chen.
Yeah, clearly they get rid of the of Timbersaw, so it's probably going to be going for a melee carry or possibly a lot of just strength heroes added.
Or a Chen, right? Pretty good against those creeps. The Timber
against
just munch them down.
I gotta say, I look at Skywrath Mage coming out. That's the position 4. Sky Centaur, lots of damage in the lane. If you're level up, you have to think of something pretty strong to take, something that can take a hit. And one of the reasons that I'm glad Klee did not take Chen now is that they want to see more of the draft from level up. You're gonna pick your second and third pick now. Then for Klee, you're like, all right, I see 60%. I know if I can take a Chen or not.
Sure. Yeah, they picked it 4th or 3rd last time.
Yes.
I think it was 3rd, right?
I think so too.
Yeah. All right, so level up. As you said, you do have this problem in your safe lane. A lot of burst damage. So they're going to try to get the treant for the heals. You can go Spectre, right? I think that's usually what we see against that sort of burst damage. You try to tank up.
It's decent later on, but I mean, level 1-2 dispersion on your 600-700 health pool, it's not that helpful. And Treant Protector is kind of nah. We'll see if they go for Spectre. Face's Void is also risky because of the silence from the Skywrath Mage and the stun center. Like, there's risks no matter what you do, it feels like.
Same for the Lifestealer. Like, you can be silenced from Fog, can't really pop your Rage. We did see Lifestealer into center in that game number 2, but not sure Level Up has the same luxury here.
Level Up, they are looking to delay this game though, and this Tusk is going to be a 4, not a 5, as Trinity in the lane here. Do you still want Morta? Morta is range, which gives you a tiny bit of protection. Actually, no. You know what? You can put Tusk bottom, and if they go for anyone, you can just snowball and save. You can put the Treant in the top lane. I think that works all right.
They do get the Luna here. Decent shards. It does buy the Manta for the silence. The shards are very good against the burst damage. Farms fast. Pretty, one of the best carries of this patch, I think. Not S tier, but definitely A minus, let's say.
I mean, I don't see it much for the Luna, but maybe something's gonna happen that's gonna convince me. For Klee's side, if you want Chen now, it's gotta be it's a tough Chen game, I gotta say. You know, there's Treant Protector, not the Living Armor, the Nature's Grasp. Luna can chew through those summons, which I thought they were gonna take in game 1. Remember, I was like, are they gonna take new Luna? Or are they gonna take Slug? They took Nagasar instead. But still an option for Klee if you want it. I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, they could also still get the Slaughter, by the way, because we did see center being flexed to position 5 or 4. I think it was 4 that game. I'm not sure Slaughter is that good, though. They do have the Living Armor, as I said. Oh, they do go for it. So it was a bait. They do the same thing.
There you go. So, all right. We'll see what they pick next. If it's going, it might be a carry,
Chen?
and then they flex the Centaur, right? But I hope not. I don't want to see Centaur flex. Put Slaughter mid. We saw Thompson do it for Alliance in the first series of Pinnacle, and
all right, they grabbed the Lina for them, so it's a position 2 Lina here. Interesting.
carry Slaughter.
You don't like it?
I mean, it's different for sure. I think they kind of like the carry Slardar. We'll see if it's offlane. They take Centaur support. I want to see Centaur support work, but I think there's just no real item build that's working for it. Like, is it like the 5 bracer phase boots, and you're like, oh, that's how it is, something like that. I don't love it right now.
All right, so for level up, they need to either pick their offlane or their mid. You do see the matchup, so you could potentially pick your mid here, and you're going to be fine. You can get that carry later.
You need a bit of single target damage, something like an OD or something like that. Because if you go with a spread damage again, you're not going to kill. Your supports barely give you damage with the Treant Tusk, so you have, and Luna's the same problem as the Naga side, slightly better. I think I like Luna a little bit more, but still the same issue.
What about a puck here? What do you think of the puck?
No, don't know. Wait, I'm thinking. No. You want something else? Something else. I'm trying to think what exactly would work here, but not
because
like
he's hard to catch. He can solo kill the Sky, but they go tied. They get the offlaner first.
Okay, all right. It doesn't give you a whole lot of damage, but with the Gush, the Meteor, with the Ravage, you have some control coming out, some damage. You can put in the front line. Lots of things you can dispel. All the stuns, the silences, like nothing sticks on you unless Corrosive Haste is undispellable at level 25. So, okay, this Tide Hunter gives me a lot of what I'm looking for.
So
not damage.
If you wanted to play carry Slaughter before the Tide pick, do you want him more or less after seeing the Tide?
Carry Slaughter is such a concept. For level up, they don't believe it. I think more. You're up against 2 melee. The damage is not going to be too high on you. You can get the bracer. I think you're okay with it. The enemy's offlane duo is not going to kill you too much. It's not that dangerous.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. They could even run this larger center, double melee into melee, and I think they win. They just have way too much AoE stuns, and they're super tanky. But they're going to ban Coddle and Invoker here for Klee and level up. If you think you're going to pick a carry, you probably ban something like...
10 seconds remaining.
Life Stealer again, I guess, if you want to, right? Like,
5 seconds.
yeah,
nothing-
you're against a tree, right?
I mean, you can go for Life Stealer, you can go for Spectre for Klee. I'm kind of hoping Slaughter carry, though, because I do not want to see Centaur support. It's not so much that... I don't believe it's Slaughter carry. I just very strongly disbelief in Centaur support. That's the logic here. Meantime, this is going to
What
be
about
Level Up's
a
last
Zeus
pick.
for level up if they want damage?
I like that.
Seconds
I like the Zeus a lot. You need. I was thinking OD because you also get a bit of save, but Zeus in terms of damage is really good. You are up against though Slardar, Guardian Sprint, and there you go. You Bowie, you sir. Oh man,
I said it. My boys are listening. They're like, okay, coach, I'll get the Zeus.
I gotta say, against Zeus with his freaking Arc, Luna, Nature's Grasp, even like the Tidehunter Shard is also pretty damn good. Like, there's a lot of things that can do damage from a distance that makes it not appealing to go Chen. So maybe we won't go Chen on this one. We'll go for something else. But what is it? What do we want here for Klee?
Yeah, the Illusion Heroes. I mean, let's say it is not Slardar carry. So Illusion Heroes are bad because we have Tide Zeus.
No, you know, I think. Are we going still to? Oh, Ray! Wow. Wow.
Could be Razor off lane though, right? It could be.
It's Carry Razor.
Okay,
Carry
yes, it's
Razor.
gonna be off lane Slardar and the support Centaur, Young Giondolina. How do you feel? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm coming over to your side on this one. I don't.
Come on.
You know,
We have a big heart here. We don't care. We're gonna treat you like our own kind here in the level up crew. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have to agree with you. I am not a big fan of that Razor last pick. I don't think the Tidehunter really minds that much. The Slardar looked really good in game number 2, but I think it was mostly the combination of Lifestealer Slardar more than the just Slardar by itself.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
of course, we have the Centaur support, which we don't really believe in. Like I said, I need to see an item build that really works, that gets picked up multiple times in a row. And then you're like, oh, okay, I can see that. Because that game was what? Boots, Rush, Blink Daggers. Like, any support can do that. It's nothing that only Centaur can do. You could put that on a Shadow Shaman and a Lion, and you would have gotten the same more impact, actually. Because they would have at least been ranged and not using their body. So, I don't believe in the Centaur. I don't like the Razor. On the other side, I'm seeing good team fight, decent minus armor. You have, Luna as well to push. So it's all good, Level up 100%.
100%. All right, we got a fan here, guys, and if you are a level up fan, you're probably smiling here as well, as we should be getting started in no time. I do agree with most of what you say. One thing that I am afraid of is the Lina performance. I do feel like this is not a game where the Lina has that much catch to worry about, and that was very different from game number 2, where like there's so many heroes just chasing the Lina. We'll see how that's going to pan out, because I think Zeus can lane fine against Lina. One of the heroes can actually hold his own.
Yeah.
But if the Lina gets like a free game, I've seen Lina's just kind of solo carry games, and that's always very scary.
And when you look at the other side, it's also not a high health pool group. Like Luna is not going to walk around with 4,000 health. Zeus the same thing. Tidehunter maybe, but even then he's also among the offlaners. If you remove Kraken Shell out of the equation, he is not exactly the tankiest. He takes a lot of damage. So I do think that the Lina could do a huge amount of work. We'll see. It's 1-4. First series of the playoffs to go to all 3 games. Took us 9 games to get here.
Yeah, and it's gonna pay off. I know it will, because I'm already feeling here the tingles. This game's gonna be good. We didn't really get to a 60-minute game though, right? Maybe this is the one.
No, we didn't.
All right, so Klee just chilling here in their high ground. They're gonna drop this pretty classic ward in the close to the camp. Whereas level up, they're just going through this bottom side. I don't think anyone's really gonna meet. They're just going to agree to stay in different parts of the map.
Yeah. Well, meantime, what are we looking at in terms of lanes here? So it's going to be Luna, Treant. That's fine. You're up against Slardar, and that's a tough one,
Sky.
actually. Oh, okay. Lays. They walk by. They just they know the map so well.
Yeah.
The way they are able to hold, like, I would not be able to do that. You know? Of course, once you practice a couple times, you know it. But geez,
Now,
like,
this is a
you know,
5
like,
versus 4 now because they did go with those large to the bottom side. This could potentially be a good one as Focus taking some damage. Oh, the snowball
Good
straight
snowball.
into 1J. This guy is pretty fast though, so should be able to disengage. Maybe not. The second
What?
4-man LSA. Young G.
Gee, man, that's stud. Like, that was a lot of good plays coming out. Firstly, the way they were able to go through the fog, then the snowball so they can dodge everything. But then we saw the slow from the Razor as well as the 4-man LSA. So hits being traded, no one getting anything out of it. Focus. Oh, he's
lot of
out of
damage.
tangos, actually.
Damn, okay, they will get this skill, I think, because of the Leech Seed heals very fast with the flap of the wings. But there is another Lucent. He actually doesn't even chase for it, so the high fives are going to be there. And that Luna, half HP, half mana, losing a full creep wave. All right, let's take a look there. I mean, that was a really good move. I don't know how this Skyref mage survives, man. How
Same.
is he this tanky?
I mean, it's not really tanky. It's
It's
just
the
that they weren't
LSA,
able.
actually.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he lives.
I mean, they got the 2-man hoof stop to 4-man LSA. In general, just because he was tanky, just nobody was able to actually hit him in the end.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see what this bottom lane could do, actually. Luna, Treant versus Slardar, Sky Mage. This could really go either way. So it's interesting. There's not a whole lot of health on the Luna, but you have regen. The other side's melee. Whenever the Slardar, he's the melee core, which is pretty tough for them. It's like if it's
I
going
have
to
a
be.
feeling Klee is gonna get a Q in that lane just because the Luna lost so much experience that they will get those level 2s a bit faster on Klee.
There you go.
This could really be... Oh. Not right now, but I feel like this experience advantage could be a problem for level up if Klee plays their cards right.
You might be right. And also, when it comes to a matchup of melee range, like if it's a ranged core versus melee core and the support's the other way around, that's pretty good. You want the support to be melee and the core to be ranged so that the hits go to the melee support rather than the melee core who doesn't want to spend his like gold on regeneration.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Focus just... Ooh, doesn't get the range there, unfortunate.
it also wastes his mana. Youch. I didn't realize that you can actually miss creeps with Lucent Beam.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I guess this Larder baited it denied there, and he got baited a little bit. As Sokov goes for the range creep, takes some LSA damage, and that's the power of the Lina. Just stands her ground and wipes your butt.
Oh, she does that. That's very kind of her.
Yeah, not in the good way though.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
It's the bad way.
A man can dream, apparently. In the meantime, till the end, he is going in, taking a few hits. What's he got? Just a magic stick and a ring of protection. So it's not a whole lot that he's working with. And he's up against Gush and Tag Team. So that could be really bad for the Centaur.
Yeah, he's definitely the target that's going to be possibly dying in the top lane since the Razor is range, has a lot of move speed to work with. Luna's slowly recovering CS here, but there's a pattern of Klee just having every single core just stomping their lanes.
They're doing fine. I mean, actually, they're doing a bit more than fine here on ESM. However, it's only the laning phase. It's not a big deal. Like, it's just a few CS here and there. So, no first blood. Very even laning phase overall, right, at the moment. And I like how design. Oh, well, you're saying you said it was going to happen. You said it was going to happen, and I believed you. And Klee does get that first blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Luna used so many resources even before getting to the lane. It was a good attempt from level up, but he got punished quite heavily here as Desire, taking a lot of damage. They have that tech team we talked about, but he will buy some time with the snowball. Is it enough to get the kill? It is, but not before he falls, and Kami slaps that Tidehunter down.
Oh, needs one more.
Another one.
He gets it.
Oh, so many creeps under
Jeez.
tower. This is awful.
That is pretty bad, actually. That's another core being lost on level up. They already lost focus as well. So overall, clean. Now we're seeing that laning stage dominance coming in. You know, mid is also really in favor of the Lina. Sorry, 24 and 8 to the 20 and 5. Not the biggest deal, but you get kills on the side lanes and mid's winning.
Yeah, they're gonna need that Zeus to get some really, like, every single Thunder God's Wrath needs to count. He needs to get a couple of kills so he can bounce back into the game and just allow kills in the side lanes, because right now they barely are doing anything to stop the farm of this Razor. He is, like, he's not even the highest. Yes, he's the lowest on the side of Klee. Oh, very scary stuff going on.
Oh, in the meantime, though, Divide Llama just going. He has the double gauntlet. I'm not sure if he's going to go Soul Ray. Usually, Meteor Hammer solves all your mana issues, but we'll see how it's going to go for him. Slardar maxing out the bash. Standard build now. Oh, Zeus does not get the flag bearer. Pretty unfortunate for him.
Yeah, it always feels bad when that happens. You think it's enough damage, but that magic resistance, very tricky. Time for the runes, right? 6-minute runes. We see both supports on each side migrating towards that, but both Lina and Zeus would love to get, let's say, an Arcane rune here as the tower. I mean, this is a rune for Klee. It's way too much tower pressure for level up to deal with.
Till the end gets it as well. So Desire, even though at least you prevent the Lina from refilling her bottle, so you're kind of okay with that. But Stukov is level 6, so he has the Thunder God's Wrath. Klee, I like that they add percentage damage to the Thunder Gods, like 5, 7.5, 10. I think it's pretty damn powerful.
The Llama taking some damage here. Stun's gonna connect. Snowball buying some time, but not enough as he tries to TP and gets overpowered. Double kill for the support center. And Klee just trying to make a comeback story right here. They are really stomping the laning stage as the Luna gets bashed in the face, and there's no real counter play here. They're just gonna be happy they didn't die.
You can't leave the Luna alone. That's the thing. You can't leave the Luna alone because she is a very easy target. You need a Train Protector to protect her. And
Center stealing the Wisdom Rune. Oh no.
They do scan. They know this is happening, but it's too late.
Oh no, this is awful. Even if you get the kill, it doesn't matter. Like, this is a huge win for them.
And that's if you get the kill. Kami's coming in, protecting his friend. Magic Stick is used. He's up to about 80% health. And it is a Centaur, so it's pretty durable. Oh dear. 1J goes and picks up their own Wisdom Rune. What is the win percentage right now? It feels like it is starting to spiral a little out of control right now.
It definitely does. Like, Zeus didn't really get to play the game yet. No Thunder God's Wrath. They don't even have heroes that can potentially create a situation where the Thunder God's Wrath is going to be useful.
Yep.
Like, they're going to be run at here as the Llama might not die. I think he actually will. So much damage being sapped up, and Kami just slays him down.
I'm liking the animation when he gets the kill. There's a lightning bolt coming from the top that gets the kill as well from the Razor. It's very cool. And 1 and 7, the bottom lane, they kill Gibson.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, level up's out of gas, man. They feel hopeless right now.
It's early. It's early. Come on, I know we're supposed to both be coaching them.
I know. I think I want to go back to your side. You want to stay here? Like, you've been doing a good job. You won game 2. Like,
You gotta believe. You know what? I believe. I'm not sure I should believe, but I do believe. The thing is, once the Zeus starts rotating around the map, you will have that bit of damage that you need. And Luna is, I was gonna say she's farming well, but she's farming. Well is a strong word to add, though.
yeah, I mean, but look at the towers. This is going to be a dead bottom tower. And both mid and top for level up took substantial damage. Unable to just stand their ground. Good shards, actually, but it might not suffice. Oh, Snowball. I mean, that's the best you can do. But even your best is not going to be enough.
The support levels are also very low. You know, Treant Protector's not even 5. Same thing with the Tusk. And while Overgrowth is good, but Walrus Punch is not really a game changer compared to something like the Stampede or the Mystic Flare. So you can't look towards your supports as big power spikes. At least not one of them. And Kami's got the Hand of Midas.
That play from the Centaur, just getting the Wisdom Rune was huge.
One side's going to have 6s, the other side's stuck at 4. Well, What do we have for Slardar? Going for the Echo Saber. If he can get on top of someone, basically they're dead. It's all really on Stukov, on the Zeus to do something and get the ball rolling for his team.
Yeah, but like Zeus is usually not this low in net worth, right? He
Yes.
didn't die a single time.
God.
He has decent CS, but his net worth is struggling.
And he just missed another flag bearer, by the way. So that's worth 100 gold, basically. He's struggling. He is struggling. What about till the end? What's he got? He's going for he has a fairy hat. 4 staff, potentially? That'll be interesting to see.
Let's get a rune here. Might be the first rotation of the game, but even his mana is not the healthiest he could be. We'll pop that in this.
He's got Arcane Ring. He'll be sipping a little bit of that bottle. He'll be alright. He'll be alright. Kami would be a lovely kill. Highest net worth, has the hand of Midas. Does he notice? Is the question?
I don't think he did. Yeah, he didn't see the aura in the creeps. But they don't go for it.
They know someone was there. The smoke broke. I think he might have seen the lightning, but maybe Desire thought, oh, the lightning comes out means that he knows. It's also very deep past the tier 1. Everyone's going to TP and protect him.
Yes, we will see Lucione here being chased down. Corrosive Haze available. He will eventually fall. There is no running away from the fish. The fish man wants your blood. Oh, Mystic Flare. Not really visible, but can be felt. As he will eventually be booped.
Took a while. And they killed Divine Llama as well? I think, did he even use Ravage? I mean, Ravage is off cool. I didn't see it, so looks like he might have. Yeah, he used Ravage and still died. Level up. Absolute disaster after catastrophe. Oh
no,
way.
they find focus. That center support just creating so much impact. Center support, definitely one of the best heroes available in this patch right now.
Sure.
Till the end, just creating a bunch of space. Will be okay. Looks like the Zeus was not really keen on going for that kill, but eventually gets 500 gold out of that.
Pretty huge. I think the stack was taken though, but it's a nice bit. It's a nice injection for level up. Oh, at least the big creeps weren't taken.
Yeah, good stack right there as well. We've got a second one. Yeah, I mean it's okay. Ravage though is on cooldown, so they're gonna keep on buying time here. They're gonna need those timings. The Phylactery I think is up for the Zeus, but you need level 6 on your Tusk. Not that it matters, but it's just question of levels, right? You just don't have damage
or control. Like at least the tag gives you a little bit of it. All right, it's slightly better. Can we look at the graph though? Oh dear. I
mean, indeed. Oh, 83%.
I was thinking.
Holy Gaben.
I imagine it was going to be something like that. By the way, like I was like, yeah, it's probably going to be pretty bad for level up right now. That kill though does get a lot. Our admin, he's testy. He's like, hey, what the hell? And then they just unpause.
All right, so
see that?
We are back. Desire will get his 6 in another way. That is, if he survives the Wrath of the Slaughter.
Oh dear.
And he will be chased. Snowball dodge.
Not bad. A solid move. All right, stays alive. Might be able to just use his shards to slow his push. Meanwhile, this what do we have until the end? He's going for Blink Dagger, so very similar to the previous game, by the way. Max Hoof Stomp, couple points in Double Edge, then you go for the Blink Daggers, but different level of gameplay for sure.
Yeah, he did a lot this game. They won the lane, he stole the wisdom, just a lot of very impactful stampedes as well. We'll see if they can kill the Vailama. Travels on the Lina with the static link. LSA is available, but never cast here as Young G doesn't have enough mana. Doesn't matter.
Damn. This is not the Divine Llama I felt like we saw in game 1 where he was using, I believe, Dazzle. He looks really good.
Yeah.
In game 2 and 3, just not getting what we were expecting from him. Tusk is level 6, wants to get the Blink Dagger. What about Lace? How close is he to the Aghanim Scepter? That would be a very scary power spike for Klee.
Yeah, I think he still needs a little bit, but he might be even faster than game number 2 because they were playing from behind, let's say.
Yeah.
But now he's pretty farming. Like he tries to go for a couple of kills here and there, but in general he's just hitting ancients.
Zeus has Phylactery going for Kaya. We'll give him a little bit of damage, but he has to be careful. You're up against Stampede Slardar. So he can be caught. And the Vylama gets a Wisdom Rune. So some nice things here till the end. Can they get him?
Smoke
there you go.
breaks,
That's the lightning.
Vision. Shard block maybe. Looking for to the end. Yeah, he should die.
Making them work for it a little bit. Making them work for it. But in the end, a good kill for them. They're coming. Klee, they want to take this fight. And 1J actually shows himself. Remind the Ravage is available. You don't want to use it, but it is there. That's 2. Oh. Thunder God's used just for scouting, but they don't find anyone nearby. So a bit of a waste, but at least, it's better safe than sorry.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And it also helps the Luna make sure she is not being ganked as this fight's happening. But this Luna, despite her efforts of farming, still behind the Zeus and behind everyone on Klee. Like when you see a Luna not like top 2 in the net worth at 15 minutes, you know something went wrong massively.
It's like with the same thing when you see like an alchemist and he's like, 6 in net worth. You're like, okay, must be a terrible game because that's not how it works. And like Razor all the way to the top by a big margin. Again, though,
Razor farming more than a Luna, like very rare to see.
It's still fine. They were able to get 2 kills for level up. This is not unwinnable for level up. We haven't entered that territory yet.
All right. Looks like we do still have a coach that believes here in level up. We'll
I'm
see
a loyal guy, all right?
Clearly.
I believe. We have Ravage. We have basically all the ultimates except Thunder God's Wrath. Although Luna Fox hasn't taken his ultimate just yet. They want to go for it.
Luna's dead. This is awful.
What a jump. Instantly just disappears. They do have Ravage, but they don't want to actually throw it out. Overgrowth comes out. Same thing with the Thunder God's Wrath. They get a kill on 1J, but that's not what you want here. And Divine Lama walks back. Divine Lama wants to walk back in? He does get a kill until the end. But Ravage comes out. Can we get the land on the Meteor Hammer? They do. Young G being snowballed here. It looks like they might be able to kill him as well. They are going to be losing Stukov for their trouble. So it's a 3-for-3 trade right now. Who is going to be winning the cleanup war is the question. Divine, he's running.
There's no way Divine.
Oh, come on.
Okay, that has to be the luckiest rune he could have possibly picked up.
Right? Imagine he gets there, it's like Invis or Regen. You're like, really?
Yeah.
For once?
All right, that definitely mattered for him. I mean, it's quite sad that both Luna and Zeus die, right? But there's still a little bit of a recovery for the supports. They lived through some of that fight.
I mean, Luna just getting burst down the beginning of the fight. That's the problem. She's really good at hitting buildings, but she also is very fragile, which is an awkward spot to be in. However,
bursted by the Centaur 5, mind you. So
yes, I saw that. Oh, and he has a Tumblr story, so he just like springs away after he gets the kill, and you're like, come on, that's too cute. Now, Aghanim's Scepter is finished on the Slardar. Were you having fun? Because it's all over. Now you have to deal with this guy, and it's not easy.
Mm-hmm. He's pretty much not playing the game just yet. Once he starts joining the fights, it's going to be much harder. As the Titans are going for a pipe here. It's a tough game. There's a lot of physical bursts, but there's also a lot of magical. The pipe makes sense, but kind of leaves a sour taste in your mouth as well.
I agree, right? Like when I saw it, I'm like, cool, but also, Yeah. At the same time, you can't go Crimson Guard on the hero, and Assault Cuirass doesn't really fit him. So, if you want to help, Guardian Greaves might have been an option, but you already have a Dispel for yourself. So, someone else might be better off getting the Guardian Greaves if you even need it. On the other hand,
Lotus.
On the other hand, Living Armor is there by level up, so you do get a good amount of physical and magical damage mitigation with that pipe and Living Armor maxed out.
It is level 1 though, so it is going to take a while here.
Could you for once not burst my bubble? For once!
Alright, I'll try my hardest. Yes, the 3 armor of level 1 living armor will definitely
it's 4, all right.
counteract the corrosive haze. Yes. Okay, there's a fight going on here. The center gets jumped and killed. Good OT Luna. Gets the Scarif Mage as well. Not a bad fight for level up as Clyde's fighting in the puddle. But is that water gonna be enough? Water conducts electricity, and that Zeus is gonna zap you right back. 3-4-1. All right, level up.
That's great. This is another fight that they really wanted, and they did not have to use Ravage. Great overgrowth. I think that was on 3 people. Held him down long enough. Desire loses his life, but you don't care. He's doing exactly what he wants. What we need him to do. Just jump in, get those fights started, and Pipe now finished on Divide Llama. This game, were they 11k ahead on Klee at one point?
Yeah, I think so.
Net worth deficit cut to a quarter of what it was, and Luna now she has a way of dealing with the amplified damage, or sorry, corrosive haze. Well, now that she has the Manta style, so things going pretty smooth. Huge recovery.
I have a question for you. Zeus just dropped a Groove Ball, and this is a game where there's Silence on Sky, Corrosive Haze, a lot of let's say incentives for buying Manta on Zeus. Is he going for the right click build?
He's already got the shard coming out for him, by the way. The shard is,
so he's definitely
on the way.
going.
And is it one that you want to go for?
I feel like you need a dispel, right? You need a dispel.
Yeah, you do need a dispel, and I think they're gonna get till the end. They do not have Thunder God's Wrath, so Stamby is kind of used just to run away defensively. And to be fair, every time you hit Razor with a spell, he hits you back with like that forked lightning crap.
Yeah.
So you don't want to spam on him. I don't know. You might be right.
I like it, and it's also a way for you to scale a bit more, because right now you're definitely lacking damage. We talked about it in the draft even, and sure, the Zeus can bring some damage, but I feel like the Manta later on, it is more damage. Like those illusions, they just do so much. Oh, the Zeus
took off!
Mystic Flare, nice double save with the Ravage. They're gonna kill the center as well. BKB being wasted here because of the overgrowth. Buyback on the center even. This might be a great fight for level up. LSA only hitting the tree, and Kami running
1J?
away should survive. Blood grenades being thrown 21 minutes in as the Vailama dispels the haze and should be okay. Wow, level up.
They are out of ultimates though. That buyback from till the end might be the best thing you can get out of this fight, because you're out of Thunder Gods, overgrowth, as well as Ravage, so a lot of your control's gone. And look at the recovery from what, 80% for
84.
84, 85 at one point. Jeez. And they are bringing back on level up side. Remember, they did not get any Wisdom Ruins at the beginning. It was massacre. This Tusk Blink Dagger, by the way, fantastic in this game. Very good to get those saves once the Centaur, Slardar, or the Mystic Flare falls. Like, there's a lot of things you can save people from. And Overgrowth has also been phenomenal.
Yeah. I think one of the first ones we saw, it was instantly Manta dodged by the Razor, but this time he was out of Manta, already BKB for the fight, and just perfect timing from level up there. The Snowball too, as you said. So support's definitely stepping up compared to game number 2. That said, and very similar to what we saw in the entire game 2, that's Larder giving you Roche after a big fight. Like, you don't care that you lost the fight as long as you can secure Aegis. Now, this time it's not as fast, so they're forced to fight instead of taking it.
Oh, he's not that tanky. Divide Llama, by the way, without Ravage, does lose his life. Desire tries to jump in and save him, but Desire also ends up dying here. So this was a misguided attempt by Level Up without any of their big ultimates trying to contest Roshan. It's one of those situations where you're like, all right, we have recovered, but unfortunately the recovery comes at a cost, and that's going to be the Aegis. But it turns out to Aegis plus 2 kills. Youch. All right, what's this going for? Can we check? Because I think, is he going for Kaya Sanj? Then that might be then.
No, you go Kayasha, and then you disassemble for Manta as the build. And then you get the Kaya Sanj if you want to later.
He's doing it, man. He is doing it.
I kind of like it, actually. And it's really good to defend high ground. It's really good to push waves before without dying, which is a problem here. There's a lot of gap close for Klee.
Yeah, that's something I actually never thought. I don't think about, because I only play Zeus as a support. So I never think about the split pushing potential of the Manta, because when you play support Zeus, it's a grief. Support Zeus by itself is kind of griefing. So
yeah, I mean, I like griefing my games, so I pick support Zeus, and
hey, it is legit.
I like it as well. I know it's good. It's good. I think even I play offlane Zeus sometimes, and it's legit good.
Okay, no. That's a mega grief. That's a bit too much.
It's amazing, bro. Trust me. As a Skyrith Mage medallion. Interesting.
Oh.
What in the...
I've seen this before. I did not like it. They go to like the Solar. Wait, this guy, does he have it queued up? Yeah, he's going for it. I've seen Solar Crest on Skyrith Mage. I know Solar Crest in general is a good item, but I don't really like it on the Skyrith Mage.
They're going like down, like they're going full physical damage, right? So even though it doesn't synergize with Sky at all, they just want to enable this like one-shot slaughter thing.
I guess.
Let's see if it's gonna pan out.
By the way, we should ask chat if you guys see your support, roll up with Zeus. Are you happy or are you sad?
I mean, on the scale, it is a D, but it's not an F.
Is the F budge? I feel like, oh, nice use of the ultimate. They get all the vision they need. They cannot save the Skywrath Mage. Forced to Stampede fairly early here, and we might lose the Centaur as well. So it's a 2-4 for the Centaur, though. Ipsen, he is alive. Can he make it out of here? Nope. Look at that. Look, by the way, look at Slaughter. Just staying in the puddle for a long time, but he does fall eventually. 2-4-3 trade right now. Level up. Still happy with how that went. And Kami does not want to waste his Aegis in this situation. Oh, dear. He might be forced to
have Ravage.
They do. And, oh, not exactly. It did actually land on him as he was in... Oh, it did. Sorry, because he was the snowballed away. Sorry, not snowballed, but Wallace Punch. Can they get the Lina? They do. Kami looks like he's going to be TPing out to safety. Yeah, he was in the air, so I thought he was like somehow Cyclone, but then the Ravage came out and like, oh, right, Wallace Punch and Ravage. Interesting.
Yeah, it was unfortunate the Lina X duration ended as he was going through the last high ground there. Maybe if he had like half a second, could survive, but big dive from Klee. You wrap around at nighttime against a Luna. Good luck making that work. I think that was definitely a little bit too greedy and very nicely read by Level Up. They had all the supports in the tree lines. They were very patient with the Ravage. Just very good take and fight from them.
And also the Zeus Thunder God is so good in situations like this, right? When you can't suspect the enemies around you, your smoke breaks, you press R, they can't BKB, you have perfect vision, so you jump on the squishiest target, which they did. They straight away went for the Skywrath Mage, and they went for the Slaughter, and they were able to get those 2 kills, the supports out of the way. So that's why Zeus is just... The vision game he gives you is unparalleled. No one else can do that, really.
For sure. He is definitely... Yeah, there you go, the Manta. It started. The reign of the Zeus. It begins as the Stampede is wasted here.
Oh, nice to be careful here for Ibsen. I'm worried I'm not pronouncing his name right, but yeah, if he walks into that sentry, he could lose his life. What's Titan? I haven't seen Titan build
how
anything.
do you say his name? Like, is that the right way to pronounce it? Because I don't know.
I have no idea. I was hoping you could bail me out on this one, actually.
I'm saying Lupcione, but I have no idea if that's the right one. I'm just literally reading the words as...
It's like these letters look like that's what the sound they're going to make if they're all together.
Yeah, which doesn't really work with a lot of, Russian names / Slavic names. Sometimes you think someone's going to sound like a J, but it's like, oh no, that's an X. No, I don't know.
It's a silent P as well. So you're like, what?
Yeah.
Why isn't there then? Just to confuse me? All right. What is Titan going for? You're going for the Blink Dagger. I was going to say, he's like, we haven't seen him come out with an item for a while. Solar Crest is going to be the item for Train Protector. Pretty good. Living Armor, Solar Crest. I think that's 16 armor that you give to someone. A big difference against this mostly physical lineup. Well, good mix of physical and magic.
For sure. As Tusk now going for an axe. Gets stunned here. Can he survive?
Out.
No.
It's fine. I mean, it doesn't really change the game too much here. This tier 1 mid was going to fall eventually, so Klee going for it's not a big deal. Like, it's better that
I think the big problem for Klee this game compared to game 1 is they were very good at taking towers game number 2. This game, Razor takes a long time to take them. Lina not really feeling comfortable hitting buildings right now.
Yes.
So despite all of the gold lead that they got early on, there's still 5 towers up, 5 outer towers up for level up. And that compounds when you have Trian on top of it as well. I think
it's magic. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's Magic Lena, so it's like she used to be okay. She's okay taking buildings, so it's physical, but the Magic Lena is like, oh god, no. All right, Luna, Hurricane Pike, Manta, and she's also going to go for Satanic. So lots of dispels coming on her. A lot of ways to sort of mitigate damage, get distance as well. And one thing that Razor hates is playing against Illusion Heroes, because maybe you can stack link the right one, but the Illusions still do a fair amount of damage. So that's why I don't like Razor versus like Terrorblade. I feel like that matchup is super favored for the Terrorblade.
Now Smoke here from Level Up, as they do have that nighttime advantage, at least for the next 30 seconds. But it feels like Klee is aware that Scan is even on point. They really know what's going on. Smoke on smoke action here. Illusion bait. They're gonna go on the Illusion 3-man hoof stomp into a beautiful Slither crush. The Luna is tanky as they force Steph away. This is a great fight from Klee. Now they keep on doing damage. LSA finds that Luna. Snowball will save the Luna for now as Laguna Blade doesn't do that much damage. Ravage finally comes in focus, still holding his own. And somehow Level Up is taking this fight despite all of the small wins they took. The Luna dies, but it is a 2-for-1.
2-for-3.
3-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, super good patience on the Ravage for Divine Llama. He actually leaves the fight, goes to the trees, and I was thinking he's gonna come up with a big Ravage. Hits 4 people with it, and of course Tukov was like, "Hey guys, how about I sit behind and just zap people all day?" And they're like, "Yeah, that sounds pretty good." And it was a decent jump for Klee, but they jump and they sort of don't fully engage. Like the everyone just sort of walks away. Didn't really feel like there was any big hits being thrown on them. And Klee,
Yeah, the follow-up was struggling, right? They got the Slithering Crush into Hoof Stomp on 3 heroes, but the damage, like the Lena was far away, I guess. There was not that much damage flying through.
Yeah, and this is, I'm looking at Klee, I'm thinking, you guys, it's crazy to say it, but you guys with the Lena may not have enough burst damage. Like, you might be actually gonna struggle to kill these people outright. Especially because you have this dual core lineup of Luna and Zeus, both who deal significant damage.
Yeah, and the Luna, like she was looking so underfarmed now, top of the net worth. The Zeus about to surpass this Razor as well. That has a Midas even. But Roche, oh, that's a very long respawn timer for Roche. I was gonna say that maybe Klee could go for the same move they did in with first Roshan. This is gonna take a while.
By the way, are you back in the level up camp? Because I never left, you know.
Oh no, I mean I was saying some things, but that was just to. I was trying to. I was being toxic, but in a way to push them forward.
Oh,
right.
Yes.
You know when you have that coach that is. He says some things that maybe you shouldn't say, but
Sassy,
it's all because of
it,
love and because he sees. Have you watched Whiplash? You know, I'm being that guy. I'm being the coach for Whiplash.
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Good to know. By the way,
Have you
is
seen
this...
Whiplash?
No, I know I have not actually.
Oh, it's a very good film. You should.
Last movie I saw was Hustle. It was alright.
TP from Tide here, right in front of the Klee crew, but you know, still 2 minutes for Roshan. Whatever happens here, it's not gonna give anyone Rosh, as they got a lot of vision with that Thunder's got Wrath, the Ogre
Nice
Seal. They
overgrowth.
find the Centaur. That's one.
Both teams kind of assuming it might be an early Roche, which is why they're committing relatively heavily, but still over 100 seconds till the next Roshan comes up. So that's enough for almost 2 Ravages, basically.
Yeah, it really is. And they also have buyback on center here in case they want to go for that Stampede plus buyback. Oh, there's a double damage that Kami kind of wants, and he will get it. Slithering Crush onto 2.
Whoa. That's going to be barely any damage, because that's Luna. That's what she does. And he was in the river. But you know what was kind of crazy is Desire. All of a sudden, his net worth has just shot up, and he's leading among the sports. What does he have? Does he have the Aghanim Scepter? Or
Probably,
the
right? I
shard
think he
drop?
had Blink Force, and yeah, maybe he got the shard as well. Yeah, that's probably it.
And by the way, the Centaur just, again, looked okay, but now looks just like what I expect the Centaur support to look like at this stage of the game.
Yeah, what is he going for? I've seen a lot of Lotus on center support. Not sure if that's what he's going for here. Pipe. Ugh. Yikes.
Yeah, right? It's like, really? Well, if it makes you happy.
He does hold the high ground here. Level up.
Oh, okay. They're going to go straight for the triple. Pretty good kill, but unfortunately it cost them 2 of theirs just to get it. And look at Zeus just behind, throwing that lightning, zapping their asses one by one. The whip on Kami, and Kami.
The shard.
Look at that. Kami, I think he's gone. There's no way. And Klee, the snowball comes out. 1J, it's not enough. It is not enough. He gets punched into the air. Is he going to be able to survive? Trian sends his courier there? What the hell? And
TP is out somehow. Okay.
It looks like they do buy back on Lupcione
Center.
until the end as well. But a huge win for Level Up. And guess what? Roche is up, but they don't even care.
Yeah, they're going to try and force buybacks. But guess what? There's no buybacks here for Klee. Somehow, Level Up coming back from a huge deficit. We saw, I think, 12k at 15 minutes or something crazy like that. And they just held strong. That Treant Protector holding the towers. And they will get a lane of barracks here. And possibly Roche as well, since it is... I mean, it's actually going on the dire side. So maybe Klee can take that one. This could be the saving grace for them.
Yeah, plus you can't go for more tier 2 for more barracks because the tier 2s are all standing. So if you level up, you take a huge win, but you can't like actually win. Oh my god, they get the double wisdom as well. Life's good if you believe in level up.
It definitely is, as they also get a tier 2 here, and they are migrating towards top. And Klee, I mean, they don't have the map control to go Roche. All of the lanes are in their base, like it would be way too obvious.
Well, they don't have Ravage, and they don't have Eclipse. Not that Eclipse is a big deal for level up, so they may not be interested in fighting just yet. You know, you've been winning fights because you've been able to get your ultimates off better. Oh, Eclipse is back on. And so is Satank. No BKB on the Luna, by the way. He believes that he doesn't need it. Which, apart from Bash from the Slaughter, I don't think anything goes through it. BKB would still be useful, I think.
Alright. Who needs BKB when you get to hold the Aegis as focus? And this is going to be cheese. Probably for the Zeus. I think this side is so tanky that you might not need it and just give it to the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, you are playing with this dual core setup, and Zeus, he's got a moonshot. Wait, can we look at Zeus's items? The guy is stacked as hell. Moonshot, Manta. He puts it. He's sticking to the Grove Bow, by the way. Like he doesn't even care about.
It's insane. It's so good. I'm not sure if the illusions apply though. As a 2-man stun with the Mystic Flare, nice save with the Ravage. The Tusk will eventually fall. Can they actually hold his own? There is an Aegis after all. Central is dead. Laguna Blade does not kill the Treant, but eventually will fall as Lice will be able to disengage here. This is a 2-4-2 buyback only for the Skyriff Mage, but level up. Can they actually go high ground with 2 supports that... Oh, 2 gems on the left side? Yeah, who needs that when you can just go high ground?
Can you though? There is no Ravage. There's no Thunder Gods. There's no Eclipse. Yes, you have Aegis, but you're playing against the enemy cores as well. It's actually, I think all the supports are dead. Ooh. That's always fun. It's like, come on, all right, cores, show us what you can do. You know, it's literally you against the enemy cores. But if you level up, it's not worth it, and they decide to go back, which is the wise decision.
Yeah, they still have a lot of Aegis duration. Just wait for the supports to come back. Yeah, I mean, what's the plan here for Klee? Like, smoking is really hard against a Luna at nighttime.
True.
I don't know what the plan is gonna be. They're getting some good initiations like Slithering Crush into Center Stun, but the burst damage somehow is not there. The pipe on the Vailama is doing a lot of work preventing this Skyriff Mage, and he ended up going for the Solar Crest, right? His damage is pretty mediocre.
I mean, and for level, they have their own Solar Crest and Living Armor, so physical and magical damage is not amazing. Yes, Young G has Aghanims, so it's pure Laguna Blade, but
Pure is at 25, but yeah, even still, yeah,
sorry,
it's like
sorry.
it's not that much.
It gives you the max fiery stacks or something like that. What does it they give you? The Aghanims, the Cloak of Flame, right? You turn it on.
Yeah, it's 40 amp, I think.
Yeah.
It gives you the terrain walking.
Thank you. I was like, forgot which one it was. I was like, it's either the Talent or the Aghanims. One of them gets it for you, but either way, so it doesn't have the pure damage yet. So that magic damage is significantly reduced.
All right, we're gonna go high ground here.
Just put the Luna in the front. Let's see what she can do. I mean, she's got Satanic and Aegis.
Lots of dispels. Cheese on Stokov. They will use that Meteor Hammer. And just slowly. This is pretty fast, honestly. And the glaive's just bouncing on the slaughter there.
Oh, that's pretty risky, actually. Desire may be throwing his life away just to make a little bit of space. Not really ideal. Centaur takes a few hits and loses his life in return, so it's a 1-4 trade. But looks like they want to fight this for Klee. There is a Ravage available. He throws it out, but it's not a BKB target, so it doesn't actually make a difference. And at least focus, he does bring down the barracks, so they get a lot of things for their trouble here. On the other hand,
the tier 4s are already half HP just because of those glaives bouncing from the slaughter at the beginning of the siege.
Yeah, Klee, they only lost 1. They bring 2 down, but they still lose their barracks. And that was, with level up, kind of misplaying. Desire had no real reason to do that. It's a bit of a throwy move, but they're not really punished for it. They actually come out ahead.
Yeah, they don't lose the Aegis. It will probably be over when they can go high ground again. But I don't think they care that much. Level up, they're in full control of this game. It's really on Klee to find a way. I'm not sure they can do it though. Like, what is the target you have to kill to win a fight? Because you're not killing the Tide.
Probably
Zeus has a
Tusk.
cheese.
I think it has to be the Tusk first. Just because he can save other people. So, it's kind of like when you have to kill the Dazzle or the Oracle first. Not because they're so valuable, but they save someone else and you're like, oh crap, that sucks, and all our efforts wasted. You don't have enough, like, firepower to bring the same guy down 3 times. And till the end, gets a double stun. And they straight away bring down Lupsione. They might go for more. Oh, not enough. Not enough. And he keeps the Aegis, although it is expiring fairly soon anyway.
Yeah. They get a chant for the trouble. They poke a little bit. But at the end of the day, also doesn't change anything for level up. They're going to keep on farming. Pretty good hoof stomp right there. The Slither and Crush. The Slaughter does a lot of damage. It's just that he doesn't get you hit for very often.
Yes.
You have the snowball saves and the overgrowths. It's such a tough game for the Slaughter.
And and the double the Hurricane Pikes as well. So you go in, he pushes you. You go in again, he pushes you. You're like, okay, I'm not hitting anyone. I got it. Razor, he is. Yeah, I look at Razor, I'm like, he's pretty farmed. Then you look at Luna, and he's like, oh crap, this guy's got like 10,000 gold advantage over the Razor. Okay, not 10, sorry, 6, but damn, that's farm.
Yeah, the Luna it just feels like an easier hero to play as well, right?
By the way, double Moonshard on Stukov. Are you really double Moonshard?
It reminds me of the Tiny. Remember the old Tiny? You just get double Moonshard and you just win the game.
Just hit people as you don't really need damage. You already do like 400 per hit. So it's like, okay, thank you. Can we... Oh, what the hell?
Lads on the Skywrath page?
What? A very innovative approach to the game.
I have no comment about this, lads. Like, you don't have any base, like super high base damage hero like the Morphling we saw. Like, at least in that game you could justify it that way.
Yeah.
You get some armor, but is armor even what you need here as Klee?
If you really wanted to mitigate physical damage, I feel like Crimson Guard is better. Obviously not for the skies, but someone else could get, like, imagine, like Centaur Crimson Guard seems like the logical approach to me, not Vlad on Skywrath Mage. However, they're okay. What did Razor take at level 25? What's the other talent? One of them is a double plasma. What's the other one?
Yeah, it's double plasma or attack speed on static link, right?
I think we probably took the attack speed because he just used plasma. He didn't throw the double, so should be that one. And which they need. They need that damage.
Mm-hmm. Luna now going for what seems to be a refresher, I think, and Razor trying to get a rapier. Okay.
I like it. He's going all in. He's feeling like this is going to be a tough game no matter what he does. The Divine Rapier gives him a chance to take it. So I like it. They're down to 1 Rax. Why not play to win? Don't play just to defend or wait to lose. Centaur is also going for pipe.
But you have to be so careful about that Tusk eggs, right? 1 kick away and the Rapier's on the ground.
I don't like the support itemization from Klee at all. I don't know if that solves them the problems that they're going for, but alright, 10-man smoke. Who is gonna find who?
Okay, in terms of vision here, Klee has one ward close to their top side of the map, but they're actually going from the bottom side. They use the scan to go up the triangle. They get some vision there as well. But this is not where the fight's going to happen.
No, and they should know it because Desire did take down Sentry Ward, so they should have an idea they're roughly in that area. By the way, there's
Rapier done, by the way. They are smoking the Rapier on the Razor.
No, they have the vision. Nice jump, but not the target you want generally.
Okay, can they kill the Vailama with that Rapier? If the BKB is enough, the Ogre Seal saving the tide as the War Sponge finds coming. He has that Rapier doing a lot of damage. A Snowball buying some time as they're going to lose center. The buyback, Ravage finds the Razor. Rapier on the ground. Laguna finds the tide, so the Rapier is still there as Focus is focusing on Young G. But this is a disaster. No buyback on the Razor. Every buyback available here used for Klee, as now they have to defend this tower.
Oh, Luna's got the Divine! As if she needed help to bring down buildings. However, unless they buy back from level up, they probably will, they either have to risk a very tough high ground push or they're just not going to go high ground. They're 3 versus 4, so they might just be very happy with the buybacks they forced out. They forced out 3 of them. So,
that Rapier kind of becomes a problem for you going high ground, right? Because you don't want to give it away, so now you have to wait Roshan just because you got the Rapier.
It's coming up in a minute, so it's not a big problem. But I know what you mean, right? That you go like, I didn't want the Rapier. I don't want it. I want it to be in the base.
So much pressure.
The best part is when you carry it on support and you're like, Snapfire, and you haven't taken any of the talents for it. And you're like, wait, really? I'm the only one who can pick it up?
Yeah, that's awful. As Zeus, still carrying those 2 moon shards. I guess could eat one and get another one if he wants to be very. He has 8,000 gold right now.
Desire, he puts the gem inside the Roche pit and walks out. He's like, I don't want to spend my time waiting for it. So it does give you a vision of the place that he planted in. And I'm surprised he doesn't upgrade the Kaya. It's like,
yeah, Kaya. I've seen a lot of Kaya Sanj, but he's going for a Scotty, so I'm assuming he's gonna eat the moon shard and finish it.
Sure, but just get a Kaya. It's a good item. And yeah, he ate one, and it just goes straight up Scotty. All right, maybe Sanj is coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
definitely gonna be good here.
Poor Kami, he loses the Divine Rapier.
Yeah, that's a lot missing. He feels so naked right now.
Right.
He gets a Wraith Man. All right, yeah.
Well, and that's going to be the easy rush. It's going to be Refresher Shard as well. You can give that to Tide Hunter. Boom, double Ravage.
She's actually still in the pit, by the way. And the Lina did finish a Refresher. So, can you solo kill? You can probably kill this Tide.
Yes.
With double Laguna.
Yes, I think you could, although it'll be close. By the way, this center has had no item progress. Blink, freaking, what was it called? The fluffy hat and Tranquil Boost in a 47-minute game. Like, this is atrocious on support.
Yeah, it feels like one of those games where someone DCs and then they come back, start playing, and that's like their item Stampede.
All right, quick on the mark on that one. As you look at Tree Protector, he's got like 4 staff, Solar, Flies. He got items, but there's just nothing. Oh, use the Thunder God's Wrath. Will they be able to kill the end? Until the end, he does lose his life very, very fast. Down for a minute and a half. We might not be seeing him again this game. Lays gets pushed out of where he wants to be, which is that puddle that he made. Oh, look at the damage, by the way. Kami going for Stukov. It's Zeus versus... Zeus is like, I don't want to take this fight. Kami might be able to get the kill, but it's not enough. You traded 3 for what? For a buyback? Clearly, they've got no buyback on their dead people. It's Lina and Razor against the world. It's not gonna. Is it gonna be enough? We'll find out.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. They're gonna get the mega creeps. There's no buyback on 3 heroes. That Luna has a Rapier and 3 minutes of Aegis time duration. This should be it. Glyph is on cooldown. The Lina just gets smashed down, kick back to the mouse of level up, and against all odds, against 12k gold net worth at minute 12, level up is back. I mean, if we needed a BO3 that went all 3 games, that's the type of game I want. I couldn't be happier.
I am too. It's such a nice comeback to see. We saw this crazy double Moon Shard, Aghanim Shard, Zeus. Looks really good on him. I feel like it shouldn't have, but well, let's look at the games that we've covered today. Let's look at how the current tournament stands. We are down to the final 6. As we did send in a couple of teams home. Navi as well as Klee are going home. So we're gonna be updating the brackets and we're gonna show you guys the mid. But we're down to the top 6. The alpha male. I say alpha males. There you go. Level Up and Yellow Submarine. They're gonna be facing off against the losers of the next 2 matches, which will be covered by Harry Freak as well as Kips. It's Team Tickles versus Virtus.pro and Falcons versus the Dudley boys. Do you agree with me that it's looking like VP and Falcons will be advancing to that winner bracket finals?
Yes, that's probably the most likely result. They're gonna have probably Yellow Submarine versus Team Tickles and the Dudley boys versus Level Up, which should be fairly interesting matches, right? Do you think there's out of Yellow Submarine and Level Up, which one you think has the higher likelihood of upsetting the loser of the winner bracket?
Yellow Submarine for sure, by a lot. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I saw Level Up play. They're pretty good, you know, but there's some clowny stuff going on. You know, their laning phase is meh. Their drafting in game 2 was kind of throwy. But you look at Yellow Submarine, they seem like way more invested, way more focused on the game. Doesn't seem like they'll be making the same mistakes. So and I do think that honestly, Team Tickles is the easier opponent than the Dudley boys. So you have the different challenge as well.
Yeah. All right, so we are a little bit late, so we unfortunately have to go here so that Harry freaking Kips can assume the cast and delight us with more Dota 2 here in the Pinnacle Cup 25 anniversary show. It was very nice having you guys. It was also amazing having you, Otomo. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to say farewell, at least until tomorrow, because I'm casting more Dota, and I believe you cast the next day, right?
Yep, I'm actually casting the same day as you, but we'll be with different partners. So this lovely relationship that we have is not going to continue. You know, but we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Bo will be with Robin Roll, and I'll be with Blue Scale, and we'll be covering the lower bracket, couple of matches of the lower bracket, as well as the winner bracket finals tomorrow. But for now, it's off to Harry freaking Kips. We'll see you guys we'll see you guys tomorrow, but we'll be in the chat. So have a nice day, everyone.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And we are back with the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show. We have gotten rid of Oramo and Bowie, and now here I'm gonna be entertaining you along with Kips. Kips, we did not get to cast the first full best of 3 series here in the 25-year anniversary show. So do you feel a little bit sad about that?
Yeah, I'm a little envious of that, not gonna lie, and especially since that the best of 3 also, of course, made me wrong with my predictions for yesterday, because I said, alright, I need to choose between my boys. I guess Zayats goes through, the Lama gets left at home, but instead it's the other way around, and Level Up goes through, and I would have really enjoyed watching that, casting that match, but luckily my fellow coaches had that one. So I could live vicariously through them. And that puts us at this point in the bracket, where in the lower bracket we only have Yellow, Submarine and Level Up already. And we are now going to be looking at the upper bracket, where first game up, Team Tickles versus Virtus.pro. Is some hype stuff, Harry.
Yeah, very hype stuff, very hype stuff. Whoever wins this one is gonna be top 3. So we're gonna be having 2 of our upper bracket finalists known today. Right now, whoever gets eliminated now is still getting some money. Yesterday, we saw some teams just get left behind without anything in a $100,000 prize pool tournament. It kind of stings when you've already made it to the playoffs, but overall, things are now looking up for all the teams involved. And speaking about teams, Team Tickles, Ilnit, Lorinov, Force, Narman, and Ducalis are gonna be playing for them. And Kips, when you look at them, when you look at Team Tickles, how are their chances looking today against their opponents?
I would definitely consider Virtus.pro to be the favorite, and Team Tickles has already been a bit wobbly in this week because we've seen them go down in a best of 5 finals against Bait, and Bait didn't look all that indomitable yesterday. So when you instead look here over at VP, you have old mainstay FNG, tons of brains in that one, and then on top of that we have the established names Kiritich, Squadix, Notice, Sayush. I mean, a bunch of old Namiga players in here, as well as just in general, like, this is a quality lineup. These guys are gonna go far. You know that these boys are gonna be gunning for the top 8 finish and higher at TI at the end of this season. So, yeah, Tickles has their work cut out for them.
I don't know if it's lighting or somebody has edited those pictures, but every single one of those players have the same color hair. Like, maybe I don't see colors properly, but I don't know how that was done. Either way, though, it definitely gives that vibe of a team, right, Kips? We all have the same hair. You and me, when we cast the finals, we usually come in with our hairs let down, the curls coming onto the screen. So is this? Of course, it's not something that's gonna matter. But overall, Team Tickles, you said they didn't look that great. Versus Bait, though they did win 2 games in that best of 5 series that you mentioned. Of course, Virtus.pro are a completely different beast. Does that mean that we're probably looking at another 2-0?
I hope not, but if you have to, like, you know, if you hold a gun to my head and you say, be honest, woman, then I'd be like, yeah, okay, fine, I do think that this is going to be a 2-0. And that is absolutely no disrespect meant to Team Tickles, especially because we know that Immortal Faith, the guy behind the Team Tickles project, currently has a habit of helping his teams punch above their weight class. But yeah, in this case, I don't think they're quite in the spot to make that happen.
The draft is ready, so let's get into it to see how they're gonna prepare, how their coach that you just mentioned has helped them prepare. Immortal Faith is actually a very strong player as well, right? I think in pubs he tends to get annoyed too easily, though. I think when I first saw him play 5, 6, I don't know how many years ago, I forgot, either way, he looked like a guy who has potential to be a good player, right? The top tier kind. So I'm glad that he made his way into the industry in a different way, because this guy definitely knows Dota, and it's showing with all of the teams that he's coaching, that he's a part of.
Absolutely, but you know, talking about coaches, my man G is coaching over on the Virtus.pro side, and I've been very lucky, I want to say, to work with him. Very level-headed guy, very serious about the game and his commitments to it. Very passionate, in not like a screaming kind of way, but like a very deep love for the game and a very deep understanding. So I'm very glad to see him back at the top with VP after what was a bit of a tumultuous time in the Vegas squadron.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is. Back in the day, G was like the mid laner, right? He was
especially his
insanely
laning
good.
stage.
Yeah, laning stage was insane. Then no one kind of took over.
One ex-Vega player replacing the other. Anyway, nobody cares about that.
Reminiscing
team.
about
Nobody.
the past, nostalgia is hitting Kips here. Though,
Yeah.
are you maybe nostalgic about yesterday as we're seeing the Treant Protector again? Is it hitting you right there in the heart now as well?
Oh, see, the Treant Protector is alright. What's really hitting me in the heart here is that Chen gets banned first phase by Team Tickles. I think that is 100% correct if we look at the win rate that Hero has had. The amount of trouble teams are having to actually deal with it, the amount of picks adapt to it. So, yeeting that man, very good. And the Weaver pickup from VP, I also feel like yesterday we didn't have as many Weavers as we thought was, shall we say, appropriate.
Okay. I think appropriate is the right word. How dare you not pick a Weaver? It's pretty inappropriate though. But Virtus.pro, they are gonna be pretty appropriate here when it comes to their first pick, as they will be going for a Weaver, which instantly during the laning stage is a problem for the Treant Protector, unless it is a carry Weaver. But even we've seen carry Weavers rotate to the enemy safely and through the twin gate. So a low armor hero versus the Swarm is always going to be in trouble. And another pretty unconventional ban there in the Tiny. That's a hero that we're not seeing much. We spoke yesterday about it when Desire was kind of in the spotlight, but a lot of the other players are just completely skipping this hero.
Yeah, Virtus.pro has picked it up quite often though in the post 4 position. So maybe the only other team where that ban is actually relevant. So Team Tickle's definitely done their homework here.
Yeah, they even played it versus Alliance there, and it worked out quite well for them, as they did win the game in 35 minutes. Though Virtus.pro will be going for a Tusk, so if you're not giving them the Tiny, they already have a replacement. Though on the other hand, this could be a safe lane duo as well, and I am always afraid. And every single offlaner or position 4 should be afraid if this is what you're going up against, because these two together, they hurt.
Oh yeah, they hurt like hell. The Weaver Tusk is almost as bad as, like, say, a Muerta Tusk in terms of, well, if you're on the opposite side. If you're on the side of the Weaver Tusk, you're going to be very happy with that indeed. You can, of course, also run these two still as a support duo, but that does leave one of them a bit out in the cold when both of them would like to get some items and some levels especially up. Luna, first phase for Tickles. I gotta say, I am a bit of a Luna hater. I think that her window is generally pretty narrow, and her opportunities for comeback if she has a bad lane are pretty thin on the ground. And I realize that I say this after Level Up just pulled out an absolutely incredible comeback with a Luna, but fueled by her farm potential. And yet, I still want to say that that's the exception and definitely not the rule. Like, that's special what happened right there. So this early on in the draft, I don't know.
You're just a Luna hater. You probably watched the Dota animated series and you just didn't like Luna as a character. So I'm really not gonna be taking you seriously. I'm a big fan of Luna in the current meta, I have to say, because that shard really does deal with a lot of problems that the Luna has and actually makes it a hero that can be can compete in the later portions of the game. So she's not just this, I'm gonna farm and finish the game in 25-minute type hero that utilizes the heavy amount of laning presence, damage and stuff. But I still think with that shard that you can scale quite well, and also level 25 talent with the Lucent Beam stuns, or mini stuns, whatever you want to call them, with the refresher is again something that can lane into the something that can win in the late game as well. So that's why I'm kind of regarding this Luna slightly higher than what my co-caster sees it.
Only slightly. I just like trash talked her for a minute straight.
Like, you picked a Luna, second pick, boo, like you lost, let's go next. They did go for the Clockwork, so a lot of frontline potential there for Tickles to actually keep multiple heroes in place for the glaives to bounce. I like this. There's 2 heroes in Cogs, the Luna is gonna destroy them. There's a couple of heroes in the Overgrowth, the Luna is gonna destroy them. And I really like that you have at least that potential to make something like that happen. What about the Darkseer Kips? I mean, this is a hero that the Luna detests, actually. As okay, I have lost my Kips, so I'm gonna have to answer my own question. I really love the Darkseer here. It lanes well with the Tusk if that's what Virtus.pro wants to do. And the Luna Illusion, sure, late game Luna is strong. Late game Luna Illusion is also very, very powerful, and there will be a Morphling picked up by Virtus.pro as well. So when we look at Team Tickles currently, they have nothing to really keep this Morphling down. He provides a mix of magical and physical damage, pretty much just as the Luna, but a little bit more burst than Tickles. Well, they're gonna be responding in a really nice way. I like this. Puck definitely would have gotten banned. Welcome back. So I've gotten Kips back in the Discord call, so sorry guys that you don't hear her just yet. I'm gonna be the only one able to enjoy her, but there was a conspiracy for sure from the Dota side to kick Kips out of the stream here. It wasn't her internet, it wasn't the power, it was just Dota crashing, and then, well, a lot of the other problems followed as well, as Virtus.pro will be banning out a Visage. And I'm a big fan of the Visage Luna, though it is not a hero that we're seeing too often. Still, it is something that Team Tickles pulls out from time to time. So, as Skips mentioned at the start, both of the teams here seem to have done their homework. And really, at this point in the in the tournament, you should know exactly what your enemies are gunning for, and it's a lot of money on the line, right? You win this one, you're top 3, that means at least $12,000 for your team, and I mean you get very, very close to winning $20,000 or $50,000, which is the grand prize here at the tournament.
A solid amount, and I do think that the stream should be able to hear me again now as well.
You're back. You are back, Kips.
Fully back.
We're all glad to have you.
To a lineup that demonstrates why I'm not too happy with early pick Lunas.
Yeah, I really like what Virtus.pro have. I think their response was amazing. On the other hand, though, you make a mistake and you get caught by the coil overgrowth or the cogs, and the Luna starts getting the damage in. Even these heroes on Virtus.pro can die.
Yeah, I think we've seen the Morphling play, especially recently. You really have to pick the fight from the right angle, because if you don't, into this amount of lockdown and this amount of, well, the puck can also work around you the same way. I do think that the Morph has quite a bit of work to do once he joins these fights, and he's probably going to have to join a little earlier than he's comfortable with, because the Luna power spike hits a little earlier than his, and once the Luna is good to go, she's good to go, and Team Tickles will not stop holding hands.
Yesterday, we saw some issues with not picking heroes or picking way too greedy of a lineup, especially when it comes for the early mid game. Do you think maybe Virtus.pro put themselves in a position like that, right? Darkseer, Morphling, both of these heroes do like to take their time a bit.
Yeah, so you really have to be in a position. You can see here the heroes that Tickles are banning out from mid lane as well. These are definitely low econ heroes that would synergize very well with the Darkseer. And I'd look for a strong mid laner here as well. Something that profits from having the Darkseer, both the Ion Shell as well as the Surge on him. Something that doesn't require too many items and just mostly levels in order to get online. If you do that on Virtus.pro, I don't think your lineup is that greedy at all. You also have a Weaver and a Tusk, both of which only also really profit from the Darkseer. You're going to have good damage in that that early mid game, as long as you make sure that you have a hero that can still do that. That said, I think the only option left here, if you look at the mid laners, like the melee mid laners that are used right now, is I think you have the Kunkka left over, which is kind of wild to me.
I'm very surprised they allowed that to go through, to be honest.
And I think that's what's going to come out here now.
Whoa, okay. We're gonna be seeing an Enigma, so Team Tickles, they're gonna be going a little bit on the greedier side as well, and now this late game Luna is definitely not gonna be an issue when you have an Enigma, and when you look at Virtus.pro, not really a lot of things that can allow you to stop that. Okay, they go for the Void Spirit. That is a hero that puck players really hate playing against, but whenever I see it versus the puck, it loses. So I'm not a puck player, in a sense that I would play it every single game, or if I would get to play a mid lane, sometimes I would pick it. Of course, I have played it in the past, and I understand how Ether Remnant can be annoying, but I'm still always more in the puck corner than in the Void Spirit corner.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup has changed a couple of times in, I want to say, weird ways, especially with how core Yules was to the builds of both of these heroes before, and now not anymore at all. The way that Puck has been mostly nerfed, and the way that Void Spirit still has gotten buffed, in my opinion. Like, the fact that you have the extra damage and the extra stats, plus the fact that you're not necessarily a magic damage hero anymore. Like, I favor the puck overall in terms of like the options that you have, but as far as the scaling is concerned, I do think that the Void Spirit now keeps up with that puck a lot better.
I should be able to do so. We saw a Diffusal Blade first item puck in the yesterday's games. Do you think this might be another game where that is a solid approach? I mean, all three of these cores on the side of Virtus.pro are really mana dependent.
Yeah. I still think that it would be kind of hampering his own farm potential to do that, though. Like, if you have space for it in your build somehow, but I think that just with your regular build-up, you're going to be contributing enough to the game that it's not necessary to go that hard on your itemization, because the previous puck that we saw flex in that way did not end up having that great of a time just because he didn't farm enough.
Yeah, he definitely didn't. But maybe we see like Midas into the Diffusal Blade. I would not hate it. Kiritich, he dyed his hair a little bit just so he's he doesn't have the same hair color as his teammates, but of course his natural hair, it is growing out as we are gonna be getting ourselves into the game. We're gonna have like you know, a, what do you call it, 5 4 3 to countdown blast off type here, and hopefully we're gonna get ourselves into the game as fast as possible because we do want to see the action. But before we do that, or before production actually lets us in, yeah, there it's gonna be now, so it's actually gonna be after it, Gibbs. But you came into the series seeing Virtus.pro as the favorites. Has the draft changed your mind about the first map?
No, I don't think so. I think I do see the ease of execution over on the Virtus.pro side. I think they, yeah, maybe they don't have the late game advantage necessarily anymore just because of that Enigma pick coming up. But I do also think that with the amount of mobility that they have on their side and the fact that they have a snowball save plus a possible time lapse, I think that the team fight advantage of Team Tickles doesn't necessarily benefit them all that much if Virtus.pro plays their cards right. So I'm still in camp Phoebe.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm also a big fan of the Darkseer versus the Luna. So I think that lane, not lane in particular, but that matchup in particular is gonna be a problem for you as the game progresses. One thing that scares me for VP though is catching the puck, and that's why I'm leaning towards that diffusal on the puck. Why? Because the Weaver, Seyush, I am expecting him to get an Orchid at some point on the Weaver. And
probably first.
pucks, as you mentioned, you don't want to get the Yules, so the Disperser makes a lot of sense.
It's true. Like the Disperser is a really good item for the puck in general. It really fits the playstyle. It's a good item for protecting yourself. But that's a big build-up, and it doesn't synergize with the AoE right-click build that we've been seeing.
Very true, very true. And it doesn't help you farm. That's also one thing. If you're not getting kills with that, it's gonna be a problem, and it's easier to get kills with the Witchblade than it is with the Diffusal Blade. And of course, it's better to farm with the Maelstrom than either of those two items. So they actually lane the Weaver on the top lane. He's not bad with the Ion Shell, but I would say it's kind of hard for the Weaver to really commit on these two heroes in particular, as they do pack a punch.
Yeah, I think so as well. The question for me is then if that is because they actually wanted the Dusk to lane bot with the Morphling for a particular reason. Having FNG over here potentially has to do with the fact that a Clockwork can actually definitely kill a Weaver support.
True. It most definitely is the case. You make a mistake, you get trapped in the cogs, and then you're screwed. You're gonna have to leave your Shikuchi. 10-second downtime on level 1 pretty much puts you in a position when you're gone.
Yep. I mean, it's the only time that I know I personally made a guy rage quit was a Clockwork support versus actually a Weaver offlane. It's one of my fondest Dota memories.
That's so fun. In Dota, our fondest memories are not 5-man black hole, rampage, or something along those lines. It is tilting somebody so hard that he quits, that he literally admits he's no match for you, and he just leaves the game. And that's so beautiful.
It is. It holds this very special place in my heart.
Yeah, it always will have.
It's FNG here. Got most of the pull off. Norman is going to get that range grenade back to his offlaner, but that does mean in general that the Morphling is currently have a very uncontested time on that bot lane. Of course, you do have to work with the fact that the Enigma has been denying some creeps there as well.
Tayush, is he in trouble? The blood grenade will slow him down. That's gonna be a very slow Weaver. He's going to the side, just hoping not to get smashed, as he does have a Fairy Fire, so he'll be fine. No reason to chase any longer. They don't have any more of their slowing spells, no blood grenades, no chance for a kill. The Weaver will survive. And this is kind of the the deal, right? You pull the focus off of Notice to make sure that the Darkseer can get a little bit of a better start.
Exactly, and once the Darkseer has his levels up, he is pretty much always going to be safe. The waves are going to be pushed in, the Ion Shells will always be up, and that means that it's going to be very hard to reach either the Darkseer or his laning partner. And it's kind of the opposite of an Enigma lane, where the Enigma will always have his wave pushed back into him, which means that his support is nearly always going to be sitting there with him, sapping the XP with him, very little space to leave the lane for any trickery.
Do you try to move away with the clockwork on that lane? Is there a time where you're gonna say, okay, sitting here isn't worth it, I'm gonna go and bully the Darkseer, let's say?
Yeah, for example, like it will be very clear when the clock is missing, right? Because he's not under the tower. At the same time, you can't really do anything about the Enigma either. This is, I think you can kill with a Tusk Morphlane, but it's going to be very risky.
Yeah, you could overextend. Morphling though, it's a hard hero to overextend with. Sometimes Kiritich is coming forward, Narman uses the cogs, pushes away the Morphling. Kiritich is the one that has to be careful. No more tag team. Adaptive Strike does absolutely no damage to the clock, so he'll be fine. Has the tick charges. Now they turn around onto FNG, who is going to be in some trouble, but we know Tusk can take a beating and still survive.
Yep, that is precisely why he's here. And Kiritich played it a little close there. But that's what you get.
This always happens, right? It always happens. I think he was probably
I was gonna bring it up, but
he was banging on the fact that the clockwork might go for 2 points in the battery assault, as that is the common build. But when you're playing versus the Morphling, it makes sense that you're gonna attempt this move.
Yes, absolutely. I imagine Narman was holding the point there, and it was pretty hard for Kiritich to tell because Narman had just been going on a Tusk. Noticed makes his escape. He is in absolutely no threat in his lane anymore. Sure, the Luna is going to deny a decent amount of creeps, as is the Treant Protector, but they're not actually going to stop him from being there.
So we're seeing both of the offlaners are not having the best of times, but then again they're not really being shut down, which is pretty important. So who's happier with this kind of a free lane for the carries?
That's a rough question to ask. I guess I would say that the Luna is happier just because the laning sage is one of the... She really needs that build up in order to actually start going into the jungle and taking out camps like the absolute monster that she is. Whereas for the Morphling, your build up is going to be a little slower regardless, and since he's not, for example, balling out of control here or killing anybody, the lane is not going to, just farming is not going to offer him much more than if he would have been pressured a little bit back further.
I'm actually surprised that the Morphling and the Tusk aren't applying more pressure now, especially with the Tusk being level 4. There it is. This is what I wanted to see. Force is going to be caught. The tag team is there, but the Morphling is a little bit too late. So I think Force is going to be surviving this one. They're still going for it. Okay, no. I thought wrong. That's a lot of damage from the Morphling. Even without the tag team, he really does pack a punch.
Yep, and that also was the clockwork missing for mostly rune control and warning, but he didn't actually get anything out of it. And Noticed here is much more free for his support to leave, because as we said before, he's a Darkseer. He's going to get his CS in no matter what. There's no stuns to hold him here on this top lane. And that means that the Weaver has also just been looking at mid. He's going over towards the Wisdom Rune right now. See if he is stacking there, I think. So a lot of freedom for the VP supports. That's going to do a lot of work for them.
The Treant is actually going to go over there to try to steal the rune. Does he get there on time? Is this going to be a fight for the rune? A clicking fight? Seyush? Nah, Ducalis? He was half a second too late.
At least he knows there's a stack there, I suppose. But what are you going to do about that?
Yeah, not much. I guess you could hope if you've placed a ward to catch somebody who's going to be farming it, but...
Look at that perfect triangle around on it.
Yeah, they're sandwiching him. from 3 sides. Sounds weird. The wall completely off the mark. It's time to just leave FNG to die, or is it beautiful? Cogs, but also a very nice, and Squadix coming in. Yolnit's taking a lot of damage. The vacuum will be there. Yolnit, he dies with the Astral Step. Armin taking a lot of damage, and here comes Kiritich. He's super fast there because of the surge, and he wants to drown the Collis with water. It is a tree though, so it might actually nope, it's not gonna grow because of it. It's just gonna get over drowned. Anybody who has plants, they know you shouldn't water them too much, and Kiritich does get stuck in the trees, but he will be TPing away.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward start, but you know what? You can always fix an awkward start to a fight by just bringing more guys. And the fact that Squadix gets to cleave through everybody here as well, that's such a gigantic amount of damage. And Enigma is the only one who can't join because he pulled the wave back and it was under his tower.
Still, I mean, Tickles got 2 kills there, and both of them on the puck. And this is the guy that's gonna be making a difference as Force. He gets destroyed. The shards will not connect on Narman. And Squadix is starting to rotate quite successfully at that. He is he's getting kills. He's not dying. He's topping the network chart by a pretty solid margin. So things looking up for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and I like the feel that he has, because it's FNG who's been there first both times, right? But I like the feel that Squadix has for how long after FNG he should be arriving to the just created opportunity. That's some very tight timing on the map, and that feels so efficient if you're that mid laner. So you're not wasting any time, you're not even like being there with FNG while he's searching for the kill. You're just sort of like, you know, 10 seconds behind him, and if he gets the opportunity you go, if he doesn't you don't.
And he's even calculating the time if his teammates mess up some of the spells perfectly as well.
You know what? Sure. I bet he is.
Yeah, I bet he is. If that wall did connect, I think the Luna dies before he comes over, and then it is a question if the puck even decides to TP. You could see that he was hesitant initially, Lorenov, to come over, even though pucks, they love when people are diving. And speaking of, Squadix again coming, they don't have the black hole. He just can't get his level 6 force. He can't play Dota. Narman is out of the cogs. Who's stuck with who? He cannot escape. His shards on one side, cogs on the other, and Kiritich will get another one as they keep him in place long enough. Very nice, easy 2 kills, and they're gonna be opening. If you get that tower down versus the lineup that focuses so much on the ancients, it is a problem.
Absolutely. Did I just hear you say that Force can't play Dota? That's a little harsh, don't you think?
Well, they're not allowing him to play Dota. It's a fact.
It is a demonstrable fact. I think he feels very bad about the position that he's in the game right now. And for an Enigma, that's a problem, because you do definitely need your items, you need your levels in order to start making an impact, and you need a really big kit. Like, you usually want both your Blink Dagger and your BKB and maybe an Aeon Disc. Were you going to buy any aura items for your team, by the way, or are you just another farm sponge? Like, Team Tickles presumably wants a little more out of him than that as well. So
I think with a start like this, you are a Blink black hole. That is what you are.
I didn't even mention the Lincolns yet.
Yeah, well, that's
like a Christmas gift. Somebody else has to buy that for you. You're poor this year.
For sure. But the question is, have you been good? Right? If you have, then Santa will most definitely bring it, as Virtus.pro are bringing pain to some of these Team Tickles towers, and it's looking like they're already getting away with this game 1. That last pick Enigma, they punished it perfectly.
Very well done. And the inherent synergy just between their first 3 picks feels so good as well, right? Both of these supports have been constantly making moves. They're very mobile. They're very ready to throw their lives on the line and see if they can get kills. And Squadix is just waiting for them to create opportunities for him. Look at those deep wards as well.
And they're preparing. They are preparing to start hunting for sure. Because if you get a fight around the mid lane, you open up the mid lane as well, it's gonna be so easy to hunt down heroes. And look at the Luna is just dead. They even miss on the vacuum the wall again. No, actually, Yolnit is away. Noticed.
Yeah.
He is he's off the mark on those walls quite a lot in this game.
Yeah, so both offlaners can't play, but one of them.
No,
Sorry.
no problem, no problem. I had such a great laugh, Kip. So just
I don't
just
think it's
continue.
up to you to forgive me, though. Anyway, we did just see the Echo Saber pick up over on the Void Spirit, so he's a lot tankier now. He hits a lot harder now. And this is really all you're going to need for him, as Lorinov, a Witchblade, is on the courier pretty much as we speak. So there's a power spike for the puck, and I think that means that the couple of clashes, or especially like the first clash that we're going to see right now, is very important for Team Tickles. Like, it definitely also matters for VP, but here, yeah, this smoke with the puck, this is going to determine whether or not they have to look for a plan B for the comeback, or if plan A is going to be good enough.
They need that bottom tower. If they don't get that
Yep.
bottom tower down now, there is gonna be another opportunity for Virtus.pro to invade your triangles, to invade your graveyard area,
engines.
and it is a problem. But I think the tower is as good as dead. Pretty much Force has already taken it down, and now the only question is, can they hunt down the Weaver, which is looking like it's gonna happen. Yep, he's gone.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a VP right now, the ideal scenario would be to be pressuring the mid tower really hard. Because then you still have your mid tower as a potential angle to... And look how fast these TPs are
They understand.
coming in. Yeah, Lornov's immediately there. Because with the way that the vision is distributed now, Virtus.pro has everything in that beautiful straight line over on the top side of the map. Defending bot would have been a pretty bad option for them. Away from your vision, into a potential timing for the enemy. Like, it is the right decision to not def that tower. But you could have gotten a really good trade with the mid tower there if you were ready for it.
And they didn't really know. I think Virtus.pro didn't take into account just how important that bottom tier 1 was for Team Tickles, for their Luna to be safe, right? You missed on that one gank on the Luna. Now you're not going to be seeing her for quite some time, and you know where she's farming. It's just way too far from you to get there. Plus, you haven't still taken that mid lane tower, meaning that you do not have another angle to enter the enemy triangle.
Exactly. With falling away of that bottom tower, you only have the one through the river that is undefended. Unwatched, I should say. But, you know, that mid tower can still go down. And on the other hand, what kind of tools does VP have at this moment in time to bring towers down without, you know, bringing all of their manpower and standing there and daring Team Tickles to throw all of their ultimates at them, which are now all up, by the way. A lot of those towers did go down in the window where the supports on Team Tickles were still struggling for levels, where the Enigma was, I don't know, in the dumpster looking for his levels. And that is
How's
not the
Force
case
looking
anymore.
now? What is he
Yeah,
going
pretty good.
for on the Enigma? I'm not sure. Can we get the click on the Enigma? The hero on the screen? Okay, they're just messing with us.
Yes.
So he did go for the
Okay.
mech and will be going for a BKB soon. So I guess you want to be able to counter the Darkseer Aura items somewhat, and there's the jump onto the puck. He has been caught, he has been destroyed. Lorinov, that's a huge kill. Without him, there's no fighting, and especially when you count in the Darkseer and his auras, he already has the pipe. I think even with the puck there, you probably lose, but here it's almost certain that you're not going to be engaging.
And VP opened up that extra angle. Yeah, so I understand why Force is going like this, right? Because you do have the team fight advantage here, and you will be holding hands with your Luna as soon as she is ready for go time. And she is still at the top of the net worth, even if she's only barely clinging on to that. So the plan, wait for the Luna timing, then go profit from the auras, etc. And they are going to have to engage into us, because we are going to be pushing their objectives, means that you are maybe not so pressed to get that Blink Dagger. But that is betting on the fact that you are going to be able to hold or take over the tempo at some point in this game, because right now the tempo is not on your side.
Definitely not. Virtus.pro are the ones controlling it, and now with the mid lane tower being down, we can see that they're immediately invading the enemy triangle, which means that Luna is gonna have to be looking for scraps of farm. For now, it's working out, but if the map gets any smaller, then the Morphling will definitely match up in the farming department.
Yep, and we're going to be looking at a time where that Orchid on the Weaver is, I want to say, 2/3 complete now. That's going to make it a lot scarier for the puck to push out, and they have eyes on it here. Double damage on Squadex. And you can't afford to run into the Treant Protector anymore.
He still doesn't have the shard though. But it is very dangerous to do so. Overgrowth into a black hole can be very dangerous. The thing is, Virtus.pro, they were doing all this to force out Roche. I think they want to force out these big ultis on their own terms, though. This is this is a little bit too much.
It's a little dicey. Tickles are just going for it, and they are correct. They have the team fight advantage, but they need to be able to walk in. And they took the long way around.
Oh, he got through with a hook shot, but he's gonna die super fast. But he does give the vision, and the Ulit is coming forward. There will be a vacuum. It's taking him back. Can they get inside? Lorinov is dying, and the Aegis was there. He snatched it. That could be huge. Ulit is gonna get pulled back, but the black hole is there. They're all getting pulled into nothingness, and that is the way to turn it around. They steal the Aegis, and it all started with a perfect angle of the hook shot. He is the one that set it all up. Just look at that. Notice he thought he had him. Nope. Narman is too good.
No block for you, and the fact that they come all the way from the backside means that this Enigma does not need a blink dagger to get into position. He is taking his sweet time there to line up his black hole. And you know what? It doesn't matter that they're in the pit earlier than you if they're not stopping you from actually entering out. That's a bit of a whiplash if you're VP right there.
Bye bye gold lead. It doesn't exist. This is the thing. You've been building something for so long, and then suddenly it's just gone. And sure, the gold is in the favor of VP, but looking at the levels, looking at the experience, Team Tickles, they have more of that.
They do, yeah. And the Luna is now slowly but steadily taking distance from that Morphling, and she will take more distance now. You have been kicked out of the top side of the map. You have lost your Aegis opportunity. Your deep wards have now timed out, like that line of green that we saw on the top side of the map is gone. And they are more focused on the bottom side now, but they're not quite in the position as a team, especially without an Aegis, to actually make any ballsy plays towards that.
Well, this is a pretty big deal, Kips, as VP, if they take that Roche, they start overtaking the game. If they win that fight, everything goes to hell, but everything went right for Tickles. The jump in from the clockwork, perfect angle. The stolen Aegis. Then the Enigma coming in before the Luna dies. Everything working out for them, and this could turn out to be an issue, as Luna plus all of these teamfight heroes in the late game is going to be dangerous.
Oh yeah. And we saw it just now that as long as they're allowed to walk in on Team Tickles and they can hold that position, then between the puck and, I also need to say the clockwork, by the way, and the Treant, the amount of AoE lockdown you have is insane. Then you get a black hole over the top. Then you get the Luna ult over the top. You need to play a pick-off game on VP, and they're looking for another pick-off now. They have no other choice.
FNG is going to be revealing this smoke by getting into the creep wave. I don't know if Tickles are paying attention, but they should be aware that something is wrong. They use the scan that might give them a false sense of security. There on the left side, the Weaver is all on his lonesome there, so I doubt he's really going to be able to threaten anybody.
And we are still waiting for that Orchid as well. Not yet up.
Kalis running away. Smoke will break there, and the Kalis will be fine. Seyush, he lost the smoke, so he wasn't sure where his enemy was. That little hunt of Virtus.pro, unsuccessful.
Butterfly in the works for the Morphling, so he is definitely going all in on the battle with the Luna, which puts him in a bit of a precarious position if he gets silenced up by that puck, or if he gets caught by the black hole. That's really not a lot of stats at all.
Yeah, you're just gonna die to the AoE damage if you're not careful. But it is a Morphling. You get the attribute shift off, and well, most likely you are gonna be living through it. Either way, though, the game completely even.
You do need to have attributes to shift, you know.
True. No, you don't need a lot. It's fine, Kips. He's gonna be fine. 5 seconds forward and they catch him and he dies. Though did not happen.
It's like me talking to my skinny friend on the dance floor. You do need to have attributes to shift.
Okay, Kips. Okay, Kips is in savage mode today. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it. Hopefully everybody is as well. But I haven't been enjoying this stalemate. Both of the teams being very conservative in their approach to the fights. As Morphling is finishing his butterfly, that's going to be quite huge. But the thing is, as you mentioned, without the Roche, it's going to be very tough for Virtus.pro to come forward.
Yep, and they're definitely, their wards have sunk back a little bit more. They've been playing a lot more for the farm advantage right now, but the problem is, of course, that your lineup is not actually made for farming all that much. If you're going up in a farm battle versus a Luna, Puck, and a... Oh, that is the Blink Dagger flying in. Nice octopus.
Yeah.
And the Enigma, then you are most likely going to lose it.
What I do like is that Midas on the Tusk, so if it does come to a point if the game is very tough, you can get the Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk, and that item has been known to win games, just like that. Ducalis?
And it's especially good versus these hand-holdy type of lineups where they're sitting in a circle singing Kumbaya, and, you know, as long as they're all 5 together, you can't do anything about them. But if you can pluck one of them out, that is an entirely different story. So absolutely agreed. That is a kind of anticipation that is sorely needed.
Luna has the Scotty. However, the Morphling currently has the butterfly advantage. So if it does come to a fist fight between these two, Morphling should have an advantage currently. As Team Tickles, they're looking to overtake the enemy part of the map. They're the ones dictating the tempo of the game at the moment.
They are, and it's especially with all of these cores having played away from each other a long time, I can't help but feel that maybe if you do not go for the Urn on the Weaver and you straight up rush into the Orchid, you might actually get some more threat on the map. But in this case, he had to wait a little long, and now I do think that Tickles is not going to spend that much time apart anymore.
Lorinov is not giving us the Aghanim Scepter Puck. He's going for the classic build, the Witchblade Blink into an Octarine Core. Just wants to be able to be super annoying to the enemies, and the Octarine Core is almost done. The thing is, Weaver has his Orchid, so in terms of catching the puck, now you have the ability to just bring him down from 100 to 0, even in a pretty chaotic fight. So I'm gonna be looking out for this Weaver, and well, Lorinov should be doing the same.
Yep. No doubt that he is and that he has been. Man, he's farming so far up right now, but the rest of his team isn't really farming either because they're so close together, and VP is still very spread out. They're willing to let some terrain go right now just in order to get their CS up, and I guess I'm alright with that, but it does mean that the Luna is going to now confidently enter the phase of the game where she is going to look to properly end it. You have that Skadi online, they're going to be controlling the map, they're going to be in a position where they can take the next Roche by simply, they're going to be there earlier, and in no way, shape or form can VP afford to engage into them, unless of course you get a really very good wall out from the Darkseer.
Not only is he gonna get the wall, he has the normal punch as well. So good luck dealing with 2 Luna Illusions whose glaives are just bouncing on you. And this is the thing that I'm scared of, right? You have this strong late game team fight chaos that you can pull in, and then there's a Darkseer, the god of team fight here for sure. Force Staff, not gonna help you. There's gonna be an ATOS uppercut, and Squad X gets the kill. The Adaptive Strike from Kiritich doesn't even land there. They do finish off it. So Ducalis has been a nuisance for a long time, but finally, after what it has been 5 minutes, we're gonna get a kill, maybe even more.
Yeah, it has really been rather quiet on the field.
I mean, I wouldn't say
for
that.
Morphling nearly done. I do think that Kiritich is going to be looking for action after that is done, and the question is, of course, if he's going to get the time for it, because I think you're suspecting that Tickles might want to make a move for Roshan, so yeah, they're moving up right now. Siyush?
Narman has the Force Staff. He's flying away. They see him clearly. He's going to be getting down from the jetpack, dealing with a swarm. Nice blink out from Force. He just got it, as the Ether Remnant will not connect. Surge is there. You have to bail. That is too deep into enemy territory versus the Luna during nighttime. Okay, Kips, we've already seen this. A fight around the Roche. It was around 10 minutes ago, and didn't go well for VP. Is it gonna go better now?
It did not. I mean, they need to hold their terrain outside of the pit now and hope that Tickles does not have to... but they have a clockwork, that's the problem. So Tickles is always going to know if they're going to get bluffed or not, and they're trying to get around again.
Tremont is there to cover.
VP is wise to their tricks this time. Look at this line on the side of the map. But maybe they're too split up?
They are too split up.
But they're not getting found.
Oh,
Wait,
there's
no, they
the
are.
hook shot. They
in.
did get found. It is the Tusk that got found. He got the snowball off before the Silence was there. Still, FNG is going to be taking a lot of damage. And buyback, it is ready for him. So he can come back if need be.
The problem is, though, that you've given up your position now. They tried to cut off that move all the way around from Team Tickles, and they were successful in that, but that does mean that Team Tickles has now once again cut them off from the Roche. And you are going to need the vision in order to get a perfect wall off, in order to get that normal punch off, because the Luna enters the pit right now.
They did get the scan off. There's a really nice ward from Tickles, but also two really good wards from Virtus.pro. So let's see who gets the better initiation here in the pit. The smoke was used. I don't think that ward caught them, as there will be a rocket flare. Narman coming out. He's expecting a smoke to come. Virtus.pro taking the long way, but of course on the other side the Collis is there to break it. Luna dealing with the Roche on her own. Wards on the high ground. The Collis isn't there. He has been caught. Of course, has the force left to the side. He'll be okay, and the swarm will get taken down. Still, they are finding an opening. Unit inside a pit. He's gonna be dealing with his own illusion now. He's gonna be dealing with Morphling illusions as well, but he escapes for now. Everything is so tense. Nobody engaging just yet. The Tusk did come back to the world of the living. The Luna illusion getting sent in again. They can maybe wait out this wall. Coming in, Silence on the puck. They try to finish him off. They're gonna be able to force left to the side of the vacuum onto all of them. Nice uppercut punch there on the Enigma, so he can't use the black hole. It will cost him his life. This ulti coming through. It is gonna be now a black hole onto the Morphling. Is taken down. Doesn't have a buyback. 69 seconds on the sidelines. Yulnit standing his ground without the Morph. It's gonna be very hard to bring him down. Squadex still trying to find something. The cogs will get used, and the Weaver has been caught. But look at the damage from Squadex. He's just destroying them. The Ether Remnant onto the Luna. Notice is coming in. The uppercut punch will be there now. Again, he's gonna be dealing with his own illusion. It has the Scotty. A lot of problems where he's healing through it. The bounces. It's coming through. Yulnit is too strong without the Morphling. They cannot finish him off. And he survives through it all. That shard coming in handy for sure. With the damage reduction, he'll be able to live once again, and they're transferring to the bottom lane where they will finish off the Roche.
And that was cutting it very close for Team Tickles, way closer than I thought. The fact that they get all grouped up in there, that could have been disastrous for them. But this is the problem with the I don't want to say the no stats, but the low stats morph build is... As soon as you get black holed, you are done for. You can shift all you want. There's nothing to do about the amount of damage that comes in. And then this is still close, right? The fact that another normal punch comes off here, yeah, all of these glaives bouncing, clock, this close to dying.
So what happened there is that the Morphling turned into a clockwork, and he got black holed while he was a clockwork. He had all of the agility to move into strength, and he didn't do it at all. I think that's that. If that fight is on somebody, it's on Kiritich.
Yeah, you gotta risk it all in order to win it all, and that was, well, sometimes it be like that.
It also took them very long time to kill Lauren off. I thought he was just dead.
Yeah.
He should have been just dead. Didn't happen. Who took the cheese though? I don't see it. I'm guessing now it's in the Luna backpack, as I don't see it on anybody else. And that Luna has a satanic, so good luck killing him again. Yeah, there it is. Gives the cheese to Lauren off now.
And as much as that butterfly is nice in the matchup between like you and the Luna, right, as a Morphling, if it's Luna versus your buildings, it's not gonna do jack for you.
Not Luna also I think has the best neutral item for sure here, just to buff her damage up even more. Has so many stats at the moment. Look at that, Gibbs, 355 damage per hit. You have to respond now if you're Virtus.pro, or your base is gone.
Talking about attributes to shift. Ooh.
See, the swarm comes. There was a vacuum. They pull Yulnit. He didn't get the normal punch off.
No. Was a little busy there, but you know, you can always normal punch the illusion.
Thing is, this Luna now packs a punch, especially when the glaives are bouncing between the tower and that illusion. You actually stand no chance. The tower has fallen. Morphling is pushing the top lane though. Kiritich, he is matching this one. The wall will be placed, and that Luna illusion, it is not to be underestimated. Kiritich is thinking about coming back. He will be leaving the illusions for now. Yulnid though still going for it. Has the Aegis, has the Satanic and the Butterfly. Not a hero you can deal with. Morphling is back. Vacuum into the wall again. The normal punch is there, and notice you have to run from this Luna. She's way too dangerous jumping in. The Ether Remnant not there to connect. They get their axes, they get themselves out. Kiritich didn't even get a tier 3.
He did not, but miraculously enough, those range racks live. It's only the range racks, so you don't feel too great about that. But all in all, you sort of weathered a Luna Aegis attack in the middle of her power spike. It could have been a lot worse for VP. And that's a bit of a sad thing to say, but really the gold difference that there is on the side of Tickles right now doesn't properly illustrate the amount of advantage that they have when they're all together.
For sure. Still, Darkseer now has a blink, so it is going to be easier for him to engage. You don't really have that big combo. Resonant Pulse, the silence, is the biggest thing that you can use with the Darkseer combo. But still, if you get a big vacuum wall, there is a possibility for a one fight.
Absolutely, and that will remain until the end of the game. The Darkseer is phenomenal at this anti-carry kind of leverage to apply to your enemy. And of course, Tickles is also limited by the fact that they have to be together in order to apply all of that pressure, because as soon as they split up, if Virtus.pro get wind of anybody that they can pick off, they have all of the tools and all of the damage to make it happen. And they have so much mobility on their cores and supports to do that with as well. They can peel you apart.
Axe on Tusk, and there's gonna be an Axe on the Weaver. Those are some huge deals. There's the Tusk, he found one, and you are dead. The Pav is actually protecting the Callus. He gets the overgrowth off. He was so close to dying. Kiritich will finish him off in the end. Buyback immediately coming through. Notice trying to get away inside of the Cox. He cannot do so, and getting close to that Eclipse is dangerous. The final hit will finish him off. Yulnid has been caught. He still has the Aegis. You do not want to commit on this guy. And with the Guardian Greaves, they keep him very, very healthy. Now coming forward, he's gonna get kicked back. He didn't want to go that forward. He has the shard though, and he's destroying everybody who comes close to him. He's just that powerful. The Tusk, he got his Aghanim Scepter, but he doesn't have the money to rejoin the fight.
No, he bought out for that, and his team was not quite ready to accept that package.
Nope.
That's gonna cost him another Rex.
They need to time this perfectly. You let the Rags go, and you hope that you can get Yulnit when his Aegis is expiring. It's gonna be too hard, though. You do not have the timing to do so.
No, that's some really hard maths. And hey, we were talking about Disperser for the puck.
There it is.
It has arrived, so these silences on the side of VP a lot less effective now that the puck has a way to save himself.
I'm looking at these Virtus.pro items, and they are literally items that should allow you to win the game. But Tickles being ahead at this point, which Virtus.pro probably should have never allowed, it is making it hard to make those items work.
Yeah, if the goal difference is the other way around, Tickles is already done. Like we're already seeing the GGs, but instead this is all their game with Virtus.pro. As you said, they have the tools. This is why the game is not over. There goes one of those tools.
Oh, nice force stuff. Actually, Ogre Seal Totem to the low ground.
Yeah,
nicely done. Pretty
Peel
huge.
them like an onion.
So easy when you find those plays. This is now, I think, gonna be the time for Tickles to start considering those Lincoln spheres on pretty much every single one of their heroes, because you do not want this to happen.
No, and this is the key back into the game for Virtus.pro, is even when you're together, we can still get the numbers advantage, and we're not afraid to lose FNG in the process. Who is he to us anyway?
We'll see if Sayush can do it for his team. Luna is gonna be going for a Hurricane Pike. Would you replace the boots for a Pike, or would you be looking at a Lincoln Sphere? Not a lot of things to break the Lincolns, really.
No, I do think that the Lincolns is a very powerful item in this game as well, because you're looking, especially as a Luna, at that normal punch as well.
I guess somebody else can buy it for him and just put it on the Luna. That is also a possibility.
You could, but if you're like that desperate for more mobility, your team can also buy 4 staffs. And you're the one with the deep pockets.
They have 2 4 staffs on both their supports, right? They should.
More.
Okay, more.
They
Lorenov.
do, yes.
Lorenov, where is your pike? Force, what the hell? Aghanim Scepter, where's your pike? They're not itemizing the way that you're telling them, Kips. This is
Dreadful.
dreadful for sure. We're getting tier 4 items. I'm not really gonna be looking at any of those items as really game changing. That's gonna be a shard for FNG. So now I feel like the vacuum wall just became even more powerful, right? Because with the upgraded shards of the Tusk, you can really put enemies in an uncomfortable position where they're just gonna be battling their own illusions.
Yep, and with the amount of hand-holding that Tickles has been doing, I mean, we've seen all 4 of them clumped up together from a single vacuum, because that is how close they play together. That becomes even more dangerous with the shard from the Tusk.
Enigma has an Aghanim Scepter, so there's gonna be a lot of pulling, a lot of gravity with that black hole. Pretty dangerous, in fact, and a lot of damage as well. That is the big thing, right? Even if Morphling starts turning his HP around, right? Even if he gets the attribute shift off, that black hole will smash him.
It will, but on the other hand, we've been talking here as FNG probably gonna pay with his life here. He was very far for that.
Whoa!
I love that interaction.
That's an upgraded Hurricane Pike if I've ever seen one, right? The longest one for sure.
No, but while we were talking, the gold difference has been slowly but steadily creeping back towards Virtus.pro. Like, there was an 8k lead on Team Tickles at some point, and nothing has really happened. But because they need to be together, they just can't farm as much as VP does. So as long as they're not pressuring, that gold differential creeps right back to VP. And this opening was one that they needed in order to have a good reason to group again, feel secure. Hex on the morph. Whoever's getting kicked back is in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in a world of hurt. We need to see the buybacks. Those are very important. Currently, the Puck, the Weaver, and the Tusk are the only ones that have them. But we will get more info from our observer as he turns it into the buyback status. Because that's what we're going to be looking at right now. Virtus.pro, they are buying multiple hexes on their heroes. This is what they want. And I understand it. Because when the hero gets kicked back, it has to die. If you do not bring it down, then it's going to be a problem. Luna having the Hurricane Pike now have that mobility spell.
Yeah, and we saw the situation the last time that Olnit got kicked into the base. That was really more of a case of thanks for the ride.
Let's see.
They're gonna contest the rush again.
Third time's the charm, or is it this
might
time?
Just be it.
But
Do they have the time though?
It is the Radiant side Roche, so if it comes down to buybacks, Virtus.pro are going to be joining the fight first. Luna, she is trying to kill the Roche. They're coming from the side. Virtus.pro will get inside. The shards connect, but the Aegis has already been picked up. The Clockwork coming forward. He does have the Lotus Orb to protect him, so he's going to be going inside of the Snowball, the Black Hole, onto the Morphling. He gets returned there with the time lapse, so he'll be fine. Turning around onto Force, doing a lot of damage to him as the Luna, the Glaives are bouncing, but the Overgrowth will be amazing still. Nobody has died. Force is getting low in Squadix. He gets a double kill with one Astral Step. Of course, that buyback from Lorenov. He was the first casualty of the fight. Finally, they're going to bring down Narman. Virtus.pro, they're overwhelming this fight. Ether Remnant not connecting on anybody, and Lorenov gets himself away. He had the cheese, and he actually died and bought back in that fight.
And the terrain just really not working in the favor of Tickles there at all. They are starting off from this already. The Clockwork gets moved out and does not have a good way to come back in. While here, the time lapse of
Luna is dying.
that Aghanim Scepter was always
Luna died. The fight is continuing there. We're looking at the replay, but there's something much more interesting happening. There will be a Lucent Beam inside of the pit. Kiritage gets himself away. They brought down the Aegis once, and this is huge for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they get to kill this creep wave off a little bit right now. Because there are creeps in our base right now, and they have lost a lot of buildings. So you don't want this Luna coming and marching back up to finish the job. But no, they are Team Tickles do not feel like that's an advantage they can press, that they can risk. And that means that Virtus.pro once again has taken the Aegis out of the hands of the Luna, who's by now as 6 slotted as it's going to get, really. You've got a BKB left for swapping in, maybe a Moonshard, but she's not going to get that much bigger anymore.
I'd rather see a refresher though. Now having the level 25 talent with the Lucent Beam Ministun, it makes a lot of sense to go that route.
Yeah. I mean, in general, if you have a BKB and you're going late game, you're gonna want a refresher. That's just the rules.
That is true. Though 9-second BKB, 45 minutes into the game, it is
Yeah.
actually huge.
It is kind of wild. This really shows what a very deliberate game we've been seeing here.
So this Void Spirit is actually starting to pack a real punch in these fights. It is really tough to get on top of him, but if the fight goes longer and he knows a lot of the spells have been expended, he will destroy you with just the physical damage that he's doing. So that is one thing the Tickles have to be thinking about. They're killing the Morphling. I think that this Void Spirit, he's the one that's going to be finishing them off. In my mind, he should be the target.
On one hand, I agree. On the other hand, it's easy to feel that way because Kiritich has been pressured and we've seen Squadix make use of that. But it could just as easily be the other way around, where they're chasing around a Void Spirit that they don't have that great of a tool set to take down. Like, I don't think they have any hexes over on the Tickle side yet, for example. And then, in the meantime, the Morphling is going to be kicking somebody's ass in the backlines.
True.
It is very hard. Virtus.pro have very good tools to peel Tickles apart and then punish them for that. The only benefit that Tickles does have right now, of course, is the fact that they will always get a bunch of vision because Virtus.pro has 2 waves coming into their base.
And of course, nighttime is approaching and Luna is on your side. Virtus.pro, they do not have those night vision heroes on their side, so they're definitely going to be on the back foot. Do Tickles still go forward when it comes to pushing now? They have only the cheese. Is it enough?
Enough? I really don't want to say if it's enough or not. What I do want to say is that I think it's very risky to keep on going later and later. 2 cheeses. Thank you, Observer.
Yes, 2 cheeses. Also, Luna was the one that picked up the Aghanim Scepter. So if he does get that refresher, it's going to be huge.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of the orbital cannon.
It's kind of insane sometimes how much that does. And I think
it's one of the few things that I would normally say that I actually like about the Luna, in that she is a mixed damage carry who can really, with one item purchase, like either going into a Daedalus, for example, or Rapier, or the other way around into the Aghanims, switch on the other side of her damage really very hard. And that is something that makes her, in some ways, more adaptable than a lot of other carries, even though her timings are, of course, not adaptable whatsoever.
I just feel Tickles should be looking to get any 2 heroes caught. If there are 2 heroes in a black hole, 2 heroes in a coil, or something along those lines, the ulti from the Luna will just kill them. And if you're just focusing on one hero, Sayush will turn back time, and it's a problem.
Yeah. There's also still that snowball save. Like, it's not that easy.
True. There's really so many things to think about. Let's see.
It is really the amount of scenarios that could play out in a single fight, and that's only if you get the jump, because if Virtus.pro gets the jump, you're going to be dealing with the fact that you have to engage into the VP lineup with, once again, a lineup that is not that great at initiating. You just have a Clockwork and his follow-ups.
And also, there's gonna be one illusion from the normal punch, then possibly a wall as well. Those are all the things that you're gonna have to deal with if you're not the ones that are engaging. The task. Ooh, no, Force. He's too fast on the trigger.
Everybody knows what's coming.
I like it. FNG has started to think about, should I snowball first or should I kick first? It is so hard, right? It is so hard here.
Did he get spotted just now?
Okay, he's not breathing, so uses the dust. That's only a void spirit. He gets himself out with an astral step. Very easy for him to escape, though. A very dangerous position for the treant in general.
Yeah, but you know, if you're on VP, you don't know if he's bluffing or not. You have no clue. Standing in the build-up for the Morphling, that is not as high of a potential as, of course, the Luna has, because of the fact that the Skadi is going to be bouncing around and hitting everybody.
It's still a Morphling, right? You get 3 hits off,
and the Dispel is very nice.
For sure. You get 3 hits off and you're pretty much okay. Plus you have the waveform attacks target, so you go through that through 2-3 heroes and suddenly you're just back up to full. Oof. So we're waiting for Roche Kips here. This is... I think this is a good way to have the upper bracket semi-final, right? We don't want a stomp. Virtus.pro, with the way they started the game, it looked like they could take it easily. Here, whoever wins, they have really worked for it in the first map of the series.
Yeah, this is a very sophisticated and intricate game, especially in the way that these fights need to be set up. There's so many permutations. Luna for the blink right now, also really like that. Especially because she has the Aghanims. Like, this is exactly the kind of flexibility that I was talking about. You can become an extremely scary surprise.
This is extremely scary. Morphling, the hookshot was used. Morphling, he has been caught. Where's the time lapse? They need the Weaver. He's nowhere to be found. He was way too far away, and it's not gonna be good enough. He actually got the time lapse off, but he got himself inside of the black hole yet again. It's just so much AoE damage.
What a disaster there. Just watching this go down, that Weaver, man. The AoE is just too large. That's really all there is to it.
What I've learned in this fight is that you cannot stay in one place with the Morphling. You have to constantly be moving so that the time lapse is pulling you out of the black hole. You cannot allow yourself to stay in the same place for 5 seconds, because that's literally what's gonna kill you.
Yep, and these buybacks are going to be forced now. There is no way you wait this out. The Luna will demolish your base.
Luna might have to buy back as well if he dies right now. Those buybacks are huge. Squadix in the backline. He's trying to kill Force. Not going to be happening. He's going to be kept alive. Luna on the other hand with the Satanic. Not enough. The Morphling, when it comes to a man fight, this guy, he's not playing around, and there's a silence on the puck. Looking very much that Kiritich gets a double kill right after he has bought back. So Team Tickles, they don't have a buyback on the puck. That is huge. And how long? No, he needs 140 gold. So it's not necessarily known. Look at the Kalis hoping that he was going to find some runes. None of them are there.
Oh, that's really painful for him. But yeah, that is runeable. I'd like to say this. He is going to have the money pretty soon if Virtus.pro doesn't press this advantage right now, and it doesn't look like they will.
Kalis is going for the rune. Somebody pick it up. Somebody take it. Maybe they know. They expected this. Yeah. They knew you were coming. They knew what you were looking for. You want your puck to be able to buy back, and he will be able to buy back, giving his life away for this. It is a good trade. Even with the gem on the deck.
Hashtag worth.
How did they allow? They found him. They knew he was there, and they just didn't have any vision on their cores. They needed the support there as well.
I mean, the only thing you can do now is this going to be the first uncontested Roche of the game?
Yes.
4th, Roshan. Aegis, Cheese, Ags.
You give the Ags to the Morphling, right? He's the only one that doesn't have it, actually. Yeah, so it's not really that hard of a decision, is it?
Definitely not, and he is overloaded right now. Not enough slots to carry everything around. Kiritich also pretty much as big as he was ever going to get right now. But there's a bunch of scaling left over on this Virtus.pro lineup, especially with Soyuz here. You could still buy damage, and there is a Rapier queued up for Squadix.
Yeah, there is. With the Astral Steps, he's going to be doing so much damage. You don't even need to get that many hits in. He can also upgrade the Echo Saber if he wants to, but for now, he's staying away from it as the push is coming. But every single buyback on Tickles is ready. Morphling, though, he takes the Raxes down. There was no glyph available.
Absolutely uncontested. And previously it was pretty easy to shot call for Team Tickles in the sense that if they get the Morphling, they go on the Morphling, and it's entirely possible that they win the fight outright. But now with the Aegis available, I'm not really sure. Where you go for? Ooh.
That's Luna refresher down. He would have had it. Both of the cornucopias were coming over. Pretty huge.
Just like that, 7k up for Virtus.pro. It's not the biggest of deal in this game though, as we have seen by how easily Team Tickles has both acquired and let a lead like that go again as well. And we are getting really close to the hour mark now.
We are. We really haven't had too many of these during the tournament. A lot of the games that we have watched, it was pretty clear which the stronger team was, and usually they would win a series with a 2-0 with pretty easy games as well. 40-45 minutes, we would consider those hard, long games, hard to end. Here, in this one, it's 53 minutes in, we still don't know who's gonna win. 2 lanes of Rax have gone down on one side, and Virtus.pro, they have taken down the mid lane. Versus the Luna, 1 lane of Rax, especially the mid lane, it means absolutely nothing at this point.
No, it really doesn't. And the Team Tickle side just checked what was up with their Tormentor. Not available at this point in time. So instead this is just...
things.
Yeah. There's a smoke to ward. Make sure that you get a bit of vision back outside of your base after you've just been confined inside for quite a while.
Kiritich. There's the hook shot. They're trying to finish him off, and he'll die once. BKB is gonna be put in his inventory yet again. Seiyush is getting himself away. The black hole will be there. They need him to use the time lapse, but he won't be there. And is that it, Kips?
I think that's it.
Kiritich is
I
scratching
think just
his
like
head.
that.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Another black hole is ready as well. And you do have a buyback on your Void Spirit. You have a buyback on your Darkseer. Throwing bodies, is that gonna work?
I mean, it better work. It's the only thing you can try anymore, but I really don't think that Team Tickles have to care about anything. This Luna can march straight into the base and do whatever she wants to your buildings, so...
There's the punch. That illusion is the strongest one you have. Puck getting in front of the hookshot. There will be a snowball save, and they kick him back. So that Clockwork gets put in a pretty uncomfortable position, but it will cost you the Raxes and the Luna. Nope, he's not going for the Rax. He's going for the end, but the black hole has been followed. That's a huge one. The Aeon Disc popping. It's only gonna last so long. Does have a buyback on the Darkseer vacuum wall onto a lot of them. Let's see if those illusions are gonna be enough. Only though focusing on the objectives, and there is nobody that can stop him. There's gonna be another normal punch there, not an uppercut, as you do not have your Tusk any longer. The Ether Remnant connects, but you do not have enough to deal with Unit. A lot of buybacks are available on Team Tickles. Actually, a lot of damage being done on Unit, but the Void Spirit just cannot commit. He does have a buyback, but he's not going to be using it. There is a glyph buying them 7 more seconds in this game. It is not enough. Squadix is getting kills, but the throne is being destroyed, and it will be game 1 for Team Tickles. Kiritich is gonna have a very, very sour taste in his mouth.
Absolutely. Like, I can't help but echo what you said earlier. Like, if it is on anyone here, it would be on Kiritich, because he had the opportunities to make this game work for them, and it really didn't turn out that way, unfortunately. Of course, over on the other hand, that was not the easiest of games for Team Tickles to pull off. The way that they take that first Roche out of the hands of VP is nothing short of miraculous, and it makes for this very long chess game instead of a stomp. And in the very long chess game, they do come out on top thanks to the fact that they simply have the stronger 5-man. And that Enigma pick where we were like, oh man, it's going to lose you the game because your laning stage got ruined, well, I think that brings out the win in the end.
Yeah, he got to play the game later on. A pretty underwhelming end to the game, I have to say. Like Aegis, some of the Raxes are down, and then suddenly just a hero with an Aegis who doesn't have a buyback dies twice. It is kind of a bummer. We were expecting that one big epic fight with a lot of buybacks to end it all, but it just didn't happen. I want to focus though on the winners here, Team Tickles. You mentioned it. It did look miraculous. Capitalizing on your enemy's mistakes is a pretty huge skill to have, and you have to be a pretty well-oiled machine as a team. Do you think Team Tickles are now? They've been playing with this lineup for quite time, a couple of tournaments. Do you think that they've reached that point? Do they really trust each other and can come back from anything?
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly good evidence towards that, and I don't think they were pressed as hard this game as they could have been, but at the same time, the flexibility to take advantage of your enemy's mistakes, to keep on believing in the fact that you had the potential in this game, even when Virtus.pro struck back a couple of times pretty hard. Yeah, that looked good, and I've said this before, I'm gonna say it again, with as wild of like a player profile that you have on a team, like geographically, I think they're the most all over the place out of, I don't want to say everybody, but one of the most diverse teams for sure. The unity with which they perform just really shows you that I guess Dota is a language you all have in common.
For sure it is. Today, a lot of teams that were actually underdogs have won. Will Team Tickles be doing the same? We'll be finding out after a break. Think that we might be seeing an even bigger brawl between these two teams?
I mean, I'd certainly hope it involves a little bit more brawling. I enjoy this chess game where two teams are carefully looking for opportunities against each other, but I don't even think that the previous game was that so much as that everybody wanted items in order to deal with the natural disadvantages that they had versus the enemy draft. And that meant that the game took a long time, especially when both teams were repeatedly denied taking advantage of the things that they had up over the other team.
Yeah, I
So it could be a little more fast paced, I think. And you know what? I do think that both of these teams have it in them as well. Especially that VP lineup, that was made to brawl with.
I'm thinking I probably am kind of looking at tension in the game and thinking, oh, this is awesome, because I was constantly on edge about what was going to happen.
That's true.
But really, when you look at it, there wasn't a lot of brawling, there wasn't a lot of fighting, there was a lot of map reading, as you mentioned, and that's about it. So The underdog won again, so for all of our viewers out there, you can go to pinnacle.gg/odds and they can see if there's something there for them. Of course, we have different titles. It's not only Dota, it's different esports as well, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and carefully, and of course you have to be 18 plus. But Kips, looking towards the second game of this series, we saw VP definitely dropped the ball, but I would say that they played, other than making some huge mistakes, which wouldn't happen, I think they played the map better, and I think they were tactically had the better idea of how they wanted to play this game. They just couldn't execute it. Is it fatigue? Have they maybe been resting after TI? What do you think was the main issue?
I think the main issue here is just really that once you don't convert on that power that you have going out of the laning stage, you are left with what's actually the harder to execute lineup, because you do need to get vision, then find pickoffs, separate the pack of team tickles when they have just survived the phase where they're going to be easier to pick off, and now they're ready to hold hands and make it real hard for you to get those separated heroes. So I think a lot of it was down to that missed opportunity, and in fact, the fact that the game took as long as it did was partially just sheer skill from Virtus.pro in the itemization, in finding those pickoffs and making Team Tickles scared to make a move, while also making them scared to let go of each other. So I would still consider VP to be the favorites here, but in another way that just makes Team Tickles' map win right now just all that more impressive.
Really nice breakdown of what happened in the previous game, right? So you have first 20 minutes that it's very easy to read what you need to do with the Virtus.pro, and if everything goes right, sure, your lineup is easy to execute, but if everything doesn't go right, as it didn't, then you are the ones that need to be doing shenanigans, finding different ways to make things happen. And yeah, in the end, they couldn't do it, right? Team Tickles, they just straight up, we're gonna run at your carry and black hole him each and every time type of an approach. It was good enough.
Yeah, I had one of those, I think the French call it like the d'esprit d'escalier, like you have a comeback after the insults have already exchanged. I thought, wait, you know what? That Weaver should have bought a blink dagger.
I didn't know that you could speak French, Kips. That's,
Je parle un petit peu de français.
Oui, oui. I can do it as well. I might actually know some words, right?
You were forbidden, remember? You started doing the omelette du fromage thing, and we all collectively decided that was too powerful.
Ooh. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, everybody decided. Now I remember it was too strong, especially for the female audience. Yeah, I understand it. I watched Dexter's Laboratory. I know just how dangerous it can be. We get this exact same opening, but the continuation of the draft isn't gonna be the same. The Luna will get banned out this time around, and Virtus.pro will pick up a Tidehunter. It seems that Virtus.pro are starting to respect that Luna, and I think they should. The hero can be scary.
It can be scary. I think I just got taught a little bit more respect for that Luna during that previous game as well.
You always do it for one hero per tournament. It was a Juggernaut last time.
Yeah, and then violence shows up.
Yeah. This is not fair. They're conspiring against you, Kips.
They're conspiring to teach me. They're teaching me humility.
Awesome. Humility is great. Humility is really, really great. Though, as a Dota player, you should never have it. You should always think you're the best. And even if you lose, it is my teammates' fault. So never accept a loss, guys. Tickles, they are thinking about their second pick here. Do you maybe go Muerta if you want to go something similar like the Luna?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that you pick the Treant Protector is if you want to secure the lane of somebody who's going to be dealing range harass to your enemy, and you want to be the big bulky guy up front, add that extra armor as well, add the regen during the brawls. I think that if you pick a double melee lane with a Treant Protector, especially now that the Tidehunter's on the board, you're doing both your heroes a disservice. So I'd enjoy a Murta pick here. But we will trust in the Darkseer. SB. Okay.
Let's go. Okay, I'm a big fan of this. What
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of is now you pick an Oracle and you've kind of destroyed 3 heroes of Team Tickles. So that is where I'm kind of afraid of
Yes.
of these 3 picks. If Virtus.pro would want to play it.
No Chen in the pool, so at the very least, no Purge Creep shenanigans here. You would actually have to pick the Oracle. And I guess the SD is an option here, but the availability of your Purge is a lot lower, right? So ideally,
Yep.
Oracle is the ticket here.
It's not as good for sure. So let's say Oracle, then what would you get with it? Is it going to be a Morphling again? Or maybe something like a Monkey King? Makes sense.
Yeah, I could see either of those. You could also be thinking about something that synergizes well with your minus armor over on the Tidehunter. You could be opting for, say, a Lifestealer, maybe?
I like that. I like a Lifestealer as well. I wouldn't mind the Juggernaut either. We mentioned him. That's a good hero versus the Darkseer, solid versus the Spirit Breaker. Builds into a Manta, which is great versus the Treant Protector as well. And none of these heroes are awesome when it comes to armor. I guess the Darkseer would have to get a Lotus Orb at some point, but overall it would look like a decent pick.
Yeah, of course there is a chance of getting kited if the Darkseer just spams out. Like, Nullifier is an absolute must-buy in this match, no matter what, I think.
Yeah, unless you have an external Purge, but even then, it just makes a lot of sense to have it. Or even a Yule's on a Weaver. I wouldn't hate it, right? If it is a position for Weaver, getting a Yule Scepter here actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you pick the Weaver for, right? Just like the Nature's Prophet, it really just is a wild card. It's like, hey, I got a support that can build us whatever.
Okay, this Tickles draft, right? These two are strong together, but also there's so many good responses to it, and you can see that Virtus.pro probably it's 5 people, 5 different ideas on how to deal with them as they're burning through every single second of their reserve time.
Yeah, so, G, my man.
Do your
You can
job.
pick something. Yes. Cut the knot. And it's going to be Faceless Void. Very hard to bring down with this combination. Very good at locking down the SP as well. No charges out for you, sir. Not as vulnerable to any of the Darkseer's wall shenanigans either. It's very hard to lock him down with the combination that you have here.
I'm still always afraid when I see the Faceless Void into these types of heroes, as they have a lot of lockdown, and then you get one burst damage hero and he's in trouble. So that's where I'm kind of afraid for this Faceless Void. They're gonna go for the Dark Willow. Now that's not the case any longer, as the Bramble Maze is protecting you from the charge every single time, and that is the way the Team Tickles start off on you. So now it's kind of going to be impossible.
Yeah, no, I was more thinking about the late game Faceless Void, but you're right, he does need to have an early game first as well. And in that early game, he is very killable without that Dark Willow.
This is a good Morphling pick for Tickles. Sure, you're kind of swapping the heroes from Virtus.pro there, but it is a good Morphling game for sure. You build into a Manta, so the Anchor Smash is not that big of a deal. Puck, on the other hand, I think you have just given a easy chrono target every single time to Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Void does hate silences, and he hates mana burn, question mark? Another decent diffusal puck game, if I may say so myself.
Every game is a good diffusal puck game. It's just that, as we mentioned, you just don't get any farm with it, and it can be pretty dangerous to go that route.
Taking down the Alk right now.
I like Morphling for Tickles. I'm okay with a Wraith King. I wouldn't even mind a Sven for Tickles.
Sven could be pretty darn good. You're gonna be looking at a lot of minus armor, and the extra Warcry bonus really helps you out.
Yeah, for sure. Anything else? Like, we talked about the Muerta, Faceless Void versus Muerta. I don't think it's gonna be necessarily all that good for her.
No, I think even though you have a Treant Protector, you simply don't quite have enough to protect her here. versus Weaver that's going to be running at you, faces void jumping. I think it's a little hard. So yeah, VP taking out the Spectre here as well. Spectre would also synergize really well with this lineup.
I still think Morphling is the top one. I think it just looks so good. It can capitalize on this lockdown to just burst down people. You lane really well with the Treant Protector. I see a lot of reasons to go that route.
Yeah, exactly. It is the range here that you want with the Treant. As long as you, and that we saw it the last game, as long as you get the attribute shift off, you're gonna do just fine. Versus the lack of burst damage on Virtus.pro here.
Again, there's a Kunkka versus a Puck. And now it's a Kunkka versus a Puck versus a Darkseer as well, versus a Spirit Breaker. It makes a lot of sense to go that route. Though, you know what I would love to see? That mid lane Ogre, right? That we have been hoping for.
Ogre.
That's good versus the Puck. It's decent.
A girl can dream, right? Very hard to bring down something that is going to provide a lot of disruption with the amount of stuns that are going to be flying out. The extra attack speed is fantastic for a Faceless Void. Actually for like Weaver, Dark Willow, you know, eventually Ultralight as well. And interestingly enough, Tickles are really insistent on banning out this last duo here, both the DK as well as the Earthshaker.
That has to be the mid laner's call. Like, there's no doubt about it. So they go for the PA. That's burst. But it is also, which is weird to say for a PA, kind of puts you on a weird timing per se. Sure, you can dodge the chrono, but at later portions of the game, MKB faces Void, uses the chrono on you, and you're just gone.
It's also greedier than the Morphling in a way, right? Because we've seen the Morphling utilized early on, and yet here comes a mid-game brawler and a half. Squadix, they're afraid of his melee heroes. He's probably gonna show them exactly what, because this Earth Spirit is going to be hard to bring down. They have another silence on the board, which is very painful, especially for the Puck, but for a bunch of the other cores over on the side of Tickles as well. Man, what is it with the last picks in this tournament?
I think this draft in particular has been the most fun and unpredictable draft that I that I've watched in the tournament so far. I think there were so many good responses from both teams that you could go for that it just goes to show the team preferences and what they would like to play in the game currently.
Yeah, like that is definitely hitting nail on the head right there. I think the Phantom Assassin, as far as Allnet goes, I would call that one of his signatures. And if he says that he wants to play the PA, then he is gonna get to play that PA.
Yeah, you get to play what you want. When you were a coach, did you have, you know, those players that once they say, I want this hero, you just listen? Was that, or...
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I think like the clearest example, like if I recall, is you go to complexity and you look at Limp. And if Limp says this is a tiny game, then you get the man his tiny. And he's going to go around deleting the enemy support soul game, you know? There is certain players do it more than others. The really painful point is if you have a player with that confidence and you're sitting there thinking like, but you're not that good with it.
Oh, okay.
That is the hard part as a coach.
But how do you tell him
think,
that?
like,
How do you tell him that?
I mean, a couple of times it was you don't, and then you, as a coach, you sometimes get punished for not being brave enough to step up. But on the other hand, like what you really need to do is, if you want to say no to something, and I say that to the players as well, you need to come up with an alternative, because most of the time, the call isn't so bad that doing nothing would be better. True.
Very true. Like, how
so
about...
in the draft, you don't have the time. If a player shows up and he's like, oh, I want to play Doom here, and you're like, that's going to throw off our timing, but he's really adamant, and you're sitting there going, I don't have a better hero to pick right now, then you're just going to have to let it go.
It's kind of coming back to me. Remember the last true sight that we've had of Team Spirit winning TI? That was the last one we had, right? So... Poor Toronto Tokyo is just speaking heroes, like talking about the draft left and right, and he seems to be completely ignored by his teammates. And then I'm imagining Kips in that situation. One of her players is saying something. Yeah, just keep talking, but we're not gonna listen to you.
It's hard. Like if you have split calls like that and you're at TI, you've already gone wrong somewhere.
Noticed is gonna get pushed back. Though they did win TI, so maybe that is the right approach. Also, you remember the kick after TI victory, PPD, EG, Howie,
Yeah.
you know, and
It's true. It does happen.
the problem was also when PPD was giving an interview, it was that they were having some doubts in the picks, or that Howie was having doubts in the picking phase. So that's it seems to win TIs here, Kips. So I wouldn't go against it. Noticed is in trouble.
Maybe that's my bad.
There's gonna be a dagger. Yolnit, he gets it off and he gets the first blood. And this is all because of that damage that was done on the runes. So a big victory for the side of Tickles. As this lane progresses, you're not gonna be killing the Tide at all. And this is a really big thing.
It's pretty huge. Like I have seen PAs eventually get so high up on the Tide that the Tide actually had to start playing carefully because you could still kill. And with the amount of slows that they have here, now they're going to immediately strike back. This is the right thing to do, if you noticed.
The thing is, though, that this Leech Seed is just a dumb spell. The slow, the heal, it's just everything is so strong in the early levels. Even the mana cost isn't that great.
It's going to be doing a ton of work for them. And we were talking about her range care, but like the PA counts a little bit with her ability to last hit with daggers. So altogether, I do think it was really a case of, hey, there's several good picks here. What do you want? And then here on this bottom side, we do have Narman on the support Spirit Breaker, which I've always considered a little awkward. I guess now that the Spirit Breaker doesn't instantly delete creep waves anymore, there's a lot less difference between a really farmed Spirit Breaker and, you know, a pos 4 one that perhaps has the suicide run in a couple of times. But it still feels like you could be getting way more out of the hero if it was just, you know, a core.
We have seen a couple, or I have seen a couple of support Spirit Breakers in this tournament, and they didn't look too bad. So I'm okay with it, especially with the Darkseer. It really can be a thing. So you might not be able to delete creep waves in normal scenarios, but if you get surged up while the charge is there with the extra movement speed, you might actually be able to take all of the creeps down.
Yep, and they're going to for sure be preying on this Weaver over on the side. Of course, it is a Weaver. As long as FNG doesn't do anything weird with the Sukuchi, he should live. But he could die at any time if he does make a misstep.
Weird moves with the Weaver, they tend to happen. This PA did get the first blood, which is huge for Ulnit, but he is not really getting that much in terms of CS. Just goes to show how much pressure the Tidehunter can apply to. Even if you can continue CSing with the dagger, Tide is just that type of a hero. He's very, very tough to deal with in lane. Mid lane, pretty even. I think this was expected. Even though Puck usually does badly versus these fat heroes, Earth Spirit is not that great in terms of CSing.
No, he's gonna be doing fine here for now. Yes, sorry, I'm a little distracted because we're currently missing in-game audio again. I do think so.
I hear it slightly. You hear it? There it is, but it is pretty low. We're of course gonna be talking to production to get it up.
Exactly. That's what I was preoccupied with. Hopefully we'll have that back very soon for you guys. And for me, by the way, I do a lot of counting what spells were used by the audio.
Yep.
Lornoff does not have the damage to do anything about Squadix, and in fact is going to get kicked out lane here. And that is the second time this has happened this series, because versus the Void Spirit earlier on, he also had to bail to base on level 5, did not make it to 6 before his lane counterpart. Of course, with the Earth Spirit, it's less likely that he's going to go for the kill on you, but nonetheless, a TP rotation possible from the Earth Spirit is very dangerous when you can't react with the coil.
Force is dropping low. FNG is gonna be in trouble. You talked about him doing something weird. This was very weird. He has been charged, so it might be a return kill if there is a follow-up bash, but he gets into the Shikuchi. He is gonna get hit, and there it is. Narman gets him down. He ran into a sentry. It was right on the edge. If he had run into the tower, maybe it would have been different. Kiritich now, he's standing his ground and fighting. He does have the time dilation. Needs to jump away. This is very, very dangerous for Kiritich, and who's gonna have more luck with the bashes? It seems to be Kiritich. Not even close, Norman. You should learn how to bash if you want to play these types of heroes. And here's the thing: Faces Void, he has the Arcana, so you can amplify that. And Spirit Breaker just doesn't have one yet.
Skill issue.
For sure, for sure. That is the type of thing when you die to, you are ready to smash your PC.
Yeah, I mean it's either that or you're completely aware of what you're doing. Now when it happens, you're like, oh well.
I'm pretty sure that has never happened. Nobody has ever gone, oh well, when the RNG wasn't on his side. Or at least I haven't. Maybe I'm just projecting myself onto others.
Entirely possible. And, well, Onit had a good start to that lane, but actually is now trailing quite a bit behind the Tidehunter. Also is racking up a ton of denies. And that is at the same time as that the supports are already starting to want to leave the lane sometimes. That is not a good sign for Onit.
There's the first chrono. Kiritich gets the kill. I'm guessing that a couple of bashes were a part of that, as well as the puck gets caught Lorinov. He gets the silence to the side. He will still have the orb to get himself away as that DD. So you have to be really careful what you do, because he can really pack a punch. FNG, he is now hurting. The sentry will be placed down. He needs to get out of the range of the puck. Gets into the trees. Not going to be enough. The blood grenade and the orb finishing off. Seyush will be the next target as well. Double silence. Lorinov gets a double. And VP, they're going to be regretting that dive so much.
Oh yeah, that's... The level 6 power spike of an Earth Spirit is really not anything compared to Puck, as I was saying. And I did not expect them to go on the mid lane because of that reason, because you're not going to be able to get the kill on him with that spike. You could get kills on side lanes, but not there.
Very surprised that they were focusing that much on the Puck. I mean, he doesn't have the phase shift, sure, so that's one defensive spell that you don't have, but you're way too mobile. And when you look at Virtus.pro, between the 3 heroes that they brought to the mid lane, the supports and their mid laner, they don't have burst. So very, very weird that they even attempted it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that they don't feel like there's anything to get on the other lanes right now. Tide is doing just fine, and you kind of don't want to attract attention there. As actually surprised by the net worth here. Like, Onit looked like he was off a lot worse than this.
And notice he attracted attention on his own. Only he has the crits there. We are seeing that, well, one carry, Force got the kill. Very nicely done from across the board there with the Iron Shell. But we're seeing that both of the carries are getting pretty lucky with their RNG.
Both of them having the expensive items, of course, so that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Do you think Persona gives more than the Arcana in terms of critting on the PA?
I don't know about critting, but I do think that there was an issue with the animation of the Persona being better than
really?
for the regular PA. Yeah.
Issue.
And like not the front swing, but the back swing as a Kiritich. Yeah.
That was close. That's where the Spirit Breaker is hoping for a bash. Bash comes through, you get the kill. Also, I really like Kiritich there. He turned to where he was gonna jump, then the vacuum came through, and that meant that there was no turn rate problems for the Faceless Void, so he got himself out. If he had tried to jump somewhere else after the vacuum, it would just be instant death.
I think so as well. And the Void is just going to start having more and more problems, especially if this Spirit Breaker is going to build into an urn. And he's going to get hunted down by both this Puck as well as this SP, and both of them are very likely to have Ion Shells on them. It's not going to be a good time, so the rest of VP really need to be in a position to play up. And you know what? Noticed has his Meteor Hammer. Love this build on the Tide.
Bye-bye the Collis. They're gonna get the Collis, they're gonna get the tower as well. That Meteor Hammer, it will help, but overall when you kill the enemy support that is trying to defend the lane, the opening up the tower becomes just very, very easy.
It does, and it feels like such a long time since Treants were actually able to go for the full grass build in the lane so that they could actually keep the creeps off the tower. And it really doesn't seem to work anymore to just have a Treant on a tower in order to hold it. Always
Makes no
dies.
sense. Makes no sense to go that route because the living armor is just
I know.
so bad. It's so freaking bad. They finally got him.
There was the bash, I think.
He got level 6, so it is secured, right? The Dota cannot work against Narman any longer.
I mean, when we're looking at Swadex here, who after the missed opportunity on mid, he does have an urn now, which would really amplify his possibilities, but he's gonna get charges on that first, and there hasn't really been a good opportunity for him to rotate in just yet, so he's stuck sort of farming that lane. Doesn't feel too great.
I'm still thinking that Force is a viable target that you can kill. You can see that he already got a cloak, because he understands that magic damage is something that he's gonna be dying to for the pretty much majority of this game. And FNG is caught. He's gonna try to run away. Doesn't have the time lapse. The puck. Lorinov decides not to come. Maybe a smart choice, as you do not know where the Faceless Void is. A random chrono can kill you.
Yeah, no random chronos incoming though. The Faceless Void has long since fled to the other side of the map. Does not want to be on a lane anymore. Will not take the heat. That means that it's now down to the supports to hold these lanes, and I'm curious what you do at this point as Virtus.pro, because it does look, especially with having a Tidehunter and an Earth Spirit, that honestly your best shot is to put supports on towers and then rotate in for the counter engage.
Oh, the two supports are gonna be dead, and the Earth Spirit now comes over. Squadix is all alone. He's gonna be trying with the Magnetize to bring down at least one of these heroes. Going in, no TP for you. That is a very dead Narman. He will stand his ground and fight Squadix. A 1-for-2 in the end with a Squadix TP. That is not bad for Tickles whatsoever.
No, it's not though. That is the earn charge for Squadix, so I don't think he's unhappy either. And the wall got dropped. The tower gets defended here. I think both teams are okay with that.
Yeah, pretty solid. The Tidehunter is now rotating to the mid lane, and I think this is what you want to do. Just get a tower down. Plus, the Tidehunter finds an Arcane Rune, so that's pretty much the best thing that can happen to you.
Yeah, he's having a grand old time here on Notice. Going to have a pretty fast pipe in his pocket, and I gotta say, the amount of physical damage that Tickles is going to be able to bring in is really not that high. So once he has this pipe and the rest of his team can play around him, that's going to be a really good timing for VP. That said, yeah, with the Tide visible and with no ult currently on the Earth Spirits, the support is going to die under tower once again instead of getting defended.
Remember Force in the previous game where he wasn't allowed to play Dota? Well, same is happening to FNG here though. Let's follow this smoke. Virtus.pro, they have the tools to kill the PA. He might know that something is up.
Yeah, those spidey senses serving him pretty darn well right now. That's pretty impressive.
That took too long. He doesn't see the Air Spirit, he doesn't see the Dark Willow Plus, which you mentioned, the Spirit Vessel charges now being up. It was pretty clear that they wanted a kill.
And that leaves them rotating to a lane where there's really nothing else to get, and in fact there is a counter smoke right now, with Virtus.pro also bailing at exactly the right moment.
Is it the right moment? Kiritich is gonna be found. He has the chrono. The question is, can you get it off? Didn't get the silence on Kiritich, but he got the call, so he can't get away. But he can chrono and just stop time here and start dishing in the damage. The overgrowth will connect. He should still be taken down. Nice silence from Squadix, not in time though. They do finish him off. The Kalis is the one that finishes Kiritich off, and the chrono being forced out. I think they're happy with actually allowing him to live that long.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. That's a really big threat off the board. Especially Lorinov is going to feel really free to play wherever he wants right now.
He can do literally whatever he wants. He has 3-0-2, looking awesome for him. The Battle Fury will be done on the PA. Tickles, this is a much better start to the game than what they had in the map 1.
They do, and it feels like we haven't really seen any connection between the Earth Spirit and his Tidehunter yet, which is, yeah, this is a nice gang swap, but this is the second time that they're moving into the darkness in order to try and find a PA who just simply is not there.
Yeah, he just TP'd out.
Yeah.
The smokes from both teams, though, were slow there. The second that the PA started running away from that smoke, you would imagine that your team is smoking at the time where you feel enemies are close. And then Pickles, they were slightly late to the action there. Of course, it still worked out for them. But also Virtus.pro, it feels kind of slow, these rotations of theirs. I like what they want to do, but I just want it done faster.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons that it feels slow is that they're only pushing waves with supports right now, unless they're showing the Tidehunter. And that means that it takes quite a while of taking waves down before it feels natural to actually disappear off the map. And otherwise they're constantly waiting for these waves to die before they can make another move.
6 to 10 in terms of kills. The Faceless Void and the Tide still at the top, but this PA with the Battle Fury will definitely be making some waves in the game, despite currently being on the 5th position. Kips, it is gonna be a problem for them to keep him at bay. Though one big thing, Lorinov, wait, no, going for the Dark Willow. The coil will get used. Charge coming through. He already used the Brambles, and that's gonna be enough. He gets the kill. They still haven't opened the bottom lane. That is huge. And if Noticed is able to get that bottom tier 1, it is gonna be a problem. Tickles are gonna lose way too much of the map.
They're going to lose a lot of the map, and it is in a window where it's going to get a lot harder to kill any VP heroes as well. I do think the pipe on the Tide should be pretty much done. Chrono nearly back up as well. And of course the Earth Spirit, he isn't having a great time exactly, but he's also not getting stopped off either, and it does mean he's already working on a heart. Where are you going to get your damage from once that item is up?
Faceless Void is going for a Manta. He already has a Maelstrom and the Mask of Naz. Plus there's a Solar Crest on the Weaver. So I think they're putting all of their faith in the Faceless Void and him just smashing some heads in the Chrono.
Alright, 3rd time's the charm. We've seen this smoke before.
Yep. It's the exact same outcome, it seems.
I mean, I suppose it secured Notice's ability to take that tower down, but they're stabbing in the dark and hitting air.
Okay, I need a little bit of an explanation of who's having a better time here. Who is happier with the current state of the game?
Who is happier? I think a lot of that depends on the comms right now. If VP is very insistent on, hey, we're going to hit hard on the Earth Spirit and then we're going to just walk at their towers with the Tide, is absolutely no damage to have to kill us, then they're feeling pretty good. On the other hand, I'm imagining Olnit is right now basically putting his feet up on the table and drinking a glass of wine. I don't know what his style is, but I imagine this this PA persona to be feeling like that currently. That kind of guy.
FNG uses the time lapse. This is not good. These two heroes that control time really well are gonna be a problem for Tickles to bring down the coil. Vacuum, he doesn't break the coil. He really wanted to do it, but even if he did, the pipe would have saved the Weaver. He'll be fine. Force is gonna be in a lot of trouble. The Meteor Hammer stops him while he's running away, and you won't be able to get yourself out of that one. Lorinov, at least he does hunt down FNG, but it is a small price to pay for one fight.
Yep, and that's a fight won without the chrono use, so that threat is still up. The Ravage threat is also still up, which is also something we haven't seen yet at all. And some of the Tickles has been working around. They are the team with the better pickoff potential at the moment. And they have been working around that Tide pretty well. But I think this was a good lesson in why they cannot take too long in order to take targets down, because Virtus.pro...
That was such a cool attempt at breaking the coil, though. I really liked it. And the thing is, it would have been even cooler if he broke it and that pipe was in time. And I think it possibly could have been, but we have been denied the awesomeness of that play.
There could be more.
Of course, there's always a potential, as the Roche will be targeted. Solar Crest now will be coming in handy. They have so much minus armor. The bashes, annoyance, poor Roche will be brought down in no time. This time around, Team Tickles aren't gonna be getting there in time, as they didn't expect this to happen.
No, they didn't, which is versus a Tidehunter. At some point, this is always going to be attempted pretty early on. And maybe Team Tickles has just decided that they would much rather take a bunch of damage on the enemy towers, a bunch of farm. So, Squadix is already back.
This is huge. The Faceless Void has everything he needs. Kiritich, this game is a perfect one for him to redeem himself. D has been having a grand time. He played his lane well. He has had some luck with the bashes. And he has been the one dictating the tempo of the game somewhat, as he is in fights and he is using his chrono when need be.
And there's a bunch of other core items up as well. The Willow has her Heal Scepter right now, as the Weaver taking a bunch of damage right now.
That's the Tormentor for you, and he worked really hard for that shard, though. For a support Weaver, the shard isn't really that great.
No, it doesn't do that much for you unless you have some form of orb effect, which at this point you don't really have the budget for. Yeah, BKB in the works for the PA now. She can fight with 2 though.
Let's see. Crimson Guard done for the Darkseer. Vambrace being delivered as well, so it's gonna be hella tanky. Is the Pipe and the Crimson Guard enough for some of these heroes on Tickles to survive the chrono?
For now, I think probably yes, but the problem with Virtus.pro's damage here is that in a fight where both of these teams lack damage, which is the case I think currently, a lot of the damaging effects from Virtus.pro just last longer, and I'm especially thinking about the Burst Spirit and his potential to use his ult forever. Both the Faceless Void and the Weaver can fight literally forever, and there's a couple of, especially the Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, at some point you start to run emptier. I'm saying that I also don't quite believe it. I'm not sure, Harry. This feels once again like these teams are very evenly matched, but in an odd way.
In a very odd way. Team Tickles are actually just allowing Virtus.pro to get away with everything. It's gonna be the 4th tower that falls, and Team Tickles, they still haven't taken down a single one, and they're the ones with the Treant Protector, so it probably doesn't feel too good to be in their skin right now, especially this Tide having a shard. Hunting time is now for Virtus.pro.
If there's, I guess, one thing that we learned about Tickles in the previous match is that they have absolutely no problems being patient. So we are in the all-mid waiting room currently.
Again, in the tension is high waiting room, and I'm hoping that this isn't gonna hurt my my health, Gibbs.
And blood pressure slowly ticking up.
Yep, it's
getting some gray hairs.
No, just kidding. I actually think I'd look awesome with gray hair, so I'm okay. Looking forward to getting old someday. You know.
I think you would actually, like, especially if you get one of those like really silvery streaks. Like, you would look rad with that.
Maybe I can try dyeing it to see how it looks. Is there like a dye for a hair? Considering that this game is so fun, we have to talk about it. That can be washed off easily.
No, the problem with making dark hair lighter is that you have to actively bleach it, which is you can't like, if you wash your hair after it's bleached, it's still white. So you can re-dye it.
I'm not getting any acid in my hair. Nope, not that one. not doing it, Kips. Anyways, though, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. I wanted to have silver hair.
Patience, my friend.
Yeah, patience. Learn from Team Tickles. Yulnit. Did they see him? I think they didn't see him. As Narman is gonna charge away. Either. No, he just broke their smoke. Now they're gonna see him. DP out. Not gonna be happening. Yules. Oh, he doesn't get it off. That was so close.
I mean, I think Spirit Breaker is the reason why the word bullshit was invented. Honestly.
Or maybe it existed, and then they created Spirit Breaker in its image.
It's a physical manifestation.
Yep. There is gonna be a catch
I think I
onto
got
the
him.
Darkseer. He's dead in the water, surrounded by enemies. The silence is there. He's gonna pop the Crimson Guard, the
how
the
tanky
pipe,
it
and
is.
no chance to survive in the end still.
Yeah, but I think the fact that he lived that long with basically everybody from the enemy team wailing on him is a pretty good indication that if Virtus.pro were to take a full 5-on-5 fight versus Tickles with all of those auras on them, it might not end so well.
Okay, that is
Bleeding kills
a
right now, though.
caught cow. Oh, nice backline there. Coil. He got a little bit afraid on the puck. He has to be afraid of the Ravage, has to be afraid of the Chrono. The Witchblade won't be finishing off Seiyu. She's fine. And, well, that Darkseer is the only kill that we're going to be seeing for now, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. Neither of these teams have particularly great tools to punish teams as well. At least you can keep the pick-off squad going.
Virtus.pro is finally starting to find something, but he's level 18. He is looking for those crit skips. This is when things become scary.
But he's 200 gold off the BKB.
Nobody cares.
Surely
Just crit.
he's not
Crit
gonna risk
him.
it. Oh, he waited this
Coward.
long. He's not going to.
Coward, FNG.
Unless they make him.
Yeah, they might make him. They're going for him. They want the big guy. Actually, the Swarm is gonna connect on him, and Squadix has found him. Gonna be slowing him down. Look at Notice and his position. He wanted the Meteor Hammer. Maybe he should have gone for the Ravage. They're diving, and the Chrono is gonna be there. He's not inside of it. But the Bashes, no, he doesn't have an MKB. You're never gonna hit him. There's also gonna be a wall. They're protecting Yulnit so much. In the end, he's gonna die to the Gush, and the Ravage will be inside of their base. This chase isn't gonna be giving them even more with the roll coming forward. The Bashes are gonna be there without your carrier. Nothing. He doesn't have gold for a buyback, and even if he had, he wasn't gonna use it at this point. Virtus.pro, just like that, they overtake a game which looked like it was even, but in terms of towers, they were always the ones controlling what was happening.
They were, yeah, and Team Tickles has done a phenomenal job of dodging them, but like precisely at the last possible moment, just before the patience is over. And I almost want to say that hesitation where we were joking that, oh, he's gonna go, because he was thinking about it. You could see him thinking about it. And I meant he stayed a little too long.
Yeah, he definitely did. Hiding in the shadows, thinking that he's gonna be fine, throwing out daggers, but Virtus.pro, they were relentless, just like we have. They have been hungry for action, hungry for kills, trying to force out a battle for the entirety of this game, and just letting your enemies get every single tower down. It's just not the best of tactics.
No, it really isn't. At some point, there's really no place left to run anymore, and you're supposed to be, with the information that you're getting when they're taking your towers, you're supposed to be taking at least a couple of theirs as well. Slow the game down. Make sure that these creep waves are not constantly bouncing off their towers and always in your face. Because the time where the game was slow was the time where Tickle still had some towers, and it was actually decently hard for VP to get all their waves out without showing the heroes that were supposed to be doing the ganking. But by now, this map's dark if you're Tickles.
The future looks dark as well, but they do have that BKB. Do they have the shard in the PA? Not yet, right? That is one of the reasons why you pick. He does? Okay, that's one of the reasons you pick it versus the tie. But he doesn't have the BKB yet. He needs the couple of those creeps and another 100 gold. Force, get away from those creeps.
He died 100 gold off. It was absolutely the worst possible timing.
Really was. The scan was used. Virtus.pro, they know where Tickles are, and they're coming over. No Ravage, no Chrono, but that should be coming out soon.
Yep, and they're going to be taking control of this Roche pit area now as well, but I guess it's very lucky for Tickles that the Roche isn't respawning right now, or hasn't respawned already, as now all is ready to go.
He's broken. There's the ulti. The vacuum wall is going to be great, but the Chrono will stop the engagement. The overgrowth was used, doesn't care. He has the Manta, just turns around, the Ravage comes out, and now that means that Kiritich can go ham. He isn't even focusing on Force. He wants Yulnit dead, who will jump to the side. He still doesn't have his BKB. It's being delivered as we speak, but that just means that you have no gold to get back into this game. Force is going to be slowed down. Magnetize does reapply itself, and Kiritich gets himself a triple kill. Just an easy approach to this game. This is how Virtus.pro wanted game 1 to look as well, but at least they're making it happen in the second map of the series.
Long we have waited, but really now we debated. The Tidehunter, even if you have to break, is one of the tankiest targets you could possibly go for, and it really opens you up to an absolutely devastating counter engagement. Where I do want to point out that the amount of auras that Force has built here means that Team Tickles does live quite long in the midst of all of that. That was an absolute worst case scenario, and it only makes you wonder how much better the fight could have been if they didn't start off going on the Tide.
Who do you start off though? Do you try to kill the Faceless Void? I feel like you go on the Faceless Void, the Tide is gonna use the Ravage, and you're screwed. You go onto the Tide, the Faceless Void is gonna use the Chrono, and you're screwed. They have to die before that spell comes out.
You may be right, but I think you should take a page out of Virtus.pro's previous book here and do some of the poking and prodding and see if you can get them separated, because that's where you're gonna do better.
So we're looking at Lorinov to make that happen.
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, harder to execute, and they'd been waiting so long, the BKB was finally there. And if you get the crits, right, maybe...
No Ravage, no Chrono for the Roche. This could be comeback potential. Team Tickles, they did win the previous game on the back of Roche. Nice use for Dark Willow. Will go into the Shadow Realm. Will be fine for now. Uses the Bedlam as well. Narman is taking some damage. He'll get himself on the low ground again. And in the end, Lorinov does finish him off. No buyback. Maybe you can't get the Roche, but at least the tower. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Finally a tower. There's MKB on the Void.
Big.
Yeah, Kiritich looking like he might actually want to try it. He has a Chrono backup already as well. No Ravage, no problems.
We have seen so many teams walk into this pit and never come out of it. Yulnit is taking too long. And Virtus.pro are coming over. It is a 4 versus 5 scenario, but maybe they can wait. And there's the Chrono. The puck is inside of the pit. That vacuum wall, it's going to be there, but the follow-up Ravage will make sure that everybody gets caught. Yulnit was out of it. There's going to be a bash on the faces. So you heard the crits. They're not going to be there in time. The Overgrowth did come out, but the Meteor Hammer is going to be very nice for notice. Now they're going to be turning around. Everybody on Team Tickles have to be running away. And at least the PA will survive, but another huge fight for Virtus.pro, followed up by a Roche, and probably followed up by GG in this game too.
Yeah, and this... did the puck literally just blink in there?
Yep, he did. That could have been a completely whipped Chrono.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
been,
it wasn't.
Instead they get Lorinov, and they get one of the people that's supposed to peel the team fight apart, and instead it's once again so clustered, and this Earth Spirit is loving his time in the middle of all of that.
Imagine if there was a coil on this Faceless Void, and then the PA can go ham. It would be completely different. Look at Yulnit. He's going for a Rapier. The question is, do you ever get to it, really? That's a no. That's a no. That's a no, guys. Just so you know, Kips is just being nice to me.
Being nice to own it. You have no stakes in this game.
True, true. I have hopes that we're gonna be seeing a PA Rapier, though. It looks very unlikely at the moment, as Olnit is going on the other side of the map and farming, and his team, I don't know how much they can actually do to protect this third lane of Rax.
Yeah, they bought themselves a bunch of time with giving away their assets, with split pushing here and there, but there is nothing left to give away anymore. These buildings are integral to your ability to win the game, Yules.
The building is still alive, though, which means that they can still win the game. Kiritich coming forward. The bashes are going to be there on Narman. Coil was in the back lines. In the end, Kiritich will finally bring down the Raxes. That's the mega creeps for you, Yulnit. He doesn't want to jump in, but that is not your call to make, as the GG will get called. Kiritich jumps into the fountain. He might die once, but it won't matter. The throne will fall, and we will go to the third game of this series. This playoff was 2-0 after 2-0, but today we are breaking the curses, Gibbs.
Hell yeah. And now Bowie and Ultimo can suck it. We have one too.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing 1-2, and hopefully we're gonna be seeing the third game go full way as well. Though after what we've seen in the series so far, how sure are you of victory of one or the other team, and who do you see as the favorite?
I think that Virtus.pro, I don't want to say got really unlucky in the previous map. I think they really just got outdone in the first one. And I think in the second one we really saw why I at least considered them favorites to be going in here. And I think most people did, because they're just really on a little bit of a different level. Team Tickles making it a little bit too hard on themselves with the draft. The Virtus.pro making good use of the space that they get given, and then once the time is ready, they show that they have been just as patient as Tickles to play their game, and they punish way harder.
And they were given so much space in this game as they were allowed to take down every single tower. It was literally one fight that opened up the Raxes. We're hoping that in game 3, that's not going to be the case. We're going to be seeing more of the brawls that we have been hoping for that for this entire series. But now, after the break, it might come.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show is back, and we have our second full best of 3 here in the playoffs. Virtus.pro taking on Team Tickles. First game, Team Tickles were better, but in the second one, Virtus.pro, they showed them why they got so far in TI. And Kips, do Team Tickles have a shot, right? In that second game, they looked pretty helpless.
They did. I mean, game 1 should surface enough evidence that they do have a shot. The question is now if it's really up to them at all, because it's very tempting to say that Virtus.pro dropped the ball and gave them that opportunity, and that the only thing Team Tickles could do was capitalize. And I don't want to jump to any conclusions here, but for your amusement, I'm going to do it anyway. With the waiting type style that Team Tickles adopted in map 2, maybe they as a group have decided that that is their best option as well. We could see their passive playstyle as an indication of them waiting for VP to drop the ball. So it could legitimately be their strategy right now.
Is that a viable strategy though? What if
Yes.
Virtus.pro gets sniffs it out? Is that gonna be a problem then?
Yes, it is, because usually when a team sniffs it out, you take more liberties and you're like, okay, they're going to play more passive than they would regardless of the lineup, so we can take more liberties with how greedy we draft, right? You can really push that a lot more. But on the other hand, it isn't necessarily even a problem for Virtus.pro, because they've been on the winning hand regardless. They can just play like normal and have faith that as long as they do things right, which they should be aiming for anyway, things are going to be just fine.
I'm looking at Team Tickles as they're not having that much faith in themselves, and I don't know why. The first game, if it has shown something, is that when it comes to execution, that they're pretty good. Even in that previous game, Chrono comes out, suddenly there's a vacuum that pushes every single one of Virtus.pro heroes in it. So those kind of things, they show me that if they make the game be all around the place, they're gonna be able to find openings in that armor of Virtus.pro and actually get something done if fights happen more often. So I'm surprised that they don't believe in themselves more.
I think you hit the nail on the head here, because this is what it looks like, or this would be like the reason behind why you play so passive and you wait for a mistake. It's because you don't believe you can win straight up, or that that's a lower chance move than playing passive and waiting for the slip up. It is a very common tactic from teams that are underdogs versus teams that they're sure are outskilling them. It's a very old strat in that way. It's just also a pretty as you say, a pretty defeatist one. And it's sometimes hard to watch and hard to root for, and people love the teams that refuse to play like they are actually the underdogs and just go for it all in.
Let's go, Team Tickles. Show us what you got. Unless you're gonna get obliterated, just like people who didn't show what they got in Rick and Morty. As Virtus.pro, they pick up a Tusk, so we're getting the same opening as we had in game 1. So that's smart for Team Tickles. Try to make the game as close to what we have already seen. Do Virtus.pro ban out the Luna now? Probably yes. Yes.
Phoenix
No.
out instead. Yeah, yes, no, yes, no. Yeah,
Yes.
there she goes.
There she
And Tide
goes.
Hunter is in. Tide Tusk. We're going towards physical damage draft again, it feels like.
It looks to be the case. It's not gonna be a Weaver, but there is already a Tusk, so I'm kind of surprised that Tickles even banned out the Weaver, considering that Virtus.pro, I guess they could play the Tusk and the Weaver. They already did that in the first game, right?
Yeah, they did that in the first map. And that was pretty scary when it got off the ground real well.
It really was. There
So
were a
much
couple of
minus armor.
times. Yeah, there was a couple of times where it really did hurt. But either way, I think Tide Hunter is a perfect hero for Virtus.pro if Tickles are gonna be playing like cowards, right? You gotta meet your hammer. We just saw he literally walked from one tower to the next and he was getting it down. And Tickles, sure,
Yep.
you don't want to fight him. Okay, then get something that has stun all the time so that you can prevent the meteor hammer from falling on your tower. At least go for that. It doesn't matter if it's your safe
Yep.
laner, mid laner, off laner. I don't care. Just stop him.
I
That's not a stun.
I like the other option, which is something that they might be taking here, which is mirroring him and taking towers elsewhere while he's doing that. And you're probably not going to be as fast as him. You're probably not going to be as secure as him because it remains extremely scary to go and deal with the Tide Hunter, who is going to be able to pop the Ravage on you whenever he wants. But you know, that Timber Saw, that provides kill threat over on the Tide Hunter, so maybe you could fight him if you wanted to, or alternatively, you're going to be on another lane somewhere, and you're going to be solo pushing a lane as well.
And it is a Timber Saw versus two strength heroes, so that is that is one thing to keep in mind as well. So the Whirling Death is not gonna be, should not be taken lightly, as it literally can delete you if you're not careful. I guess this is fine. And the Dark Willow coming out, so the one thing I don't like is the lack of a sure stun. That's where I don't like it, but I think that at least with this lineup they're gonna have the opportunity to go for kills on the Tide, to go for fights on these heroes.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because there's no point to click stuns here, there's no easy like engagement, but at the same time there kind of is. The Treant Protector very good at finding people out of position, the Dark Willow very good at creating opportunities for cores to follow up on. You just need cores that are able to properly commit going in, and they already have one on the board, which is the Timber Saw. The only problem is, of course, that if the Dark Willow has already spent her spells, you can absolutely TP out from under these fools.
For sure. For sure. Oh, Tusk can be annoying to the Dark Willow at least. We'll see if he's gonna be able to maybe slow her down as to allow his team to escape some of those times. But let's see. Virtus.pro, what do you want to get? Do you go for a hero that's gonna be dealing with a Timber Saw in lane? Are you even sure that this Timber Saw is gonna be an offlaner?
I don't think you are yet, no, but Team Tickles has been playing, I don't want to say greedy, like decently farm heavy up until now, so they definitely could be going there, and that makes this a little hard of a pick. Like, we haven't seen, you know, one of the classic ones is the Witch Doctor, right? Just
That would be
lay
cool.
into him a bunch. But that would be a bit of an off-kilter pick right now.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't seen a Lifestealer in this series, which we have been seeing quite a lot of. I wouldn't mind him for Virtus.pro. I wouldn't mind him for Tickles either, but every single time I see a Tide versus a Lifestealer, and you do not have a support that's gonna stop the Meteor Hammer, it can be a problem for laning phase. Later on, you're good versus the Tide, but in the once that Meteor Hammer comes out, you're kind of helpless to stop him at pushing the tower. So Virtus.pro, for now, they're going to go for the Skywrath Mage Lina. They put a lot of emphasis in the magical damage department, meaning that they are targeting this Timbersaw, actually.
Yes. And it's a good way to turn your draft on a dime here, right? This opening, very physical damage focused. Now these two follow-ups, very magical damage focused. Not just versus the Timbersaw, but also there's going to be extra armor to think about from the Treant Protector. There's going to be the Dark Willow, who's going to go into the Shadow Realm. There's lots of reasons why it's a good idea to just pick up a bunch of Magic Burst, and they're really not kidding. Normally you only take one of these two in order to secure your, daily allotted amount of burst damage, but no, we do both. Why not both?
Okay, so this is the thing. I like this from Team Tickles. The problem is I don't see a mid laner that's gonna work for them. Spectre is fine. Skywrath Mage, Lina, they hate playing versus a Spectre. All of that is great. But what are you gonna do? What you're gonna do in the mid lane? What are you gonna pick to actually enable this Spectre? I just don't see it at the moment.
Yeah, because pretty sure that with the Lina coming out, you're not playing the Timbersaw there anymore.
Probably not.
So you're going to have to pick, and the solutions that we've seen up until now have all been, I want to say, lackluster. Like the Kotl worked out as a game plan, but certainly not as a lane plan. And we've seen several other heroes get, I don't want to say dumpstered, but certainly put on the back foot.
Like Puck, nope. Storm, nope. All those heroes, first of all, they don't win the lane. Second of all, the Skywrath Mage is a problem for you.
Yeah. Where does that leave you? Like, does a Kunkka survive this?
Kunkka, I would be okay with.
Yeah. I think he recovers well. He also has a couple of paths where he itemizes less greedily. It does put you in a very awkward situation of playing 4 melee heroes on Tickles with 0 point-and-click stuns. That's a bit of yikes. Yeah, Virtus.pro are going to be banning out the DK and the Earthshaker, aren't they?
Yeah, probably. Actually, I wouldn't mind an Earthshaker.
Oh,
they bet on the Kunkka. Okay.
Alright.
So that leaves the Earthshaker for Lorenov. It's obvious that he's gonna pick it, right?
Yeah, into a Lina? I mean, we've seen the denies do work, but I've personally never seen this matchup myself before, and I can't imagine a scenario where you come out feeling great as the Earthshaker right now. You just...
I mean... Okay, give me a hero that you pick now on Team Tickles, you come out of this matchup feeling great. See, it's tough. So Earthshaker is pretty solid. You get the blink, you jump in your face, and you smash her head in. So I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Plus, you have a long range fissure to stop the Meteor Hammers from dropping on the Tidehunter. I really wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse than that as well. I'm just literally scrolling through the hero list right now, and I'm like, Klop.
I know mobility heroes. Not for sure. You're versus Skywrath Mage and Alina. First you will lose the mid lane, then you're gonna get smashed. So something else.
Yeah, and if you just stand there and take it, like Lina can go all day, baby.
Okay, so we've already seen this, and it is not a hero that stops the Meteor Hammer. It is not a hero that wins the lane versus the Lina. Virtus.pro, they have a task. Yeah, I hate this pick.
Well, still, for anybody in our audience who wasn't there when I believe Stoikov tried this out versus his opposing Lina, the lane didn't go too hot, especially in the first map he tried it. He got completely shoved out of the lane, and then his stacks got taken as well, which is something that Lina, of course, would really like to do. But in the game, and the reason why I picked it, that's interesting. Anyway, in the game, the reason why you would be interested in picking a Keeper of the Light is because it allows you the same kind of gameplay as Alina during teamfight situations, where you shove people away from you, force them to hard engage into you because you're constantly spamming them out with your spells, and eventually they're going to have to make the decision to jump into you, and usually they only do that after they've already eaten a bunch of spells. And Alina is not somebody who likes to do that jumping sort of playstyle because that leaves her open to counter engagements.
Oh, look at Noticed has his nickname there in the back in his room.
Oh, that's cute.
Awesome. Imagine somebody comes into my house and there's like hairy freak on the walls. I think I would not be getting any more guests anytime soon.
Hey, listen, your gaming den is yours, okay? If they judge you on like what's in your man cave, they don't deserve to be your friends.
I agree. That's what happens when all of my friends go away, Kips. What am I gonna do then? I'm gonna be needing some of
Cats.
you Dota freaks of mine to relocate, or I'm just gonna be all alone. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But let's talk about the matchup here. Do you see Team Tickles winning this game? Do you see the potential for their lineup to get this game off of Virtus.pro?
It's a tough one, I gotta say. Like, Team Tickles definitely have a bunch of really nice tools in their hands right now, but their lack of easily applicable lockdown is really an issue to me. Their map play is gonna look pretty nice, their damage is gonna look pretty good, but in the end they don't get to maneuver and choose as much in the team fights as Virtus.pro does, and that I feel like that once again leaves the initiative in Virtus.pro's hands, and it's just going to be game 3 of Virtus.pro holding the ball and Tickles waiting for them to drop it. I think that's it.
I'll see if that does happen. He has the upgraded Arcana Spectre, so this is not something that we see too often, but it is there. Let's look at this smoke first, then I have a couple of more questions for you, though nothing's gonna be happening. How does Spectre in general deal with the anti-mage?
Spectre versus the anti-mage is an interesting one, right? Because the anti-mage is definitely not actually that tanky. You can blow yourself up on a Spectre if she is big enough.
Fight. There's gonna be a fight. It's a 5 versus 5, and the Timber Saw is gonna get absolutely demolished. There will be a nice Illuminate there doing a ton of damage, as well as a lot of blood grenades. Kiritich is looking very much dead. One more hit, and Lordoff, there's the sticks coming in handy. He still does survive, and now there's gonna be another Gush. Notice though, he will die to the Illuminate, and the fight is still going on. FNG is gonna get smacked by the Callis. That's a heavy left arm of the Treant Protector, and Lordoff gets a double after being the one to finish them all off. Could have been a triple kill for the Lorenoff Keeper of the Light, considering that the anti-mage barely survived.
I was like, this close. And it's incredible to hear myself say, like, as long as VP don't drop the ball and they just fumble in the first minute. My goodness.
Yep, they found, though they did get the first blood, so it's not that bad, right?
It's not that bad, but this is about the best possible start you could have, because this mid matchup is going to determine a lot. This Keeper of the Light is going to be amplifying farm, going into the Boots of Travel, and then matching the Lina's farm patterns and rotations around the map, keeping those waves off and making sure that he has enough farm to buy items to the problems that she's going to be causing. It's very important for Lornoff to have a good game, and they got the right start here for sure.
We kind of looked at the net worth there, as he has more kills than CS at the moment. The Callis is being smacked down. Leech Seed coming into play, and the Callis will be fine. Just again leeching the life out of the enemies, giving a little bit more back to himself.
Yep, and this is going to be a hard lane for the side of Tickles. This is a double melee lane up versus Tide Tusk. The amount of physical damage is absolutely ridiculous, and you're not going to be able to take distance. Spectre, you get like how many daggers out of your mana pool again? 3? That's it. This is no PA where you get to sit back. You're going to have to go toe to toe with these people, and they're going to simply hit you back harder.
And the only thing that was missing after what you said about Spectre's mana was Nelson from Simpsons laughing, right? Ha ha! Like you get only three spectral daggers. Yeah. It is very rough. Though you are versus a Tide who uses his spells quite a lot, so you're gonna have a wand, and Yulnit does have it. So yeah, joke's on you, Kips. Yulnit will be able to spam his spell a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well that's why he's down there and I'm up here, I suppose. Now this lane though, I do think that Force is going to have a pretty okay lane for himself here. Just gotta like basically tank your way through it, and instead of getting to actually like have a Timbersaw time in the lane, you just accept that you are a really fat melee creep, because having mana means taking damage.
Some nice damage
don't do
into Ulnit. He will be fine though, has 11-1 charges, so he was never really close to dying. Noticed is just doing Tide Hunter things though. Mid lane, again we are seeing the Lina bullying a Keeper of the Light, and it seems that it just never stops. So Lorov is doing better than what happened to Stoikov yesterday.
Better than Stoikov in his first game, but I gotta say, those are 7 denies on the Lina already, as Ulnit, has to pop that one. And Noticed actually kind of running out of resources here.
Yep. The Spectre is out regening you with those those wands.
And I think I'm also discounting the function of the Leech Seed here. I think I might have to change my opinion about this lane, because now notice he is not getting as many 1 charges as his lane opponents are.
He's not getting any, he didn't buy him, and it makes sense, right? The Spectre and the Treant Protector, they don't really use that many spells.
No, that's true. Sorry, there was a Lotus heal right now that my brain just completely farted over.
Yeah, it happens, right? The early Lotuses, they really can make a difference.
Yeah, but you especially don't see them used so casually very often. People like hoard them, wait for the turnaround moment. This looks so casual, like, huh?
Yeah, you just want to get a little bit more in terms of HP. It is what it is. Either way, though, we're looking at the lanes pretty stabilized here, right? Especially the side lanes. No clear winner on either side. Still, once the Tide gets his Meteor Hammer, your tower will start falling, and that's where things are gonna start being annoying for Team Tickles.
Definitely. And the other thing that's going to be annoying is, of course, that Sayush is going to start looking for the stacks that the Kotal is making for himself, because those are undoubtedly there. And on the other side, Narman is a lot further from where the Lina is going to be stacking, and this Treant is not going to move much at all, so I am expecting to see the contest for the stacks come towards the Radiant from VP.
You know what I was hoping for from this Timbersaw is for him to get an Orb of Corrosion versus an AM. I'm a big fan of the Timbersaw Orb of Corrosion versus an AM. Some people do go for it.
Yeah, that would have been pretty hype. Kirtich would have had a lot harder of a time right now, but yeah, this is exactly what the lane is just going to look like. Force has no mana, but that also means that he takes no damage anymore, and then it's all fine. And then, you're right, you are in a slap fight. Orb of Corrosion would be really handy.
I'm a big fan. I know a couple of people who, just like you, said that you are remembering, you enjoy making somebody quit. They enjoy making people quit, and this is how you make an anti-mage quit in a pub. Here, spending that amount of gold that could be your arcane boots, basically, is maybe not worth it, but who knows? Who knows? It maybe could have been a good approach.
Arcane boots give you mana. Mana makes the AM deal damage.
Yep, it sucks. Never buy it. You just play with 0 mana on the Timbersaw as Ulnit. He might be playing with 0 HP. He's taking so much damage. The Spectral Dagger will allow him to be a little bit faster. Has so many wand charges, so he'll be able to survive. And of course, the Kalis comes in with all of the heals. Ulnit just continues to farm without really getting close to dying.
Well, I think Tickles did a really solid job with that lane, and of course, as we said, is going to change when the Meteor Hammer comes in, but it's not there yet, is it? So he can enjoy his time for now. And the top lane seems to be a solo now as well, as the supports have started moving towards that mid lane. So we already have the Tusk looking to flank, seeing if there's any stacks over on that right hand side. And of course the Willows securing the other flank.
Let's see, Squadix, Solar Bind is gonna be there. There's also the damage, and with the Brambles too much onto the Lina. It seems that yesterday Level Up had a good idea of how to deal with the Lina. They just didn't execute as well as Team Tickles did here.
Yeah, it's very possible that that Stoikov was uncomfortable for whatever reason, because this is a thing that you can do with the Keeper of the Light.
FNG should have been dead. Both of the Illuminates missed and they still got the kill. Just goes to show how easy it is for them to come forward. Then again though, that double kill at the start of the game might have something to do with this.
It might. I mean, he's still roughly exactly that amount ahead of the Lina right now, which is pretty funny after the double kill. Like he did get denied a lot in that lane.
So Lina can't come to the lane. If the Dark Willow is missing off the map, you actually can't come to the lane. Solar Bind, Bramble Maze, Illuminate, you're just dead. It was shown in the previous skirmish there in the mid lane that you just lose 80% of your HP.
Yep, and the Willow is completely free to leave this top lane. And the Gallus with his rotation, that is beautifully done. Nobody expects it to re-end.
Team Tickle seem to be believing in themselves a little bit more here as they are making plays, they're rotating, they're pressuring the side of Virtus.pro, and maybe Virtus.pro got ahead of themselves and they thought these guys are not going to do anything if we played greedy. Well, Tickles are responding, they're responding in full force.
They are, and that means Lorinov, he has been farming in the enemy jungle now as well, which is great because it makes the dial move twice, right? Once in your favor and once against the enemy, because that's all farm that they're not going to be able to get. And notice he's just bullying Olnit right now. Olnit has to be really careful for the gank squad coming his way.
And they're coming from a really good angle. And this is taking too long. He might know what's up, but even with all the knowledge in the world, they overlap the stuns. It doesn't change a thing. They're still going to be able to bring him down. He was trying to find a target somewhere else on the map. Lorinov, he will find FNG. There was a chance for the Spectre to actually shadow step to the top lane, but just too much damage on the other side.
Yeah, and the overlap in the stuns, right? For a good reason, I guess.
Yep. They definitely should have been more careful in that regard. Imagine if he escapes because of it. Are they gonna burst down Kiritich? They're gonna try. Lina is there though with the stun. They're gonna be keeping Force away. But with the Chakram, they finish him off. Lorinov is the one that gets the kill. Beautiful Bramble Maze onto the two of them. Sayushi goes for the snowball, but very unlikely that he'll be able to survive. The Illuminate does finish him off. Squadix not taking that much damage. He has some protection with 14 one charges, but in the end he will still be taken down. The Illuminate is doing way too much. FNG trying to run himself away. Narman going into the shadows, and he's gonna try to send FNG there as well. He pushes him into the woods as they are happy with taking down both Kiritich and Squadix. A big win for Tickles.
That's huge. Especially since I think the Willow literally hit 6 during that engagement, means that you actually do get the Wisp to come in and deal with it. That's one of the reasons that the Lina dies there.
Yeah, he did after Kiritich died.
So
I think.
much range over on Tickles.
Yeah, they're keeping their distance and they're still getting kills. And also this Illuminate usage here, beautiful. He knew that Seish was gonna die.
Yeah, exactly. And this is precisely the reason why a draft with a Kotal in it is good versus Alina, because it forces her to go in. But I guess you don't even need to force her to go in if you just have a Treant that's going to be walking at her and a Kotal to blast her from afar. What?
Noticed is coming to the mid lane. He's thinking, oh, I'm tanky. I did this in the previous game. Nope. 2 Illuminates and you're pretty much dead, even with all of your HP and tankiness on the tide. They're just bullying everybody. Nobody can come close to the towers. Tickles are in absolute full control of what's going on in the game right now.
Yeah, which is a wild departure from what we saw in the previous 2 maps. And it's also very hard to imagine a scenario now where as Virtus.pro you're going to be able to get that turnaround without seriously deviating from the plan that you had for yourself. Because this Lina can't contribute early now in this game. She's going to have to actually get herself a BKB, make sure that she's properly secured before she can participate. And this Tidehunter might not be able to just walk at towers. He is going to just build himself up into the phase boots here first and then maybe towards the pipe, but I wonder if he doesn't need a blink actually.
Virtus.pro, they need so much, and if our viewers need excitement, they have Pinnacle.gg/odds to make these games more exciting for themselves. You have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and carefully, but we have a lot of titles. It's not only about Dota, we have regular sports as well for you to enjoy. As Tickles are in a smoke, and hunting for Noticed. Actually, hunting for Alina. That's a much juicier, a much easier target. They see him under vision. The Spectre comes over in Squadix. It is just a matter of time before he gets destroyed. It is Yulnit that gets the kill there. He left the illusion to finish his job for him. And Alina just cannot get a break. Squadix, what is he to do in this game, Kips?
Sit back. This is rapidly becoming a nightmare scenario. You can't really farm anywhere unless you move towards like the really safe zones of the map, but that means putting your AM at risk. And your AM right now doesn't even have a Battle Fury yet, so you can't even hand over that safe farm position to your Alina, because the Battle Fury needs to happen. You need the AM to come in and make a difference at some point in this game. You can't delay that whatsoever.
The aggressiveness of Tickles, we didn't see this from them in the first two maps, but that just goes to show Virtus.pro, you're getting punished for what you have done. You could have won game 1, but you didn't, and now in game 3 you might not even get the chance. Notice he did get the tower. Sayush is there to protect him. Terrorize, no, the snowball, beautifully done to dodge it, and Narman loses his life. But now there's gonna be a turnaround. Two of your heroes, there will be a Ravage and a TP out. Notice, will he be allowed? No, it's just gonna be a Ravage for absolutely nothing. You will be remembered as the Tidehunter who used his ulti for nothing. Force gets himself a double kill. Sure, you got the tower, you got the Dark Willow, you outplayed your opponents at one part of that fight, but you still lost a core.
A core and a support for nothing but a support kill, and no big gains on the map for that either. At the very least, your AM is going to finish his Battle Fury now, and I suppose what VP needs to be doing is they do need to hunt for engagements where they can hopefully bring in the AM to splash some people with a really huge mana void at some point. But that's going to be extremely scary.
Force is gonna lose so much mana. He didn't even steal the Wisdom Rune, and now the mana void should get the kill. They wanted to give it to the AM. In the end, Notice comes over, says, "Mine. I'm the top dog here," and he really is the most farmed hero in VP.
He really is, and to be perfectly fair, like of course the pipe is going to do a lot of work in this game, so it's not bad for him to get that extra money, get the pipe earlier. And Blink Dagger is going to be built over on Sayush. He's actually fairly close to it for how, dare I say, awkward of a game this has been so far. So the options are coming for VP, but they're not coming as fast as they would want them to.
Yeah, once you get the blink, you can finally kill Lauren off, and I think it is a necessity. Yeah. Lina forced into a Yules, going for an item you don't necessarily want to go for, but the Solar Bind is too big of an issue. Tidehunter, he has the Kraken Shell, level 3, a very tough hero to bring down. Cloak is also helping him quite a lot. Unit comes over just to give the dagger, to give the vision, actually misses on it, so because it noticed might survive, Blinding Light also sends him closer to the base, and he'll be fine.
That is a lot of time wasted for Tickles.
Ducalis?
Small wins for VP, bigger wins for DP. Okay, okay.
Huge. Now we have to run away. Squadix TPing away. Bramble Maze won't find either of them. VP are starting to put their foot on the gas. This is looking beautiful in the past couple of minutes.
Yep. But it's very close. The Tide had to definitely put on his dancing boots right there, and then the reply needed to be very swift on the top lane before Lornov was there immediately. This man is so fast, plus the boots of travel on top, he can be anywhere, and Squadix doesn't exactly have a support with him that can, you know, throw himself in the firing line and just straight up save him. This is a Skywrath mage. They're supposed to be finding kills with this, but I can't afford to. Tusk's farming his Blink Dagger.
Kiritich is starting to make his way up the net worth scale. He is fighting through every single hero there. It is only going to be the Coddle that's going to be had. The Ulnit, you have to be careful. He's going to use the sticks. Run away. He's going to die. What? Why? Why was that ancient creep so important?
Oh, it happens to the best of us, guys. It really does.
God. Is that nerves? Is that like, oh, we're gonna win versus Virtus.pro, and then just you do something like this?
Yeah, maybe like a really big like focus moment, like, oh, I'm squeezing every last bit out of this, and then I got to push it, and you push it too far, maybe. But I don't know. He's played bigger matches already.
Ooh, the Collis, he sees Kiritage, the snowball save will be there immediately, they have the overgrowth, but Kiritage should be able to get himself away with the blink, the overgrowth a little bit too late. Solar Bind is still on Kiritage, that doesn't mean that you're gonna live if you got the blink out, and exactly what happens. Team Tickles, they might have let their Spectre die to the Ancients, but they're not gonna allow the enemy carry to live, so they have to equalize it.
It's only fair.
Yep, it is.
And the distance that they can chase on Tickles is absolutely ridiculous. The VP's game that they're playing with the vision right now is actually really important, because anytime a hero gets seen, they might die without any possibility of a retort. So who do you show is the question, and most often it's just going to be noticed on that Tide, walking from lane to lane, trying to show out those creep waves, because any of the rest of them can die just like that. Kiritage just demonstrated that, like AM split pushing, not before that Mantis style.
I don't think I'm satisfied with the lead that Tickles have accumulated now before the Blink Daggers are going to start coming out. I think they could have done more, at least a little bit more, because once there's a blink on the Tusk, blink on the Tide, this Keeper of the Light, he will be an easy target.
True. And we're going to start seeing, because I think VP is going to make the correct calls, and they're going to send Delina in to do deleting. And for a while, she's going to be perfectly happy to delete Lorinov as before she goes down. Like, that's just going to be good enough for now.
BKB on Lorinov, though, if he's fast there on the trigger, those initiations there might not work. So I really like the itemization. You go for a bit more of a defensive item. It is already clear that in terms of damage, you're pretty set.
Yeah, but overall, as like your analysis of the gold situation, I completely agree with that. Only 1k after you're 15 and 6, you found so many kills, and for some reason 2 of your cores are still lagging behind the enemy cores, and that is a cause for concern.
If they can start gaining momentum there. Definitely, it's the supports that are making the difference in net worth, right? Sure, the Coddle is farmed, but the supports of Tickles are ahead of the supports of Virtus.pro by quite a solid margin for sure. Now, Tusk has been caught. Seyush will go for a snowball. He doesn't want to die so close to the blink and wanting something and actually getting it, two completely different things. So Lorinov will be godlike now.
And really demonstrating why the Coddle is legit versus Delina, and legit as a mid laner in general. Like, I think we should all be used to that by now.
Yeah, we got baited yesterday. It just seemed that Stoikov, it wasn't his type of a hero. And I have to say, I haven't seen him play much of Coddle overall. Maybe maybe Stoikov fans will say different, but I just haven't.
Yeah, but based on his performance, I don't necessarily want to say that we're never going to see him play it again either.
Nope.
Like after the laning, like, he just needs to lane it a couple of times more, get a good grip on it, because after laning stage he was perfectly fine.
Yeah, get your carry, your teammate to play one versus one with you like 10 times, and you're gonna be all set.
Definitely, yes. And that leaves us in, like, it started off so good, Harry. We had such a fast beginning in this game. We had Team Tickles really taking control, and they are still in control. But it feels like they're taking a step back from the tempo. The item progression is not the problem here, surely, especially Lorinov is absolutely massive, and he's only going to get bigger. But we're just not seeing them push towards that second ring of towers just yet. Maybe part of the problem is that they don't have a lineup that can take a Roshan at all, which is normally a crucial pickup for the move into the second part of the map, right? But it feels like VP is getting too much time, especially we haven't seen Squadix die in several minutes. What is this?
Well, The hunting has stopped. They've started respecting the Tidehunter Ravage. I think that's the deal. And I really wanted Lorinov to get a Hex here, but he's going for a Nocturne, so that's gonna help him push out the waves. The mid lane tower drops, noticed. Getting chased down. He's threatening with the Ravage. The stun will be there. That's a little bit too deep from Force. He's gonna be taking a ton of damage. The Ravage does come out right now and catches the Spectre. They try to finish off Squadix. Will they be able to? The Snowball returning there with the Lotus Orb, going onto the Port Tusk, and Squadix will finally fall. Lorinov, he's beyond godlike. That's gonna be the first casualty of this battle with so many spells already being used. Okay, there might be the Tidehunter. It started off with them trying to finish off Notice. That Kraken Shell, it is tough, but it is not tough enough. Force will go through it. 2 cores of EP are dead.
Yeah, and that BKB, they're paying absolute dividends. There's nothing the Lina can do against him, there's nothing the Tide can do against him, and there's definitely nothing that the AM can do either. You're sitting there waiting for the BKB to end, and by that point your Lina is already dead, your Tidehunter's all the way split off from your team. That BKB alone is going to buy Team Tickles a lot of time in this game, just because VP are going to have to wait until it goes lower. That's literally it.
It makes so much sense to have a BKB on the Keeper of Light. I understand some people are like, oh, I'm gonna be in the back, I'm gonna be in a good position. Yeah, but everybody, literally everybody is thinking about your death. And if you can prevent it, that's a big deal. They're tipping towards the top lane. The chase is on. The anti-mage, Kiritich, he needs to be getting himself out there with the counter spell. He's gonna make sure that none of the spells connect, and he'll be able to get himself away in time.
Yeah, that is at least one of the things that VP have going for them right now. I do believe he's finished off the Manta style, and that makes him borderline ungankable with this lineup.
Yeah, pretty tough. This is why I wanted to see a Hex other than the Octarine Core. But I guess with the Octarine Core, if you want that Hex now, you're gonna have it in no time. You're gonna be everywhere on the map. You're gonna be farming super fast, even faster than up until now, and then you can get the item pretty fast if you want to.
Yep. And I wonder what we're going to see for Squadix here, because he is going into the Blink Dagger after the Aghanims, and he is saying BKB is not going to be good enough for me. They're going to need my damage. And man, he just gets picked off on
Rogue, there's smoke. They've just found him. The Yules will keep him alive a little bit longer, but it's only a matter of time if Yulnit finishes him off. FNG going for a TP out, not going to be happening. The Yules is there. Narman not allowing FNG to escape, and it will be another 2 heroes for Tickles. It feels like we're just getting a repeat in these fights over and over again.
It does feel like that. They just keep on gunning for the Lina, and there's no way to stop them. And in that case, Selena was so sure that she wouldn't be seen, but Dagalis is in the perfect place, and he stops her at the exact right time when her teammates are storming ahead of her and have already seen a target to go for. So they're still walking away. They have a reason to keep on walking away and leave the Lina in the dust.
Aghanim Scepter on the anti-mage, so he really wants to be able to join the fights with the blink fragments. How do you feel about this? I'm actually fine, because it might force out the Coddle to use the BKB preemptively.
Yes, I think exactly that's the purpose of that. You need that Coddle BKB to be down in order to do anything to him. And you're going to be using every trick in the book to get that done. And the AM is really the only one who can reliably end up in the middle of the fight and still come out alive and buy some time there, because nobody else is survivable enough right now.
There's the Solar Bind. Notice he got the blink away, and now he's swimming through the river. He will be okay. Anti-mage, Kiritich is standing his ground. He will be able to blink himself away, but the Solar Bind did connect. He doesn't have the Manta. He has been slowed down to a crawl. The Glimmer Cape does protect him. Another Illuminate. He'll get himself out with the blink. BKB on Lorinov. It has been used. Look at Notice waiting for a gem to be given to him. Nicely done by Seiyush, just offering that one up to Notice to allow themselves to save the gem despite the death. Now Squadix is in a bad position, but they were actually the lead force with Yule Scepter. He'll keep himself alive for a little bit longer. He's surrounded, but there will be a Ravage. Nice dodge from Lorinov. They're still not getting caught by it, and with the Illuminate, he'll try to finish off Squadix. Will be able to do so. He's gonna continue to be beyond godlike. Noticed, still running away. And with the buyback from the Tusk, you have to run out. You don't want to be giving that big streak to the enemies. Yulnit very low, uses the wand. He will be able to regain mana and the HP necessary, and still has the Aegis, as the Bramble Maze will stop the potential turnaround of Virtus.pro. Now that's a nice shadow step. Yulnit, he finds the kill despite having very low mana.
And that was really very close for Olnit, but AM just didn't feel strong enough to actually punish Olnit when he was still on the dire high ground, when he was still slowed. And that puts, after a while, that's a win in the pocket of Tickles, but it's not as big of a win as you would have wanted. Squadex lived a long time there, and Karatage gets the opportunity to punish a bunch of your heroes.
Did you see how well Lorinov moved in that fight? That was just beautiful. He doesn't have a BKB, but it doesn't matter. He's so fast that he's running circles behind enemy lines, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Nothing yet, at the very least. At some point, this AM is going to get the time to actually focus on him. It's going to take a while still, especially with the Aghanims up. We're not going to see a Basher for a little bit, but Lorinov's time will come yet.
23-8. Though, you know, Lorinov's time will come, but Anti-Mage's time is his time coming? When will we see Karatage with high impact in these engagements?
I think that kind of was it. That was your... Oh, he has the Basher already. Okay, that's faster than I thought he would. I only thought that the Aghanims was just finished, but no. Man's taken over the top spot on the net worth chart, and I do think that in that fight, it was clear that at this point Team Tickle's supports especially need to disengage from this man, and it makes it harder for Team Tickles to keep formation.
Well, see, once the Abyssal Blade is there, that is the time when you start blowing people up with the Anti-Mage. That is the time where running circles around the fight when you don't have a BKB isn't gonna work that well for you.
No, not anymore.
Sayush caught again.
Clarities.
He has the snowball. You run into the Nature's Grasp to make sure he cannot blink away. You might get the Walrus Punch in there, and the shards just off the mark. Even if they weren't, Yulnit still had the dagger to just go through if you needed.
These random global daggers, but yeah, the wave cutting has begun. Karatage feeling pretty free here. He's going to get slowed up a bunch, but there's really no catching him anymore unless he makes several mistakes in a row.
So Lorinov is going for Hex now. Considering that he's gonna be dealing with the Abyssal Blade, do you think Lincoln Sphere might be... Oh, he actually bought a Midas. Okay.
What? He didn't have enough money?
No, he didn't. Narman got the kill on Squadix this time around. It wasn't Lorinov.
Wasn't Lorinov? Well, Delina, I understand that it's almost like he is trying to mirror the Kotal now as well, right? Of course, the Kotal has more money, has that BKB, but Delina is like, well, I can just run circles around you as long as I have my Ags, I can take flight, and as long as I can get the Blink Dagger off here. But if you're not the first one to engage, that Blink Dagger is going to do absolutely nothing for you.
There's a huge item that came out from Tickles. It's an Aghanim Scepter on the Spectre, so the Haunt will now be ready, and that is so huge. Well, there was a Shadow Step towards the Tidehunter, so let's see how fast they can bring him down. Pretty fast, to be honest, there, when you count in the Desolate and the Whirling Death from Force. Pretty easy to get that fat hero kill.
Yep, and now it's going to be even easier to find Delina. You just press that Haunt, and you can be on top of her every single time. And the kills don't stop coming. It's taking a while, but...
Double save, turning around. That was beautiful. Yulnit is still alive. He goes for the Haunt as well. Turning on to Sayush, trying to get the kills. Karatage is the one that has more priority, and the Cursed Crown will be on him, not allowing him to escape. He even killed his teammate as the Cursed Crown exploded. Team Tickles, they're overwhelming it, Kip says. Now the Coddle is not the only problem you have.
No, and this was a chain of kills snowballing, which is something that we haven't seen before. We've only seen Team Tickles get a pick off here, a pick off there, but this time they moved forward very deliberately and got several follow-up kills in order to get VP into a fight that they really just couldn't win. And yeah, Sayush was not involved in that at all.
And that Hex from Lorinov, it will be coming soon. Then this Anti-Mage's love becomes even more difficult, and the Spectre going for a Butterfly. This is to me showing that he wants to be able to take down objectives, the Roche and the towers.
Yep. Really securing yourself from the range right-click damage. Lincoln's in the works now for Delina. Just a Lincoln's isn't going to save you here though, but I also understand why you don't want to go for a BKB, because there's especially with the overgrowth. There's only so much it's going to do for you.
Enough is coming towards the top lane. They already poked a notice though. Kiritich will be coming back to World of the Living. They find the Courier of Notice. That is just so unfortunate. If the Illuminate wasn't used, you never would have gotten any vision of it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Asking a Kotal not to use his Illuminate.
Yeah, why are you using it in that exact same spot though, Lorinov? No, that's what I would be asking him if I was this tight. Definitely not accepting that it was my fault.
Radiant are scanning.
Enemies hacking.
Enemies
Once
hacking.
again getting flanked by Dekalis. This man is always in a very inconvenient position for a VP, though right now he's a little too far behind.
He didn't break the smoke.
And
That's
you-
the thing. This is what he was
Yeah.
hoping for. Feel the tension, Kips. It is very
Well-
tense here. No?
Finally it is, yes, because this is a good position for VP to be in, as long as they don't actually, like, the problem is that if they go into the pit, they're going to get spammed out, so they can't afford to. They need Tickles to contest and come in
Ayush
to a
blinks
wider
out.
area.
We don't have that engagement. There will be a shadow step in the backlines. Immediate snowball save. Kiritich. He's gonna be sending in the illusions. Two of them are there. The Curse Crown connects onto both. As the Spectre has been caught in the backline, the Ravage will be coming out. And the Mystic Flare, they're trying to finish him off. There's the Laguna Blade. Doesn't have a buyback. The follow-up stun. Chain Protector in a lot of trouble. He might have had good positionings, but not any longer. Saved there by the Lotus Orb. There will be a snowball. Lorinov trying to run himself away. Curse Crown onto Lina. Gets the Yules up into the air. Will be fine for now. Solar Bind as well. So much damage being taken by Squad. But Kiritich, he has found an opening and give me those 2,000 gold. He's just getting all the money back, and now he's gonna be slaughtering all of you. The Curse Crown connects on all three of them, allowing Force to escape, but it is a huge fight for Virtus.pro. Finally they get it.
Yeah, Kiritich, the corners of his mouth went up slightly there, but the positioning that they're holding here is beautiful, right? Because you can think like, okay, fine, we'll go into the pit, they're not here yet, but they need to be this spread out in order to force Tickles to come from different angles, and they actually get the Spectre isolated on the backlines because of that, and then the cleanup can start. Isn't this the first time they kill Lorinov in this game?
Yes, first time they killed him.
33 minutes.
That's why he was
Bonkers.
worth 2,000 gold, right? 1,000 for the
Yes.
for the AM and 1,000 for everybody
Beautiful.
involved.
Beautiful round number there.
Insane. Is that like the max that you give AoE gold? Because I'm kind of surprised that it was that rounded, that well rounded.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah,
I
maybe
think so
somebody in
as well.
chat will give us info on that. Still, that was Aegis cheese. They give the cheese to the Tusk, of course, probably going to be given to the Lina later on. We now see just how powerful this Abyssal Blade on the AM is. And there is an Aghanim Scepter on the Skyreth Mage, meaning that now he's going to be doing so much damage when the Ravage comes out.
Yep, and the toolbox for VP is increasing, and Alina once again lived a long time in that fight just because of the really how conservative the positioning for VP was there. It really forced Team Tickles to look for an angle, and that angle was not good enough. Hopefully, we're going to see more contributions of Sayush to this game now, because it has been a struggle for him.
They finally do have a Hex on the Coddle, and I think
Yeah.
that's huge. You use the Haunt, and that should be your opening to get a kill. I think this Tusk probably takes priority. The Snowball saves, the allowing him to live too long in a fight has been a problem for Tickles.
It has been, yeah, and it's a shame though, because you only have one Hex so far. You're going to need to use it on the saving guy instead of on the people he's going to be saving, but that is what it is. The Hex is worthless if the Tusk is alive.
What is the AM buying? Is it the Disperser? Seeing the Demon Edge, I'm kind of leaning towards that as an item. Has to be.
You don't believe in Rapier?
I do believe in a Rapier, I just don't believe Kiritich will buy it. Oh, it's an MKB actually. Oh, that
It's
makes
an
sense. Makes sense,
Because
right?
Spectre has had the Butterfly for a while.
And a Radiance as well, so it's kind of annoying. Not only are you missing the Spectre, you're missing everybody else.
It's still interesting to me that that's not like formally an aura when it's an aura.
Smoke from Virtus.pro. They definitely smell fear. They smell the blood now, as they should. They've been losing this game for the majority of it. Now they feel to be in control.
Onyx does step forward. Really tempting Kiritich there.
Level 25 Spectre as well. He went for the Haunt illusion damage. Okay, that's cool. So he's hoping that his illusions are actually going to be doing quite enough to these supports. I don't know if I agree with that, because you have a lot of things that are just going to save you, the Glimmer Capes, the Force Staffs and such. On the side of Virtus.pro, jump in. Dark Willow in a lot of trouble. He actually returned the Cursed Crown. Kiritich is just going to be leaving the illusions there. He might just be leaving his life. At least the first one. In the back lines, though, the Scarlet Mage taking a lot of damage. He'll be fine. There will be a root on Kiritich. He gets the blink away. You're in a 4 versus 5 scenario. You have the Aegis and the cheese, but it's not looking that great. Sayush has been found. He's not going to be saving himself this time around. Yulnit does a little bit too much in terms of damage, and the push from VP will be pushed back. Team Tickles, they're not going to drop that easily.
And I think that was your only opportunity to make proper use of that Aegis. Once your supports respawn and you get back in here, you don't have that much time left anymore. That was rash, honestly.
Tier 3 did almost die though, so it's not the worst thing in the world, right? One hit, one poke, and it's gonna drop over. The AM has been caught. He still has the Aegis. Manta has been used. Overgrowth there. You went for it a little bit too early, so they'll get rid of the Aegis. But is there any follow-up? The Bramble Maze is there. Terrorize ready too. This is a disaster. Kiritich, not again. You did the same thing in game 1, and again. He's gonna be making a huge mistake. No buyback for 100-second skips.
At the very least, he has all 3 of his tier 2 towers up still, so there's not going to be that harsh of a punishment, but that is what a whiplash, man. Once again, went from in a basically game-winning position where you've made the comeback, you're at their gates, knocking on their door with the Aegis in your hand, to dying twice without anybody of your team close by. And yeah, they're going to be knocking over your buildings instead now, and this, whatever VP needs to do, they need to make sure this is not another cock-up cascade where they die one after one. Just give those towers. Give them away. I don't care.
Bad case of deja vu there for Kiritich. This is literally how they lost the first game, right? They were not in...
Yeah, just a little earlier.
Ah, sure. It's not gonna be a loss, though.
No, it's not quite that bad. Like, the fact that they still had the towers to buffer this, but that does mean that you only get to make this mistake once, right? It was a luxury that you did.
Hopefully it doesn't repeat itself yet again. Spectre having a 9-second BKB, that is gonna be huge in these fight skips, and he is looking at a nullifier, so wants to make sure that that Glimmer Cape of the Skyreth Mage and Yules of the Lina do absolutely nothing.
I said the Lina has already upgraded into the Wind Waker right now, so I do think the Yules is going to see a lot more use on herself, as they are still desperately trying to make sure she doesn't die.
Aghanim Scepter is in the works for the Coddle. I like that. That's another way to give yourself a good team fight. Plus, another way that another lockdown for the anti-mage that he can't do much versus. So I'm really liking a Lauren offside and build in this game.
Yep. He's been making the right decision at every single turn, I think. I am also working on a BKB right now, though. He has been pestered enough.
He went for the Mana Void cooldown. I don't know if I agree with that, though. Like, the magic resistance here, it's still very, very powerful.
Yes. I think if you look at the breakdown of what's been killing him every single time, it has to be like, I don't know, 65-70% magic damage every single time.
Which is weird to say for an anti-mage, but it is what it is. Okay, now the Desolate is a bit more of an issue, I guess.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. But at the very least, you're still going to get to hit the Spectre herself, since she didn't get the extra dispersion.
Yes, that is the case. But Roche, it can spawn in a minute. Tickles, they already went for a smoke. So they're probably wanting to establish themselves on the map before this Roche does respawn. It's by the looks of it, probably gonna start on the Radiant side, though. It's getting closer to 50-50 at this point.
So you watch both teams just jockey for positioning right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See?
And I'm feeling a tension now.
Oh, you are.
It's so hard to predict right now who is going to get to make the first move. If it's VP, like the amount of damage they can do in a split second is absolutely enormous, but goes the same for Tickles, and Tickles doesn't have to go in nearly as far. There's a DD rune in the river just picked up by AM, a bottled even.
Team Tickles are crazy. They're playing without core buybacks 40 minutes into the game. Right? Okay, the AM now spent his money as well, so going for a BKB, I like that. Also has that DD as you mentioned, so Tickles, if they're smart, they're probably not gonna engage in the next couple of minutes.
No, I really rather they wait out this power spike of the AM right now. And then again, like, you're going to have to fight that BKB at some point, and would you rather that's around a Roche pit? Oof.
DD BKB is what's scaring me though.
Plates.
He's not using his BKB. That is a little bit dangerous, but that is a 6-slotted AM. Very hard to deal with. And the smoke from Virtus.pro, they're gunning for you.
Yep. Especially, I think they haven't gotten to leverage Delina all this much in this game. If she gets to properly play another fight, it might spell trouble for Tickles, but they dodged. Just about.
Ooh, Kips. I don't know about you, but these heart palpitations, they're starting to kick in. We still, none of the teams can find the opening. The thing is that none of the teams aren't really sure. Either of the teams aren't sure if they do want to find an opening.
Exactly, like this. You can see the Kalis out in the front there. It's like, yeah, I'm getting information. I'm getting information. Like, information to do what with exactly?
Nobody's sure. Nobody's certain. They're waiting for Roche. They're hoping for it. Gods of Dota, please grant it to us. They're not gonna grant it. Roche will spawn on the Dire side. And Virtus.pro, your positioning means absolutely nothing currently.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well, they're going to rectify that.
Okay.
Okay, fine. I guess we just all take the elevator across the dimensions, and now we're gonna stand here instead, which is correct.
Okay, so they should have named this Wormhole. It's better than Twin Gates.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, are you hearing that, Ice Frog? I'm good at naming things. Please change it. It actually does sound better.
And that does mean that when the Roche respawns now, Tickles isn't actually in a very awkward position. And I love this. VP is just
they're coming
waiting
through?
right
What?
here. Look at that.
What the hell are you doing?
Came
Okay. That is the fight that Virtus.pro do want to take. 100%.
And they've been standing there for a minute straight. They've just been standing there, all four of them on that high ground. And it's not because they think somebody's coming through, but because they have to, just in case somebody is coming through. And then Santa Claus arrives early.
I actually can't believe this is happening. I mean, you can see that the twin gates are activating, and you're probably thinking, no, they're not that crazy. Yeah,
Nah,
they are.
they're just playing us, right? No, they face-checked that with 3 people at the same time.
Oh god, those faces, they don't look the same anymore. That's gonna be now Roche and the refresher as well. You're versus a Tide Hunter. That is that is as bad as it gets.
That is as bad as it gets. Oh, and just when it was starting to look that Tickles was the more patient team, and that it was Kiritich who was letting his impatience getting the best of him, but VP really, even if Tickles would have come from the other side there, they would have still had better positioning on VP by simply holding to that exact same high ground spot. But this was definitely even better.
I understand the tactic. I understand the tactic of Tickles. Every single time that Kiritich has had an Aegis, he messed up.
Oh, yes.
So this is the play. Just give him the Aegis. He's gonna mess up again. Kiritich, 30 times the charm. I believe in you. This guy, I've been watching him for a couple of years now, and he has been getting better, and consistent. I'm very surprised that he made mistakes like that, and I'm fairly certain it's not gonna happen again.
No, it's really out of character, isn't it? Very odd, and he can stand in front now.
Okay, that double chakram is actually a problem for an AM because it's pure damage, so you can't really do anything about it. It's so much burst.
That's the problem. That does mean that once again they're forced to do something with that information. So actually, no, I adjust my claim. He cannot stand in front right now.
Okay, tier 3
And
did
that
die.
means...
So what now, Kips? Is this just how you do it? You push with the illusions?
I mean, it's the lamest way to push, for sure. But I can't say that I disagree with it. And like, if you're playing to win here, this is definitely one of the ways that you're going... Because you get information as well, right? You send the illusions up, you get information about where the Team Tickle's people are because they're forced to react to it.
Lotus Orb protecting him. He doesn't have mana, and Laguna played over the Lotus Orb. They don't care in the back line. The Overgrowth was used. The Ravage will come through. Noticed. He still has a refresh if he wants to use. There's 2 cheeses on Virtus.pro. Their Tusk still hasn't died. Anti-Mage is trying to find a target. The Liege there. A nice invis, so he'll get himself away. The LSA from the Polina not really doing that much. Kiritich is going to be losing his first life. No, he gets the blink out just in time. X on FNG. He's going to be walking away. No, this will not be allowed. That nice light bolt. Kiritich just jumps in, and he's going to be losing his first life. Is this again going to be a problem for him? Don't have the stuns currently. Has the blink away with a counter spell. He's going to be fine and just keep sending in the illusions. The fight ends in a 2 for 2.
It's not quite over.
1 buyback each. Nope, it's not over. As another light bolt will be lighted there, as there will be a Spectre way too deep, surrounded by the enemy heroes. Yulin, this time around, he's the one that's going to be going too far forward. And Kiritich thinking about blinking in. For now, he's only sending in the blink fragments. Force has no mana, meaning that Kiritich can't do that much damage, but he's going to have a mana void in no time. Think about blinking in. That would probably have been a mistake.
Those are 4 buybacks spent. 2 on each side, but Anti-Mage, especially since you still have Squadix and the Anti-Mage's buyback left over, yeah, the Kiritich goes back in.
Deals with the Will-O-Wisp, but oh, he can't kill it just yet. Blink out just in time. That could have been a root hit and a pretty dangerous one for the Anti-Mage without the Manta and the BKB.
But I think they got what they came for. Well, or maybe that's what they want Team Tickles to believe.
They want the Axis or they want the buyback of the Spectre.
Buyback of the
Either
Spectre.
one of those. It's hard to push though.
Squadix actually moving up. It's very hard. Alina is not the pushing engine that she used to be, one bit.
The Keeper just destroyed all of those trees, and sure, nobody's gonna be hiding there, but also your tree and Protector doesn't have anywhere to go. Kiritich with the counter spell, the Will-O-Wisp will come out there. Rises there, BKB popped, Glyph as well. Meaning with this BKB, you're not finishing off the Raxes. Now it's very dangerous to stay with the Spectre coming in 10 seconds. Virtus.pro will have to bail.
They will. They have to put some significant distance between themselves and the enemy before Olnit can haunt.
Okay,
and it's not because of Olnit, but because of the follow-up and the vision that he's going to give.
The range Raxes dropped, Kips. That's something, but the melee are still standing, and considering that you have a Dream Protector, they should get healed back up to full in no time.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Virtus.pro, but I do think that while they're doing these positional plays, they are perfecting the method for the way that they actually want to take this game from Team Tickles and the way their formation should be. And Squadix went through that entire thing without dying, and that feels like I'm disparaging him, but honestly, he's had an absolutely gigantic bullseye on him the entire game. And he's finally at the point where, thanks to his itemization, it's not so easy to bring him down anymore, and he's starting to really pump out that damage.
Counterspell ally now for the Anti-Mage. The double Ravage is still up, and this time around it's going to be a level 25 double Ravage, so he still hasn't used the Refresher Shard.
Nasty surprise to have waiting in your pocket.
Do you think Kiritich uses the Counterspell ally at all? Oh, it's actually a spell that's... It's not connected to your own counter spell. That's kind of huge.
Yeah.
I
No,
thought
I
it
think
has
it
a connected
definitely will.
cooldown. You're just gonna be spamming it in fights. These hexes, you have to be very careful not to hex yourself. It's not only the Lotus Orbs that you have to think about.
Stop hexing yourself. Stop hexing yourself. Kirtich, he's still getting that information.
Heritage.
Tempting fate.
Yeah, the Will-O-Wisp is there. He's gonna want to get away from this one. The chakrams, they really do hurt. But he will find the regen rune as the gods of Dota are gonna be merciful on him.
He's going to remove that Aghanim Scepter from his inventory pretty soon. Move it over into the actual HUD as he is very far forward here. That's
Very far forward. Not again. Kiritish, this time around, he doesn't have the Aegis. But it was a mistake
Surely they
nonetheless.
can't
Does
get
have a
him?
buyback. Does have a buyback.
Yeah, and the only goal, by the way, not capped at 1,000.
Well, there's a global concussive shot there on the Scarlet Mage. It's gonna help you deal with the waves for sure. So you might actually keep your anti-mage buyback. We'll see. Tickles, they managed to keep their Spectre buyback. So Virtus.pro, we'll see if they're gonna be able to do the same. The dive potential from Tickles isn't that huge.
No, it's not. But if you put like the amount of out spam that Tickles has to keep that creep wave off, whereas here we're looking at Tidehunter does not have an Aghanim, so it's purely the Lina who really does not want to show. And I guess then the Tide frontlining, and they're gonna lose buildings. I'm pretty sure.
If you overextend, you're getting double ravage though. Now if he blinks in, it's gonna be into the Will-O-Wisp, the Spectre, the
Okay.
Lotus Orb is not protecting you all that well. Pure damage really coming in, and the Overgrowth there to save Yulnit's life. You were saying, Gibbs? You were
I
saying
mean, I guess you
not
don't
even
have
close.
to deal with the waves.
Yep, the kickback. There's the Aghanim Scepter from Sayers. He's gonna be caught there in the backline with the Cursed Crown Force with the BKB and the Lotus Orb. He'll be fine, but the Ravage comes through, not saving the Tusk. He still has one more to work with, but they do bring down that Treant Protector. Another Will-O-Wisp notice is gonna be losing his BKB. He better run away from it, and he will be doing exactly that. Yulnit, he did pop his BKB as well, and he will have money for both the Refresher and the Aghanim's Blessing if he wants to.
Well, that is a mirrored situation then with the anti-mage also getting to keep his buyback. That was really too close for comfort for Olmid. Like, yeah, turns out the outspam doesn't matter if they can just delete you off the face of the earth.
It's looking so easy. There's a blinding light stun now on Keeper of Light. He finally hit level 25. Lorenov was getting a ton of kills in this game, but really in terms of experience, he was lagging to some of the other cores in the map.
I think he was a bit too far away from a lot of those.
Yeah,
A
true.
lot of those skills. And this is only 4k gold difference now, and once again we're nearing the 1 hour mark.
Are nearing it. Team Tickle's win probability is in their favor, though in my mind this is 50-50. When the game goes this far, it does come down to the spell usage. And look at the death timers on the Treant and the Tusk, almost identical.
Going to pop back into existence at
Anti-mage?
exactly the same
Aeon.
time, but
Aeon Disc will protect Narman for now. And Glimmer Cape not protecting anybody at this part of the game. FNG does have a buyback. Now, with the Shadow Step coming forward, he also used the Refresher, so another BKB will be there. Squad X, slow down, not enough. He gets himself away. Nullifier, just not enough. Yulnit standing his ground. There's the Haunt. He sees everything that's going on, but he has lost all of his mana, so definitely doesn't want to be going forward any longer. Anti-Mage Illusions, way too annoying.
buyback from FNG though, and another Ravage spent
Does he have the Refresher?
on the Tide.
Yeah, no, he used it. He used it, I just saw it. He just
used the
used
shard
it.
exactly to pop that one off.
Just before the Roche spawns. This is a good opening from Tickles. A huge
Absolutely.
one.
And this is exactly where you start looking for brawls just before the Roshan spawns and not while it is already up. You give yourself that opening to get it uncontested, and the big man is indeed home.
What? They're not going for it. I guess they're expecting Virtus.pro to go for some kind of a split push, and But Kiritich, is he expecting this? You can hex him from super far away because of the Coddle extra range. They're taking a long route back. Virtus.pro, now they're definitely gonna think that the enemies are in the Roche pit. Glyph is gonna be used. Kiritich, he has the shield rune on himself, but they have found an opening in the backlines. It will be a hexed up Lina with Will-O-Wisp being there as well. The Terra is connecting onto all of them. They're afraid. They should be afraid. Kiritich, though, he does bring down the Treant Protector, who will buy back immediately. Lina has one as well if he wants to come back. Seyush, he got a kick away, but only to die second afterwards. Notice with the Orca Steel Totem, gets himself a little bit away. Here comes the countdown from Force. Meanwhile, Kiritich in the backlines, he's trying to make something happen. He only sends in the illusions. The Brambles does connect on him. He gets pushed into another one, but he'll be able to blink himself out just in time. He has the Invis, and he will have the TP out. Kiritich lives a very dangerous situation for Virtus.pro, and a cool play from Team Tickles.
Yeah, absolutely. Really anticipating what Virtus.pro was going to do there. But at the same time, like, as VP, you are knocking on their door to keep them away from that Roshan pit. So they were not caught entirely off guard. And very necessary that Kiritich throws himself into the backlines there.
Look at the axes. What the hell is happening with those Raxes? Why are they not dead? I think Kiritich just goes straight up for them.
He is certainly looking for it, like going to gun it down the bot lane right now. But yeah, now the Roshan is free for the taking. You do not want to buy back on that Lina under any circumstances. And that puts Virtus.pro into a very awkward position where on it they can delete his first life, but certainly that's then it for the burst damage of VP. And I've talked about the first damage of VP.
Huge. This is it. Lorinov can just keep hunting. He has such huge range with the Hex, and Onit will always be there to assist. They gave the Aegis to Force, though. I guess he is pretty solid at pushing down towers as well. And also Anti-Mage got the Raxes. We didn't touch upon that, but he did manage to finally bring it down. Doesn't matter much, but it's still something.
And this is the kind of move that you make when you think that this is the play that you're going for the win right here. Because Force is going to do more damage with his entire mana pool and his HP pool, as opposed to the Spectre, for whom it's mostly the HP pool. And the Spectre can simply buy back and haunt back in if you're sure that this is the last fight of the game.
And you also don't have to be saving that haunt as you have the refresher orb, so you'll be able to come back into it. Who did they give the shard to, though? It was a Dire Side Roche, right? It's on the Timber Saw, okay. Area control is insane for Tickles. They have Bramble and they have the Will-O-Wisp. It's just so hard to fight around those two.
It is absolutely nuts, and VP really have to jockey for position. This is not... The confines of their base are not as open of a territory as they'd ideally like. It's just, you know, they do have the high ground advantage there, so... It's alright. I do think they will want to take this fight in or around their base instead of going to hunt outside.
The Spectre is approaching level 30, so he's gonna have the extra dispersion. And the Anti-Mage does have the Silver Edge now, so he has way to break the Spectre and kill him, which is actually pretty huge.
Look at this this movement outside though. VP desperately trying to establish at least some jungle camps. Oh, don't hit him yet.
Yeah, wait, they're stacking. Nicely done. They don't have any Midases, whilst did Keeper Light sell his Midas? Can you look at that, Keeper? Not sure. No Midas.
He doesn't have enough space. The tokens start coming in.
Yep, they are coming. More of them on the side of Team Tickles, obviously. Ex Machina, that's a huge one. Pirate Hat on the Spectre, even more attack speed. Imagine what those illusions will be doing to poor supports. What does the AM get? Ex Machina, okay. So BKB.
Yeah, between the Abyssal, the Manta, the BKB.
Bit huge.
Your shield for Force. I guess you really do not have to wait. Or do not have to build any elegance.
Haunt is gonna be used. Kiritich has been found. Has to go for Manta. The Terrorize doesn't connect. Barely misses on him. Ex Machina was used by Lorinov, so he's gonna have a BKB once again. They did bring down the Scarlet Mage, going in for Kiritich as well. Has the BKB blink out. He's gonna be safe for now. Has the Invis, will be blinking out finally, but that means that the Raxes will be open. There is a glyph on the side of Virtus.pro, and they still haven't lost the tier 3, so they should be able to stay alive in this game still. A minute and a half at least left on the Aegis.
But you lost half of your burst damage squad. That is very painful. not having your Skywrath Major, and they're going to press the issue here. Tide really does not want to have to buy back.
He will have
Did Lorna
to.
go too
It's
far?
a necessity. There's the refresher going
Yeah.
in. Kiritich, he wants to be bringing down the strain protection. Doesn't have a buyback. Gonna be dead for 2 minutes. Pretty huge. Force gets himself to the low ground as they're looking towards Lorinov. That is a huge kill. 100 seconds on the sideline. Squadix gets the stun off. Nice dodge from the Spectre to get herself away from that stun of the Lina. So Unit will get the TP away. Nice defense from Virtus.pro. They don't lose their axes. Only the tier 3 will fall.
That is really the best case scenario for them right now, and I do think that also means that they have one or two of the neutral tokens left to collect. Sayush sneaking around in dangerous territory.
He would want to get a snowball out somehow. Squadix has those bots too, but it just wasn't fast enough. Lina actually still staying with the tier 4 item. Is that the best one? Is there a better item that's gonna replace the Timeless Relic in tier 5? Air Shield?
That's really hard to say. Most of like the options that you have are defensive, right? Because you're a...
That is weird.
I don't know. I think Seer Stone would be the pick for me.
But he probably didn't get it, as he did
Yeah.
decide to go for the Immersion. Can we get all of the items just so that we are clear on which neutrals we're dealing with? FNG is still missing on his. Ex Machina is on
Philosopher's
Kiritich.
Stone. 4 tier 5s and a Philosopher's Stone.
Yep. They're coming for the push. You don't have the glyph. That might be the second lane of Rax. Kiritich pops the BKB. Terrorize. Nothing he can do about this. Kiritich will be able to get himself away. There's the Ex Machina. Another BKB as well. No way he can stop him. The Haunt was used, so they see clearly where the enemies are. The Spectre going in. Once noticed, he has a protection there from the neutral item. Going for a BKB TP out. He'll be fine. No bashers, no stuns, no way to stop him. Yules will stop the TP of the Skywrath Mage, and he'll be taken down. As in the backline, Sage has been found as well. Both of the supports will be going down. Luckily for Virtus.pro, they have their buybacks.
Yeah, and I do think that because they have buybacks, I have to call this a win for VP. Getting the second Rax is permanent damage. Getting those 2 supports down is only an opportunity to win if Team Tickles can now really press the issue. But this is still a scary situation to indeed press the issue in, and you did use a couple of your spells there as well. Although no, actually you do still have the Shadow Step as opposed to Haunt being down.
Okay, Kips, give me your view of the current state of this game. Who is ahead? Let's say you are a coach, and which team would you like to be a coach of in this game in particular, if victory is the only thing that you're gunning for?
Victory is the only thing you're going for. I think the Tickles lineup has more options. They can approach the fight from several angles. They still have all of that outspam. They still have guaranteed ways to get onto the backlines and pick whatever target they want. Whereas for VP, it is way more conditional, and the fight has to become chaotic first before they actually get to take advantage of anything. Unless, of course, for some reason they are going to have the vision advantage and they delete somebody. But we've only seen that happen once, because you're trying to get vision advantage versus, well, a Spectre lineup versus a Kotl. That seems like a much, much narrower margin than over on Team Tickles. So I think I'd want to be on Team Tickles right now, but truth be told, this is ultra late. You know you're tossing me to the wolves because nobody knows what's going to happen right now.
I think that's a pretty nice question that I posed to you, and a pretty fair one. So I'm sticking with
How
it.
about you? If you were a commentator, a way too clever commentator, what team would you be rooting for right now?
Oh, that is yeah, I'm an a-hole. Anyways, though, the Narman will
Don't
be
dodge the
getting...
question,
No,
a-hole.
I dodged it perfectly, right? I insulted myself, and now everybody's gonna be fine with that. Will-O-Wisp onto Kiritich, stun. They're gonna be turning around, and with the Ravage, they should be able to bring him down. Mana Void more than enough to finish him off. Does have a buyback, but the bash immediately to Lorinov. He has the Wind Waker to get himself away. Kiritich has the mana to work with, maybe to get more, but he decides to get himself away. It is not enough at the moment.
And the burst damage potential once again proving itself. That is, I I guess the only real problem that Team Tickles has here is that in that space in front of the base, if any one of them gets caught, they need to be ready to actually use the buyback and bring them back in while the burst damage is down. Otherwise, if you can't force yourself to make that step, you're always going to lose whichever hero steps up there.
There's a shard on the Skyret Mage. I read the Reddit post a couple of days back, like, why don't people play and it might be a legit question. Why don't people play a core Skyret Mage that buys a blink and the shard and just blinks into the enemies and uses his ulti? Like, you have so much armor that you cannot die, and I can't argue too much against that. It might be something that we see in the future.
It could be, but it's definitely very high risk, high reward, right?
Pretty much.
And it's like, you know, if there is some form of disable on the enemy team, you're toast. If there's a form of burst damage on the enemy team that's, you know, magical instead of physical, you're still toast.
I have a question, Kips. Can you purge off the dispersion activation from the Spectre Shard?
The dispersion activation from the Spectre Shard. I couldn't say that to you right now, but I can say that in like 10 seconds.
Okay, sure. I'm waiting. Overall, though, that's an insane one. Spectre, if you get that one off and you just send all of the damage back, it is gonna be insane. Completely insane. Especially like you get broken by the AM and the enemies think that they've got you, and suddenly you just send all of the damage back.
Yeah. So the break does indeed fully disable the entire ability, which means that the percentage increase does not matter.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Bro, they are hiding in the trees. They have a global spell there. Oh, with the concussive shot, they might see what's going on the map. Virtus.pro, they just need to hold on as the lanes are going to be out pushing, but actually Spectre is in the mid lane, so you have that global presence. I'm jumping in on Force yet again. The Hex, yes, the end is, he'll be fine, gets the BKB off, and Force is going to be walking himself out. BKB on the AM protects him from the terrorize. As in the backlines, they found the Spectre. It's a little bit too deep. He has the BKB. Overgrowth has been used. Double chakram onto the two of them. Force going into the backlines. Finds FNG. And that's going to be Alina dead as well. Double buybacks. They have them. Look at Heritage. She's dropping low as well. Without any mana, without any HP. Notice trying to protect himself with the shadows. But the shadows will betray you in the end. And 120 seconds on the sidelines for the Tide without a buyback. And it seems, Skips, that you were right. It was easier for Team Tickles to play this fight.
It was. Like, the vision that VP has is just simply not enough to find themselves a good target, and that means that they take what they can get. It is the Timbersaw, he does not die, and the response is absolutely devastating, especially with Alina getting caught in the side of that awkward little river corner there.
This tier 2 on the top lane, I kind of feel like that's the tower that's keeping Tickles in the game, right? If it was not there, Anti-Mage can just split push at this exact moment. But because that tower is there, you can't do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of true. At the same time, you could, for example, be working on their, like, you could still be just going in through the bot side and work on their base towers instead. Like, there are certainly things you can kill down there if you want it hard enough, but instead, he is also correct in that they can totally win a fight here if they just manage to delete a hero early enough, because Team Tickle so far has been very hesitant to actually buy back in order to get the team fight win. They do not want to do that for anything. So instead, Hex over on the Spectre. Yeah, Rapier onto AM. His damage was starting to look a little lacking, so this is definitely a solution. But now Kiritich, once again, it's all in his hands.
It's in the stash. He doesn't want to show it? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's entirely possible that he's going to risk a fight. No, he's going to pick it up, surely. Yeah.
Screw Battle Fury. Nobody cares about the cleave any longer. He's in Invis. He would like to find something in the back lines, especially. He does have a buyback. He's still 6 slotted, even if he loses his life with this one. Buybacks are ready. The Tidehunter doesn't have one, but he will have it fairly soon if just one hero dies before him in a fight.
Oh, look at the position of Tickles. They are so ready for this. All the way spread out in the line, only on it in the front. With that Aegis in his pocket, and these racks are going to be equalized very soon.
Kiritić jumps in. Oh, he doesn't get the Abyssal off. He has to pop the BKB just to run himself away. Dodges the overgrowth with the Manta. That was kind of dangerous to go for the Manta that early.
Feels a bit desperate.
Yep. He got scared, and for a good reason. Kiritić has had some flops in this series, so I can understand that he's lacking confidence at the moment.
Because no matter what you like, how you know you normally perform, you'll already know that you haven't been playing up to that standard in this game.
Yep.
Again.
So the Raxes have been equalized, Kips, and it means now in terms of structural damage that Tickles are ahead, as they still have a tier 2 and Virtus.pro, no such thing for them. Aeon Discs are coming through, and it is pretty important to survive that Ravage. You survive the first Ravage, you get yourself out of a stun, get the BKBs off, the fight completely changes.
Absolutely, and all of the damage that VP will be pumping into you at that moment, their damage is still limited. It's so important to avoid giving that win, as Kiritić is just fighting on it again and losing.
Yeah, Olnet is just responding every single time with the dispersion, and just suddenly you don't do damage. Now through the Shadow Realm, there's gonna be so much damage done to the Raxes by the Dark Willow, and slowly but surely they're getting to a point where Virtus.pro are gonna have to go for a fight that they don't feel comfortable with.
It's that or lose. It really is that simple, and they're jockeying for the angle right now, but if they're not careful, the angle goes towards Tickles first.
Jumping onto the Spectre, trying to finish him off. The Terrorize is being threatened. Next Machina on Kiritić. He can have another BKB if he wants to. Thinking about staying in and fighting, but he will decide to blink himself away. Needs to go back to bases. Force will finally be going in. The Laguna on him to break the Aeon Disc. That's quite nice. Now the stun onto the Spectre. That's a little bit too deep. He has the Aegis, but he's probably going to be losing it. Nope. Still alive. Gets kicked back. Will finally bring him down the first time. That is a very hard hero to kill twice because of the dispersion. The Axis will fall. The Ravage will be coming through onto a lot of heroes. But in the back lines, Yulnit, he still has the BKB, will be kicked towards the fountain. Still not enough. He's just so deep with the Hog. He sees everybody. The Overgrowth will connect on all with the Wind Waker. The Lina is getting herself into the base, but how do you save your anti-mage? The answer is you don't. Actually, with the Snowball save, it's gonna be enough. Kiritić is still alive. The Curse Crown will finally catch him, and through the Shadow Realm, he will die. Spectre has a buyback. The question is, can he rejoin the fight, as he doesn't have his ulti any longer, but he will have it fairly soon. Is the Raxes down, however, meaning that the Mega Creeps are now a part of this game.
The Mega Creeps are coming, and Squadix.
Nice catch.
Well,
and this who's actually winning this fight?
Just a little while longer.
Force boots, a recall, he's out.
Absolutely removed.
I don't know if kicking the Spectre back is the right move.
I don't know either, but at the very least, it does force everybody through that small gap where the Ravage can actually hit onto the entire team, even if the dive goes really deep afterwards now. And the fact that Force lives this long is just absolutely illegal. But then again, you can say the same about Kiritić, as surely he was a gunner.
But look at this Cursed Crown, beautifully done there by the Dark Willow, just playing it to the edge, right, and forcing Kiritić buyback. Now that's just even one step closer to winning this game for Tickles, as now the Lina has the rapier as well. Double rapier on Virtus.pro. Does that count for Dota Bingo, or does it have to be one hero with two rapiers?
You know what? We've had so few lines on the bingo here that I'm just going to make an executive decision and say that, yeah, it totally counts.
I'd like to be an executive as well, so that I can make
one
decisions. Oh. Either way though, the smoke from Tickles, they're going for the jugular. They want to be top 3 in this tournament. They want to be coming through. If they win this one, they're gonna be securing at least $12,000 for them.
That's an important step. If you're still looking for sponsors, for example, taking down VP, that is the kind of thing that will get you noticed.
Like, what are you bringing to the table? VP takedown. Easy sponsors coming in as the hits on the tier 4s. You don't have all of your buybacks on Virtus.pro. You have it on your 2 other cores, but Kiritich doesn't have it. At least the Tusk will have it in just 40 seconds. EKB, Ravage coming forward. Double Mystic Flare doing some damage. The Spectre is dropping low. Laguna Blade taking him low. Unit, he will survive. He can TP back to the base and just re-engage if he wants to. We'll have the double haunt in 6 seconds. There's the Ravage that does absolutely nothing. Snowball onto the Coddle. The Terrorize will be there a little bit preemptively. Then the Snowball save actually with the Lotus Orb. So poor Seiyush will be taken down. Doesn't have a buyback. Will have it in 9 seconds, however.
Meantime, VP just need to have all hands on deck in order to make sure that they actually take down these creeps besieging their base.
They need to go right now. There's the buyback going onto the Spectre. This time around, the damage might be sufficient. Why are they not killing him? There it is. He does get taken down. Does have the ultimate Ravage will be coming through. That's the other one. And the Treant Protector will get taken down. Squadix is doing so much damage with this Rapier. It's really not something to laugh at. Now the Hex onto Lorinov has the end. This will be getting out of that one. And the stun doesn't connect. Has the BKB Blinding Light. Stuns all of them. And with the Overgrowth, now is the turnaround time for Team Tickles. Now is the time for them to go for the Juggler. Though it is the dieback on the Treant Protector. Still, Virtus.pro, their throne is exposed. Kiritich has to go to the base. Glyph still available. 7 seconds to buy for yourself. But that is the Rapier on Narman. And that is a problem because the Dark Willow already does back a punch.
Oh, the range on that is absolutely insane. And they need that extra physical damage back onto the Lina somehow.
Right now, no. Their throne is in trouble. They're just focusing on it. They can feel it. They can feel that it is the end of this series. And it goes in favor of Team Tickles. Virtus.pro, they were not a match today.
No, and I think they were a match today, otherwise it does not take that long. My goodness, what a series, and what an outcome in the end, because Team Tickles looked so passive, and even after the fantastic start that they had in this map, I kind of can't believe that both of these teams re-caught themselves so many times, reset another plan, a new thing, a next round of items. And Team Tickles just comes out on top in the end just because they have, I want to say, the range and the vision advantage in this game, and it's really nothing else.
What a series, Skips. What a series. Team Tickles, in the end, they win it. Virtus.pro, I think they're gonna be hating themselves especially for the first game of the series, because they probably feel like it should have been theirs. But I really can't say anything. Team Tickles, in the end, they did deserve it. Even though they weren't controlling the tempo in maps 1 and 2, they did so in the third one, and in the first one, they capitalized on all of the mistakes of their opponents. So
absolutely, and tenacity is a skill.
So it really is. Is this gonna give them the confidence to possibly win the entire thing? Do you think that's something that's possible for Team Tickles as a team here at the 25-year anniversary show?
Well, it's certainly a really good boost, isn't it? And I think that if you face Dudley, you're going to feel very confident about yourself, but Falcons are still another thing entirely. And that is... You're certainly going to feel encouraged that you have the tools in hand to crack that particular nut, but they are just so cool, calm, and collected. I'm not sure that you feel like you're going to be able to get any mistakes out of them.
A lot of the playoff days at 10 CET, which is the time now, we would be closing the show. But guys, don't worry, if you're just joining the stream, we still have one more game for you. It is gonna be the other upper bracket semi-final. It will be a big match that we're gonna be watching now, and it is gonna be the Falcons versus the Dudley boys. But we're only gonna be getting into that series after a short break, so stay with us. The last series of the day is coming shortly.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We have one more full series here today at the 25-year anniversary show. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Skips, and we're gonna be watching potentially the 2 teams that we might see in the grand final, Skips, as the Dudley boys and the Falcons have been looking amazing overall throughout this tournament, and now we're gonna be seeing who's stronger between the 2. But Team Falcons have been looking more amazing as they are yet to lose a map.
Yep, which is they have been looking at the very least watertight, but you want to say almost airtight. Like, these guys are supposed to only just be together, right? A couple of these people haven't played together at least in a very long time. But the Dudley boys, pictured here, are going to have their work cut out for them. And of course, if you want to get somebody in this tournament for the job, these are the guys I would have picked. Yuma has been consistently impressive for a while now. Adds the hope of Great Britain, Mind Control, MC God, the one and only. But they are going up versus some TI winners here. Several.
2 TI winners and 3 incredible players, right? Crit, a huge career behind him, and then we have ATF and Malrine, who started off in the same team. They split up, but now they are back together, and these 2 guys, they understand each other perfectly. We're gonna be looking at the playoff bracket here, and Kips, just to remind you, your yesterday's predictions, they are not looking that correct, right? And I've been hyping you up as the 100% being able to predict what's happening.
For the games that we were doing ourselves, I was 100% correct. But for everything that has been happening since, I guess the magic is just a little gone. I gotta reach deeper now to find more of that energy, and well, maybe seeing the draft will help me with that.
Okay, so I'm hoping that somebody tells Falcons I said this so that they would consider. I thought they were gonna be manly and let the Meepo go so that we see it, right? So
Yes.
hopefully that poke is gonna help so that we see it in the second game of the series, because the Dudley boys, they were allowed to play the Meepo once, and after that everybody shied away from allowing Yuma to go for it.
Yeah, which is a darn shame at the very least for the entertainment value, and it's also something that's just, it's on the list. I want to cast a Yuma Meepo game.
Yep, that would be pretty cool.
I feel like the bans are looking a lot more, I don't want to say reasonable, but like a lot more expected compared to the bans that we've seen for the rest of the day. And I even want to say yesterday, like getting the Spirit Breaker out, getting the Kunkka out in the first phase, and then focusing on, of course, the Amar Razor and then the Chen being gone as well. Like a bunch of those heroes, especially the Kunkka, the Chen, the SB, have been seeing way too much play in my opinion.
Yeah, especially the Spirit Breaker with the mind control, right? That is the guy who has been playing the Spirit Breaker arguably the best in this tournament was allowed to have it over and over again. Like I don't know why people are so insane, but Falcons, I think they're coming to win this tournament as a confidence boost, to feel awesome about themselves after they've just gotten together, and to just be able to ride that momentum. And I can understand if they just want to slide through everybody.
Yeah, I mean, the real deal is that whatever standard you set for yourself, especially if you want to be the best, is the only standard there can be. Because if you measure yourself by others, you won't know what to do anymore once you're at the top. So, really, true winners only look inwards.
Okay, so that means that they should let the Meepo go. Understandable. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Kips.
Let my Meepo go.
Okay, now we're gonna be starting to sing, and also if they would let it go, then we could sing the opening of the Power Rangers when he's going into the Mega Meepo and stuff like that. Though we're gonna stop talking about it right now. Phoenix versus Tusk. I like at least the laning stage of the Phoenix here, if they're one versus the other, as you really do slow down that tag team. It is a big deal. Sure, you're a low armor hero, but almost never will the Tusk be allowed to attack you freely.
Absolutely not. So, completely, like, great answer if you're indeed going to lane it there. In the game itself, of course, the Tusk snowball save is pretty good versus the Phoenix Egg stun, because you're always going to know exactly when it's going to be popping. And of course, you have good ways of killing that bird. And we're actually...
Pop quiz. How long does the Phoenix Egg last?
Oh, the Phoenix Egg.
Don't check.
I'm just checking the inside of my eyelids here.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's 6, man.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Exactly how long it lasts. Good job, Kips. I knew you had it. I was actually surprised that you didn't instantly respond, but yeah, you had to look a little bit deeper there.
Self-doubt is a hell of a drug, my friend.
True. But now that you've gotten it right, meaning that the next flash question, if it does come through, that you are actually going to be able to answer it quicker.
Sure. Please don't do that to me.
Okay, no problem. I'm not going to be putting you under any unnecessary stress here, as watching awesome games of Dota is stressful enough. You know, people, they go and do some things that actually relax them, but sports fans and esports fans, nope, you're never relaxed. You watch something that you like and it just makes you more stressed.
Yeah, blood pressure, sweats, hives, the whole works, the whole 9 yards. Weaver also good as a block pick here. Weaver Tusk combination is of course very scary in the lane as well as later on. Weaver also good versus the Phoenix Egg, and general like Weaver as both as a support as a core, just making waves.
I would like to see it more as a core here for Falcons. As a support duo, Weaver and Phoenix sounds like something that can be punished. Let's put it that way. As both heroes would suck versus burst damage, as you do want to get your ultis off. If you don't, it's a big problem for you and your entirety of your team. Plus, your lockdown is non-existent. So I would at least like for Falcons to have the option of putting the Weaver on one.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is not a game where this is a forced Weaver support. Otherwise, I don't think you should be picking it here.
So I still think Dudley boys should be going for burst damage now. I just think that's the smart approach.
Yeah, well, there is physical burst still. I was thinking Lina myself, just because you're also still good at taking down the egg, but of course that does lock you into very much a protect the Lina kind of game, and we've seen how badly that can turn out for you. But Slardar Tusk, I mean, Slardar, talking about making waves, this fish has been doing really well. The amount of physical burst that you can get out of literally any combination, you already have that with the Tusk, is absolutely insane.
And there's the magical burst now coming out, so I love it. I think this is super smart, the way the Dudley boys are approaching it. They have save, they have set up for Roach taking potential, for late game potential with the Slardar, and then you have so much catch burst potential with the Lion. Their lineup already has everything, meaning that they can pretty easily respond to enemy picks now if they wish to do so.
Yeah, completely agreed with you here. The only thing that I'm a little worried about is I don't exactly know how well the Slardar would do in the lane versus a Weaver, because I don't think you ever get to touch the Weaver much, if at all. And if that is a core Weaver, you're going to be facing him on that Slardar.
Sure, but the thing is that the Weaver cannot commit on you. If he does, you turn around and destroy him. But oh, that's a hero that you never want to face as a Slardar ever in your lane. And Mars is... and I forgot about it. Mars is the type of hero that doesn't care if his supports don't have lockdown, as he provides quite a lot of it on his own. Sure, there's snowball save, which is awesome, but I really like this response from Falcons.
Yeah, very much in the same boat here. I mean, it is a Mar. Like, the Mars is, I don't want to say a given, but if it's even a half decent game, he's going to go for it. And plus that Troll Warlord, a stronger laner yet to be found, I do think.
Especially Slardar, who likes to get all close and personal, and when you get close and personal to the troll, you start missing, so you really don't want to deal with this. You know which hero I would love here for the Dudley boys? A Outworld Devourer or Destroyer. I don't know, they've changed it so many times. It is a perfect pick. You benefit so much from the vision of the Crows of Haze. You are a direct counter to the troll. Mars hates playing versus you as well, and they go for the TA because they do not care at all. And it is a hero that really goes well with their lineup.
Yeah, no, I would have 100% subscribed to the OD pick here. It is phenomenal versus the troll. Really make him either sit out his baby rage inside the banishment, or alternatively take away his targets from him. Same goes for save versus the Mars Arena. OD very underrated for that. SD also very underrated for that. And in general, just would do work versus this lineup damage-wise, but the Templar Assassin certainly synergizes more with what they already have on the board. So I can't see why the Dudley boys are sticking to their guns here, even if technically it's not the optimal pick. I do agree that the OD was probably the one.
And considering that it's a Yuma TA most likely, everybody has been afraid of his TA almost as much as of his Meepo. In the previous meta especially, right before these number of patches came out, so in some of the previous tournaments when we saw him, he was really crushing it on the TA. And now with the Slardar being more back in the meta, it's still the case. You have so much physical burst. It is actually insane. You could kill the Weaver and the Phoenix without them even realizing they're being attacked.
Yep. Squash the bug, splat the egg. The other way around though, I do think that there's also a lot of different ways for this TA. The Troll Warlord, you are going to have to get up close and personal with him, which is not always fun. You're not going to be able to burst him unless he is not able to get his ult off at all. And there's a bunch of things in this game that take off your refraction, so you have a lot of enablers, but it's not going to be simple either way.
Yeah, for sure. Still, if the egg comes out at any point in these fights, Dudley boys have to run. I mean, I'm looking at their heroes. Their two melees, Lion is super bad at taking down the egg, and even the TA hates staying close to it. So in terms of team fight, Falcons are the ones that are 100% dominant here, and the Dudley boys, they need the momentum. They kind of need to have the momentum of game 1 that we had in the previous series that Virtus.pro had, but not lose the Roche, right? You need every single Roche with this lineup.
Absolutely. You've drafted to get every single Roche with this lineup, and the problem is that you've drafted to do pick-off into Roche right now, because of course you don't actually have the team fight advantage whatsoever. This is Mars Phoenix we're talking about. You're not going to get to scramble that egg all too easily. You need to kill that Phoenix before it gets to you at all.
So both teams need mid laners, and what do you reckon they're gonna go for?
Well, I would have said Pangolier just to even out the score on the teamfight ability here, but unfortunately for me, you, and everyone, he will not be appearing in this game, and neither will the Puck. Both of which are heroes who would be able to escape from any... Well,
Okay.
I guess I was talking about her earlier, but the Dudley boys are really going all in on this one, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. At least now they have something to deal with. The egg still won't help you much versus the arena. So I'm very hesitant about going really all in like this, because if I'm Falcons now, I'm just thinking about jumping in your face, right?
Yeah.
If I manage to do that, then I've done my job as a mid laner, whoever I am.
Yeah, and surely there's got to be options left. I mean, we've... I don't think that DK is particularly fantastic here, but he'd do the job. I've seen a
Bottle?
bunch of Earthshaker bans. What?
Bottle? Are we gonna see
You
another
wanna-
keeper
You
versus
wanna
the
control
Lina?
again? I mean, yeah, he has some phenomenal frontliners.
Yes, he does, but he doesn't have good supports to capitalize on his solar bind, right? Because they don't
No,
have
not
any
really.
stunts. That's where the weakness comes through.
Yeah.
This I'm okay with. You do okay in the mid lane, you contribute to the push a little bit, but your main idea is jump on the Lina, open up the fight, and just set Amar and Skitter up for success.
Yep, absolutely. This is very much Malorine is going to be playing in service of his other two cores here. And honestly, if he does a good job at that, I don't see a good reason for the side of the Dudley boys to get to really play this game at all. Because if you're behind in tempo, if you're not the one jumping, then you're risking the entirety of your item progression and all of your heroes' goals in the next couple of minutes anytime you take a fight.
Here's the thing though, Dragonite is not necessarily a Melrine type hero. So it's more about... Melrine likes heroes that rotate, but also it is very important how you use your spells with those heroes. He has really good sense of that. Dragonite, he is literally all about decision making.
Yeah.
And I think you need really good decision making with the Dragonite in this game to set your team up for success. So I think that is a little bit of a opening for the Dudley boys to capitalize on.
Yeah, I do think so. Like, he has to feel comfortable enough to actually make these decisions, to go for these plays, to
Yep.
open up the map, even if he's not entirely sure if it's going to pay off or not. Because the other two heroes are the ones that are going to be needing the items to farm, are going to be taking the farm. We all know ATF, we know what he does. So, yeah, he's going to be risking his life every time he jumps in, and he's going to have to make his peace with that right now.
We're talking about team fight quite a lot here. You know, Falcons having better team fight, but if it comes to the later portions of the game, do you think that team fight will matter all that much for them when there's so much physical damage on the other side?
You have a Mars who's going to have a refresher. I think that is going to be completely fine for Falcons.
Okay. Makes sense. So you're going with Falcons, even though there is a guy that you really love as a player on the side of Dudley boys.
I mean, this is MC Slardar. Like, this has the potential to be an absolute treat. This man can and will demolish entire teams on his own, but he definitely has his work cut out for him this time around.
I really like the Dudley boys lineup though. I think Falcons, this lineup of theirs, it is awesome and has a higher ceiling in what it can do in this matchup. But I also think that they're still an inexperienced team in a sense of playing together to pull it off in a perfect way. I think that does give opportunities for the Dudley boys to win this one. So I'm gonna go for them. It's easier to understand what you need to do. Pick off Roche, pick off tower, pick off Roche, pick off tower, and if they manage to do that, I think they're gonna win. So I'm kind of leaning Dudley boys here.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same, but I'm feeling this Falcons lineup right now. I think that the Dudley boys are going to have to walk through a very, very narrow valley indeed to actually get to blow people up.
So let's talk about the lanes. Obviously, the Slardar won't do well versus the Troll, but what about the mid lane and the top lane?
Mid lane, I don't think that Ads actually gets to fully shove the DK out. It is very hard to deal that amount of damage as well. Start is going to get an advantage, I do think.
30 seconds.
Whoa. I'm actually very surprised that he walked there. Because it was probably the most obvious place that the enemies are gonna be. You placed a ward in the mid lane, nobody showed. It's not like you saw one hero, it was a bait. Nope. It was 5 heroes coming towards you. Dusk, level 1, and you still get caught. So I'm thinking maybe Falcons are sleepy, you know. It is 10:30.
They did have to wait a long time for this match to start.
It should have started 2.5 hours ago. So who knows?
Who knows how much later it's going to end. I am very hyped about this one.
And also 3 runes for the Dudley boys. This does start off really well for them.
As a direct result indeed. So let's talk about the last lane then, because we haven't really touched on that yet. We're going to get the Mars up in this top lane versus the TA. And TA ranged, you're always going to get messed with by the Mars. You're always going to be frustrated, but on the other hand, it is very hard for him to get any proper like scope on you after the first couple of levels. It's hard for them to get close enough to kill you without taking too much damage.
Let's see if it does work out that way. I'm very curious to see how that top lane in the end goes, because it is still very dangerous versus a tag team in minus armor to play in anyway.
Yeah.
Still, you do have a spear to send Hakoda away, but then again, Snowball is a pretty known way to dodge the spear, and if that does happen, it can be a problem for Amar.
It can be, and here MC already putting on as much pressure as he can. I don't think that this lane is going to get any better. Like, even if you were laning versus only a troll, that would be a problem already, but then you add snaking on this Phoenix on top. Like, you already attack extremely slow over on that starter. It's not going to get any better for you.
And we already mentioned it yesterday, but considering that I mentioned that Falcons might need some more time to really get into the groove, because these 5 players, they have a potential to be like top tier team in the world, right? But this safe lane of Team Falcons, that's the one thing that doesn't need to get polished. It already is.
No, that's smooth like butter right there. That'll do just fine. And Malrine, yeah, can't say that he is struggling in the mid lane necessarily. It's pretty common for DKs to get this low and still absolutely not be under threat, just because it requires a lot of regen and resources from your enemy to get you that low in the first place. Let's see if Ads can manage all of his resources well enough. That's great. Oh, there's Yuma.
Malrine is doing well in the mid lane, though. I think he's very happy with how things are going.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is actually able to keep up in terms of CS, and that's in the end, that's the only thing that matters for him. I think you just need to make sure that you don't screw up this mid lane. You stay equal, and that's good enough in terms of laning, at least.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, if you look at how hard Lina demolishes a lot of other heroes, then you are more than happy that you're going fully equal right now.
The mind control is getting a solid amount of farm. I think you should actually be quite happy about it. This is what experience gives you. When you have been in Dota for such a long time, you've played each and every matchup a billion times, you know how to approach it. You're aware that you're not killing this troll or Phoenix most likely, and then you're just trying to control the waves in the best possible way for you to get something done, and for now it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, and I think it also really helps for an end class to have somebody who can give them very clear, concise, like, hey, go here. Experience especially does that for you. It tells you not just what you need to do, but also what you need to say to your lane mates in order to get them to do what you need them to do.
One thing that was kind of consistent with both of these teams is that they were crushing everybody in the laning phase, and we can now see a real top tier laning phase between the two teams. It really is showing.
Especially how far away 9 class has been playing from MC, right? Making sure that they're never caught in any of the small AoE abilities that are coming their way together, and trying to draw attention away from MC properly instead of both being in roughly the same area. He's always been all the way over on the left side or all the way over on the right side, never close to MC ever.
Those little things in the lane, they always make a difference. It's just so fun to see that in Dota, because if it's a team that's not doing those small things, after 4 or 5 waves, suddenly you have lost all of your regen and you just cannot play the lane any longer, and you've just suddenly lost. And speaking
really
about that, the
up.
DK is dropping low in the mid lane. So, Malrine, is he gonna take it down? No, has 7-1 charges, and even without him, he's fine.
Didn't even pop it. Double bracer, but looks like Ads is getting the upper hand as far as the regen management is going right now.
He did lose all of his mana. Malrine again. Okay, this is the thing. When you're a Dragonite, you're kind of used to the flames, right?
Yeah. It's he was pretty close to getting cooked there, though.
Easy. That's completely fine. Also, you can see the difference in the Dragonite when you don't have the persona for those sets that actually allow you to see his face a little bit. It is kind of scorched, right?
Yes. Oh, this is a battle-hardened warrior. I'm a little disappointed by how boyish the anime made him.
What a stun 9 class! Oh, he ravaged them. That was a rotation from Crit. They thought, like, oh, we're gonna bait them in by Skitter being alone, and then Crit comes over, but in the end it just ends up being 2 kills for the side of the Dudley boys. That's unexpected.
Yeah, it didn't process what was going on just because, wait, this is not supposed to be happening.
Nope.
But they fully take the bait because they know they're gonna get an opportunity that they would have never created themselves. We were talking about how defensive they were playing that lane over on the Dudley boys.
Yep, and then TP mid lane from snaking. So, some slight mistakes there from Falcons. The Dudley boys, they were just waiting for them. Yuma, though, he's gonna be left all alone. The swarm is on him. The dust is immediately gonna be used. They're not gonna be waiting anything. He pops the refractions right now, but Amar will be able to take him down. Spear through the heart of the TA, and she's gonna be the one that's assassinated.
Not in any way, shape, or form a hero that can hold her own on that lane right now.
Snaking is higher level than Skitter. He's level 5 and Skitter is level 4. So a good support, a real one.
So that happens.
It happens from time to time. He also TP'd to the mid lane. Skitter died at the start, and now he died again, and Snaking was left all alone in the lane. So I guess that's fine. A over-leveled Phoenix is never bad to have.
Oh, absolutely not. The earlier you have access to the egg, the better, and so much of your damage is caught up in your spells. Hakoda makes his return to the top lane.
That's a level 5 Phoenix, or an over-leveled Phoenix. The snowball onto Snaking. Hakoda gets out of it immediately, but he'll not be getting out of the spear stun. Amar is the one that gets the kill. Of course, he's not going to be allowing anybody else to have him. This is why some people just love the Mars. It's so easy, especially early game, to secure the kills.
Yeah, really make sure that all of the money is going to go into your own pockets, and that's a very nice ward from Crit. Immediately gets tabs on Yuma as he's leaving the lane. Wonder if Yuma has some suspicions now, though.
Yeah, there is a good chance that ward does get taken down. He didn't ping anything out though, but why would the Weaver be sneaking there without at least trying to put some vision down? Shards
Oh,
of
that's
the
a
mark.
shame. That is a shame. And that's a DK who is going to go for a Midas, by the way. So Malrine is securing his own scaling in this game, making sure that we're going to get to see the big Black Dragon upgrade, for example. But let's see if that means that he's going to be playing fast enough in the mid game, because right now...
He underestimated the damage. He forgot about the DD. This is the thing. Actually, that was a haste. DD actually expired. Hakoda dropping low. Blood grenade. Yeah, he's just gonna take out. Thinking he got level 6. He doesn't have the mana, however, to go for it. So we'll be going down before he gets it off. It is a bloodbath in the mid lane, and TP out from Azantic. He has to be very careful. That swarm plus a chase down could have been a problem. He understands the dangers, gets himself out.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems, I think, for the Falcons lineup, because we've talked about how if you pick cores like this, you don't necessarily need stuns on your supports. But if you can just kill the cores and then get away while laughing in the support's face, that's a little bit of a problem.
So I get it. You killed the cores of Falcons and you easy win the game. GG. They've it's gonna be easy for them. Anyways, though, Amar did take down the tower, so all of those rotations in the mid lane, they actually made sense. Sure, your Dragonite isn't the one taking the tower, but your Mars is capitalizing on the focus on the Dragonite.
I mean, that said though, MC was not supposed to do well in his lane at all, and instead he is slightly above Skitter right now, and he's taking down the bottom tower as well. A lot less fast than Amar is, but that also has to do with those snaking rotations.
That almost never happens. That's very weird. But it is what it is, and I'm kind of scared. Troll isn't an easy hero to make work, and there's only one thing that is certain for this hero is that you're gonna have the laning phase, and that didn't happen.
Exactly.
So rough spot.
And that is exactly also the way to shut down a Slardar, because he is not the fastest of farmers, as the DK gets denied a lot of damage on this tower.
Yeah, the Slardar is gonna have a fast Midas, and the thing with the Slardar Midas is it actually makes you more dangerous as well, right? If you get on top of somebody, it's not permanent bash, but it's pretty close to it even early on in the game.
Yeah, it's one of those areas where the Midas is really very useful just because of the attack speed. And having a good time as well. I'm still wondering how Falcons is going to handle the duality between all three of our cores want to scale, but also all three of our cores need to buy blink daggers in order to get on top of our targets. And also, if we do it wrong, we're going to die.
Amar is actually gonna be the one sacrificing here, right? I'm having the best game. I'm not gonna buy a Midas. I'm not gonna farm. I will actually buy a blink. I agree with the decision, but sometimes this guy tends to be a little bit more greedy. Won't be doing it this time around, so definitely understands his role in this game perfectly.
And I think he also perfectly understood where he had to be, because that rotation comes in, it's not going to find him, it's going to find the Phoenix instead.
Is he gonna get the egg off? Nope.
I don't think you try. That's the Lina.
Oh,
You just resign to your fate.
Mars close, gets the arena, protects you, you know, it can work. It might not be worth it though.
Yeah. That's one of the things that you have with like a selfish player, and I do think Amar has tended in that direction, is that they're not gonna suffer from savior buddy syndrome. It's like, yep, you're dead, good luck with that.
Yep.
And sometimes that's really handy to have on your team.
True. When you are a little bit more on the selfish side, it allows you to play without hesitation, and playing without hesitation in Dota is very important. As now you can go for a play like this. He has the blink, he has the arena, egg is ready, and you want to make something happen in the mid lane.
Exactly. And it's also, there's a right sort of selfishness where you make selfless plays if you know that it's going to benefit you in the long run.
Dota. He's not looking like he's gonna be fine, and it's actually the Dragonite that gets the kill there with the corrosive breath. Amar, he set it up for Malrine to get the kill, and even Skitter is gonna be rotating. So during the him farming for the Battle Fury, getting himself active, and this is what I like. Troll is the type of hero that can get active. He really does have something to contribute in a fight.
Especially versus a lineup that relies so heavily on physical damage, as 9 class is gonna go down here, but I think that's the last time that we're going to see the Dudley boys purely on the back foot, because that blink dagger is going to come in for MC pretty much any time now, and that's going to be their go time.
Oh, he's thinking about going through the twin gates, and he's not sure if that's what he wants to do. The TA is rotating towards the twin gate as well, so maybe they're gonna come here together, or it's just, let's not share camps for now.
It's weird, isn't it? I think that's why I like the way that you said wormhole in the previous game, because it is a wormhole, and the map is a donut, and those two corners are touching each other.
Yep, they are. They definitely are, as Mind Control barely got out, so he pretty much played this to its limits, and this is always something that he was known for, right? Him getting into the Roche pit at the perfect time, him knowing when the gank will connect at the perfect time. He just has such good sense of what's happening in the game and what he can get away with.
And you could see him doubting there too, like there were several times where he was like, nah, I gotta go, and then but then I need to take a camp from the TA to finish the blink.
Kuma gets the trap off. Amar needs to be careful. There's gonna be an arena stun onto the Phoenix. They can't be able to bring him down. Mind control, he tried. Turning around onto the egg. Yuma is dropping low, but they're gonna deal with the egg first. Now you have to bail. You have to run, or you're gonna be in so much trouble. Amar, nice move to the trees there. Will allow him to live. They used so many spells to try to find him. In the end, unsuccessfully. Weaver can turn back time if he wants to, and he'll do that just now. No vision, crit hiding in the trees. Mind control, he knows. He knows. He knows where you are. He knows where you can go, and he will immediately find you.
Yep, and that is the second time that MC really benefits from an overextension from Falcons.
They're doing a solid job. Falcons, they really wanted that Wisdom Rune, but the Dudley boys, they were ready. Look at the Dragon Knight. He's not even buying the blink from what it seems. Just wants to go straight into the Manta.
I mean, certainly the wanting to dispel in this game is understandable, right? With the slows from the TA, as well as, of course, the corrosive haze over the top. That is the biggest deal for you. So, I can understand how that... Okay, he does. You misled me. Because that is the objection that I would have had as well, which is that you've already opened up several towers. Now you need to cross the map faster to actually make use of that space that you created for yourself. You need to be able to move in and out of it.
Really makes a lot of sense. And I was looking at his net worth and being like, why does he only have a Midas? That's weird, right? So the courier delivered something, and obviously it was the blink. Yuma has the Deso. The biggest threat from this hero comes out when you have Deso, Blink, and the Shard. And there's not gonna be much on the side of Falcons once that comes out to really remove the silence. We'll see if they can capitalize on it, though.
Yuma also has some spidey senses, does not want to go for that rune. There's actually a lot of presence here in the mid lane for Falcons. When there's no tower to push here, that must mean they're planning an invasion.
They are gonna go over enemy vision now, so at least that vision will get the ward. It's snaking, finds that ward. Sure, you're not getting kills, but you at least know which part of the map is not protected by vision on the Dudley boys. So you can play around that ward in the mid lane and potentially find something if you wish to do so.
I wanted to say that you currently operate much better in the darkness, but that's really not true. MC hasn't shown himself since the previous fight, basically. He's only ever going to be in the jungle now. And every time you look at Falcon's moves on the map here, you have to understand that they're playing like this because MC could be anywhere.
Crit is so getting an ATOS after this Solar Crest. I think he's getting annoyed by this line just hexing him and TPing away.
Yeah.
It's not the first time that that's happening.
That's what you get for picking Weaver Phoenix.
It does give a little bit of an opening here, as there's a lot of gold on the Tusk currently, so he'll be getting his blink in no time. And that's a smoke on smoke action. We might see our first big fight now.
And so much relies on the Visioneer. If you get a good jump for Dudley, I think the fight for Falcons is absolutely over, but if you don't, you're going to get punished and you're going to lose your entire team.
Control, he hit himself before he was spotted. The creeps with the night vision didn't see him, but in the back line,
already jumped.
They found the TA, and that is a huge one in the arena. There's two of them, mind control jumping into hell, but in the end he's just gonna be cooked as well. Zantic lucky to make it out alive. 2 cores dead just like that, and Amar, he finds the better jump.
Yep, absolutely. That's the team fight advantage right there. And you have to go for an opportunity outside the pit if you are the Dudley boys, but I think that's exactly why they didn't expect to get jumped outside the pit by the team that could technically just sit inside with their Phoenix and their Mars and just wait for them.
9 class is trying to be cute. He doesn't even know how close to death he is. There will be an ulti being used by the troll. He actually might jump into the pit. Let's see if he'll be finding an opening. That's a beautiful stun, but a little bit too early. Now he's going to be paying with his life. Amar comes over, God's Rebuke, Spear, and the Lion is dead. With that, the Roche will fall, making it 3 kills, plus the Roche for Falcons in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got your Blink Dagger on the Lion. You should try that. It doesn't matter if you die there or not. It's the risks are very low and the potential rewards are, well, very unlikely, but also very high.
Yep. I mean, you died. Who cares?
Yeah. You're just a Lion who already got his most important item. You know, you're spending money on the lottery, so what? You already got your mortgage paid off.
There's the finger, and Aegis, bye-bye. A lot of players with the Aegis have been overextending today, as Skitter will be coming back. Hopefully we're gonna get the net worth on our screens fairly soon to see how the Skitter is doing, as that's gonna be an arena. They're not hesitating one bit. There is a Laguna Blade jumping in onto Mar, trying to finish him off. It's not gonna be enough. Koda, he misses on the punch. At least with the snowball he will be able to get the kill. He's gonna pay with his life for that, and he does force out DX, so this is actually a pretty nice defense.
Really good.
Yep.
He loses both his support, she killed a Mars, Arena's down, Egg is down. It's not gonna get any better. Yeah, Ads is full steam ahead. Zooming.
Hey. He understands that the enemies are bailing. That was beautiful, right? Arena,
yeah.
Egg, everything pushed out. The enemies had the Aegis. They thought the tier 2 is gonna be theirs, and it didn't happen. The problem still remains, Skips, and that is a lineup that is centered around getting Roche did not get Roche. So
yes.
Falcons not having it, it's not as bad as the Dudley boys not having it.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Like, one of the things that is going to be able to help you survive those really big ultimates is to simply survive through it and be alive again on the other side. It's much like with the Faceless Void, right? What's the best way to counter Faceless Void? Having an Aegis.
Let's see though. 2-3k goal lead for Falcons. This game far from over, but Skitter is getting to a point where he's gonna be kind of nasty to deal with. Damar also gets a shard, and for a player who has played the Mars for so many games, having that double spear is actually a possibility that we might see it a couple of times in this game. Him getting a double connection on that one, so another thing for Dudley boys to be afraid of.
Absolutely, but they have MC with a really great game in their pocket right now, because it's not like he has been absent necessarily from the fray. Like, whenever it's been necessary that he contributes to a fight, he has been there and he has been making some great things happen. But that also means that he actually has pretty good farm right now, and the Aghanim Scepter will be coming in if Falcons give him enough time right now.
Trying to get it up. Koda, he finds an opening onto the Mars. As the BKB will never get it off. Just so much burst there coming out from the Dudley boys, and we mentioned it so many times in the draft, just how dangerous they can be. There's a Manta on the Dragonite, now there's the BKB on the Troll, but all of those items mean nothing if you die from 100 to 0.
Exactly, and that game is really all about division, and it's all about how you move around the map. If you indeed are caught farming down on a low ground, or if you're indeed not keeping up your wards well enough on one of the sides. Like, the Dudley boys are lethal with division advantage, and it's going to be one of the Falcons' main jobs to make sure that they actually do what I do want to see an early gem pickup for them if they start actually pressing 5-man advantage with the Troll.
Crit is going for a Deso. I'm not sure if I agree. I feel like you get an Aghanim Scepter in this game, and the Dudley boys are helpless.
I mean, like, I guess you can't bring somebody back from the dead, so 100 to 0 would still be a problem for you. But
you just instantly, as soon as they jump, you click, and you're gonna allow them to live.
You click and you pray.
You do. A smoke from Falcons. Right now, prayer is needed for mind control. So everybody who's cheering for him should start right now, though it is not gonna help. Inside of the arena, he will fight until his own death. Spear to the edge of it, and Amar gets the kill.
That was gonna happen at some point, and now they've got Skitter, Battle Fury at the ready, BKB at the ready, Phase Boots. Going to go into the S and Y status resistance, especially in this game with the amount of extra debuffs and stuns, like in the, of course, the BKB piercing nature with the damage that's going to come out. Yeah, I like that item.
Really good choice. Really good choice. I love it. I love it for sure. I wouldn't have minded if the DK went for it, even though I understand just how strong the dragon illusions are. But the status resistance is just perfect in this game.
Yeah, the DK has a shopping list. I understand that he's not wanting to deviate.
Yeah, it's always the same one, right? Your wife sends you to the store every single time, and it's not that hard. So Malrine is he definitely is gonna be good husband.
It doesn't matter if the broccoli is on sale. You're gonna have Chinese tonight.
Like I bought broccoli. Nope. You shouldn't have done that. Anyways, Hakoda, he's gonna be jumping forward, gets the invis. The trap gets used, immediate manta from the Dragonite. So Hakoda, he really played with his life there.
Yeah. But you know, those are the risks you have to take if you want to get opportunities like this. There was attention drawn to the mid lane, and now,
that slithering
not
crush
fast enough.
the slithering crush lasts so low, right? 1 second, it's not enough for even the line to respond. And they're going for the leaner right now with the Dragon Tail. The snowball save will be there. LSA came out, but that just means that you're putting Hakoda in a bad position as well. Amar will survive the Laguna Blade, gets out of that one alive, and Falcons completely overwhelm the side of Dudley boys. This push will continue. You can see that Skitter is already getting those fervor stacks, and now when the creeps come, the tower will get demolished.
Yep. And this is the worst case scenario. If you're on the Dudley boys right now, there's still an egg waiting for you. You lost several heroes in short succession, and that can just happen to you again because you don't quite have the full kit for your survivability up. Yeah, thanks production. I really kind of didn't want to see that. Yep. But we still need a VKB over on the Lina. We still need that one over on Yuma as well. He is nearly there. And MC, I didn't see if he'd finished his Ags already, but it's very possible that he hasn't yet. And as long as those 3 items are not up, I don't think you actually stand a chance in a straight up fight versus the Falcons. Maybe you don't anyway. Okay, there's the
things are
purchase.
going really badly. They are going really badly here for the Dudley boys. Falcons, and also Falcons are playing so clean. I'm actually surprised with the discipline of them not going for a tier 3, because it's very tempting to bring it down and to make sure that the glyph is not gonna get refreshed.
Tastes like tundra.
Yep. The Aghanims is done on the Dragonite, so once he gets level 18, there's gonna be the Black Dragon form. There used to be a Snake King there and his career as well.
So see, what's there to time lapse?
That's not fair, Kips. That is a Phoenix, right? A Mars would survive half a second longer, so you would have time.
It's true, and I'm not one to doubt Crit's reflexes here. I do actually think that the Aghanims is the I don't want to say the correct choice here, but certainly the superior one. However, if it's just all about, okay, you know, blood's gonna splatter, skulls are gonna fly, everybody's gonna be screaming in pain, then yeah, why not buy that Desolator and just make sure that even if they go in on Dudley, they don't come back out alive.
Yeah, you know, makes sense. If your troll makes a mistake and uses his ulti in a bad way, gets himself in a bad position, you want to have another hero that's gonna be able to threaten the enemies with damage. So I'm okay with it. Stun on the Slardar. Snowball save will be there, though he wasn't really in that stun all that long because of the puddle. Still, no chance to blink out. Hakoda will die. Egg was already used. You can see just how afraid this Phoenix is of being destroyed from 100 to 0, but Slardar has been found again. Dragon Tails is there. He gets the stun off. It will not change a damn thing as he will be chased down till the ends of the earth. Amar is the one that finishes him off with the spear. That's gonna be 2 kills yet again for Falcons.
And at the very least, no, they actually have a creep wave there as well. It's just that they're not really in position to capitalize on it, because Malrine is already back in his own side of the map. They're really hunting. They're trying to close this map off instead of pressing their advantage. They're not in a hurry. This is some legacy of Tundra that we see here. Like, why hurry up if it's all about the map control? You're going to get the Roche now, and you have already chased them off the bottom side of the map as well, so they're not going to be farming more than you are while you are occupied taking this Roche. And the Desolator does really help with this as well. Yeah,
for sure. So it's just the 3 of them without the 2 main cores that are killing the Roches. The rest of them are hunting for a lion. 9 class is hoping for another TP out, and his hopes will be met. He gets himself away.
Yeah, 9 class has been playing really cheeky this game. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, he's definitely cute. It's looking amazing, though. I really like what you mentioned, Falcons, and how they're disciplined and how they're controlling the map. The only thing for me that they are they're looking to do is make sure that both of the waves, the top and the bottom, have passed the twin gates. And when they accomplish that, they're very happy. Now they find the troll and he's dead. Imagine if you had the Aghanim Scepter, the Snowball protecting Hakoda. For now, 9 class, he got the Hex off. The Spear will connect right now, and he will die to the bug and to that arena. He's doing enough damage in the end. It is the fire from the Spear and the Shard that finishes him off. Both of the supports dead, one of which doesn't have a buyback. Is it enough for Falcons to poke the high ground? Probably not.
No, because it wasn't the last time either, and this is deja vu, man. It's exactly the same case. He dies within 100 units, and they only trade the 2 supports for that kill. It's absolutely nuts how they let that exact same thing happen again.
They probably thought that Skinner was gonna be able to survive it. You know, maybe Snake King can go for an Aghanim Scepter since the Weaver doesn't want to. That's
Oh, please no. Not if you want me to die of a heart attack.
Easy. You have the arena to protect your eggs, so you're gonna be fine.
And they're actually pressing the issue this time.
Yep.
None of that bullshit.
No finger,
So,
I guess that is the main thing that you're afraid of, right? As burst.
Yeah, I suppose so, but Laguna's still up. You have no eyes on Yuma. It's still a little dicey, and I think they mostly went there because I presume they had vision somewhere else on the map and they saw that not the entire team was there.
AC on the Mars, very nice item. Considering which heroes you're playing against, it's a huge deal. Though, when I look at these heroes of the Dudley boys, every single one of them has a lot of damage, be it magical or physical. You cannot account for all of it.
No, there's absolutely no way. Which is, I mean, that is one of the reasons why I do really admire this lineup that they picked. Like, I don't think, I'm gonna be a little crude here, but I don't think the Bulls could be any further up against the wall. It's impossible. You are fully committed with a lineup like that. And that's exactly what we've seen Falcons get caught off guard by twice now.
Okay, this Crit Weaver is now gonna start really doing some damage. Has the Shard, has the Enchanted Quiver. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that damage for sure, especially if I'm like a lion, right? Just randomly he will pass through me and kill me with a Geminated attack, and I never want that to happen. Yuma, like a classic TA, is gonna be taking the Tormentor down. Yuma has so much farm, and if you get to that level 25, which still isn't close, that is the timing where the TA becomes this late game beast.
Yep. And that might be one of the reasons why the Weaver is going for such core type items. It's because in the end, if you look at the tri-core, the Dudley boys are just going to be scaling a little harder on their central ones, whereas the Mars, especially with the build that he has been going so far, is not going to be up there in terms of damage. He's going to be supplying the utility for sure, but the damage maybe not. So if you have a Weaver, you can bring that to the table instead.
And we're definitely seeing the Tundra impact on Melreen. He went for the Manta Octarine, so just wants to be out pushing the waves as much as possible. And they're currently just choking out the Dudley boys. They're not really increasing their gold lead all that much, but they're making sure that their enemies are put in a position where they're not allowed to make plays.
Yep, and especially the way that, for example, the takedown of this tower went, right? It was mostly just sending creep waves to it and being ready for an enemy hero to show up. A lot of the reason why we haven't seen a bloodbath, even with the Dudley boys lineup, is because Falcons has actually been playing very conservative.
Yeah, they definitely have. Now sending the illusions onto the tower. Finally, the big black dragon will come over to assist, and those illusions with maxed out fervor will get the tower down. So all of the outer towers are gone, and well, Dudley boys, now it's time for you to be ready to defend your base. They don't have the glyphs, so this is gonna be some permanent damage done to their tier 3s.
Well, you say it, and 2 items get bought at exactly the same time. TA got the BKB down, or sorry, the Sarda got the BKB, I think. As that
Yep, there used to be a Tusk there. At least he got the tower, so it's not for nothing.
Not for nothing, and that means that actually Falcons are only 2 towers ahead of. Actually, no, is that a top tower I spy under the creep wave? It's not okay. There are 3 towers ahead, but that is
the
not
tier 3
as
top
much as
died
you
as
think.
well.
Okay, maybe I don't really count that one, but fine.
Yeah, we're gonna forget about that one. It's 3. It's fine. So, anyways, Falcons have been controlling the map much better, but they did still lose the Weaver there. While we were looking at the Tusk being murdered, the Weaver was being murdered as well. And of course, we're not gonna be able to pick that one up as Dudley boys. They just delete heroes. They don't kill them.
Exactly. If they're not on screen while they're alive, yeah. Still at full health, I should say. There's nothing in between.
There's 5 dragons on the map right now. Of course, Lion is going to be dealing with those illusions a little bit easier, but these dragon illusions are very dangerous. They're so hard to deal with as well. Dudley boys are just not allowed to play the game, as you would want to open up the map for the next Roche at least, and it's impossible. It's impossible to get out on it.
Yeah, you're always going to be dealing with all of these illusion shoving. Look at that purple sitting on both the side lanes right now. Those are waves that you're going to have to send real, actual heroes to deal with. And that's going to be like, I want to say, even a kind of a lame way to win the game here, right? But the problem is that it's the correct way. Why would you fight the people that can delete you if you can just let your illusions do that for you?
Because being cool is more important than victory, Kips, and you don't want to be called lame, or your approach to the game. You don't want that to happen. We are really trying to test their patience. First off with that Meepo ban, and now with this.
Like poking them with a stick. That's the real deal is though that winning is always the best way of speaking. Like why would you need to defend yourself with words when you can just let your actions speak?
True. And it's easy for us to say we're hiding behind Dudley boys, so if Falcons get frustrated, we know who they're gonna be letting their frustration on. It's not gonna be us. As Dragonite, he finds the TA. There will be a turnaround. TA gets caught there without the BKB. With the Whistle Blade, he won't be able to get out of this arena, and the Lion will follow suit as well. Mind control, they see him clearly. There is a trap there to cover for him. They are gonna destroy it before it is actually sprung, with Mind control being able to blink away and get himself to a safe position. So it is gonna be a 2-for-0. Again, Falcons are the ones that get the fight going their way.
And it's about division every single time. Whoever gets the first jump does not have to be afraid of the enemy team getting back onto them just because, oh no, that's a chain.
That is a very big problem for Mind control. Question is, can he get out of this one? He gets the stun inside of that. Inside of that puddle, he's not going to be staying there for a very long time, so no status resistance for you. These stuns will last for a long time. Very nice move back from Malrine, just not to get caught in the crush. Beautifully done.
I think that just like the last time that he got caught, I think he should just stand his ground. Like, getting away is clearly useless, so just stay in that puddle. Make them whack away at you.
Yep, it at least would take a long time for that to happen, though. To be fair, he did get pushed out of the puddle here. He was trying to maneuver around it, and then Amar did push him out with the God's Rebuke. So you might think that he wanted to stay inside of it, just still juke around the trees a little bit.
Entirely possible, and it hurts for Alina, for a TA to always just be busy showing on the waves. Enemy knows where you are. You're not causing any threat right now, and that means that Falcons just get to knock another Roshan over. We've been talking about the importance of Roshan for the Dudley boys, but I mean, the only thing that I can think about now is, okay, how are they going to delete this one?
The exact same way. Just wait for him in your big jungle. He's gonna walk up the high ground. You're gonna kill him, give away 2 of your supports. It's very easy.
Well, it's certainly a winning recipe up until now, and they are in position as well for the Dudley boys. For the exact
Skinner,
same scenario.
You're not in position. Why are you not where you should be? And Skinner, now he's gonna be in the mid lane, a little bit more of an open area. Here, if you jump him, it's gonna be more dangerous for your cores.
Absolutely. And really, like, it's been like this the entire game. If you want him, you can have him. The problem is that you need to be cool with the amount of heroes that you're gonna lose in the response, and They have never gotten an opportunity where they're actually cool with losing that amount of heroes, except for the two Aegis takedowns.
So Marine
Halberd.
has a double damage and the Daedalus, so